Testing, 1, 2. Good morning, good morning, good morning. goes red. People
Just realised my mic wasn't on there. Welcome to the 2026 Canterbury Championship Regatta. First regatta for 2026. Sponsored by Meridian. Coming down now, we've got the girls under 17 Cox State just coming up to the 1K here. We're looking at lane 1, Wairo 1, lane 2, Rangi Ruru, lane 3, Christchurch Girls 1, lane 4, Christchurch Girls 2, lane 5, Wakatipu 1, lane 6, Marion College 1, lane 7, St Margaret's College 2, lane 8, St Margaret's College 1, lane 9, Rangi Ruru number 2, and lane 10 from Wellington, I believe, Star Boating Club 21. And just looking on the inside there, I think Wairo's putting up a pretty good performance there as they come past the K. We'll catch them as they come a bit closer, but it does look to be Wairo in front. Rangi also putting in a good performance, and inside of them, St Margaret's College 1 as well in the mix. So looking to be not completely flat, but relatively flat conditions this morning. Hopefully we hold relatively good conditions throughout this weekend, but I have heard there's a bit of rain scheduled. Not the warmest regatta, but all we care about is the wind while racing, I guess. I think also in the middle there, that's could be St Margaret's College number 2, also putting up a pretty good performance in the girls under 17-8. This is the prelim, so it's all through to final, so this is more of a testing day. Probably the debut of some top crews here in the Canterbury Champs. Really good time to test combinations. Potential seat racing maybe not for these high schoolers, but we do have a bit of wind coming across now. I think that's just a northeasterly if I'm not mistaken there, but it looks to be a pretty well spread field here, and I do think it is coming from the middle, who is the leaders. And I think that is the red and white of St Margaret's, so I'm going to say that's lane 8, St Margaret's, no, both the St Margaret's crews are close, so we're looking at lane 7, lane 8, St Margaret's College number 2 and St Margaret's College number 1 leading the field here. Then we're probably looking at that third place, you're going to Wairo. It is those three, so Wairo currently sitting in third, but they're closing down, so a pretty good race to start the day is Wairo on the inside. Trying to move past these two St Margaret's crews. I currently give the edge to St Margaret's College number 2, currently sitting in the lead. You're looking at Sophia Tivers, Grace Dawn, Grace Miller, Alex Campbell, Ella Drummond, Taylor Davis, Elsie O'Donnell, Isabella McCulley, and Annabelle Scott is the Cox. But outside of them, the number 1 crew also competing there. So St Margaret's College number 1, you're looking at Flora Jansen, Isabella Green, Layla Elkington, Sophia Cathro, Izzy Hill, Scarlett Hanson, Poppy Blakely, Josie Kennedy, and Emily Fitzsimmons is the Cox. So it's the 2 St Margaret's crews in a battle right now, and then you're looking at the inside to Wairo. Then you're probably going to Rangi School number 1 in the 4th position, and outside of them, Christchurch Girls High School number 1 currently battling for 4th and 5th is Rangi and Christchurch Girls High School. But go to the front of the field, it's the 2 St Margaret's crews. The red and white of St Margaret's are currently battling for 1st and 2nd. Then we're probably looking at Wairo for 3rd, so it's both the St Margaret's crews. Let's see who takes it out in the first race of the day in the heat of the girls under 17-8. It looks to be, I want to say it's inside St Margaret's crew, but I think St Margaret's number 1 might be pushing now. They're trying to push over their number 2 crew, and I think they're doing it coming up to the 100 metres. I'd say they're just leading. It's half a length now. St Margaret's number 1 has really pushed out over their number 2 crew. They've both walked away from Wairo, trying to get some clear water off them. Wairo, in turns, holding off Christchurch Girls, who have moved past Rangi. Christchurch Girls High School number 2, trying to climb up on that Rangi boat as well. But it is going to be St Margaret's College number 1. Can Wairo catch that St Margaret's College number 2 crew? It's going to be St Margaret's number 1 by 5 seats. Then we go back to St Margaret's number 2, 6 seats to Wairo. Clearwater to Christchurch Girls High School number 1, inside to Rangi. Then to Christchurch Girls High School number 2, Rangi number 2, Star Boating Club. And then we go back to Wakatipu and Marion. So very good first race of the day there. Next up, we've got the boys under 17 4. So boys under 17-4 coming down quick here. We've got 2 heats of this. First 5 through the A final. We'll look at lane 2, Wairo 11, lane 3, St. Bede's College 2, lane 4, Christ College 1, lane 5, Christchurch Boys High School 3, lane 6, St. Bede's 3, lane 7, Christ College 2, and lane 8 is St. Thomas number 1. So there definitely is a bit of a crosswind there. It's not too bad. These under 17s, they'll know how to deal with it now. And I think we are looking at the black and white of Christ College sitting pretty comfortably up front. We're looking at Christ College number 1, Alex Lascelles, George Haddon, Matthew Vance, Alex Richards, and Jono Simpson is the Cox. I don't think anyone's really challenging them in this heat. Probably looking at maybe St. Bede's College number 2, currently sitting in second. Isaac Guerra, Cooper Titterton, Lecky, White, Dent, Ryan Gardner, and Cody Clark is the Cox. But Christ College is sitting pretty up in front here. I think they're leading by 2 lengths over St. Bede's number 2. And maybe it's Christ College number 2 currently sitting in that 3rd spot. But we're really looking for the first 5 here to make it through to the A final. So the 2 Christ crews looking comfortable here. Joining them, Christchurch Boys High School, and that's St. Thomas on the outside, also looking to get themselves a top 5 spot. Just sitting a bit off the pace, you're looking at Wairo, and that might be St. Bede's in the middle there, so that might be St. Bede's College number 3. But here comes Christ College storming away to victory in Heat 1 of this boys under 17-4. But the battle for second definitely heating up. We've got Christchurch Boys High School number 3, St. Bede's College number 2, I say, are currently holding on to that second position, but Christchurch Boys High School are moving in this final 250, and they might catch them there. And don't forget, on the outside, Christ College number 2 also getting into the mix. So those 3 in a lineup here for that second position, but Christ College has opened up to 2 lengths lead over St. Bede's. St. Bede's now just a canvas clear of Christchurch Boys High School number 3, and Christ College have moved past Christchurch Boys High School, also moving up to Bede's. So Christ College trying to get the 1-2. They won't get Bede's. So it's going to be Christ 1 and 3. St. Bede's currently sitting in second. Christchurch Boys High School in 4th. And Wairo might have just pipped St. Thomas over the line for that 5th and final spot into the A final. So great row by Wairo there to potentially get that 5th spot. Now we go to the second heat of the boys under 17 Cox 4. We're looking at lane 3, Christchurch Boys High School number 1. James Chappell, Freddie Sampson, Matthew Burns, Romy Johnson, and Cooper Dean is the Cox. Lane 4, St. Andrews College number 1. Seth Overcomer, Isaac Cedar, George Lewis, Bart Ashman, and George Rankin is the Cox. Lane 5, Christchurch Boys High School number 2. Donache Doyle, Alex Wynn, Cosmo Kafigis, Toby Brook, Carter Williams is the Cox. Lane 6, St. Bede's College number 1. James Franken, Brody Clements, Alex Walters, Carter Connolly, and Matthew Casey is the Cox. Lane 7 is Christ College number 3. George Campbell, James Anderson, Charlie Syme, Edward Killick, and Gabriel Bevan is the Cox. And then lane 8 is St. Bede's College number 4. Jai Anderson, Rory Wright, Eddie Robertson, William Allett, and Theodore Gilson is the Cox. And if last heat was a dominant performance, this is out of control. This is St. Bede's College number 1, currently sitting way out in front. Maybe in that second position you're looking at, gosh, what colour is that? I want to say that's Christchurch Boys High School number 1 there, but it is St. Bede's by country mile over the rest of the field. They're into that last 250 now. I think they're rowing a tandem rig in that boat. And then we're looking at Christchurch Boys High School just 3 or 4 lengths back. And then probably on the outside there, it might be Christ College. That's Christ College number 3. So George Campbell, James Anderson, Charlie Syme, Edward Killick, and Gabriel Bevan. But a pretty well spread field here. So it's top 5 through A final. I think the one that might be off the pace is St. Andrews. But here comes St. Bede's. They're through the last 100. Rowing nice flat stroke through these conditions. Christchurch Boys High School looking to pick up the second there through the 100-metre mark now. Then you're looking at Christ College number 3. And then in the middle there, Christchurch Boys High School number 2 and St. Bede's College number 4 looking to take those finals placings through to the A final. So that's the boys under 17 for Christ College just approaching the line now. So pretty well spread field in that race. Next up is the girls under 15 Cox Quad. We're looking at first 3 through to A final and 1 next fastest from the 3 heats. Lane 2 is Cure Boating Club number 1. Lane 3 is Timaru number 1. Lane 4 is Oamaru 23. Lane 5 is North End number 3. Lane 6 is Wakatipu number 1. Lane 7 is Timaru 12. Lane 8 is St Andrews College number 1, and Lane 9 is Ashburn number 1. I think they're just in that first K there, so we'll catch them as they get a bit closer. Girls under 15 quad just approaching the final 500 metres now. I think we're looking at Oamaru having a pretty good run here in the first heat of the girls under 15 quad. We are looking at first 3 through to A final. I think it is Oamaru holding a pretty big lead over the rest of the field. In that yellow boat, that might be Wakatipu currently sitting in second. So that Wakatipu crew, you'll look at Sophie Clouston, Andy Clark, Sienna Reid, Pippa Julian, and Sophia Brown as the Cox. Then maybe it's on the outside, currently looking at that third and final spot. And that looks to be Ashburn number 1, Sienna Hart, Alice Gill, Gretchen Ross, Sasami Kazumi, and Kate Shepherd as the Cox. Potentially also looking at that third spot as well as on the inside. That might be... I think that's Timaru 1, Annie Burnside, Justina Courage, Paige Ellery, Paris McRae, and Matilda England as the Cox. But it is Oamaru leading the field here. So Oamaru, Pippa McMillan, Annabelle King, Matilda Eisbister, Summer Brosnan, and Tempe Oliver as the Cox. And they are currently leading the field here just by a length and a half over Wakatipu number 1. And then it's definitely Timaru now moving up into that third position. They're pretty comfortably in third there. Maybe challenging for that second over Wakatipu, but it's a pretty clear 1, 2, 3 in this first heat of the girls under 15 quad. Approaching the 100 metres now is Oamaru, and they're really starting to push away. They're not holding back on the rate. Pretty good rowing for under 15. We've got some nice flat water here for them to row on, so it's not the worst conditions, and they're doing well here. Sitting a length and a half up on Wakatipu, and Wakatipu just trying to hold that clear water over Timaru. Timaru comfortably in third over Ashburn, and then after Ashburn we're looking at Timaru number 2 and going back a bit further to Cure on the inside there. But Oamaru's through now, so I'll be curious to see what that time's like. Then we've got Wakatipu and then Timaru cross the line in third, so that's your 1, 2, 3 for the first race. Then we're looking at Ashburn and Timaru number 2 inside to Cure, and then we've got a few rough strokes happening from North End in the middle there, and then just a bit further back, that's St Andrews. So that's the first heat done. Second heat's just coming past the K now, so we're looking at lane 2, North End number 2, lane 3, Columba College number 1, lane 4, St Margaret's College number 1, lane 5, Cashmere High School number 1, lane 6, Timaru 20, lane 7, Wakatipu number 2, lane 8, Cromwell number 1, and lane 9 is Invercargill number 1. So they're all past the K now. Can't quite see the leaders yet in this lighting. Just coming up to the K now. I think there's a pretty clear top 3 here, but there is a bit of a battle for that second and third spot. I think in the middle, that's currently where the leaders are sitting at. So I think that's lane 6, Timaru, Rihanna Rickard, Paige Ward, Hayley Tyrua, Madison Berry Rankin, and Sophie Scarlett is the cocks of that boat. And then, oh, it's pretty close actually in this top 3. Nobody's catching them, but St Margaret's also putting up a pretty good performance there. So St Margaret's more of a sculling school, but they're currently sitting in third. I think it's just inside of them. Columba College currently sitting in that second spot, so Columba doing well. Those 3 are just pushing each other, and they're separating away from the rest of the field. Entering the last 350 metres now, so we'll expect to see a bit of a wind happening. I think Columba College might just be putting Timaru under a bit of pressure here, so watch Columba to be the movers as St Margaret's just falling back a bit, still sitting in third place. They'll need to hold their own to keep that position into the A final, but I think Columba might be the one moving, but I'd still give it to Timaru at this stage. But watch Columba. So this Columba College crew: Taya Zogby, Ava Peters, Oswald, Emily North, Visa Isles, and Chloe Byrne is the cocks. So Columba moving over Timaru. So Timaru's trying to hold their own here. Timaru or Columba for this first spot in heat number 2 of the girls under 15 quad. So Timaru's definitely got their rating up. There's no hiding here as Columba's attacking in this final 100 metres of the race. Here comes Timaru. Timaru in the lead, just by half a length over that Columba crew. So, and then we've got St Margaret sitting comfortably in third on a bit of an island. Then we'll be looking about 2 lengths back to Cashmere, but here comes Columba sitting in that second spot. Can they get a wind? I think it will be Timaru if the positions stay the same here. But Columba is walking through. They're just seeing half length down now, half length down. I think Timaru's going to hold on to it. Timaru's going to win this heat 2 of the girls under 15 quad. Then we go back inside to Columba. Then to St Margaret, Cashmere in 4th. Wakatipu. And then on the outside there, I think that's Cromwell and Invercargill. And then back inside to North End. All right, final heat coming down now. This heat 3, we're looking at the top 3 again to go through the A final. Lane 2, Oamaru 22, Sasha Wright, Ava Goodall, Amelie Tartan, Isabel Wainwright, and Isla Capley is the Cox. Lane 3 is Otago Girls 1, Millie Ramsey, Eva Gardner, Darkseid Grant, Ella Glover, and Lara Cadman is the Cox. Lane 4 is Marion College 1, Amelia Kelly, Jordis Kramer, Sane Jenkins, Asher Clark, and Olive Burak is the Cox. Lane 5 is Burnside High School number 1, Isabella Heap, Naisha Bhutani, Helena Mazahmed, Emerald Lou, and Evie Nathan is the Cox. Lane 6 is North End number 1, Ava Woodcock, India Garden, Marley Hoare, Olivia Williams, and Sophie Palmer is the Cox. Lane 7 is Timaru 11, Emma Johnston, Sophie Burden, Lauren Crawford, Pippa Raymond, and Bella Westgarth is the Cox. And Lane 8 is Wairo number 1, Lena Bailey, Laura Anderson, Julie McKay, Millie Nayland, and Annabelle Rare is the Cox. No, so there's about half a length in between first and second. I think Oamaru's closing down. Oamaru currently sitting in that second spot, just behind. I want to say that's potentially North End 1 there. So North End 1 currently sitting in the lead just over Oamaru. Then maybe Marion sitting in that third spot there, or Timaru. I think it might be Timaru actually, but here comes North End and Oamaru. That's the battle at the moment, just half length in it. So watch Oamaru there on the inside. Still got the flat water coming down at this stage, early morning. Hopefully it doesn't pick up in the afternoon, fingers crossed. But last 250 meters coming up for North End number 1. Let's see what they can do here over Oamaru. I think they might have just pushed away from Oamaru actually, and then we're looking at Timaru currently sitting in third in lane 7 there. So Timaru, Emma Johnston, Sophie Bird, and Lauren Crawford, Pippa Raymond, and Bella Westgarth as the Cox. So again, this is under 15. You're looking at mainly first year rowers. You might get some row downs from the year above, but this is great rowing for under 15 quad here. And North End is just putting it on Oamaru. Oamaru, can they potentially walk back, claim some distance back off them? I think this will be a good race in the final between these two crews. And North End's through the 100 metres now. So they've definitely opened up over Oamaru, who's through the 100 now. And then we're looking at Timaru, definitely sitting in third there. And then Marion just off the pace, sitting in fourth. Going back inside to Otago Girls 1. And I think there just might have been a stoppage there and that boat just a bit behind them. So North End takes the win in the final heat of the girls under 15 quad. Then we've got Oamaru in second, outside to Timaru. That's your 1, 2, 3, and the girls under 15 quad through the A final. 4th, 5th, and 6th will go through to the B final. Next up, we've got the men's Prem single sculls. Only one heat of this. So I got lane 1, Dunsnam 3, Charlie Manser. Lane 2, Dunsnam 2, Finn Allison. Lane 3, Avon 2, Jimmy Middletich. Lane 4, Dunsnam 6, Matthew O'Meara. Lane 5, Dunsnam 1, Matthew King. Lane 6, Dunsnam 5, Henry Clatworthy. Lane 7, Avon 3, Joshua Clark. Lane 8, Avon 1, Logan Freshwater. And Lane 9, Dunsnam number 4, Sam Barnett. So Prem is the top grade. Hopefully these singles don't catch up to that quad just at the back there, but we're looking at a Dunsnam single in the middle there. So probably say that's lane 5, Matthew King, currently leading the field. Also on the inside, a pretty good performance. That's lane 2. We're looking at Dunsnam number 2, Finn Ellison. So Finn Ellison might have actually rocked up ahead of Matthew King. Yeah, that is Matthew King there in lane 5. So we're looking at 2 Dunsnam crews currently in a battle for that 1-2 position. So Finn Ellison and Matthew King currently in a battle, but I'd currently give it to Finn Ellison over the moment. Then probably looking at Haven on the outside there. So Logan Freshwater also putting up a good performance, but these 2 Dunsnam crews definitely pushing away. Then on the inside, that is Charlie Manta as well, trying to get himself into a top 3 position. Going with him is lane 4, Matthew O'Meara. So Matthew O'Meara trying to get a top 3 position, and then outside of him, lane 6, that's Henry Clatworthy. So it's a big race at the moment, and it's tight. Finn Ellison really winding it up on the inside there. Can Matthew King go with him? Matthew King shortened up his stroke. It's intense in the prelims here. Matthew King's trying to get the win here, and I think he might do it. It's tight, but I think it's going to go on the inside to Finn Ellison just by half a canvas over the line. Then we're looking inside for that 3rd spot. That's going to go to Charlie Manta. Lane 4, that's going to be Matthew O'Meara currently claiming the 4th. Then we go back outside to Avon. That might be Josh Clark or Logan Freshwater. It's a very close race in the prelims there. You can't mess around there because for blinking they're going in those singles. Men's senior single sculls up next. We're looking at 2 heats for this. So looking at first 5 through to A final. We're looking at lane 1, Nelson number 2, Flynn Mercer. Lane 2, Oamaru 22, Logan Doherty. Lane 3, Wakatipu number 1, Max Davis. Lane 4, Wairo 15, Hunter Marfell. Lane 5, Dunsnam number 1, Harry Lightfoot. Lane 6, Avon number 1, Sam Mones. Lane 7, Wairo 14, Logan Flight. Lane 8, Dunsnam number 3, Lewis Meat. And lane 9, Wairo 13, Jack Taylor. So just leading the field, I think that's lane 5, middle of the field. That's Harry Lightfoot. Pretty clear lead here on the inside. Maybe currently in that sitting in that 2nd spot. We're seeing the Oamaru colours, the yellow and black. That's Logan Doherty currently sitting in 2nd. And then maybe on the outside there, you'll be looking at, that's definitely Dunsnam colours. Lewis Meats in that 3rd spot. Also on the inside, that might be Flynn Mercer from Nelson, also putting up a good performance. So we're looking at top 5 through to A final. So it's really just a battle for that top 5 at the moment. And then lane 3 from Wakatipu, Max Davis, also doing well here, but it's Harry Lightfoot. Pretty good performance from him. He's got clear water over the rest of the field. And then we've got Logan Doherty in 2nd, give the 3rd at the moment to Flynn Mercer, and then we're probably looking at Max Davis and Lewis Mates fighting for that 4th and 5th spot. But Harry Lightfoot, very good performance here in Heat 1 of the men's senior single sculls. He's just going to be leading by about 3 lengths as he comes to the finish line. Logan Doherty just a length and a half over Flynn Mercer, and then we'll be looking at Lewis Meats currently sitting in that 4th spot. Then Max Davis trying to take that final spot through the A final. So again, very quick in the senior events as well for the single. Then we'll have Logan Flight and Sam Mones plus Hunter Marfell finishing it off in Heat 1 of the men's senior single sculls. Next up, we've got Heat 2 coming down at quite a speed. Lane 2 is Avon number 2, Toby Tregeter. Lane 3, Oamaru 23, Patrick Spillane. Lane 4, Wairo 12, Zachary Jenkins. Lane 5, Dunsnam 2, Hamish Yeatman. Lane 6, Wairo 11, Aidan Bennett. Lane 8, Nelson number 1, Sam Johnston. And Lane 9, Otago number 1, Alexander Hattrell. And this looks to be quite a close race in heat number 2. We look at Wyro there. So Wyro, we're looking at Aidan Bennett, I think, just on the outside there, lane 6. Putting up a pretty good performance. Other Wyro rower, Zachary Jenkins, will be joining him as well. I think that's your first two right there. Third spot. Might be looking at that Oamaru rower there. So that's Patrick Spillane currently sitting in the third spot. But we are looking at top 5. So Hamish Yeatman also in the mix there to finish with a top 5 finish, as well as on the inside there, Toby Tregeter trying to get into that top 5 as well. But there's challenges coming from Sam Johnston and Alexander Hattrell on the outside for that 5th and final spot through the A final. But it is looking close, and I think Wyro number 12, Zachary Jenkins, might just be pushing past Wyro 11, Aidan Bennett. So Zachary Jenkins and Aidan Bennett leading the field here. It's Wyro against Wyro. And I think I'd give the advantage to Zachary Jenkins. I think Zachary Jenkins is really moving here. He's really got that drive down. That rate's not incredibly high, but that doesn't matter. He's really powering it on, and it's head-to-head between the Wyro rowers. Then we're looking at Patrick Spillane currently opening up into that third spot. Then we're looking at Hamish Yeatman, and then on the inside back to Toby Tregeter. But it will be Aidan Bennett finishing in front of Zachary Jenkins. Go back to Patrick Spillane. In the middle to Hamish Yeatman, and then just on the outside there, I think moving quick, that might be Alexander Hattrell. Go back inside to Toby Tregeter, and Sam Johnston will round out the field there. Next up, we have the women's Prem Coxless quadruple sculls. Lane 4, Dunstanarm number 2. Ruby Smith, Maggie Hepburn, Madison Neal, Bella Breen. Lane 5, Dunstanarm number 1, Millie Scott, Olivia Paibenga, Olivia Key, Emma Spittle. Lane 6, Avon number 2, Tyler Stewart, Tegan Smith, Abby Higgins, Thea Murdy. Lane 7, Avon 1, Harriet Williams, Sadie Mason, Phoebe Collier, and Lily Grant. And it looks to be the blue, yellow, and green of Dunstan leading the field here. That's Dunstanarm number 1. There's only 4 crews in this, so we'll all be through the A final tomorrow. But it looks to be Dunstanarm currently sitting in front of Avon. So Dunstanarm very good in the sculling events. They're coached by Simon Smith. And that's just Dunstanarm leading by about 2.5 lengths over Dunstanarm number 2, and then you're going back to Avon number 1 on the outside, just maybe a length and a half back. Tough on the angle that I'm looking at, but no, Dunstanarm number 1 has really opened up over the rest of the field. I'd give it 3 lengths over their number 2 crew. Number 2 crew currently sitting 2 lengths over Avon 1, who in turn are sitting about 4 or 5 lengths over Avon number 2. So really short, aggressive strokes coming from that Dunstanarm number 1 crew. They're not rowing too long in this final 250. They're really just trying to get that acceleration on their drive, shortening up, trying to get that rate up. And they're doing it pretty good. And Dunstanarm number 2 maybe just close down in that final wee bit. I'd say it's 2.5 lengths to Dunstanarm number 1 over the number 2 crew. Then we're going back about 2.5 lengths to Avon number 1, and then about 4 or 5 lengths back to Avon number 2. No, that's all right. All right, women's under 19 Coxed quad just coming up to the K now. Lane 1, Cashmere High School number 2. Lane 2, Columba College number 1. Lane 3, Union 1. Lane 4, Timaru 11. Lane 5, Kashmir High School 1. Lane 6, Otago Girls 1. Lane 7, Marion College 1. Lane 8, Avonside Girls High School 1. And Lane 9, Wairo 1. And it is Columba just barely leading it from the inside there. Just half a length over Kashmir High School number 2. So very close. Coming past the K there, we'll catch them as they get a bit closer. So times for the women's Prem Coxus quad. 7:14 was that number 1 Dunstan crew, and then just 7 seconds back was that number 2 crew. Then Avon number 1 just coming in at a time of 7:29.5, and then Avon number 2 just 15 seconds back off them. So I've got the times running now, so we'll be able to. Doesn't look like it's the fastest conditions out there. I'm not quite sure what a women's Prem quad usually rows, but women's under 19 quad, so probably just a step below them coming down now. Prelim race for the women's under 19 quad just coming up to the 500 metres mark now, and it's looking very close. I'd still give Columba the lead, but Kashmir has really not disappeared, so if Kashmir's going to win, they could really do something in this final 500 metres, but it's Columba leading by about half. Oh, it's a canvas to Columba over Kashmir. And then there's a crew in the middle there that's only half length off Kashmir, so we're looking at a pretty good race between these top 3. And it might be Kashmir number 1 actually battling in the middle there. So Kashmir High School number 2 currently got the lead over their number 1 crew, but that number 1 crew is definitely firing back. They'll have to have a good last 500 here as Columba's attacked by the 2 Kashmir crews. So quite a race happening here, but watch for Columba in lane 2. This crew made up of Fennell Millen, Sarah Stevens, Nova Whiston, Anna Kaliza, and Pippa Carey is the Cox. Then we've got Kashmir High School number 2, Holly Gundry, Aurelia Lind, Lucy O'Connor, Marley Lloyd, and Matthew Stewart is the Cox. And then Kashmir High School number 1, Regan Kelly, Zoe Clark, Millie Brooks, Charlotte Clatworthy, and Ivy Omega is the Cox. Oh, and I think Columba's been closed down by Kashmir High School number 2 on the inside. I don't think Kashmir High School number 1's made much progress over their number 2 crew. But Kashmir High School number 2 really moving on the inside. Can Columba hold off in the prelim race of this women's under 19 Cox quad? This is a very close race here. Entering the last 150 metres, I think Columba might be pushing away here in the final bit of the race. I think Columba's done a move and they're pushing away from Kashmir High School number 2. Kashmir number 1 just trying to get up as well. Through the 100 metres now is Kashmir, not Kashmir, Columba. Then we have Kashmir, and then Kashmir number 1 just sitting about 3/4 of a length behind their number 2 crew. But Columba's really opened up here, so good job coming from Columba in this final 250 metres of the race to hold off the 2 Kashmir crews. Kashmir number 2 not giving up. They're not going to let Columba get any clear water here. Looking forward to this race in the final. But Columba's going to win by 3/4 of a length over Kashmir number 2. Then we go about 2 lengths back to Kashmir number 1. Then we go the middle, which is Otago Girls number 1. Back to Timaru, and I think Wairo's just had a bit of a incident with the oars there, but that's all right. Then we're going back to Union. I think they'll round out the field there. Got some good races coming up. Next up, we've got the Men's Open Coxed Octuple Sculls. We're looking at Lane 3, Christ College number 1, Lane 4, Shirley Boys High School number 1, Lane 5, Wairo 11, Lane 6, Wakatipu number 1. Lane 7, Otago Boys High number 1. And lane 8 is St Thomas of Canterbury number 1. And as predicted, I think it's Wakatipu number 1 leading the field as they typically do in these under 15 sculling events, and particularly in the octuple. They are just pretty dominant, especially in these earlier regattas. I think maybe sitting in second we've got Shirley Boys High School there. We'll catch them as they get a bit closer, but under 19 quad just finishing up now. So time for that women's under 19 quad was pretty much 7:50 there by Columba. But the men's open Cox octuple just entering the final stages into the last 250 goes Wakatipu, and it's a pretty dominant lead here. So they're just sitting 3.5 lengths up, maybe more over the rest of the field. But Shirley Boys here putting up a pretty good performance in second. Then we're just going outside to St Thomas of Canterbury number 1. So that's your 1, 2, 3. Only one race here, but here comes Wakatipu powering away. Last 100 meters, all in time. That's all you want. Under 15, just getting a good run of the boat. All in sync on the drive, all in sync on the recovery. You can't really ask for more. Then we've got Shirley Boys coming in second place here, doing well. And they're also in time, maybe a bit less clean with the catches. And then here comes St Thomas as well. So St Thomas doing well in third. And then we just go quite a way back to Wairo and Otago Boys High number 1. And then we'd be going way back to Christ College. But there goes Wakatipu there through the line. And here comes Shirley Boys, Clearwater over St Thomas. Closing down on the last of the men's open Cox octuple is the men's club Cox Day. Lane 3, we're looking at Christ College 1. Lane 4, Avon number 3. Lane 5, Avon number 1. Lane 6, Otago Uni Composite number 1. Lane 7, Dunsnam number 1. And Lane 8, Avon number 2. And As expected, it is Avon number 1 currently sitting in front here. This is Bruno Dooley, William Curry, Flynn Grace, George Kinder, Ashton Corkery, Barney Evans, Noah Lequellic, Kobe Good, and Grayson Faulkner is the Cox. And they are just sitting about maybe 3-4 lengths up over the rest of the field. And then I'd say there is currently a battle for second between Dunstan number 1 and Avon number 2. Then we'll probably be going back to the Otago Uni composite crew. Yeah, Avon number 1 currently sitting in front. They're through the last 250. They've got their wind going down. Then it is a battle between Dunstan and Avon number 2. So Dunstan number 1, Luca Maines Upson, Brendan Keane, Dylan Acton, Jed Tisdall, Jack McClellan, Ben Thompson, Jacob Harrison, Max Smith, and Kate Bakesville is the Cox. But here comes Avon. They're through the 100 metres. They've got a good wind coming up, and they're looking relaxed. They're looking clean here. Into the final stretches there. So looking good, got a good run on their boat, good swing. That's all you can ask for. Dunstan number 1's rolled over Avon number 2. Can Avon number 2 fire back in the final stages? Avon number 1 about to cross the line, sitting about maybe about 4 lengths in front of this Dunstan crew. Then we got Avon number 2, William Thompson, Sam McFade, Joseph Ritchie, Cameron Abel, George Wilson, Didier Marks, Hugo Van Herel, Jackson Evans, and Robbie Miller is the Cox. But Dunstan number 1 is going to take that second off of them. And then catching up was that Otago Uni composite crew, only just clear water from Avon number 2. Then we go back inside to Christ College number 1, and then Avon number 3 will round out the field there. So 7:16 was the time for that men's open coxed. No, that's not right. 7-6. No, well, it is right. 7:16 was the time for the men's open coxed octuple sculls from Wakatipu. Shelley boys then sitting at a 7:30 after them. Next up, we got the Women's Club Cox State just approaching the 1K mark now. Lane 3, Avon number 1. Lane 4, Dunstan number 2. Lane 5, St Andrews College number 2. Lane 6, St Andrews College number 1. Lane 7, Dunstan number 1. And Lane 8 is Oamaru Composite number 1. That's a composite between Oamaru and Canterbury. Time for that men's club Cox State was a 6:23. Then you'll be going 16 seconds back to Dunstan arm number 1. Then about 2 seconds back to Avon number 2. Looking like a very close race in this women's club cock state. Got a 3-boat lineup here, and we're looking at Dunstanam number 1. I think it's St Andrews College number 1, and also on the inside, Avon number 1. So those are the 3 currently sitting in the lead, or I think Avon number 1's the one sitting a bit further back, but it's very close between St Andrews and Dunstanam number 1. So curious to see what happens here. So Dunstanam number 1 made up of Emma Bryant, Lola Ritchie, Amy Patterson, Gemma Mead, Nevo Doherty, Ella Barnes, Perry Stevenson, Lucy Clark, and Fred Phillips as the cocks. St Andrews College number 1 is made up of Katie Taggart, Lucia Apps, Olivia O'Connor, Chloe Lowe, Alana Brooks, Sailor Hitchcock, Charlotte Galvin, Lauren Bolton, and Emily Dejoux as the cocks. I'd say St Andrews just pushing up. As I say that, on the inside, Avon number 1's really moving. You look at Phoebe Bird and Kate Smith, Sienna Godfrey Chatterton, Courtney Preble, Kate Ryle, Emily Gardner, Olivia Studham, and Jessica Rankin. Ashley Tacken is the cock. So I think we're looking at Avon number 1 just really climbing on the inside there. They've had a flyer of the last 500. St Andrews just pushing past Dunstanam number 1. It's looking like a very close race between these 3. Let's see who approaches the line first. 100 metres to go, it's Avon. Then we go to St Andrews College. Oh, and I think Dunstan's made a move on St Andrews here. I think St Andrews is dropping back as Dunstanam starts to charge. Can Dunstanam catch up to Avon here? St Andrews falling back as Avon starts to walk here. They've got a tandem rig in the middle of the boat there in that Avon crew. St Andrews trying to pull back on Dunstanam number 1, but Avon's flying on the inside. Avon's going to take it. They've opened up to just about 3 seats as they come over the line. Dunstanam's going to take it by canvas over St Andrews. Very close race there in that women's club cock state. Looking forward to the final of that. Then we go outside to that Oamaru composite crew, inside to Dunstanam number 2, and then St Andrews College number 2 will round out the field there. Men's Masters single just coming down now. I've got Division 1, Lane 1, Selwyn Rowing, Adam Jenkins, Lane 2, Timaru 2, Ben Morgan, Lane 3, Timaru 1, Jeremy Gaskin, Lane 4, Union 1, Dominic Marnie, Lane 5, Waihopai 1, Jason Rutledge, Lane 6, Invercargill 1, Grant McKenzie, Lane 8, Dunstanam number 2, Greg McLaughlin, Lane 9, Union number 2, Scott Engels, and Lane 10 is Ashburn number 1, Peter Armstrong. Oh, and out on the outside having a fly is Union number 2, Scott Engels, just currently leading over the rest of the field. On the inside, maybe Timmer number 2, Ben Morgan also trying to walk his way up to the top of the field in this first division of the Men's Masters single sculls. We've retained that nice flat water, but it's definitely not fast conditions today, so a bit longer that these rowers will have to row, I guess. 7:12 was the time for that women's club cock state. Just a second and a half back to Dunstan, and then 0.7 of a second back to St Andrews. So still holding up there in lane 8. Greg McLaughlin currently sitting in the lead at the moment. On the inside though, potentially having a bit of a walk is Ben Morgan from Timaru. So those are the two I'd say currently battling for the lead at the moment. There's no progression, so they'll all be through tomorrow. But yeah, it's definitely Greg McLaughlin currently sitting in the lead, but nobody's really catching him on the outside of him from Union, Scott Ingles. And then outside of him, Ashburn number 1, Peter Armstrong. On the inside though, Ben Morgan currently sitting in that second spot. Just walking past the rower from Union, Scott Ingles. Dominic Marnie as well in the mix. But it's going to be a win for not Scott Ingles, Greg McLaughlin pretty comfortably here. Ben Morgan, he's tried to walk as much as he can, but he's not going to be able to catch Greg from lane 8. Then we'll look at Scott Ingles currently sitting in that third spot, and then in lane 4, Union number 1, Dominic Marnie's going to take the 4th. Then we'll look at Waihopai, Jason Rutledge potentially taking that 5th spot. Then on the outside to Peter Armstrong there. Division 2 of the men's Masters single sculls out there. We've got lane 1, Avon number 1, Ian Cartwright. Taking a break from the commentary box. Let's see what he can do here. Lane 2, Wanaka number 1, Shane Gibson. Lane 3, Union number 3, Andrew Thompson. Lane 4, Canterbury 1, Blair Clatworthy. Lane 5, Dave Hannon. Lane 6, Otago number 1, Will Sweetman. Lane 7, Twizel number 1, Calvin Maker. Lane 8, Cure Boating Club number 3, Mul Arndt. And lane 9, Arua Boating Club number 1, Frank Dean. So Frank was talking a big game before this race. He was saying he was going to clear it by a country mile, and he's doing well out there. But I think we are looking at the middle of the field. I think we're looking at the green and black of Twizel there. Twizel number 1, Calvin Maker. And then just sitting a bit further back off of him, that's Otago number 1, Will Sweetman. So those are your 1, 2 coming into the final stages of Division 2 of the Men's Masters Single Scull. So this is a 1K race. But it's definitely Calvin Maker sitting in the lead there. Will Sweetman in second. Sitting in that third spot, I think we're looking at Wanaka number 1, Shane Gibson. Trying to move past, and I think he is moving past the row at Will Sweetman. So Shane Gibson trying to get himself into that silver medal position. So there we go. Time for the previous division was 4:02. Greg McLaughlin took it out there. But Calvin Maker currently sitting in the lead. And moving past now the rower from Wanaka, Shane Gibson currently sitting in that second spot. Frank Dean moving on the outside over Cure Boating Club number 3. So Frank Dean's having a go at it. And just struggling to deal with that crosswind a bit as they come down to those final stages. It's going to go to the Twizel rower, Calvin Maker. Then on the inside, the rower from Wanaka is just closing down on Will Sweetman. I think Will Sweetman's just holding on. Let's see what can happen here. It's going to go to Will Sweetman. Then we're looking at Shane Gibson outside to Frank Dean. Then we're looking at Mul Arndt, Andrew Thompson, and Ian Cartwright will round out the field there. So women's novice double sculls coming down now. A lot of scratchings in this, but lane 1 we have Cromwell 1, Misha Tomlinson and Annabelle Nicol. Lane 4 is Wyro number 1, Julie McKay, Laura and oh my gosh, Julie McKay and Laura Anderson. Lane 5 is Timaru 12, Sophie Burden and Lauren Crawford. Lane 6 is Columba College 1, Pippa Brown and Alicia O'Connor. Lane 8 is Cure Boating Club number 2, Meg Dunn and Neve McLean. Then lane 9 is Marion College number 1, Amelia Kelly and Kiyomi Harrison. So we're looking at first 2 through to A final, and then 3rd and 4th through to the B final. So I think we've got about 5 heats of this. Yeah. So this first heat is really the one you want to be in. Least amount of crews you have to beat. There's only 6 crews in this. Looks to be a pretty clear lead in the first heat of the women's novice double sculls. That looks to be Timaru there, Sophie Burden and Lauren Crawford, coached by Dean Milne. And they are really setting a pace for the rest of these crews to try and match. It is first 2 through to A final, so looking to join them would be, I want to say that's Columba College number 1, Pippa Brown and Alicia O'Connor, coached by Tom Toddle. So that's your 1-2 there. Coming up to the final 150 metres is this Timaru crew, and they're rowing pretty well for Novice, and we see that wind's starting to pick up a wee bit. Very manageable though at this stage, just a bit of a crosswind. So not the easiest conditions, but these Novice are handling it pretty well. And they've got their rating right up, they're really attacking it, and they're just, these Timaru guys are really smoking the rest of the field here. Next up, Columba just trying to hold off Wyro and Marion on the outside there. And then we've got Cromwell just sitting a bit further back. So heat 2 of the women's novice double sculls just coming across the K now. We've got lane 1, Cashmere High School number 1, Zoe Ross and Jessica Hill. Lane 2, Wairo number 2, Zoe Goodser and Millie Nayland. Lane 3, Burnside High School number 2, Helena Mohammed and Emerald Liu. Lane 4 is Christchurch Girls High School number 1, Annabelle Thornton and Gabby Burrows. Lane 5 is Otago Girls High School number 1, just Otago Girls number 1, Nakia Smith and Margot Milne. Lane 6 is Timaru 11, Scarlett Moore and Evie Arthur. Lane 7 is Cure Boating Club number 1, Kelly Laverley and Florencia Kalanian. Lane 8 is St Andrews College number 1, Lily Parry and Sarah Williams. Lane 9 is Oamaru 23, Hunter McClay and Grace Webster. Again, we're looking at first 2 through to A final and 3rd and 4th through to the B final here. I think we're just looking at a crew on the outside performing quite well there. And I think that might be right on the outside. Lane 9, Oamaru 23, Hunter McClay and Grace Webster sitting pretty clean out there in front. And then also right on the inside there is Cashmere High School number 1, Zoe Ross and Jessica Hill. But it is that Oamaru crew who I think is leading it. We'll have to see how close it really is as we come down a bit closer to the finish. Also on the outside performing well, potentially St Andrews College number 1, Lily Parry and Sarah Williams. It is a battle for that second place at the moment between Cashmere and St Andrews, I want to say, for that second spot through the A final. Yep, it is St Andrews and Cashmere currently battling neck and neck for that second spot, but well and clear away with it is Oamaru in front of the rest of the field. I want to say they've got about maybe 6 or 7 lengths over the rest of the field. So that Oamaru crew is Hunter McClay and Grace Webster. That St Andrews crew, Lily Parry and Sarah Williams. And then Cashmere High School number 1, Zoe Ross and Jessica Hill. Oamaru, they don't even look like they're rating too high. They look pretty relaxed. This is the women's novice double sculls. They know they won't have to take that rating too much to try and take that win, but it is currently between Cashmere and St Andrews for that second spot, and those two will have to take their rating up if they want to take that place through the A final. With 5 heats of this, so a very tough progression through. This is quite a competitive event. But here comes Oamaru absolutely charging into the final 100 metres of this race. Cashmere, just a tough couple of strokes as that wind is picking up. They're just having a bit of trouble with the steering there as they steer a bit into the boys. Can St Andrews take advantage of that? I think they're steering into the boys themselves. No, they're actually handling it pretty well. So that St Andrews crew really trying to take the second, and they might do it here. It's going to be between Cashmere and St Andrews, and I think St Andrews has opened up over Cashmere. So St Andrews looking to try and take that second and final spot into the A final. Cashmere might have to settle for the B final, and joining them might be Otago Girls 1, Nakia Smith and Margot Milne. But there goes Oamaru. They're about to cross the line. They've taken that place into the A final. St Andrews trying to open up, and Cashmere's really having difficulty steering there into the training lane here. So they will need to watch out there, and St Andrews will take advantage of that. I think St Andrews are looking good to take that second and final place, but they have had a rough couple of strokes. Cashmere will be looking to take advantage of that. So this is novice rowing. Anything can happen, and as that wind picks up, it becomes even more unpredictable. So there goes St Andrews. They've taken the second. Cashmere just stopped there. Cashmere's going to take the third, and then Otago Girls will take the fourth there. Then we go to Timaru. And Christchurch Girls High School and Cure. Time for that first heat of the novice double was an 8:53 done by Timaru. And then 9:22 was done by Columba, and then a 9:33 by Oamaru. Next up, we've got heat 3 coming down now. We've got lane 1, Union 1. Alana Newsom and Macy Rochford. Lane 2, Star Boating Club 21, A.B. Westrat and Chloe Waitai. Lane 2 is St Andrews College number 2, Isla Sullivan and Isabella Fanini. Lane 4 is Burnside High School number 1, Miriam Lemon and Isabella Heap. Lane 5 is Cromwell number 2, Brittany Price and Eva Settle. Lane 6 is Ashburn number 2, Sesame Kozumi and Sienna Hart. Lane 7 is Timaru 2, Annie Burnside and Isabella Atkinson. Lane 8 is Columba College number 2, Millie Garside and Lucy McKenzie. Lane 9, Marion College number 2, Liv Jennings and Claudia Craze. Heat 3 of the women's novice double sculls coming down now. Again, looking for that first 2, and it's right on the inside. That is Union number 1, Alana Newsom and Macy Rochford having a very good performance here. And then we'd probably be looking at the middle for that number 2 spot, but it looks pretty clear here. Won't look like there's much of a challenge coming from anyone else. Again, first 2 through to A final. I think that's Burnside actually. So Burnside High School number 1, Miriam Lemon and Isabella Heap, coached by Christina Blackford and Max Wallace. And they are currently looking to take that second spot. Again, that crosswind coming down. Tough conditions for these novices, but they should be able to handle it. It's not too bad just of yet. But here comes Union number 1. Time for that last heat was Oamaru rowing at a 9:15.7, and then St Andrews sitting at a 9:41. And then Cashmere at a 9:46. Here comes Union. So Union's currently about to enter the last 120 metres of this race. Just seeing maybe 2 or 3 lengths in front of Burnside. Burnside taking a rough couple of strokes there. And behind them, currently looking in that third spot. And first through the B final is, I want to say that's Timaru there. So Annie Burnside and Isabella Atkinson currently sitting in third. But here comes Union absolutely charging away. And they're having a really good final set of strokes here as they come to the end of Heat 3 of the women's novice double. They're looking to win by 3 lengths over Burnside. Burnside just about 4 or 5 lengths clear of Timaru, and Timaru just sitting clear of St Andrews number 2. So there goes Union, good row from them. Burnside not too far off them. They'll be through the A final as well. So good racing all around. Then we've got Timaru, St Andrews, potentially trying to get into the B final here. So good row from Timaru and St Andrews there to secure their place for the B final. And I think we're looking at Ashburton number 2 inside to Star Boating Club. Then Cromwell and Columba rounding out the field there. Heat 4 just coming down now. So second to last heat. Lane 1, North End number 1, Harper Harricks and Annabelle Webster. Lane 2, Selwyn Rowing number 1, Ruby Anderson and Isabel Greer. Lane 3, Union number 2, Emily Halliday and Annalise Bowden. Lane 4 is Timaru 20, Emma Gardner and Hannah Thorpe. Lane 5 is Omaru 22, Charlie Burnett and Leah Kofoid. Lane 7 is Invercargill number 1, Lola Dean and Georgia Webster. Lane 8 is Ashburn number 1, Georgia Gill and Elise Gill. Then lane 9 is Avonside Girls High School number 2, Grace Orchard and Brady Hand. So a bit overcast. Hopefully it doesn't rain. And we've got a bit of wind coming through now, so not the fastest times, unfortunately, today, but that's all right. Just looking for the leader at this point. I'm not quite sure. I think we might be looking at Avonside Girls High School number 2, potentially Grace Orchard and Brady Hand. Also in the middle there, Ashburn number 1, Georgia Gill and Elise Gill. I think there might have been a couple scratchings in this actually. And then also Timaru 20, Ember Gardner, and Hannah Thorpe. So I think Timaru 20 is the crew I'd currently put in the lead at this point. Lane 4, Emma Gardner, and Hannah Thorpe. I'm not sure that crew on the outside's actually in this race. No, they aren't. So that Timaru crew currently sitting in that first place. Then we're looking at one more to join them through the A final, and I think we are looking at Ashburn number 1, Georgia Gill, and Elise Gill currently sitting in that second position. But watch to see what North End number 1, Harper Harricks, and Annabelle Webster can do on the inside. I think they've just had a rough couple of strokes on that inside lane. Again, these conditions are getting tough for these novice, so that crosswind picking up. But here comes Timaru. They're coming into the last 100 now. Then it will be between North End number 1 and Ashburn for that final spot into the A final. Then we'll be looking at 3rd and 4th through the B final. Again, not sure if that Avonside Girls High School number 2 crew is in this or not on the outside. But here comes Timaru, and North End number 1 have picked it up after that last rough couple of strokes. Just need to watch the steering there, but I think they're going to be all right. They're moving through Ashburn number 1. Georgia Gill and Elise Gill going to need to put up another bit of a challenge here if they're trying to get that place through, but it's close. I think Ashburn have stepped it up. They're really winding it up here. Oh, it's Balble for Balble. I think it's just going to go North End. North End, rough couple of strokes, but North End's going to take the second spot. Then we'll be looking at Ashburn currently in 3rd. Avonside Girls High School for the 4th. And then we'd be looking back to Oamaru and Invercargill. I'm going to hand over to Frank now, and he's going to take you through for the next hour? Next hour? Hour and a half. All right, sweet as.
No mai, hari mai me ki ka koutou katoa ki te whakataitai hoa waka aharohi o Waitahi. So welcome everyone to the 2026 Canterbury Regional Champs. Ko Frank toku ingoa, he tine arawe ti hoki mai ti ka mahi kakawe kororo. So my name's Frank Dean. It's great to be back commentating here, and thanks very well for that. The previous work, taking us into the first stint. So let's see, we've got race 21, women's novice double sculls. You probably heard from Will that 1 and 2 progressed to the A final, 3 and 4 to the B, and the rest missed out. And I'm just catching up here, so it definitely looks like we've got a bit of a clear leader here. Let me put the binoculars on. But harbour this reflection off the water, so it looks like that's lane, it must be lane 3, is it there? Just got new glasses, so yeah, see how they go. Bit scary, eh? Commentator having to have glasses. Okay, and that looks like to me, is it the Timaru 21 crew in lane 3 there, Caitlin Stark and Mary Thorpe. They've got a clear lead over Oamaru 24 in lane 2. Kahia Rawson and Millie Patterson, coached by Oamaru. And then over on the far side, that would probably be, is that Invercargill 2 over there? Coming from Invercargill myself, I'm hoping it's the Invercargill girls are up there doing all right. Yes, it does. It looks like the Invercargill 2 of Keely Templeton and Katie Gray are in 3rd place. But clearly Timaru, Caitlin and Mary have got a good lead over here. You can just see them starting to wind it up now. Back to lane 2 Oamaru of Kahi Rawson and Millie Patterson. Just by the way, sometimes I'm a bit ragged on the names, so if I'm getting names wrong and you want me to correct it, just send a note to the Secretary's office and they'll pass it on to us so we can pronounce it right. So if we're getting a name wrong and pronouncing it wrong, just let us know, and we're most happy to do that. Try to do the best here. But the Timaru crew have really got this in hand here. They're actually, I think they've dropped their rate a little there. They're just holding it because they know they've got through to the A final there. And it's, unless in much misfortune bows its head, Oamaru there on the inside lane here are going to come through into second place. So they'll be through to the A final. So they're through to the A final. And over on the far side there, it'll be Kelly and Katie from Invercargill who are leading through the B finalists, and then back to a, I'm guessing the yellow boat there, that's a Whakatipu crew. It's a Star crew. Oh, Star, wow, Star from Wellington are down here. Oh, that's really cool. A Star boating club there. Carries Phillips and Alexandra are going to go through to most likely take the B final. But as we just said there, we saw Timaru and Oamaru there have gone through to the A final in first and second place. Invercargill on the far side. We've got probably about 6 boat lengths over the next crew there from Star. And then back to them, we've got another Wairo crew, I'd say, Georgina and Lucy. And then further back there, we've got must be the Avonside Girls crew there in lane 4, Evie and Logan are just coming up the rear. In the meantime, we've got the boats coming down the back. Oh, haven't done this since last year. I'm a bit rough. That'll be the men's novice Cox 4. So I'll quickly whip through this. As you can probably see them now, they're already around about the 750. We've got in this from lane 2 to lane 8, Cashmere High School 1, Wairo, Ashburton, Christ College 2, St Bede's College 1, Christ College 1, Shirley Boys 1. This is the men's novice 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 progress to the final. So the 7 in the race, the 2 are going to miss out. And then after that, it'll be the men's novice Cox 4 Heat 2. So what battling we've got on here. So it's just a battle to make sure you get the first 5 places. And also, if you get a good time, then you'll get the better lanes, which are usually the inside lanes. The outside lanes suffer a bit in the bad weather. I can see St Andrews College there in lane 2. Jock, Freddie, Toby and Frederick there. Would they be possibly? No, that's not St Andrews College. Sorry, looking along one. That's the Wairo. William, Ned, Max and Isaac there in lane 2. I think they look like they're battling it out there with St Bede's there over in lane 6. Who have we got from St Bede's? We've got Arlo, Sawyer, William and Fletcher. From St Bede's there, they between them and Wairo, they're battling for currently battling for the first and second place. But coming up right through the middle there, they really picked up their rating just inside the St Bede's. It's Christ College 2. That's Oscar, Ollie, Sam, and George. I think they may have left it too late. This Wairo crew looking settled in. They've held it a bit. Oh, hold it, St Bede's now. St Bede's rating has gone up at least 2. They're coming through on them, but I think this Wairo crew are looking strong. Wairo just suddenly picked it up. You probably saw it there. Went a couple of ratings. They watched the boys coxswain. You look like you're getting a bit close there. They're pulling away there, at least a boat length over the St Bede's crew, and then we've got a boat and a half back to the Christ College 2. So they're clearly first, second and third are going to come through into this race now. And when we're going back to the 4th spot there, looks like another Christ College 1, Corbin, Benedict, Guy and Jaden. And then just inside them, lane 2, that's Cashmere, McKinley, Timothy, Corey and Hendrick. They will be the 4th and 5th position there. So that was Wairo 2. Wairo took that quite comfortably there into first place over St Bede's. Back to Christ College 2, so 2 Christ College crews have made it through to the A final of the men's novice 4. And then we're just coming up here, this Cashmere crew on the inside. Then we pop back there to Ashburton and Shirley Boys over on the far side, getting near to cross the line now. So at the 1,000 metre mark, we've got the men's novice Cox 4 Heat 2. As I just said before, progression is 1 to 5 go through the final, and the rest of them are eliminated. So there's no B final here, it's just an A final. It'll be a 10-boat A final. So what have we got here? We've got, rightio, from the inside out, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 again. 5 go through. Whakatipu 1, Ethan Patterson, Tyler Love, Charlie Pagan and Henry Manser. St Andrews College 1, Jock Taggart, Freddie Allen, Toby Mitchell and Frederick Keon. In the middle lane there, Invercargill 1, Oliver Payne, Oliver Deans, Jackson Hutton and Ali Hamilton. Then we've got Otago 1 in lane 5, Jacob McDonald, Forbes Mackay, Lucas Raymond and Travis Winterbourne. Lane 6, Kashmir 2, William Orchard, Arish Sawak, Oliver Gardner and Samuel Foster. Timaru 30, Jock Fisher, Oliver Wilcox, Miller Gaskin and Jocelyn McIntosh, sorry. And on the far lane, St. Bede's College 2, Louis Yates, Billy Ryan, Connor Smitty, Jack Lorganson. And looks like they're pretty spread out here. So what have we got there? There's a boat that's got a good clear lead there, and I'm just trying to pick it through. If I can see, I think maybe it's 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm thinking it's either Otago 1. I think it might be Otago 1 or Kashmir. It's a bit hard to see here. A bit of reflection on the water, and the glasses aren't so flash at long range. Let's have a look. Yeah, no, it's looking so well. I might need to give these binoculars a bit of a clean. Comfortable crew there in the lead, in the 750. That I was thinking that could be. Is it Kashmir? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I'm thinking it's Otago 1. Can I see blue in their colour? Yes, I can. So I think it's Otago 1 there. That would be Jacob, Forbes, Lucas and Travis. They're looking like they're in the lead at the moment. Then we've got the inside lane. That could be lane 3, St Andrews College 1. Oh, hold on, no, let's see. We're counting out wrong, aren't we? Because it's starting in lane 2. Lane 2, lane 2, lane 3, lane 4. So that'll be Invercargill. Invercargill of Oliver Jackson and Ali there. And a good second place there. And then it's either them or Timaru. Gosh, these glasses are bad. Yes, I take that back. That is a Timaru crew, yep. Very good position there. They're not really being challenged by everyone. They definitely got that first place. And then on the inside of them, we've got Invercargill. There's pretty clear water between them. Well, Timaru must have at least 3 or 4 boat lengths back to the Invercargill crew. I can see her picking up the rating now and driving it through the water here, but this Timaru crew are looking very comfortable. Timaru crew looking very comfortable here in this novice race. Back to Invercargill. Then we're going to have a little bit more of a battle for 3rd place maybe. So who would that be? That could be Otago 1 there. There's must be a good 50 metres back to Otago 1. But then over on the far side we've got St Bede's, is it? Possibly. You can hear the coxswains there calling out the numbers there for these novices, pushing them along. They're probably after a good time. Invercargill crew's not going to catch up with this other crew from Timaru there as they're about to cross the line. You can hear me shuffling around. I'm just trying to organise myself still. I just came off the water from the Masters single, so the brain's still a bit fazzled. That's St Bede's College on the far side, just coming through. They'll be coming through into 4th place. So first place was Timaru, Jock, Oliver, Miller and Jocelyn. Invercargill in 2nd place, Oliver, Jackson and Ali. We're coming back here to the Otago crew in lane 5 of Jacob, Forbes, Lucas and Travis. So They're just about to cross the line, so they've got the third slot. Then we've got St Bede's. So St Bede's will have 2 boats in that race, just like Christ College in the final. They're going to come through in 5th. Then we've got quite a bit of water back, maybe 50 metres or so back to the next crew. Yellow boats, I'm saying, is that a Whakatipu crew? That's the Whakatipu crew with Ethan Patterson, Tyler Love, Charlie and Henry. And they will take the 4th, 5th spot there. And the 2 crews that are going to miss out in this, one's lost its number, that's Kashmir. Kashmir, yes. 6, 7. Right, I'm just going to flick over because the next race is already coming down there. Quite like to look at the times, to compare the times of those 2 races. We might get back to that if we get the chance. All right, so now it's the boys under 16 doubles. The heat progression is 1, 2 and 3, plus the next fastest go through to the A final. And we've got 3 heats in this event. The 4, 5 and 6 and the second next fastest go to the B final. So there's 10 in this race, so it's a big one. There's a lot of them coming down, so I'll just quickly whip through. We've got from the inside lane, lane 1, Otago 2, Archie and Ollie, Kashmir 3, James and Cameron, Nelson 2, Luca and Harrison, Whakatipu 2, Ruben and Paneas, Whakatipu 4, Kato and Baxter, Otago 4, Felix and William, Shirley Boys 1, Sam and Zach, Selwyn Rowing, Henry and Johan, Timaru 31, Stacey and Bradley, and Cure on the outside, Marcus and Tommy. This is the boys under 16 novice sculls, effectively. Under 16 double sculls, sorry, I was going to say effectively, some of them were probably novices as well. It does look like there's a yellow boat there in front, so that's probably they're in 2nd place, sorry. It'll be a 3rd place, actually. There's an inside crew coming up here. So, Targo 2 on the inside are looking like they're in a good place there. So remember, next, the 1, 2 and 3 in the next fastest go through. So if you're not going to get that first 3 slots, you've got to go fast to try and get through, pick up that final place. So we've got the inside lane here. We've got a Otago 2, Archie and Collie there, and then I would go across to goodness me, I'm not sure I recognise the colour actually. Lane 4, is that Whakatipu 2? Whakatipu 2 there. They're in 1st and 2nd place here, but third's going to be quite interesting because we do have a little bit of battle here. So in the moment we've got Otago 2 are coming down here. They've probably got a boat and a half's length comfortably over Whakatipu 2, but they should possibly get the 1st and 2nd slots. But coming up inside we've got Kashmir, Nelson in lane 3, Whakatipu. Oh, over on the far side we've got Shirley Boys, I think it is. So there's 3 battling for that last spot in Kashmir, Shirley Boys and Nelson. Whakatipu are too far back now. Otago 2 are really putting the medal down now. They're going to come across this line nice and strong here in the finish. Back to them, to Whakatipu 2, was it I said? Yes, Whakatipu 2, Ruben and Paneas, they got it comfortably into 2nd place. They're probably about 5 boat lengths behind the first crew. But inside now we've got Kashmir 3 are really, they want to get that 3rd slot. Are they going to respond? Are Shirley Boys going to respond? No, I don't think so. Kashmir 3 have picked it up, and Nelson are now hooning down through onto Kashmir as well. Kashmir through onto Shirley Boys as well. And I would say yes. So for that race there, we've got first was what did I say? Otago 1, Whakatipu 2. Then we go back to Kashmir in 3rd. So those 3 definitely go through to the final. Shirley Boys pipped Nelson 2 there just at the finish line. Then we've got a bit of a long back here to the far side, which is Timaru 31. It looks like there must have been some scratchings in this race. I didn't see a Cure boat in there. Oh, I used to do actually. I think unless those boys weigh still probably about the 750 mark. So what will happen is if they're going to get caught up in the next race, they get shuffled out into the outside of the lanes, and they can still finish. So they keep rowing to the end. They'll be actually outside the regatta lane, outside lane 10, and they will, it'll still count. Right, so that's the boys under 16 double scull heat 2 coming through now. probably round about the 750 mark, I think. Who have we got in this? Right, let's whip through this. 1 to 10. Lane 1, Selwyn rowing, Matt and Crusoe, Matt Cora, Chovy and Crusoe, Craighead, Marshall, Dunstan Arms 1, Kiowa, O'Neill and Boston, Irvin, Dowling, Avon 1, Felix Rowe and Daniel Gasson, Wanaka 1, Jasper Lambert and Travis Lee Cooper. Lane 5, Otago 3, Toby Ellis and Nate Cosimino. Shirley Boys 2, Callum Skelton and Fergus Walsh. Whakatipu 1, Zebby Jarvis and Flynn Webber. Kashmir 2 in lane 8, Sammy Lyons and Charlie Falaf. Cure 2, Fletcher Howden and Xavier Lavelle. And in the far lane, St Bede's College 1, Oliver Chum and Lexon Lowry. Okay, so it looks like the far side lanes in this event possibly have I'll just check those 2 boats coming down on the previous event. Yes, I think they I think it's Otago 4 and Shirley Boys, I think. Selwyn rowing, sorry. So anyway, this next one, which is Heat 2, the boys under 16 double sculls. 1 and 2 and 3 go to the final in the next fastest time. And we've got a clear lead. So it looks like the far lane's here, and it looks like Whakatipu 1, Zebi and Flynn are in the lead. Yes, they are. There's the yellow boat. Just behind them, that would be Shirley Boys, Kashmir 2. Kashmir 2, and then back to third place, possibly that far lane, St Bede's College. And in between them, that will be the Cure crew. That Cure crew will be after St Bede's College, but they better watch outside, inside lane 3 there, Avon 1, Felix and Danny might have something to say. They've still got time to mow down these other rowers here. Well, actually, no, sorry, it's lane 4. It's Wanaka 1. Wanaka 1, Jasper and Travis. That third slot is still up for taking if they want to get it. In the meantime, there's Whakatipu 1, Zebi and Flynn here are easily powering ahead of the other under 16s. They're probably about 4 boat lengths over top of them, although they're giving them a bit of a go now. Kashmir are coming down quick, but Whakatipu have responded well. They're coming up to the line. They're pulling away very firmly, rowing very nicely, actually. Very nicely. The blades are quite low. They're getting in the water nice and clean. They're up a little, not too bad. They're actually looking very strong there in that rowing. Looks like they're holding up really well. Shirley Boys is coming, Kashmir, is coming through on them pretty quick. But meanwhile, the race for third's going on, and it's definitely the far lane now. It's Cure and St Bede's, and it looks like Cure just pipping past St Bede's here. Just past. I'm going to line up my mark on the wall and see if I can tell. I think yes, Cure looks like they're going to get that third place, and yes, they come through. They rolled over on top of some beads there, and so that's back. That's fourth, and so coming on the inside here, we've got the Wanaka crew coming through into fifth place. But remember, after the first 1, 2, and 3, it's the next fastest time that goes through to the A final. And we just heard Avon 1 cross the line. And that was just Dunstan Arms 1, who just came through there. As we come back to the next rowers, coming back here is lane 6. That would be Shirley Boys of Callum and Fergus, rowing through on their own. And then just on the inside lane here, what have we got? Looks like, is that an Avon crew actually? No, that's the Selwyn rowing crew coming through now. And then just a little further back, looks like an Otago 3. That'll be Otago 3. And they should be able to finish before the next boats catch up, so they won't have to go over the far lane. So they're rowing quite well. Under 16s are novices, generally, so it's pretty normal. Rightio. Just check if they've got the thing up and row it yet. Okay. Just a wee announcement here, just to let you know, for those that are listening and following us on the live stream, you may have noticed that the stream, the vid's a bit cloudy. Well, unfortunately, we have a bit of rain. We're getting rain on the monitors, so they're please be patient with us. They are trying to work it out, but we're just having a few wet issues with our camera. There's a bit of sun out there, but it's drizzling a bit. If you probably can't, in the stream you can probably not tell, but it's actually drizzling off and on a bit. But it's not too cold. Anyway, we're going down to the last of the heats of the boys under 16 double sculls. And I better whip through these pretty quick because they come up to the 750. Rightio, lane 1, Timaru 30, Murphy Hoper Park and Baxter Hoper Park. Yeah, a couple of brothers. I wonder if they're twins. It's 16, probably are. Selwyn Rowing 1, Dylan Eberhard and Max Eberhard. Oh, another set of brothers. Are they twins as well? That's exciting, interesting. All right, lane 3, Otago 1, Archie McDonald and Artie Sweetman. Nope, don't think they're twins. Whakatipu 3, Tom Renard and Henry Monier. Christ College 1, Joshua Padashi and Charlie Wilson. Kashmir 1, Lucas Sutherland, Thomas Clare. And lane 7, Nelson 1, Rafael Adils Hiller and Mattia Adils Hiller. Oh, one of our brothers as well. Well, it's exciting races, lots of brothers, maybe even twins. And Otago Boys High in lane 8, Lucas Nicol and Bede Perkins. And on the far lane, we've got St Andrews College 2, Jess Saunders, Toby Meyer. Who's going to get those 1, 2 and 3 slots as they're coming round through, say, around the 750 mark. Did I say that before? Probably did. It looks like this could be an interesting race. Looks like there's 3 crews that have a bit of interest in this. We've got Timaru of Murphy and Baxter, the brothers, twins, I suspect, in lane 1 here. Then cross to, I would say it's Whakatipu 3, Tom Randall and Henry Monier, and then, but in front of both of them, we'll go across, and I think that's the Otago Boys. No, that's Kashmir High School. Lucas Sutherland and Thomas Clare. At the moment, I think they have a boat length over the Whakatipu crew, maybe half a boat length over this inside lane here, this Timaru crew. So that could be the potentially first, second, third places. There's probably then about 2 boat lengths back to the next cruise, which looks like Otago 1 on the inside, and over on the far side, that would be Nelson 1. But there's a battle going on here in Timaru 30, Murphy and Baxter. The Hoper Parks have they've put on some heat there. You can see them building up. They are pulling themselves away. They've now overtaken the leading crew over the far side there, which was that Kashmir crew. They've rolled through them. They've rolled over top of them, and then Whakatipu 3 are coming through. They've also about to roll over Kashmir, I suspect. But Timaru here looking very nice as they rode across the line there. That was the beep of just for them now. You're just about to hear the Whakatipu crew of Tom Renard and Henry and Monier come through in a second. And then we've got Kashmir, Lucas Southern, Thomas Cleary come through into 3rd place. Then we come back to Otago 1, Archie McDonald and Artie Sweeney are going to come through for the 4th. So 1, 2 and 3 to the A final, and then the first fastest to the A final. And then 4, 5 and 6 and the second fastest will go through to the B final. Now let's just move on. So there's the last of the few boys come through here now. You can hear the beeps, and I'm just going to move on to the girls under 16 Cox quadruple sculls. The girls under 16 Cox quadruple sculls. They're coming down thick and fast here. Thick and fast over now. There's some numbers given to us today. So over the next 10 hours, there's roughly about the average boats per day in the water will be about 1,350. Every 20 seconds, boats are launched or retrieved, and the boats are coming down that court in every 40 seconds. So there's lots of boats going on the water, and they're ticking it over really quick to get through. Good numbers here this year. And in the meantime, race 27, 28, 29. Are all the girls under 16 Cox quadruple sculls. Just like the previous race, the progression is 1, 2 and 3 in the first, next fastest go through the A final, 4, 5 and 6 and the second next fastest go through the B final. So in this race we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Inside lane 2, Timaru, Ali, Heidi, Amy, Mackenzie, Whakatipu 1, Jess, Caitlin, Cinnamon, Caitlin, Wairo, Kate, Poppy, Emma, Maggie, North End 2, Amelia, Columba College 2, India and Hazel, Oamaru 22, Molly and Bella, Burnside 1, Lucy and Hannah, and on the far lane, St Margaret College 1, and lane 9, India and Oliver Beecroft. And who have we got here? And it looks like I would think it's that Burnside crew. I think, yes, it is. It's the Burnside crew there at the moment, I think, on that's Lucy Gibson, Hannah Watson, Courtney Capon, and Harriet Gorman. Coxed by Evie Nathan. Oh, sorry, apologies. I didn't mention all the Coxes in those races. I'm sorry, I won't go back. They're the ones that look like they're in the lead at the moment. I'm thinking maybe half a boat length, maybe even a boat length over this inside crew here, which would be the Whakatipu 1, judging by that golden boat, the golden boat of Whakatipu. Jessie Bates, Caitlin Roberts, Cinnamon Williams, and Caitlin Julian. But Delia, Farside, Burnside have got this well in control. They're in a good spot, which sitting where they are, they can just look, the coxswain, who's in the front, can't see, but the stroke can look across and see all the other boats engage their position relative to them, other than St Margaret's, but they're quite far back. Whakatipu are now putting a bit of meat on this. I can see the ratings picked up a bit. They've got a more kick coming in, and it looks like, though, that Burnside are also responding to that. But the next question is, who's going to get that third slot? We've got Timaru, Ellie Metcalf, Heidi Harper, Amy DeRoy, and Mackenzie Raymond here, just an inside lane, but Wairua 1, Kate Young, Poppy Fernandez, Emmy Isles, Maggie Clark, coxed by Hayley Sutherland. Oh, by the way, Timaru is coxed by Daisy Campbell. Possibly, it looks like they're in fourth place, and I don't see them. They're probably rowing a bit shorter, maybe, than this Timaru crew, who are picking it up. They are responding to that, but in the meantime, we've got over the far side, Whakatipu are coming down quite quick on this Burnside crew. Burnside going to hold them off. I've lined up me scratching on the window there just to see now. Burnside through now. Whakatipu right behind them. And the inside lane here, Timaru 11 are going to hold off the Wairoa crew all the way down there from Marlborough to take the third slot. But at least sometimes with a good fast finish like this, it does mean that that fourth slot crew might actually have had a good pace. And then over on the far side, we've got about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 boat lengths back to the St Margaret's crew. Looking very nicely, rowing very nicely there, coming through, rowing nicely for under 16s. Common thing of the blades sort of lifting up and going up at the catch there. Not an uncommon thing for... Don't stop yet, St Margaret. You haven't crossed the line. Wait for the buzzer. Yes, they started slowing down there. And then coming back to the 5th and 6th spot, it looks like there's a thing going on here. Is that Columba College, I think? And that was Columba College and North End coming through. And then we come back to the final crew of Oamaru. And so we go, that was Heat 1. So now Heat 2 of the girls under 16 coxed quadruple sculls. Right. Past 1,000 already. It's just ticking along. 9 in this race. So North End 3, Anya, Emma, Jess, Lila, and Brian Allison's the cox. Timaru 1, Justin, Paige, Paris, Charlie, and Matilda England is the cox. Selwyn 1, Isla, Pippa, Oliver, and Meredith with India Hobson as the cox. Kashmir 1, Evie, Holly, Allura, Zoe, and Iva Amiri, is that how you say it? Is the cox. Avonside 1, Caitlin, Kira, Emily, Maya, and Brooke Skies is the cox. Cure 1, Molly, Lacey, Jacqueline, Daisy, and Dylan Lavelle is the cox. Whakatipu 3, Andy, Amy, Mimi, Andy, Izzy Carr is the cox. Star 21, Charlie, Lucy, Kate, Scarlett, and Coco Jackson is the cox. And Marion College 1, Annabelle, Charlotte, Oliver, Asher, and Lexi Fakur Halsey is the cox. It's quite cool seeing that the Wellington Club, one of the Wellington Clubs, Star is down here. I wonder how they're getting on. They're a bit off the pace in this race here. This race looks like it's well under control, and that would be Kashmir, I reckon. Well under control here by Kashmir. It's theirs to lose, as they say. So just take a moment. Yeah. So Kashmir looking very tidy here in the leading spot there. So Evie O'Driscoll, Holly Cundrell, Arlia Lind, Zoe Perrin, and Ivy McHerry as the cox. They'll be very happy with that. Nice controlled race. Nice. They're actually running very nicely for under 16s. Generally, as I said, they're generally novices there. I can see, she's skying the oar a little in the bow, but they've got their timing's pretty good. There's a nice sort of rhythm going there. Rhythm, I always think of one of those things you put on the piano. Melodrone, is it? Tick, 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 and then we're coming back. Who's going to get the second and third slot, though? So we've got a battle going on here between North End. No, it's not, can't be North End. It must be Timaru. Timaru doing very well. Yes, it's Timaru 1 here in the inside lane 2, and over the far side we've got Marion College 1, I think. Yes. And that was the buzzer there for Kashmir's across the line. They've got, well, man, it's about 10 boat lengths over the Timaru crew, which are coming through, are going to take Marion, well and truly take Marion College and come through in second place. And then back to Marion College of Annabelle Carter, Charlotte McLaughlin, Oliver Walker and Asher Clark with Lexi Fakun Housey as the cocks. They're going to get that third slot. So those first three are quite clear. And then we're coming back to quite a little gaggle here of, we've got Timaru 1. Oh, it's Timaru 1, I just said that, didn't I? Crazy. Lots of cheering going on here. We've got Selwyn there, we've got Whakatipu, and in the middle there we've got Avonside Girls, I think. And that was very close. I think that was Whakatipu, Selwyn, then Avonside Girls, and then over the far side there we're coming back to the Star. Oh, no, we've got 4. Some more, sorry. There was some that are quite a little bit further back. And inside lane here, we've got North End 3. And then over the far side, just to wind up this race, will be the Cure. North End just doing a little bit of sprint there. Looking very nice, actually. They well drilled those crews that came through in the first spot. So that means that was heat 2, wasn't it? So now we're going to head to heat 3 of the girls under 16 Cox quadruple sculls, and I'm just going to have a drink. Rightio, the girls under 16 Cox quadruple sculls, and in this race we have lane 1 to 9, Union 1, Inzi, Pagan, Gemma, Eden with Christy Lee Jackson as the Cox. Why Hope I 1, Indy, Isabel, Amelia and Brooke with Mia Brown as the Cox. North End 1, Ruby, Isla, Claudia and Talia Nutting as the Cox. Whakatipu 2, Evie, Posey, Pippa, Liberty and Bella Norton as the Cox. Christchurch Girls 1, Alice, Phoebe, Zara, Mia and Livy Abel as the Cox. Dunstan 1, Finn, Grace, Bailey, Mila, Kate Baskerville as the Cox. Columba College 1, Isla, Davin, Lucy, Livy and Pippi Kier as the Cox. Lane 8, Timaru 41, Olivia, Brooke, Sophie, Mia with Maisie Jane Chapman as the Cox, and Wairua 2 on lane 9. Libby, Charlie, Casey, Ruby with Molly Hoban as the Cox. And who we've got? So looks like we've got a bit of an arrow shape here, so that near middle lane boats are in the lead. They've got quite a big advantage over the other ones at this stage. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think it's either lane 6, Dunstan Arms, or lane 7. Can we see? Dunstan Arms or Columba College. I think it's Columba College. Just checking my... Yep, that's Columba College there. Feel reasonably confident in that. They've got, probably 3 or 4 boat lengths over the next contender, which is here in the lane. It must be lane 4 there. Who's that? That's Whakatipu 2. Yeah, there's a golden boat. It's the golden boat of Whakatipu 2 in 4th place. So Columba College, Isla PD, Devon Skivington, Lucy Earle, Liv Campbell with Pippa Carey as a coach. Coaches Ashton White and Beth Anderson, they'll be pretty happy with that, I would say. Their crew have got their at least 4 or 5 boat lengths. They're in a commanding position. They'll easily get that first slot. they'll get that first slot and go through to the A final. Then we're coming, and they're doing it in quite a dominant way, sending a message here, we're one of the crews to beat. And the back, of course, some people could be holding it back, but you don't do that, because if you hold it back, you might, you don't get as good lanes. So we've got Whakatipu, they're looking very strong there as well. They're reasonably clearly in there in second position. They're over on the far side, though, that crew on the far side, that would be that wider crew of Libby Pitts, Charlie Bennett, Casey Twiddle and Ruby Lindstrom, with Molly Hoban as the coach is Joe Binion. They will have the third position. I don't think they'll overtake the Whakatipu crew for the second slot, but there's also, they just need to be a bit careful here, because that crew in lane 3, is that North End 1? Yes, it's North End 1 of Ruby Anderson, Isla Turner, Isla Thompson, Claudia Shaw and Taylor Nutting as the cocks. Coaches Georgia Conane and Jazz McIntosh. They are potentially going to get that third slot. No, I don't think so, actually. I'm just seeing now the Wairua crew just digging it in, pushing it through. In the meantime, we've got this Columba College crew looking very nice as they cross the line in a good dominant position of about 5 boat lengths over the Whakatipu crew, also rowing very nicely. They're going to come through in second, the Golden Boat. North End crew are trying. She's putting the foot down. She's got the pedal on the, middle to the pedal. They are creeping up. They're now bow to stern. I don't think, are they now coming up? Yes, they're coming up to the first position. Wairua are responding. They might just have it, but this North End crew are hurning down on them. Oh, actually, yes. They walked the dog. The Balboa was at the bow seat of the Wairua crew when they crossed the line. So maybe a little bit earlier, they may have actually been able to take it through. Then can we come back to this crew here? That would be a Dunstan crew there in lane 6, Dunstan Arms 1. And then just on the inside lane here, Union 1 will come through into the 5th place. Followed by Christchurch Girls 1, Timaru, and then that's Waihopai crew. And Waihopai crew, yes, coming through into the oh no, there's still more. What's it, the next race? Holy cadonis. These are boys. Yep. Oh, whoops, those, where they come from? They came through really quick. Right, this is the men's under 19. Oh, yeah, men's under 19 Coxford Premier. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in this race. They're just about finished. So we've got lane 3, Christchurch Boys High, St Thomas, Shirley Boys, Wairua and Christchurch Boys 1. And over on the far side, it's Christchurch Boys 1 and a dominant performance there in the men's under 19 Cox. It's a preliminary event. They are probably 3 boat lengths over the next crew, being the Wairua crew there. And between the two of them, they've got very clear water, about 5 boat lengths back to the Christchurch Boys 2 crew are coming through. Then St Thomas of Canterbury, and then over on the far side, that will be the Shirley Boys crew. And the men, they are ticking them through, because then right behind them is the men's Premier Coxless 4. And there are 4 races. They're all Avon. So it's bragging rights. Avon 1, Sam Wilson, Matthew Glenn, Henry Kirk, Scott Shackleton. Avon 2, Josh Sim, Fergus Johnson, Harry Galvin, Ted Mayana. Avon 4, Lawrence Birch, Jack Burrows, George Young, Logan Freshwood. Avon 3, Toby Robinson, William McIntosh, Bede Guerra and Ben Allen. This is the men's Premier Coxless 4. Preliminary. As you can see here, so it looks like this, the Avon 1 is in first, Avon 2 is in second, Avon 4 is in third place, and Avon 3 are going to come through into the 4th place there. And that was the buzzer there just for the Shirley Boys, who are almost getting pipped by these men's Coxless 4. Avon 1 are sending a message to the rest of their mates, saying, well, maybe they're not mates, the rest of their club. Going through here. Avon 2 is holding off Avon 4 there, who are making a wee go at them at the end there, but I don't think they're going to get it. And then we come back to the next Avon crew. Well, just like that, 2 races are over. Okay. The next one then is the Women's Premier Coxless Pair. So we've got out of the youngsters at the moment. And we're now moving into the women's premier coxless pairs. And I'm going to get my cold feet up here. That breezy, I'm going to put some socks on. In this race, we've got 9 boats, and they're all from Avon as well. So, starting from lane 2, Avon 4, Lily Grant and Brooke Harper. Avon 8, Sam Rankin and Imogen Boxall. Avon 2, Coco Flood, Phoebe Collier. Avon 3, Emily Ryle and Amy, as they say, Lisa. Avon 7, Alki Thurston and Thea Murdy. Avon 6, Tyler Stewart and Isabel Welsh. Avon 1, Jessica Tavendale, Georgia Betham. And Avon 5, Sasha Delman and Harriet Williams. And by the way, just to, for those who are watching the live stream, and the cameras are a bit all murky before, there's just been a bit of drizzly rain here affecting them. You'll notice that in some parts of the camera where they are trying to do something about it, but of course you can't. But otherwise, the conditions are perfect. It's not too hot. It's very calm. Well, not quite very calm, but just a bit of a tickle on the water there, a bit of a tickle. In the meantime, how's the women's premier coxless pair oars getting on? So if we named them, if we're assuming the numbers represented their ranking, then we would assume that lane 8 would be in lead. And they possibly are, or it could be lane 2. So it could be lane 8, Jessica Tavendale and Georgia Bethel, or Avon 2, Coco Flood and Phoebe Collier in lane 4. And then maybe Avon 4 there, Lily Grant and Brooke Harper in lane 1 could be in 3rd position, along with Avon 3, Emily Ryle and Amy Leeson. So yes, I'm assuming they are ranking them by they are ranked by their numbers. Great event, I love the pair. It's a great boat to row, very challenging. Just getting that sort of really, I think to me personally, it's probably one of the most team boats you can have, because you've just got to get this, the almost partnership of one to make it work, if that makes sense. Got some bow-stroked ones there. But it looks like there's going to be a bit of a challenge here, so it does look like it's lane 8 over on the far side. Avon 1, Jessica and Georgia in the lead, but they are being challenged here by Avon 2 coming through. Is it Avon 2? No, it's not, sorry. It's Avon. Yeah, Avon 2 here, Coco and Phoebe here in lane 4. Oh no, so it's lane 4. And they are coming down on the Jessica and Georgia and Avon 1. And I think they're about to roll them. They're coming up. Not many strokes left now. And yes, they are picking it up. And the Avon, Jessica and Georgia have responded over on the far side. But it does look like Coco and Phoebe are pulling them back. The bow, almost bow ball to bow ball now. Yes, they've pipped the bow ball. So it looks like that Avon 2 here, Coco and Phoebe, have rolled over top of Jessica and Georgia, and they're going to take the first slot. Yes, they are. Jessica and Georgia are coming through, held them off most of the course, by the way, by the look of it, until now. And then for the 3rd slot here, we've got this inside lane here of Avon 4, Lily Grant and Brooke Harper. Oh, to check that, because Avon F7 was F7. Avon 6 came through there pretty quick, actually. We've got the results up yet. Excuse me. No, they haven't. Let's check that when it comes up. And then, meanwhile, we're moving on to the... there's another Avon crew comes across the line. Race 33. Race 33. Women's Senior Coxless Pair Oars. Just passed up through the 1,000. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in that race. Second thing, right. There are 6 in this race. And on the side lane 3 to lane 8. Christchurch Girls High, Greer Bowman and Summer Smith. St Margaret's College 2, Fleur Jansen, Izzy Hall. Cashmere 1, Zoe Clark and Miller Brooks. Rangiruru Girls 2, Alice Duffy and Tallulah Nelson. St Margaret's 1, Bronio Sutherland, Josie Kennedy. And Rangiruru Girls 1, Charlotte Gorman and Lucy Horton. This is the women's senior Cox's Peer Oars. Looks like they're all schools. We've got 2 Rangiruru, 2 St Margaret's, as expected, and a Cashmere and a Christchurch Girls. See them coming down now at the 250. Who's that? Looks like a St Margaret's boat there in the lead. That looks like it's St Margaret's 1. Bronnie and Josie there over in lane 7. I think they have the lead in this, and probably in a very commanding position, probably about 4 or 5 boat lengths back to the next boat, which I think could be a Rangiruru 2. Rangiruru 2 there. I feel like I'm missing a boat here. Sure, yep. Doesn't looks like a St Margaret's. Oh no, I take that back. Actually, it's a Rangiruru boat. I thought that was a funny look. Wrong. So no, it's actually Rangiruru Girls 1. Charlotte and Lucy there have got a very commanding lead over possibly the Rangiruru Girls 2 crew. Yes, and then inside them is St Margaret's 1. And Cashmere 1, and then back to the St Margaret's 2 and Christchurch Girls 1. So it's Rangiruru here, and the Charlotte Gorman and Lucy Horton have a very commanding lead over in the far lane there. This is the women's senior coxless pair oars. Sorry, I just had to go online there. Technical issues. Yeah, Rangiruru Girls here, very commanding lead over their crewmates of Rangiruru 2, Alice and Tallulah. Pretty 4 or 5 boat lengths, looking really strong there, looking really nice. It's saying the pairs that it's a great boat to row. It's very difficult, but you've really got to be working together, particularly the bow person. Also, the where the torque gets applied in the boat and the sort of can make a difference in how the power goes on, and when the stroke puts the power in, mostly in their stroke against the bow person to make sure the boat goes straight. But that's Rangiruru 1 coming through quite nicely, and back to Rangiruru 2. And in the moment we've got the 2 the St Margaret's 1 and Cashmere 1 are battling out for that 3rd position there. And I think Cashmere having a few steering issues there by the look of it. They're straightening up there again. They're straightening up, but they're coming through. They're going to get that 3rd position. They've rolled over top of St Margaret's there to take the 3rd position back to St Margaret's 1. Then we're going to come back to the 2nd St Margaret's crew, who have been challenged by Christchurch Girls High here. But they've got a boat length over them, and they're going to hold them off to come across the line now. Then we're coming back to the next heats. So there's 2 in this heat. There's 2 heats. This is the boys under 15 coxed 4. The boys under 15 coxed 4. In heat 1, we've got. By the way, the progression for this is 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 to the final. The rest are eliminated. So you either get to a final or you're out. There are 1, 2, 3, 6 in this race. So one crew is going to miss out. In lane 3, St Andrews College 1, Guy Lewis, Harry, Charlie, and Ashton Cody's a cox. St Bede's 1, Samuel Hunter, Darcy, Luke, and Seth Knights is a cox. Wairau 11, Finley, Sam Harris, Logan with Henry McKendry as the cox. Otago 1, Travis, Lucas, Mackley, and Archie McDonald with Matthew Hall as the cox. St Thomas 1, St Thomas of Canterbury 1, Jackson, Max, Toby, Ryder, and Sam McGuine as the cox, and then Shirley Boys 1 on the far side in lane 8. Ryder, Charlie, Connor, Alfred with Max Wilson as the cox. And I don't think they're in it, but it looks to me it's possibly St Thomas of Canterbury 1. Because Otago 1. Yes, it's St Thomas of Canterbury 1 at the moment, and the boys under 15 Cox 4 have probably got maybe 3 or 4 boat lengths over the crew inside them, which is Otago 1 and across, and they are up against, I think it's St Bede's College 1 for that, battling for that second place. That would be the order, but this crew out here in front here, St Thomas of Canterbury, Jackson Marshall, Max Hay, Toby Greer, Ryder Hogan, and Sam McGuire as the Cox, coached by Briley Pearson and Zoe Sutherland. A nice dominant position here, looking very comfortable in control over the 2 nearest crews behind them, which are Otago 1 and St Bede's 1. But Otago 1 have got a boat length over St Bede's, who are now putting on gas there. They've injected a bit of nitro. Their stroke rate has gone up. And they do look like they're moving a bit faster through the water. They think the Otago stroke rate is a bit lower, but they are holding them off. They seem to be doing a lower stroke and maintaining this. Oh no, St Thomas, they're actually coming down on them quite quick. They've crawled it up. I can see they've walked the dog to the stroke seat. The bellboys at the stroke is probably, oh, what's happened? Oh, no. Otago 1 have caught a crab. They caught a crab. They've stopped. They've responded. They've recovered quite quickly, but they have been rolled by St Bede's here on the inside lane. That was St Thomas of Canterbury just crossing the line now. You're going to hear the buzzer shortly for St Bede's, who have slowed down. Guys haven't reached. Wait for the buzzer. So back to Otago. So Otago were holding them off, but unfortunately the number 2 seat caught a crab. He did recover. He'll be kicking himself. But guys, you made it through to the final. It's the top 5 to the final, so it's not so bad. And then we're coming back to Wairau there. And then who's this inside lane? That's St Andrews, Wairau and St Andrews. So it looks like the crew that are unfortunately going to miss out on this is the Shirley Boys crew. Because the 6 in the race, 5 go through. So the Shirley Boys crew aren't going to make it through to the final of the mere boys under 15 Cox 4. Now we're going to Heat 2. Same deal, obviously. There are 6 boats in this race. Lane 1, Whakatipu 1, Finn, Angus, Oliver, Barker with Harrison Atterwood as the Cox. Timaru 30, Jarvis, Alex, Ben, George and Charlie Dwyer as the Cox. St Thomas Canterbury 2, Flynn, Sonny, Celia, Tyson and Jack Clark as the Cox. Shirley Boys 2, Luca, Caden, Jackson, Liam, James, Watson as the Cox. Charlie Boys, jeez man. Christchurch Boys 1, Tim, Ben, Thomas and Ben with Callan Faulkner as the Cox. And then on the far lane, lane 8, St Bede's College 2. Are they going to join their other crew in the final as well? This is Angus, Kingy, Lewis, Archie and Hugo Robertson as the Cox. And I think they might, because that looks like a St Bede's crew. I think. Actually, I'm not so sure. No, it's not the St Bede's crew, unfortunately. No, they are quite a way back. So the dominant crew in this race, what colours is that? He says he's confused. Is it Shirley Boys? No. So it does look like there's a Whakatipu crew here in lane 1 are looking at a very promising position. And then we've got, is it Christchurch Boys? Oh, yes, it is. It's Christchurch Boys. Say blue. Here you go. I didn't know that. I'm not from Christchurch, so I'm not so good on the school colours and names and things up there. From the deep south. As I said, though, if we get things wrong, please do pass the message on. We do like to get it right. But in the meantime, it's Christchurch Boys 1, who have got maybe a boat and a half length over this Whakatipu crew there. The Christchurch, Tim Boswell, Ben Wilson, Thomas Scott, Ben Skelton, Callan Faulkner as the Cox, and the coaches are Josh Dolan and Tom Fraser. So they are at the moment holding off this fast-moving Whakatipu crew to get the first place. They're rating a bit lower, I think, but this Whakatipu crew's definitely picked up their rating and they are moving through the water quicker. I can see that the Christchurch Boys have actually responded now Not rating as high, but they are. Oh no, Whakatipu are walking far. Oh, Whakatipu are just churning down on top of them. They're rolling, almost rolling them over. They're up to the cocks, the bow balls of the coxswain. Are they going to do it? They're nearly bull. Oh yes, I think. I'm not sure actually. We'll have to have a quick look at that one when it comes through. So that's first and second, whoever it is. As we're coming through here, we can just see coming through into third spot there. It's a bit off the pace. It's St Thomas of Canterbury 2, St Thomas of Canterbury 2. So they'll join their St Thomas of Canterbury 1 in the final there. As we come through to Timaru, they're going to make it through to the final as well. And then a little bit further back to the St Bede's College crew, and then a little even further back to the Shirley Boys crew. Unfortunately, Shirley Boys Shirley Boys aren't going to make it into this event. So I'm going to move on because I can see the next boat coming down, but I'll keep an eye out and see if we can find out who actually took that first place in that heat. All right, the men's single sculls. And as expected, all 10 lanes are full. And we've got, let's see, from lane 1, North End, Harry Lyons, Wairau 11, Zachary Jenkins, St Andrews College 1, Oliver Barker, Ashburton 2, Geordie McGillan. And on the inside lane, we've got Whakatipu 1, Ollie Watson with Avon 4, Jamie Soper, Avon 2, Jack McStay, Timaru 1, Jager Sims, Oamaru 23 in lane 9, Ralph Henderson. On the far lane, we've got Christchurch Boys High, Will Cunningham. And it looks like that Oamaru, Ralph Henderson there, what's he doing? He looks like he's all on his lonesome over the far side there, but I do see that in lane 1 here is that North End Harry Lyons. That North End Harry Lyons? No. That looks like the Wairau. So that's lane 2, Zachary Jenkins. Zachary Jenkins could have the pole position here at the moment. He could be in the lead here. Can't see the results of the race yet. He could have the lead position here. It's across there to Oamaru, is it? Pretty sure that's... check that it is Oamaru. Who was that? It was just the finish of the previous race you just heard through. Yes, it's Oamaru, Ralph Henderson. So in the meantime, we've got Zachary Jenkins of Wairau. He's probably got 2 boat lengths over Oamaru 23. He's in a good spot in lane 1. He can look right across the course. He's in the lead. He can see his position. He can see when Ralph puts on a bit of gas there at the end to try and come through. So he just ups his own pace, rowing very nicely, very steadily. Wish I looked that good when I was rowing. So that's the first 2. Oh, what's the progression on this anyway? It's 1, 2, and 3, and the first next fastest go through to the A final. So there's a bit of a tussle going on here for the third slot. 4 and 5. That's Ashburton and Whakatipu, Geordie and Ollie. And it just looks like that Geordie has just rolled over top of Ollie there. He's going to get that third slot. Yep. Geordie from Oamaru has just rolled over, from Ashburton, sorry, has just rolled over Whakatipu there, so he'll get that third slot. So they're guaranteed to get through to the final. I'm just going to have a quick, do we have results? Under 15. Canterbury Boys. Whakatipu. So Canterbury Boys, that boys under 15 coxed for that exciting finish there between Canterbury Boys and Whakatipu. That Canterbury Boys took it. They bet them by 23.23 of a second, 0.23. I've got a line I drew on the wall here which lines up with the finish on the window, which lines up with the finish. And I'm not quite in the right spot. I won't actually see it right. That's what I'm saying anyway. Rightio, so we've got next is the second heat of the men's club singles, and we've got, right, they're coming down, better go through it, 1 to 10, in lane 1, Avon 3, Jack Wason, in lane 2, we've got St Andrews College 2, Tag Maloney, in lane 3, we've got Dunstan Arms 1, Dylan Acton, Burnside 1, Thomas Carey, Christ College 1, Steve Gray in the middle there, in lane 6, we've got Whakatipu 2, Finn Henderson, followed by Canterbury 1, Tim Chapman, Oamaru 24, Kobe Soul, Ashburton 1, Caleb Armstrong, and in the far lane, Shirley Boys High School 2, Logan Skelton. And it's this inside lane here. I think that's St Andrews College 1. Is that Tag Maloney coming through there in the No, that's Dunstan. It's Dylan Acton. Dylan Acton there, I think he's in the number 1 spot at the moment. But it's either Whakatipu through, or is that a Canterbury guy over there? Who's that? Canterbury 1, Tim Chapman. So Tim Chapman is in with a chance against Dylan Acton there. This is the men's club single sculls. I think Dylan's got it over him at the moment. They're well clear of the rest by about 6 boat lengths. The third position, so the third position is going to be the one of interest in terms of getting through. And is that a Whakatipu boat there? I think it's Christ College 1, Seb Gray. Seb Gray is possibly in that third position over the boat on the far side, which is Ashburton 1, Caleb Armstrong, who's actually dropping off the pace and is possibly going to get ticked here by one of these other boats. But in the meantime, Dunstan Arms, Dylan Acton finishing very strongly there, and a little push at the end there, rowing through to take the first slot. The boy number 7 there, the Canterbury Tim Chapman, he's rowing pretty relaxed actually. He's looking pretty relaxed. He knows he's got the second spot. I suspect he might be conserving his energy. And then we come through to the dominant third position of Burnside, Thomas Carey. Is it Burnside? Yes. K4. Yep. He's got the third slot. Coming through into 4th place is Seb Gray, so they'll be after a fastest time. In the meantime, the boy that seems to have led quite a lot over the far side there, Ashburton, Caleb Armstrong, was sort of getting nearly pipped at the end here. That's him that just came across, and we just hear now that St Andrews College, Targ Maloney has just crossed the line along with, and so, so progression is 1, 2 and 3 and first nearest fast to the A final, 4, 5 and 6 and second nearest fastest to the B final. So we've got the third heat of this coming down now. Right, let's whip through it quickly. Lane 1 to lane 10, Oamaru 22, Cooper Lynch, Otago Boys High, Jackson Templeton, Canterbury 2, Liam Collins, Nelson 1, George Maloney, Otago 1, Alex Hatchery, Selwyn Rowing 1, Samuel Lindors, Avon 1, Henry Church in the lane 8 there. We've got Shirley Boys High School 1, Aidan Daly, and in lane 9, St Andrews College 3, Hugo Miller Brown, and in lane 10, rounding it out is Otago Boys High 2, Ollie Scott. And it seems to me that Otago 1, Alex Hatchery, coached by Mike Goldsmith, is possibly in the number 1 seat at the moment. Right, well, yes, Otago 1, Alex Hatchery's in the pole position there. So if you can just hold off, because the singles you can change position very rapidly. He's only got 2 boat lengths over George Maloney there from Nelson. And that could change, and they are both picked up their pace now. George Maloney's definitely pushing forward, but it's that third slot now, and you can see here, you can see the inside lane here of Oamaru 1, Cooper Lynch. He's responded to that Avon boat, Avon 1, Henry Church over the far side, and then in the very far lane, it must be Otago Boys High there, and Ollie Scott. He's also trying to respond, but he's dropped off the pace a bit. But in the meantime, we've got George from Nelson. Is he having a go at Otago? Alexander's holding him off. He is coming down on him, but I think he'll still beat him by a boat length. In the meantime, we've got Avon and Oamaru. Cooper and Henry are really now. Cooper is flying down on the inside lane here. Cooper from Oamaru is flying down the inside lane. He's rolled over top of Avon. You can see him take the third buzzer, bang. So he has got that third slot. So it really comes down to the fastest time to get that full slot in the A final. As those crews go through, let's quickly move on. The Women's Club Coxless Quadruple Sculls. Prelim. So what have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in this race from lane 2 to lane 9. In lane 1, we've got Union, Kirsty, Lisa, Ruby Bell, and Jamie. Dunstan Arms 4, Elizabeth, Charlotte, Neve, Dana. Dunstan 2, Charlotte, Drew, Emma and Perry. Ashburton 1, Tegan, Zara, George and Isla. Dunstan 5, Millie, Michaela, Lizelle and Elisa. Dunstan 1, Lola, Amy, Lucy and Katharina. Dunstan 3, Kate, Ellie, Michaela and Alia. And Canterbury 1, Meredith, Georgia, Natalie and Toby. So, wow, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 Dunstan crews. I don't know if their number reflects their ranking, so they'll be out to, I guess, say who's the boss. He's the boss, Dunstan of the Women's Club Coxless Fours. Okay. So it's either, I would say it's Dunstan Arms 1, actually. Dunstan Arms 1 that's possibly in the lead there. On the inside lanes, we've got Union, just slightly in front of Dunstan Arm 4 and Dunstan Arm 2. Then we're coming across the Ashburton crew's doing well. They're up there. They're ahead of those, the Union Dunstan crew. There's a crew way back there. That's the one I can't pick. But I'd say it's this Dunstan Arm 1 crew of Lola Ritchie, Amy Patterson, Lucy Clark, Katharina Hoffman, and the coach is Lauren Gibb. I'm used to seeing always the coach being Simon Smith. A very busy man. So they've got the lead at the moment there, and we've 1, 2, 3. Ashburton 1 are possibly in second place, although that Canterbury crew on the far side have got a bit of a stake in this. They've still got the possibility of coming through over them, but this Dunstan crew rowing very easily. Dunstan Arm 1 rowing very easily, well in charge of this. They've got 3 or 4 boat lengths. It looks like the Canterbury 1 crew, Meredith, Georgia, Natalie and Toby there over the far side have coming through over top of Tegan, Zara, Georgia and Isla of Ashburton. Well, at least they're very close at the moment. I'll just see when they cross some buoys. Oh no, I'll take that back. Ashburton do have the lead still, and they've also picked up their pace as well. Dunstan 1 in the lead there. Yes, I was going to say they're not really responding because they have about 5 boat lengths, but now they are rowing away through strongly. Third place is at this stage is Canterbury 1, although this Union 1 crew have now come through quite strongly. So with all these crews in this race, Dunstan they only get in the first 3. They're getting 1 and 5. Unfortunately, they're not going to make that. They're not going to own every spot here. And that was Dunstan you heard just come across there now, just as we see Ashburton rowing through very beautifully. A lovely pink boat there, I must say. A bit of a change. And in the inside lane, Union 1 have just come through. They're rolling over Canterbury. So Meredith, Georgia, Natalie and Toby got rolled by Kirsty, Lisa, Ruby, Bell and Jamie. A nice strong finish there. And then we're coming back to the next first Dunstan 4 of Elizabeth, Charlotte, Neve and Dana. As the final crews coming through now. Right, we're just going to poddle on from that. Next, it's the Women's Open Coxed Octi Sculls. There are 9 in this event. I'll just take a wee break for a second. And that was the end of the previous race. You just heard the Dunstan crew come through. Dunstan 6. So the octies are up in 1,000 there, so maybe it's a quick chance to just mention that just some regular reminders here. We've got some regular reminders. Of course, always thanking our sponsor, Meridian, who've been long-term great supporters of rowing and South Island rowing. There's some old lost property being given away in the Secretary's office, so come and have a look just to make sure it's not yours, or unless they mean that come take a look and you can have it. And there's also a food bank initiative being done. So at the end of the regatta, please do not throw away food. Bring it to the Secretary's office, and that includes refrigerated items. So the food bank initiative means it goes to the leftover food goes to the food bank in time. Sometimes we've found in the rubbish, perfectly good food has been thrown out when it could be used to support those, who are struggling in these times of when it's harder to get by. That was a long-winded way of saying something. Anyway, so if food bank initiative, particularly your schools and your parents and down there, if you've got any food and don't throw it out. If you're not taking it home, bring it to the Secretary's office, and that includes refrigerator items. We'll look after it from there, and it'll go to very worthy, needy people, very worthy cause, I should say. Right, another thing is to remember to clean up after yourself, and that includes reminding your kids tonight. Tape, things left on the ground, anything, clean it all up. And also, if you get a chance behind your tent, it'd be really nice if you could do the sort of beam behind your tent, just a bit of a, volunteer thing, and pick some of the weeds and tidy it up. That would be also appreciated. But in the meantime, the Women's Open Coxed Octi Sculls are coming down here. We've got 9 in the event. So, Whakatipu 1, Miller, Mealand, Ruby, Gwen, Isabel, Thompson, Sienna, Sophie, Elvie, Sophie is Browns of Cox. Christchurch Girls 1, Dana, Ava, Mia, Zoe, Chloe, Bea, Indy, Florence, Lily Shackleton, Cox. 22, Omru, Charlie, Leah, Emily, Peyton, Indigith, Bridget, Sophie, Tessa, Isla, Capley, Cox. Star. 21, Lucy, Gabriella, Amelia, Lena, Ella, Phoebe, Isla, Sylvia, Lucy, Bell, Cox. Timaru 11 is Pippa, Penny, Genevieve, Sophie, Emma, Sophie, Lauren, Evie, Bella. Westgate is the Cox. North End 1, Sophie, Zoe, Isabella, Serena, Ava, India, Marley, Olivia, and Taylor. Nutting is the Cox. And Margaret's 1, Raphael, Daisy, Honor, Georgia, Gabriella, Sophie, Nina Cunning, Eva and Lucy Shallows Cox, Union 1, Leon, Amanda, Kathy, Kate, Catherine, and Wendy, Amanda, Deb, and Gemini. Nola's Cox, and North End 2, North End Composite of Dunstan, Flynn, Lucinda, Isabel, Bella, Anya, Harper, Abby, Lila, Brian, Alison's Cox. And by that, they've rowed 200 metres, and the next race has come up pretty behind them, which is the men's intermediate Cox Quails. So let's have a look here in this quite spread out field here once again. We had a few spread out fields today. We've seen quite some dominant crews, but as the season goes on, you hopefully would see that change. But anyway, it looks like a very comfortable crew here, being the Oamaru 2 in the lead in the Octies. They've got at least probably 2 or 3 boat lengths over I would have said St Margaret's crew actually. Just looking at the boat. No, it's not St Margaret's. So that's Oamaru over. It must be the Star crew. Yep. So as you come out in front now, and you can see them putting on a bit of pace there. The Oamaru crew are doing very nicely rowing here. All those sculling in an eight scullers all together. Back to the Star crew that have now picked up their rating. Although they're probably about 3-4 boat lengths back, so I don't think they're going to catch up on them in that sort of time. Looking very nice there, the Oamaru crew. Practicing out there on the harbour. I heard they sometimes come up here. Then back to the Star crew. I guess they practice out there in the Wellington. I got a row out there once. It was really out of the. Actually, it was out of the Wellington Club, but right next door they share facilities. It's quite interesting rowing in the Wellington Bay there. Completely different experience. And there's the Oamaru crew just crossing the line now 4 or 5 boat lengths back to them as the star crew. And then the third place is going to be a bit of an interesting thing. We've got Timaru here, and then on the far side we've got there's the North End Composite crew. No, they're back there. It must be the Union 1 crew. But it does seem like the Timaru crew are going to come through in third place there, followed by the Union crew, who are being challenged. They're a bit too late by the North End 1 crew. In the inside lane here, we've got Whakatipu 1 coming through. Quite spectacular looking at these boats come across. So the Whakatipu 1, the number 1 bow person wasn't rowing there for a minute. I'm not sure what went on. So I'm going to move on quickly from that, from the Octies to the men's intermediate Cox quadruple sculls. There are heats here. There are 2 heats. Okay, the 1, 2, 5 go to the final, and the rest to the B. So there's 8 in the race, so 3 are going to the B. So in lane 2, we've got Avon 1, Henry, Samuel, Harvey and Cameron, Wairua 11, Tom, Blake, and Ollie. The coxswain in the previous race, Isabella Hope Murphy, and then Elijah Flight is the coxswain for Wairua, Christchurch boys, Nick, Athan, Billy and Brian, Cox, Max, Hawks, Whakatipu 1, Cameron, Baxter, Liam, Zebian, Jessica Glover as the cox, St Thomas of Canterbury, Charlie, Noah, Nicholas and Jacob with Jack Dunn as the cox, Kashmir 1, Jack Cooper, Danielle and James with Matthew Stewart as the cox, Cromwell 1, Jake, Jack, Brian, Stian and Brittany Price as the cox, and Timaru 30, Parker, Idris, Charlie, Harry and Sophie Scarlett is the cox. And in this race here, as they're coming up, probably what, about the 100 metres, it's about probably a Kashmir crew. I think, it's a Whakatipu 1 crew. The Whakatipu 1 crew there in the lead. The colours, yes, it is. It's the Whakatipu crew there coming through very nicely then. Although they're not dominating this race, because over the far side there, it'll be a Timaru crew. Are in a position to challenge them, though they need to pick it up now. The Whakatipu crew can see them. They've already starting to move away from this Timaru crew. Have also picked up their pace there. In the meantime, we've got a fast-moving Wairua crew coming down here who are going to get that, if they are rolling over St Thomas of Canterbury to get that third slot there. So they're the clear 4 in front. So who's going to get? So that would be, as they're coming across the line, we've got Whakatipu. I'm not going to call second because Wairua are flying down here. They're flying down here on Timaru. It's Whakatipu. It's going to be, yes, Timaru managed to hold off Wairua back to St Thomas of Canterbury. Oh, sorry, Thomas of Canterbury. Kashmir. My apologies. Kashmir got that 4th slot. 5th slot will be St Thomas of Canterbury. So 4th was Kashmir. 5th is St Thomas of Canterbury. And then 6th slot, which will be going through to the B final, is Avon 1 coming through here in lane 1. They just rolled over the Cromwell crew over the far side. In the inside lane here, we've got the Christchurch boys. High School 1. Right, so that was men's intermediate Cox quadruple sculls, heat 1. And for the heat 2, which is already down the tracks here, 8 crews in this race again. So lane 1, Burnside 1, Serafino, Ben Smith, Lucas, Mitch, and Evie Nathan as the cox. Union 1, Richard, Blake, Conrad, Peter, Michaela Hurst Cox, Nelson 1, Luca Harrison, Harry Cooper, Rafael Ardelius Hillier as the Cox, Wanaka 1 in lane 5. We've got Finley Duncan, William Alex and Zoe Melville as the Cox, Timaru 31, Bradley Stacey, Miller, Joachim, how do you say that? Ashley Chard as the Cox, Dunstan 1, Kiowa, Harper, Boston, Aiden, Grace Weil as the Cox, Cure 1, Marcus Fletcher, Tommy and Xavier with Patrick Barry as Cox, and Whakatipu 2, Liam, Cato, Phoenix and Henry with Kieran Henderson as the Cox in the far lane 9 in Whakatipu 2, and they're not in the lead. Whakatipu 2, they may be in 3rd place or 2nd place, and it looks to me that it's lane 3. Is it Otago there? Otago? Yep, it's Otago 1. No, a wrong race, sorry. I'll do this. Nelson 1. Nelson 1 of Luca. Let me cover the next race. Luca Marfell and Harrison Roberts, Harry Booker and Cooper Nichols by Cox by Rafael Arias Hiller. In the lead, they're not by much though. They may have the front, but they could easily be rolled in the amount of time they've got left, because Whakatipu 2 are definitely moving up, and that Kua Kuru on the inside in lane 8 over the far side of Marcus Fletcher, Tommy Xavier with Patrick Berry as the Cox. He'll be that Cox. We can see the two boats in front. He'll be calling it now. Has he picked it up? No. Whakatipu keeping an eye on them, but in the meantime, this Nelson crew. Problem is these front. One of the difficulties of the front coxswains is they can't see the boats behind them if they're in the lead, if they're being challenged, so you're relying on the stroke to call it. But this inside crew here, this Kua crew, are now moving very quickly onto the Whakatipu crew. They're going to be challenging for the, potentially second slot. In fact, I would say all these three, Whakatipu, Nelson and Kua, are potentially all in this race. It's at, we can see it Nelson here. Nelson Luke has probably called. He said, right, we're taking it up, and they are moving away a little bit quicker over the other two, holding them off. They've only got, I'd say, maybe half a boat length over the other two boats, but they're all cooning down very quickly now. And Kua have now walked the dog. They're almost bell ball to bell ball over the Whakatipu crew for second place. Nelson have pulled well ahead. They're going to win by a boat length, and yes, they did it. Kua have rolled over Whakatipu. They've got now nearly quarter of a boat canvas over the Whakatipu crew to get through to that third place, but it is fourth and fifth. So as we see a Dunstan Arms crew come through to the fourth, and then the inside lane here, I think it's a Burnside come through in that fifth slot. So those are the 5 that go through to the A final, with the remaining boats Union, Wanaka and Timaru going through to the B final. So what have we got going on now? We've got the girls under 16 single sculls. What time is it? Girls under 17 single sculls here. There are 3 heats in this event. So the progression is 1, 2, and 3, and the next nearest fastest will go through the A final. 4, 5, and 6, and the second next fastest, bit of a tongue twister, second next fastest, go through the B final. So in this race, there are 9 boats in lane 1 to lane 9. We've got Burnside 2, Amy Munchester, Christchurch Girls 2, Mia DeVries, Otago 1, Brianna Patterson, Avonside 2, Kate Burgess, Invercargill 1, Tizzy Mazzadella Chirarina, Timaru 21, Tilly Sykes, Timaru 41, Maisie Jane Chapman, Otago Girls 1, Ellie Ryan there in lane 8, and lane 9 from the North Island, our North Island friends, Star Boating Club, Phoebe MacArthur. So roughly at the 1,000 here, and it looks like there's a bit of drizzle down there actually at the moment. So I can't actually get a viz on this, so let's see. Who do I think? It's almost like a zigzag pattern. It's almost like Burnside, lane 1 is slightly behind lane 2, which is ahead of lane 3, which is... I won't go on, it's quite confusing. One, 2, 3, 4. Right, so I'm thinking there's maybe Timaru 41, Maisie Jane Chapman is in one of the leading positions. In the inside lane here, we've possibly got a Targo 1, Brianna Patterson there, who's in... So Targo 1 there, potentially in lane 3 then. So actually lane 1 could be in there as well. Burnside 1, Amy Munchester. And potentially Star Phoebe MacArthur on the far side. Anyway. Yep. Okay, so they're coming up. So they've got 750 to go. 750 to go. It just seemed to me that Burnside, so that's Amy there in lane 1. I can see her lined up roughly with a Targo 1. That would be Brianna Patterson in lane 3. And then maybe over to Maisie Jane Chapman, lane 7, and Star Phoebe MacArthur, the leading boats. Or maybe not, Star might be back slightly. These small boats at this distance with the mist, it's actually hard to tell. But they've spread out almost like in 2 lines there, and then we've got a second line back to the next lot of boats. So remember, 1, 2 and 3, and the first nearest fastest will go through to the final. So a close finish means that 1, 2 and 3 will go through, but if it's close to the 4th, that often means a tighter race, and they possibly get a higher time, which gives them a better chance to get through. But they'll all be trying to go, obviously, as hard as they can. But I am thinking now, I'm feeling confident that it's Burnside here on the inside lane. Has the lead. Is that Burnside here? Green. Oh, it is there. Burnside not in dominant position though, and then it would be Targo 1 there in lane 3, possibly in 3rd place, because I suspect it's Maisie Jane Chapman there over in Timaru. He's got that seconds. Oh, geez, it's hard to say actually. Amy Winchester anyway, she's coming down here. None of them have picked up their rating yet. Funny thing, sometimes singles look awfully slow. But not when you're in it. But it does look like now Amy Winchester here is coming. She's out in front of all you spectators there. She's actually up to rating. I can just see she's maybe gone up a notch. She is definitely in charge. And she's in a really good place, lane 1 like that, because as I said earlier, you can look right across if you're in front, and you can watch who you need to keep an eye on and when to maybe respond to them. All right. She's rating at about 33 at the moment. And she's clearly pulling away. And then the second spot there is, this stage does seem to be going to the Otago woman, Brianna Patterson there. Although there's, and over the far side we've got Timaru, Otago girls trying to come through the middle here, and Star of the far side battling for 3rd. But it does look like the Timaru is getting that 3rd slot. Remember, 1, 2 and 3 go to the final. But Amy Winchester is coming through now. Very dominant position. She's probably got 5 boat lengths over the next boat, which is Brianna Patterson from Otago, who has a boat or 2 boat lengths over the next boat, which at this stage is now the Timaru. Although there's still enough time for the Star woman to come through. And in the meantime, we've got Otago girls. Ali Ryan has rowed a really good row and pulled herself up into 4th. She's actually gone past the Star woman. I think she's run out of time basically to get that 3rd slot, but she will improve her time. And the 3rd slot there went to Timaru, Maisie Jane Chapman. Right, so I'm just going to hand over now for the next heat as it comes through to Ian.
Morning, Frank. Morning, everybody. Happy New Year. Sorry I'm a bit late on this morning. I had a bit of a job to do on the course. And I can tell you that lane 1 now is fully clear of all weed, and all the stroke side boys are in fantastic condition. Heat 2 of the girls under 17 single sculls winging its way through, less than 500 metres to go. Lane 1, Waihopai 1, Olive Rutledge, and lane 2 is Rangiruru Girls School 1, Ashley Brooks. Lane 3, Timaru 20, Emerson Ward. Lane 4 is Marion College 1, Sophie Davis. Leading them down though in lane 5, Burnside High School number 1, Melissa Irvine. Geez, they've had a good camp down here this week, have Burnside. Lane number 6 is North End 1, Isla Turner. Lane 7, Otago Girls High School number 2, Harriet Rowe. Lane 8, Christchurch Girls High School number 1, Charlotte May. Geez, Brian will be out there on the bike somewhere following her down. And lane 9 is Invercargill 2, Trinity Duncan. So this is heat number 2. 1, 2 and 3 go through to the A final, plus the next fastest. Then 4, 5, 6 and the 2 next fastest through to the B final. But great effort here in lane 5 from Burnside Melissa. She's got probably 5 lengths on the inside of her. Sophie Davis, g'day to you, Tony. Then we go outside of Burnside to North End 1, Isla Turner, right across the other side there to, it looks like coming through the mist there, Invercargill 2, Trinity Duncan. Then we would go back to lane 3, I think Timaru 20, Emerson Ward, back inside to Olive Rutledge in lane number 1. Then Rangiruru Girls School number 1, Ashley Brooks is in there in lane 2, coached by Fee Patterson. making their way down, and she looks pretty well under control, does Melissa. So joining her compatriot, Amy, who won the previous heat in a time of 9:22.43. Nice effort there. So that'll get 2 Burnside scullers through to the under-17. Skunk Golf's final tomorrow. She comes down to the line of red boys now. Less than 100 metres to go. Pretty flat conditions for the rowers out there now. That's always the joy of having it a bit misty here. Well clear of the rest of the field now. She's probably 100 metres clear of Sophie. It is across on the other side there to Harriet from Otago Girls. You can see the red cap coming through of Otago there with the blue and white verticals. Then we go outside to Invercargill too, and those are, well, Invercargill's battling for 4th fastest or next fastest, but your 3 you can see. Then we go back to Timaru. We'll be back inside to Waihopai. You can see the red and the white and the green of Waihopai coming through. Just back from here, a couple of 3 lanes, a couple of 3 lengths will be Rangiruru Girls School. Then we go across to North End, and it'll be Christchurch Girls number 1. That'll be how they finish. So Amy has, Melissa's done her job. She's finished in lane number 5, well clear of the rest of the field. Sophie will take 2nd. Now, nice pickup at the end there by Harriet. She's going a little bit quicker with 50 metres to go, just making sure that 3rd spot. And working really hard out there will be Trinity from Invercargill to see if she gets herself through into those next batch. We've got the 3rd heat on its way down. In fact, they've let them go. They're a wee bit behind at the moment, the starters, so they will be trying to catch up as much as they can. So heat number 3 is underway in lane number 1, Otago Girls 3, Jamie Stye. Lane 2 is Cure Boating Club 1, Hannah Shadbolt. Lane 3 is the Harbourside Girls High School number 1, Kate Orchard. And lane number 4, Waido number 1, Maisie Shenfield, which will be probably out of Marlborough Girls College. Lane number 5, another Burnside Sculler. Burnside number 3, Courtney Capon. Can they get the trifecta? Let's have a look and see. Lane number 6, Wanaka 1, Eliana Hay. Whakatipu 1 are in lane 7, Caitlin Purdue. And in lane number 8 is Timaru 1, Rachel Roberts. Lane 9 is Otago Girls High School for Tony Haraki. This is the last of the 3 heats coming through. So they are in this 3rd heat, probably through just on 500 metres to go. Looks like it's coming out of lane 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which would be Burnside again. Let's double check that. Could be Wairo, I think. Just let's see them get a little bit closer. It is lane number 4, Wairo Maisie Shenfield is doing her piece there. So go outside of her though, just battling away right on her right-hand shoulder is Courtney from Burnside High School. Those are the 2. We go back to lane 2, Cure Boating Club, Hannah Shadbolt. Those are the 3. Right across on the outside though, looks like lane 7, Caitlin Purdue from Whakatipu. Number 1, she's battling to get up there as well. Remember, 1, 2 and 3 through to the A final plus the next fastest. Then we come back in the middle of the field, Wanaka 1, and then across to Timaru 1, Rachel Roberts. Otago Girls High School out there in lane number 9, just a wee bit further back from Otago Girls in lane 1. Jamie, who's just was trying to sneak through. Jamie, I've cleared lane 1 for you. It should be clear. There's no obstacles in there at all now. Battling, they come down through. 250 metres just about to go. They're through the last of the red boys. And that then means they've got 250. So nice push just coming those last 100 metres from Courtney from Burnside. So a nice little battle starting to go on alongside here between Wairo and Burnside. It's the green and the white, but indifferent. Wairo, you've got the green with the white V on the back of it, and she has pushed out and come ahead of her now. Has Courtney Capon. Look at that from Burnside, enjoying the lake out there. No, she hasn't. Ian's glasses are all fogged. It still is with Wairo. It's Maisie Shenfield. It's Avonside Girls just inside from her, Kate Orchard. Very similar colours, hard to pick up. Then 3rd back to Burnside. We come back into lane 2, Cure Boating Club. Across on the outside, still to Whakatipu, Caitlin. This is the 3rd heat of the girls under 17 single sculls. Melissa Irvine going through in the 2nd heat in 9:13. Next race to go will be the boys under 17s double sculls. A bit of a gap back to them, so let us catch our breath a wee bit. Down to 100 metres to go now for Maisie. You can see those green blades just coming through out of the mist. just on her inside girls. Nice row here from Kate Orchard, and then we go just snuck through nicely for her down here in lane number 2 is Hannah Shadbolt from Cure Boating Club, pushing into that third spot. She's under pressure on the outside though from Whakatipu, Caitlin Purdue. In between them there's Courtney from Burnside. Then we come back down into lane number 1, Otago girls number 3, Jamie. She's pushed through nicely for her in the last 250 metres. Down to the line they come though, heat 3 girls under 17 single sculls. Well done to Maisie Shenfield and coach Jessica Bennett from Wairau. Second goes to Avonside girls Kate Orchard, and just looks across she does in lane number 2, Hannah Shadbolt and Cure. She's taking that third spot, coasting down to the line just over on the outside from Caitlin from Whakatipu. Boys under 17 double sculls, going to real hurry up here, aren't we? Lane number 2, Shirley Boys High School. Lane 3, St Thomas of Canterbury 2. Lane 4 is Wairau 11. Lane 5 is Whakatipu 2. Lane 6 is Cashmere High School 1. Lane 7 is Oamaru 22. Lane 8, Burnside High School number 2. And lane number 9 is Christchurch Boys High School number 2. It is on the outside there with Oamaru just over Shirley Boys High School. In between them we come to Cashmere, and then we're looking at Whakatipu, then back to Wairau. So we're looking here 1, 2 and 3. Thankfully, just that singles race will finish without any impediment. The boys are getting a bit feisty coming towards the finish of it. Nice finish coming here from Ruben and Dominico down here in lane number 2 for Shirley, just rolling through the top of Oamaru, Jacob and Ike Newlands Carter. So they're going to take out first hero Shirley. Oamaru will take second. Third, just being pushed past Cashmere have by Whakatipu, are going to pick up the third. They will go through. Nice finish from Whakatipu. Starting to wane on the outside, Oamaru, but Shirley take first. Oamaru takes second. Third goes to Whakatipu. Fourth to Cashmere. Then we come down to Wairau, Jesse Englefield and Matthew McLeod. Cross right on the outside, Christchurch Boys High School number 2. Down here, lane number 3 is St Thomas's of Canterbury. And then we go to Burnside down there in lane number 8. That's the first heat of the boys under 17 double sculls. Got through a wee bit quicker than what we thought. But the second heat's making far better progress. They've just come through with about 750 metres to go, so we can be a bit more managed about this. Lane number 2, Wairau 12, Paddy Girling and Jack Taylor. Lane number 3, St Andrews College number 1, that's Noah Hunter and Cameron Sharp. Lane number 4, Shirley Boys High School number 2, that's Silas Freeman and AJ Jordan. Lane number 5, Otago Boys High School number 1, Jude Smiley and Tom Colley. Scratching in lane number 6. Then we go Selwyn Rowing, Fergus Johnson, Hugo Johnson out there in lane 7. St Bede's College out there in lane number 8, Ryan Atwood and Harrison Searle. And lane number 9 is Timaru 30, Louis O'Sullivan and George Talbot. It's a pretty good crew, and they're well clear. Coached by Brian Smith. And if it hasn't been noted today too, on behalf of the rowing community, big congratulations to Brian Smith from Timaru and his recent honour in the New Year's list. I know there's a lot of us thought that we all deserved to get one, but actually Brian really did, and he got one. So congratulations. It's a fantastic number of years service that he's given, and great to see it recognised in the rowing community. And just a great example of what he's done is out there in lane number 9. You can see they're probably 4 to 5 boat lengths over the rest of the field would be Timaru. Shirley Boys High School in lane number 4 doing a good job out there. Silas and AJ, we go outside of them to Otago Boys High, back inside for them to St Andrews College. So between those 3, one of them's going to miss out. Next best coming through right out there, looks like it might be, it's St Bede's just out there in lane 8. 1, 2 and 3 go through. So we have a result for the previous race. It was, give me a time. Well under control here is Timaru. So this is the second of 3 heats. The third heat is just coming through the 1,000 metre mark. So while Timaru hit the less than 100 metres to go for them now, they would be 100 metres clear of the next best, which is Shirley. Shirley now have a boat length just clear of St Andrews College. It started to wind in there, Noah and Cameron. Just look at their rating come up. Their hands have started to move and they're putting Shirley under real pressure. But the main thing for them is they're starting to go past Otago. Otago Boys, we wanting to get that third spot. So a nice race going on here between Shirley Boys and Otago to pick up that third spot. And Otago now starting to jump down on Shirley Boys as Timaru Boys finish nicely. So let's see if Otago can come back at them and take that automatic spot. Shirley holding on, but a good finish here from St Andrews College. Noah Hunter and Cameron Sharp. They will hold on to that second. Second will Shirley. Third will go to the crew from St Andrews. Nice piece for them. Nice wind in the last 100. Just finishing over the top Otago boys, we'll be looking for the next fastest will Jude and Tom. Then on the outside, it is the crew from St Bede's. Inside from them back to Selwyn rowing. That's the second heat of the boys under 17s. Third heat is on its way, and they've got probably 750 to go there now as well. This is race 48. They're rattling through them already. 151 races to be raced today, team. And at the safety briefing this morning, head starter Justin Wall made the comment that it works out that every 40 seconds, a boat is being launched from the boat park. Every 40 seconds between 7:30 and 6 o'clock today. Lane number 2, Whakatipu 1, Mike Perry, Louis Dela Cruz. Lane 3, Otago Boys High School 2, Jack McCaskill, Leo Garden. Lane 4, Burnside High School number 1, Thomas Carey. Get out there, Simon. Riley McMorrin. And lane number 5 is Otago 1, Ethan Shirley, Aston McNee. Lane 6 is St Thomas, the Canterbury 1, Luke Sweeney and Liam Jessup. Lane 7 is Christchurch Boys High School 1, James Chappell, Toby Brook. Lane 8 is St Bede's College number 2, Alex Walters and Connor Thwaites. And out there in lane number 9 is the crew from St Andrews College 2, Isaac Keane and Logan Scott. Right, we go out there and we have a look and we can see Whakatipu. You can see that yellow boat of theirs looking very strong coming through in lane number 2, coached by John Morrison and Jasper Crawford. Then we go out into the middle of the course. We can see Targo, and right on the Targo shoulder is Luke Sweeney and Liam Jessup from St Thomas's. Those are your 3, looking for 1, 2 and 3, and the next fastest to go through. The contender for next fastest looks to be in the middle of the Targo 2 Cruise, which would be Burnside. On the outside, St Bede's number 2, challenging as well. But Whakatipu, nice effort here from Mike and Louis. And it is between them and the crew from Otago. And the crew from St Thomas's as they come down to about 120 metres to go. And just sitting there nicely is the crew from Whakatipu, looking very together. Nice sharp catches too, aren't they? Look how clean they're coming out of the water and sitting there nicely at 32. Targo just in between them. St Thomas is starting to come on the outside of them. They've got 2 boat lengths back to Burnside. I've now gone past the crew from St Bede's. We go further back on the outside to St Andrews College, back in from them to Christchurch Boys High School, and down here in lane number 3 is Otago Boys High School number 2. But it is the job done here, I think, for Whakatipu. That golden boat cresting through the last of the boys with about 50 metres to go. That a nice run on their boat, and they will take this one out by about 3/4 of a boat length over the crew from Otago, and on the outside of them finishing third will be St Thomas's. Then we've got 4 boat lengths back to Burnside, half a boat length back to St Bede's. We come back to the crew from Otago Boys, right across to Christchurch Boys, who are having a right little battle on the outside there with St Andrews. So see who finishes that one. St Andrews, have a look. The stroke man has looked. So we've got a bit more to do here, mate. Let's get going. While they're busy doing that, boys under 16 Cox 4 is on its way. And looks like not everyone's there, I think, but we'll have a look and see. It should be in lane 2, Otago Boys High School number 1, Sam Glover, Hunter Knox, Angus Colley, Charlie Anderson, Hunter Ruxton. Lane number 3 should be Shirley Boys High School number 2, William Thiel, Nirvana Garrity, Liam Savage, Luca Hartley, Cooper Curry as the Cox. Lane number 4 is St Bede's College 1, Jay Anderson, Rurari Wright, Eddie Robertson and William Allett. Theo Gilson is the Cox. Lane 5, St Andrews College 1, Seth Overcomer, Cooper Rogers, Jake Triplow, Jake Gilbert and Lily Prophet the Cox. Lane 6, Christchurch Boys High School 4, Tim Boswell, Cooper Swale, Thomas Scott, Ben Williamson, Toby Brook, the Cox. Lane 7, Christchurch Boys High School 3, Ben Thistleton, Mason Tucker, Mark Bauman, Ben Skilton, Cooper Dean, the Cox. And out there in lane 8, we should be looking for Christ College 1, Joshua Padiachi, Leo Ackland, Tom Wilson, Charlie Wilson. So St Bede's clearly out in front here, and this boy's under 16, Cox 4. I go back from them, we can see lane number 2 is Otago Boys. And right on the outside is Christ College. So it's a smaller field. And Shirley Boys should be there, but I'm not. So St Andrews College number 2. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. And it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 through to the final. The rest eliminated. So they can just enjoy their row as the sun starts to poke its nose through. Geez, we'd like to see that a bit. That'd be good. Very wet in the boat park. You just about need a submarine to launch your boat out there. But St Bede's are doing a great job here, coached by Charlotte Chatter. Lane 4, they've got 2 boat links on this game crew on the outside, and lane 8 from Christ College. They'll hold second. Then it's Otago Boys, and then it will be St Andrews College. So a number of scratchings, or maybe late to the starts. Most unusual. Sure there'll be reasons. Just a reminder for everybody, there is a box of lost property in the Secretary's office, left from probably the last regatta. If you think you left something or you'd like a new piece of kit, pop on down to the Secretary's office, prove who you are, and you might be able to take something home. Nice wee something to wear tomorrow afternoon maybe. But if it is your lost property, go get it. As 100 metres to go now for St Bede's. Nice effort here from this under 16 Cox 4, continuing that strong sweeping program coming out of St Bede's. 100 metres now for the crew from Christ College, working hard out there, and Otago boys down here, and then it will be St Andrews in the middle of the course. So they will all go through to the final tomorrow. The second heat is on its way. It looks like there's might be a few more boats in that, so I suspect we may have a combined field. Maybe not. There's a couple of crews rowing down the outside. That might be why we have got less in this heat. So let's call the crews that we should be seeing in heat number 2. Lane 2 will be St Bede's College 2, Oliver Chum, Jack Hannam, Lennox Laurie and Conrad Van Herel with Cody Clark the Cox. Lane 3, Christ College 2, Toby Glasson, Robbie Owens, Ollie Wells, Johnny Leeson, Nicholas Barr the Cox. Lane 4, St Andrews College 1, Oscar Wilson, Toby Moore, Jesse Saunders, George Levings, Samuel Terry the Cox. Lane number 5, Christchurch Boys High School number 2, Johnny Mason, Brody Newfield, Lockley Honeywell, Flynn Nimmo and Carter Williams as the Cox. Lane 6, Shirley Boys High School number 1, Kieran Clark, Jack Gibson, Ethan Danielson, Charlie Maddock and Maxwell Wilson. And lane number 7, Timaru 30, Murphy Hopper Park, Sterling Heffernan, Baxter Hopper Park and Josh Sadler with Ned Brown the Cox. Lane 8, Christchurch Boys High School number 1, LB Sampson, Oliver Parnham, Ryder Townsend, Bruno Munn and Keelan Faulkner as the Cox. And then in lane number 9 it is Otago Boys High School number 2, Will Chittick, George Murray, Digby Sutton and Bede Perkins with Connor Sinclair the Cox. St Andrews College 1 and Christchurch Boys High School off to a great start out there. Just we go further out though, it will be the crew. Looks like Christchurch Boys High School number 1 leading them down. Shirley Boys doing a good job out there in the middle of the field too. Those are your 4. So it is Christchurch Boys High, 2 boat lengths clear of Shirley Boys. Then we come across to Christchurch Boys number 2 and St Andrews College 1. Christchurch Boys coming off a nice strong camp for them down at Dunstan. So a lot of these crews have been away at camp. Some on the Avon Reach, some on their own rivers, some down here, some at Lake Dunstan. And most of us watching being in the lounge. So we're looking for 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 to go through. So there will be a couple eliminated out of this. So Christchurch Boys still looking very strong. Just inside of them is the crew from Shirley Boys. We cross a wee bit. Actually, I've got that wrong. It's not Shirley Boys, it's there. We look at Christchurch Boys, then we come into Timaru. It's Christchurch Boys number 2 that are doing very well with St Andrews. And right down on the inside there is Christ College number 2 and St Bede's having a real crack too. Remember, there's one spot up for grabs out of the boats you see coming down. So we've got Christchurch Boys, we've got Timaru, we've got Christchurch Boys again, we've got St Andrews, we've got Christ College and St Bede's. One of those crews might be unlucky. And we also look on the outside to Otago Boys number 2. There's a nice little battle going on at the back of the field to get that last spot. Shirley Boys just a little bit further back now. And if you have out of interest, have a look right on the outside of the course, further back beyond the safety boat, you will see a couple of crews that must have been late to the start for the previous race. And that is the way they are running it this regatta. If you are late to the start, you will miss out and you get to row down the outside of the course. Such fun. St Bede's won that previous Cox 4 heat in a time of 7:35 from Christ College and Otago Boys. Girls under 15, Cox 4, their preliminary final is underway. They're just through 500 metres. We'll give them a little bit longer and then we'll give you the crews. We'll just make sure we know what's going on out here. So it is Christchurch Boys High School number 1. It is Timaru. Nice push started to come through from St Andrews though into 3rd spot, pushing up over the top of Christchurch Boys High School number 2. Look at Christ College and St Bede's still going at each other in lane 3 and lane 2. They're the ones that are battling for the 5th spot. And in fact, if St Bede's picks it up, Christchurch Boys number 2 might be struggling a wee bit too. They're working hard out there in lane 9, Otago Boys High School. They've got a wee bit of work to do. Up we come to 100 metres to go now. Nice effort here though from Christchurch Boys High School number 1, LB, Oliver, Ryder and Bruno. Callan's got them all under control. He can't see anybody else in front of him, so that's got to be a good sign if you are the coxswain. And still pushing through here is Otago. And it looks like Christ College might have done enough down here in lane number 3 to take out that 5th qualifying spot through to the boys under 16 Cox 4 final. So nice effort with Christ College number 2 there, Toby, Robbie, Ollie and Johnny. Nicholas Barr done a good job there as the Cox are getting through. Over the line now goes Christchurch Boys High School. 2 boat lengths back it will be to Timaru. Another boat length and a half back to them for St Andrews, and then inside of them will be Christchurch Boys High School number 2 taking 2 crews through to the final, along with that crew from Christ College. Then we go back to St Bede's, across on the outside of Targa Boys number 2, back in the middle of the course to Shirley Boys High School. Girls under 15, preliminary Cox 4. Up to the 1,000 metre they go now. Lane 1, Rangiruru Girls School number 1, Alice Johnson, Sasha Flutie, Pip Mackay, Rose O'Brien, Lily Frost the Cox. Lane number 2, Otago Elmaru 22, Isabel Wainwright, Amelia Tartone, Ava Goodall, Sasha Wright and Georgia Guy as the Cox. Lane number 3, St Margaret's College 2, Bo Yank, Gemma Hanna, Georgie Hyde, Izzy Pinkney and Annabelle Scott as the Cox. And lane number 4, it's the Christchurch Girls High School number 2. They've got 3 crews in this race. Juna Tiller, Eddie O'Sullivan, Lily Banks, Chloe Pollock and Bonnie Giddens the Cox. Lane 5, Christchurch Girls High School number 3, Annabelle Walton, Layla Jordan, Maisie Hethington, Ellie Toshak, and Holly Jensen. She's coxing. Lane number 6, Timaru 30, Paige Ward, Xanthi Nelson, Zara Rawcliffe, Hayley Tairoa, Sophie Scarlett is the Cox. Lane number 7, Columba College 1, Millie Garside, Emily North, Alicia O'Connor, Evissa Isles and Chloe Byrne is the Cox. Lane number 8 is St Margaret's College 1, Annabelle Sutherland, Caitlin Ferguson, Charlie Flintoff, Frankie Wells and Emily Fitzsimons. And lane number 9 is Rangiruru Girls School number 2, Maddie Crozier, Eve Malone, Georgie O'Neill, Zara Pakaski, Isabel Burns is the Cox. And completing a very big field, lane number 10, Christchurch Girls High School number 2, Zoe Dunning, Lola Vitalis and Stella Cameron with Georgie Matheson. Georgetta Heller is the Cox. Bit of separation as they make their way down though. We are looking for, well, they're all going through anyway. This is called the preliminary for that reason. So Christchurch Girls High School number 1 crew doing a good job right out there. You can see St Margaret just inside from them in the red and white. Then we go 2 across to Timaru 20. And then we'll come into lane number 4, Christchurch Girls High School number 2. Sitting there in lane 4, just ahead of their other team, St Margaret's. You can see the St Margaret boat, easy to spot St Margaret's, red and white verticals, and then their boats are very clear. Red on the bow, green on the stern, white in the middle. Then we come back inside from Oamaru, sitting there in the gold, and inside from them in lane number 1, Rangiruru Girls School number 1. .7:26 the time for that second heat of the boys under 16 Cox 4, Christchurch Boys High School. Starting to dry it out there now. Nice to see this. Day 1 of the Canterbury Rowing Championships for 2026. Big thank you to Meridian for their continued sponsorship. It just makes things tick over nicely here. They've sponsored this event for many years and we are appreciative of that. Generating champions is what they do, and that's what we're trying to do here. And these are your finalists for the girls under 15 Cox 4 that will be racing tomorrow. They're just having a little preliminary, getting some dust out and some cobwebs out from training camp. So St Margaret's still really clear in the middle there along with Timaru. Then we come right across to Christchurch Girls High School number 2, just inside from them to St Margaret's number 2. Just ahead of them now would be Oamaru 22. Rangiruru down there in lane number 1, just sneaking through. They did finish second in the final at Otago Championships pre-Christmas. So don't take too much out of the preliminaries. Nice from Timaru though, still continuing to tick over out there. St Margaret's just on the outside of them. That's St Margaret's number 1. And they would be probably 3rd now, just in behind that crew from Christchurch Girls High School number 2. Then we go to St Margaret's number 2, Oamaru, right next to them, just ahead of them now. Less than 100 metres to go down this preliminary now, and just starting to ease off now is the Timaru crew. Christchurch Girls High School will finish second. The number 2 crew, a variation of that crew, won this event at Otago just before Christmas, so we'll see how they go tomorrow in the final. St Margaret's, who weren't here, obviously, they've got 2 crews in this. They'll be right up against it with them. So St Margaret's number 1 will finish 3rd. Come down here to Oamaru will finish 4th. Right on the outside, nice finish from Christchurch Girls High School number 1. And then it will be St Margaret's number 2 will come back down the inside to Rangiruru. In the middle of the field will be Christchurch Girls High School number 3. And then we see Columba College with those familiar orange caps just completing the field there in the girls under 15 Cox 4 preliminary. Let's move on to the girls under 16 double sculls. 1,000 metres to go in the first heat as it makes its way down. We're looking for 1 and 2 to go through, plus the next 2 fastest into the A final. Lane 2 here, Avonside Girls High School, Ruby Clark and Emily Ash. Lane 3 is Marion College 2, Ava Thomas and Annabelle Carter. Lane number 4, Timaru 1, Madison Cooper, Charlie Cooper. Lane number 5 is North End 3, Anya Erskine and Emma Baskerville. Lane number 6 is Union 1, Billy Rochford and Felicity Wright. Lane 7, Timaru 20, Hannah Thorpe and Mary Thorpe. Hannah Thorpe, sorry. And lane number 8 is Star Boating Club 21, Kate Lane and Niam Barr. And lane number 9, Columba College 2, Charlotte Scott and Isla Petty. It's the Union crew out in the middle. They were pretty strong at Otago's too. Billy and Felicity did a good job, coached by Connor Freya. We go on the outside then to, it looks like, is it Star Boating Club out there? Just outside them is Columba College. So Star Boating Club, of course, which is Wellington East Girls College. So big welcome to them. They've got a squad of 22 who travelled down here on Thursday looking to experience South Island rowing conditions. And as the sun starts to do its thing, I think they're getting pretty good conditions out there. They head back on Monday, but this is a good taste for them of South Island conditions, and that will all lead into Māori, which is here at the end of March. So good prep for them, and hope they enjoy their time here. Right though, it's looking for that 1 and 2 to go through. And it is with Union in the middle of the course. Then we come back to Timaru, holding on to 2nd. And then lane number 1, Avonside Girls High School. They've had a good day. They were pretty strong before Christmas at Otago's, and just continuing that now. Back inside from them to Marion College, Ava Thomas and Annabelle Carter. So just starting to move back up is lane number 1, Avonside Girls. Got some work to do though. It's all sitting out there in the middle with Union and Timaru. On the outside though, Star Boating Club, you'll see the Star Boating Club colours, the blue and white hoops. So lots of heats of the girls under 16 double sculls. They'll be enjoying these good conditions. 4 heats to come through. Very calm out there, not a breath of wind. You can look at the flag here. It's extremely limp. Just look at the run that the Union are getting on that boat. Nice drive when they get to the catch, and then just letting the boat do the rest of the work. No splash, just sitting there comfortably at 29. Looking across does Timaru to try and grab them, but these two have got their spot. Oh, we've just gone underground out here in front of us. So hopefully they can get that sorted out before we get underway. Unfortunately, that means a little bit of wake for those crews as the safety boat gets here and does its thing. And it looks like it was boys double on its way up to the start. So if you're going to do it, that's probably a good place to do it. And hopefully that wake is not too bad for those crews as they come through it. So handle that nicely. Have Union and Timaru. They'll take out 1 and 2. Avonside will be relying on the next fastest to get themselves through to the A final. Right on the outside will be Star Boating Club starting to push through. 100 metres to go now, trying to take on that Avonside crew. Then we go across to Columba, back inside to Marion College down here in lane number 3, and just a little bit further back would be the crew from North End. So down we come to the finish. Congratulations to Union. Off to the final they go, and along with them will be the crew from Timaru, and we'll see who happens to join them. Just a little bit of action out here. Always fun learning as a novice. There's a great American rower once said, I can't remember his name, and I won't make it up, But his saying is along the lines of there are those that have tipped and those that will, as part of rowing. Heat number 2, girls under 16 double sculls. Terribly sorry about that. I was supposed to press the button off. Lane 1, Wanaka number 1, Casey Howard, Emma Throne. Lane number 2, Whakatipu 1, Cinnamon Williams and Caitlin Julian. Lane number 3, St Andrews College 1, Talia Christie, Georgie McGrath. Lane number 4 is Wairo 2, Zoe Goodsir and Millie Nylon. And lane number 5, Burnside High School number 1, Lucy Gibson and Harriet Gorman. Lane number 6, Columba College 4, India Scott, Trelise Mitchell. Lane 7 is North End 2, Amelia McKeever and Amelia Bousted. And lane number 8, Selwyn Rowing number 1, which is Olivia Kershaw and Isla Messera. And in lane number 9, it's Timaru 12, Amy de Ruyter and Heidi Harper. Looks like Burnside lane 5. It is Burnside lane 5 leading them down. We go right on the outside of them to Timaru, holding second. So looking for 1 and 2. Then we come down to lane number 2, Whakatipu in their yellow boat. Those are your 3. So Burnside and Whakatipu. Whakatipu just ahead of Burnside. Then we come back to St Andrews College. Then across to Selwyn and North End and Columba. Not much between those 3, but they're fairly spread out. Just watching the other heat in behind. They've let them go. Perfect conditions now. And they head up through the last of those red buoys. So the red buoys get them through to when they change to yellow. I mean, there's 250 metres to go. So in this second heat of the girls under 16 double sculls, first heat, I can tell you that Union won that in 8:47, 4 seconds ahead of Timaru. So Avonside girls went through in 9 minutes flat pretty much. Them and Star will be looking to see what those times look like with the rest of the heats as they make their way through. But no doubt about what's happening out here in front of us. It is Burnside High School, coached by Christina Blackford, Rob Mates. As I said before, they've been down here all week, so they're pretty familiar with the lake. So they're holding on to second behind Whakatipu. So those 2 crews look like they're well clear of the rest of them before boat lengths back from Whakatipu. On the inside of them, we go right back to the crew from St Andrews College, holding on to that 3rd spot. Right on the outside would be the crew from, that's Timaru and the Craighead Green Boat. So those are your 4 in contention. Then it's Selwyn rowing. Right next to them is North End holding on to those spots out. Then we go right back just in front of the umpire's boat. You can see the Columba College crew. And then back from them is Wairo, and back down here in lane number 1 is Wanaka, Casey Howard and Emma Throne. So nice piece coming in here from these 2. Just starting to wind up a wee bit is Burnside try and get them set themselves ahead of the Whakatipu crew, but both these 2 crews looking pretty comfortable. Coming down with 120 metres to go now will be the crew from Whakatipu, which is Cinnamon Williams and Caitlin Julian, coached by Jimmy Kavanagh, going mid-30s, so they've cranked it up a bit. They want to get themselves there first. 100 metres to go now for Burnside. Well clear of the rest of the field now. 6 boat lengths back now to St Andrews, across to the crew from Timaru, back into Selwyn. Then we look at North End. We come back to Columba, but further ahead of them now in lane number 1 would be Wanaka, and then Whakatipu back from there. But down they come. Out to 3/4 of a boat length now is Whakatipu in the second heat of the girls under 16 double sculls. And they'll head through to tomorrow's final along with Burnside. And then it'll be up to the time. So don't hold back now, St Andrews and Timaru. Get cracking. You might give yourselves a chance of getting through to that final. Under 100 metres to go now for St Andrews, and same now for the crew from Timaru/Craighead. And then we'll see the rest of them come down as you can see them. It'll be Selwyn just in behind North End. They're working hard in that North End boat. Goodness me, they've got plenty of effort going in there. Well done. And then we come down to the crew from Wanaka across to Columba, back inside to Wairo and St Andrews, I think. So that's heat number 2. Heat 3's on its way. They've got less than 500 metres to go. That is in lane number 2, North End, Isla Thompson and Sophie Small. Lane number 3, Union number 2, Pagan Hay and Emily Gilmore. Lane 4 is Whakatipu 2, Posey Mansa, Liberty Hyde. Lane number 5, Columba College 1, Lucy Earle and Livy Campbell. Lane 6, Timaru 41, Brooke Taylor, Sophia Borkowski. Lane 7 is Oamaru 22, Molly Kirkman and Bella Cicchini. Lane number 8 is Oamaru Girls, Targo Girls number 1, Margaret Londell and Isla Marshall. And completing this field for Heat 3 is Wairo 1 with Lucy Simmons and Georgina Muscove. Look at that right out in the middle. That is Columba. Look at the orange caps. That is Lucy Earle and Livy Campbell, 1 and 2 through to the final. It'll be them and someone else. Very strong start from them. Whakatipu number 2 holding on to second. Right on the outside we go to the crew from Wairo. That is Lucy and Georgina. Those are your 3. So it'll be between Whakatipu and Wairo at this stage to pick up that second qualifying spot. Looking very comfortable is this crew from Columba, well coached by Ashton White and Beth Anderson, some experienced coaches there. And just look at that boat run. Very clean catch, nice connection from the fingertips through to the foot plate. They push it through to 250 metres to go. They've got 5 boat lengths on the rest of the field, led by Whakatipu. Outside of them, we're still with Wairo. We come inside from Whakatipu to Union, then North End. Then we go across to Timaru, Oamaru 22, and just a bit further back there would be Targo Girls High School. As that second heat finishes, we'll get you a time on that as soon as we can. 4th heat is underway. Then we got the women's intermediate Cox quadruple sculls coming up, and then we've got some more masters races. So, and then the boys, the men's Novi doubles will make their way up. So the masters making their way up now. So this is a nice row here from Columba. Both sitting up very tall and just letting the boat do the work. 50 metres to go for them now, and they'll be into the final tomorrow. Just sitting there very comfortably. Finishing nicely at 34, and they will beat the rest of the field by over 100 metres. Whakatipu holding on to second just, but nice push coming on the outside. They've continued to keep going. Have the crew from Wairo. No, they haven't. That's Otago Girls. That's bad, Ian. Well done, Otago Girls. You've done nicely here. You're going to pick up second, I think, because you're going to go past the Whakatipu crew and go straight through into the final. So you've kept your head down and kept going. And just look at the surging of their bow. That blue bow as it pushes out of the water with each stroke, getting some real run on their boat. They're trying to come back in the Whakatipu. They might have left it too late. Down the line they go now, and it is Otago Girls will go through, I think. It's going to be a photo. Nice push at the end there by Whakatipu. We'll wait and see what the camera people have got to say, but I think they might have gone with Otago. 4th will be North End. Then we come outside of them to Union. Right back into the middle of the course we go for the rest, which will be Timaru. You can see that's out of Roncalli with those yellow blades. Just outside of Timaru will be Oamaru, and then we go on the outside. Looks like a crew that might have missed the start. That was what was fooling me. That's actually Wairo out there. So they're just finishing out there in lane number 9. We'll see if we can get a time on that one. That was pretty cool. Whakatipu, 8:32 in the second heat. Taking that one out. Girls under 16 double sculls, heat 4. Here it comes. Lane number 1. Selwyn rowing 2. Pippa Tyra, Meredith Dunbar. Lane number 2, Waihopai 1, Indy Rogers, Isabel Moore. Lane 3 is Dunstan Arm 1, Mila O'Kane and Bailey Thomas. Lane number 4 is Otago Girls 2, Nakaya Smith and May Lowry. Lane number 5, Timaru 11, Juliet Griffin, Ella Metcalf. Lane 6, Star Boating Club, it's Charlie Twig and Lucy Blair. Lane number 7 is North End 4, Annabelle Webster, Leela Hall. Lane number 8 is Columba College 3, Stella Ingalls and Hazel McRae. And lane number 9 is Marion College 1, Charlotte McLaughlin, Olivia Walker. Juliet and Ella from Timaru, right down the middle of the course. They've got this one under control, haven't they, with that green Craighead boat. Then we go right out to Columba College number 3, which would be Stella and Hazel. Just on their right shoulder, Marion College 1, Charlotte McLaughlin and Olivia Waller. Those are the three, Walker, those are the 3 who are holding on to those spots. 1 and 2 goes through. They've got a big lead over the rest of the field. In fact, we come back inside, it would be to North End 4. I think they're just a little bit in behind the crew from Star Boating Club. Then we come back down the inside lanes, and it is with Selwyn rowing just in behind Dunstan Arm. Across from them is Otago Girls. Then we go back to Waihopai 1. Those are the contenders. There's a big spread across these fields, so we're looking for 1, 2, and the 2 next fastest to go through the A final. The next 10 fastest, which you'll have to look on Row to sort that one out, they're going to go through to the B final. So lots of B and A finals tomorrow. We go through till 3 o'clock tomorrow, 6 o'clock today. It's a big long day. Can't remember that for a long time. It's good to see some of the crowd coming out of hibernation as the weather starts to behave itself. But, Coach Dean Milne will be pretty happy with this effort from Timaru, 11, Juliet and Ella. Still holding a boat length over Columba. Then we go outside to the crew from Marion, who need to really push, but he's to hold on to that time to get themselves through with next fastest. Then we've got 4 boat lengths back to the rest of the field. So a little job for you all to do now that you've all come out of hibernation. If you look along the behind the tents, you'll see a magnificent berm that's been planted and put in by the South Island Rowing volunteers. And it's been planted, but unfortunately with any planting we get these things called weeds. So the caretaker would love it, is if as you are walking past the berm on your way backwards and forwards from your tent, pull a few weeds for us. See if you can make your patch look better than your neighbour's patch. Let's see if you can have your little bit of 5 cents into helping us continue with these facilities here at South Island Rowing. So if you see a weed, pull a weed. Craighead right in front of us, 50 metres to go, 3 boat lengths ahead of the Columba crew. Great effort, team. Dean will be happy with that. Through to the A final you will go. Coming up to the buzzer now, another couple of strokes. There we go. Through they go. Well done to Juliet and Ella. Joining them will be Stella and Hazel from Columba College. They come down now and take the buzzer. And then working hard out there in lane number 9 is Charlotte and Olivia from Marion College, working hard to see if they get that next fastest. Columba, Livy and Lucy, they went through in heat number 3 in 8:33, so a little bit quicker than the previous ones. They'll be right in the mix. Selwyn finishing nicely down here in lane number 1. Continuing, got a nice run in their boat now, have Pippa and Meredith. Look at them go. Oh, they've got some wind behind their sails. They're away, trying to chase down that crew from Star Boating Club. Crikey, they're quicker than a pensioner off to the pokies, these crew down here in lane number 2. They keep looking, mind out those boys. Working hard, Selwyn, Star starting to go ahead of them. North End having a crack too. Or they might get themselves through to a B final at least. That'll be a good effort. Then we come back to Otago girls, and then it will be Dunstan. And just finishing down here will be Waihopai. That's the girls under 16 double sculls. The women's intermediate Cox quadruple sculls are on their way down. Let's give you those crews. This is race 56, so a third of the way through the program already. In lane number 2, Timaru 20, Caitlin Stark, Rihanna Rickard, Emerson Ward, Emma Gardner, Charlie Dwyer. Lane 3 is Columba College 1, Zoe Wallace, Devon Skivington, Ruby Hefford, Charlie Smith and Pippa Carey, the Cox. Lane 4, Oamaru 22, Leah Coford, Evie Mitchell, Peyton Dixon, Sky Frank, Tempe Oliver, the Cox. Lane 5, in the middle of the course, Isabel Williamson, Minette Prinsloo, Zara Ford and Isabella Galvin. Robbie Miller is the Cox. They look like they might be leading them down to Avon. Lane number 6, Whakatipu 1, Eve Burra, Gemma Ward, Ella Day, Lucia Summerfield, Eva McGee is the Cox. Outside of them in lane number 7, Union 1, Christy Lee Jackson, Inez Peters Bush, Mila Kokajik Heyman and Eden Petty with Jemima Nola is the Cox. Lane number 8 is St Andrews College 1, Scarlett Bailey, Liddy Perry, Lucy Fraser, Ivy Castles and Sienna Curry is the Cox. Out there in lane number 9, Invercargill 2, Lola Dean, Millie Hackett, Evie Randall, Georgia Webster and Valerie Muniz. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 will go through to the final. The rest will be eliminated. Very final sort of a word that, isn't it? But it is just outside of Avon, Whakatipu and that nice yellow quad of theirs. They've got the lead over the Avon crew. Then we come into, it looks like it is Columba College sitting down there in lane number, yep, that is Columba in lane 3. You can see with the orange caps. Back inside from them would be Oamaru 22. We go right across on the outside, St Andrews College, out to Invercargill, and then it looks like just the back of the field might be Union. Just ahead maybe is the crew from Timaru. So this is heat 1. We've got 2 of them. The second one's underway. Then we've got the men's masters Coxless quadruple sculls, and then we've got the men's novice double sculls, which looks like they're off 2K today. 8:59 was the time in heat 4 for the girls under 16 double sculls. So if we remember back, Columba College won theirs in 8:33. So that was a very quick heat. So it will be pretty challenging for the rest of those crews to get through on the fastest. But have a look on Row It tonight and you'll find out. Rowing through here, looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So who are we going to get to go through? It looks like we can get Whakatipu. We're going to get Avon. Columba. We go outside of Columba, across the other side, and it is St Andrews. You can see those, the white St Andrews cross on the back of those blue blades. There's 4. The work needs to come from Oamaru down there in lane 4 to make sure they stay ahead from their perspective of Invercargill right out there in lane number 9. So you can see Invercargill there, they've got the white, the black and the gold colour. So those are the 5 or the 6 that are looking to go into 5 spots. The rest of those 2 crews will be out of it, which is the crew from Union and just down here in lane number 2, Timaru. A wee bit much for them to do. So the battle, if we want to watch the battle, is between Oamaru in the middle of the course in the gold, and on the outside it is the crew from Invercargill. Those 2 are battling for a spot, because right out in front, no doubt about who's taking this one out, it's the Whakatipu crew. Jimmy Kavanagh and Shane Muir, the coaches. This is Eve, Gemma, Ella and Lucia, coached by Eva. Pretty easy ride for her, good conditions for them. They go through to the A final. Cruising through as well is that crew from Avon. Just outside of them is Columba. Avon sitting there at 27, so they've got a bit left in the tank for tomorrow and the rest of their races today. And it is with St Andrews, and it looks like Oamaru have just kicked on the last 100 metres to move ahead of that outside crew from Invercargill, and they'll take that 5th spot through to tomorrow's final. That is the first heat through. The second heat makes its way through. You can see the Masters forming in behind them. So heat number 2 is just through the 1,000 metre mark. Lane number 2, Dunstan Arm 1, Lisa Tolson, Maria Thiessen, the Shrems, Alyssa Wilson, Gemma Mead, Kate Baskerville is the Cox. Lane number 3 is Avon 2, Amy Skolvowski, Bridget Moyer, Zara Abasquera and Nina Mackay with Timmy Heritage the Cox. Lane number 4, Wairo 1, Isla Muir, Michelle Ponder West, Casey Twiddle and Hannah Sluter with Hayley Sutherland the Cox, coached there by Jessica Bennett. Lane number 5, Star Boating Club 21, which of course is Wellington East Girls College. Scarlett Fuge, Abby Winstrat, Carissa Phillips, Alexandra McEwen and Matilda Piner is the Cox. Lane number 6 is Christchurch Girls High School 1, Cora Greer, Eva Sutherland, Isla McGregor, Chloe Wally and Saverick Marley. Lane number 7, Burnside High School number 1, Olivia Blackmore, Miranda Ewan, Hannah Watson and Julia Mitchell with Eve Nathan the Cox, coached by Christina Blackford and Rob Mates. And in lane number 8, it's Invercargill 1, Madison Dyack, Keely Templeton, Katie Gray, Mila Sheehan and Ave Valoa. Jack is the Cox. Again, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 to go through. By my maths, that means 2 are going to miss out. So Burnside and Wairo leading them down. Then we come to, looks like Dunstan might be ahead of those 2 crews actually down there in lane number 2. Those are your 3 initially. And then it looks to me like it might be, it's pretty close between Star Boating Club and Avon. Then we go outside to Invercargill and Christchurch Girls High School. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 to go through. Whakatipu won the first heat in a time of 8:23. So a little bit of a headwind still out there, and there's plenty of water flowing through the lake. So probably 2 boat lengths now Dunstan have got over Burnside back to Wairo. And just watching this Invercargill crew on the outside, Ava, the Cox, probably had a look across, sees where they're at. They haven't got too bad a spot. We come back inside of them to still Star Boating Club, I think. Star Boating Club and Avon having a bit of a go at each other down there in lanes 2, 3 and 4. So those are the 5. Outside of Star Boating Club, Christchurch Girls High School probably got the work to do to get in the mix. But no doubt about who's leading this down, Dunstan Arm. So Lauren Gibb, the coach, will be pretty happy with this. They're looking pretty tidy down there in lane number 1. Boat doing the work and moving nicely together they are. Burnside still holding on to that 2nd position. And then Wairo holding on to 3rd. And then we go down to, it still is with the crew from Avon. So putting the work in here, Dunstan, they're sitting at 34. Up to 150 metres to go now for Dunstan. So they'll hold first. Second will be Burnside at this stage, then Wairau. Now the battle is between the inside lanes. Avon now just started to get a bit of a wriggle on. They've had a look across and they can see that there is some work coming in there from Star Boating Club. Then on the outside, Invercargill. So those three crews are really having a crack for 2 slots. Avon now pushing ahead of Star Boating Club. And Invercargill will need to come back in them as all those crews come up now with 250 metres to go. So some work to come in there. Nice down here in front of us though, another 3 strokes, and that'll see Dunstan through to the final, the women's intermediate Cox quadruple sculls. There's the buzzer there for them now. They take out race 57. Down we see Burnside will take second. They've got about 50 metres to go. 100 metres to go now for Wairau. Then it is Avon really got the wriggle on, and it looks like they're still holding on to that 4th spot. Working really hard out there though is Invercargill. Out there in lane 8, they look across the Star Boating Club. So Star Boating Club and Invercargill now batting for that last, or fighting for that last qualifying spot. Wairau now will come down and take the buzz, another couple of strokes for 3rd. 4th will be Avon. So who's going to be 5th? 100 metres to go now for Avon. But it is between Invercargill and Star Boating Club for the last spot. They're both neck and neck as they come through the last 100 metres. The bow lady looks across from Star Boating Club. Says, right, we've come all this way. Let's get ourselves through to a final. Invercargill got their heads down trying to make sure they can keep the Northerners out. No doubt about the 3rd spot. That's going to be Avon. Invercargill pushing ahead now. Star Boating Club into that other spot. 4th, there goes the crew from Avon, and it's between Invercargill and Star Boating Club. Star Boating Club might have got their head ahead now. They've got out to half a canvas, so they go down the line, so they'll get themselves through to the final tomorrow. Well done, ladies, in the women's intermediate, Cox quadruple sculls. Then comes Invercargill. Then we go to the crew from Christchurch Girls High School, and it looks like another crew on the outside might have just finished a wee bit late in there. Underway, though, in one of the feature events, of course. This is the Men's Masters Coxless Quadruple Sculls. I'm not sure they're all there. Someone's missed. Oh, no, they're doing really well. Okay, let's give the crews first. 3 Union sort of crews in here. Lane number 3 is Union 2. Paul is it Matthew Sutherland, the club captain. Scott Inglis and Chaz Toddhunter. Out of interest, Scott and Chaz just rode together recently in the head of the Charles in Boston, which is something to do. Lane number 4, Union Composite number 3, between Union and Avon. So the Avonite is Brian May. So hopefully he stopped talking for long enough to be able to row. He's there with Matt Newhazen, Andrew Thompson and Andrew Jordan. Lane number 5, Union 1, Dale Marf, the St Bede's coach. He's out there putting on an exhibition with Richard Moyer, Dominic Marnie and Valentine Frazos. And lane number 6 will be Wanaka, number 1, Max Paulin, Shane Gibson, Tristan Hughes and Matt Rickard. And lane number 7, Cure Boating Club, number 1. Where on earth are they going? That's Peter Midgley, Mool Arndt, Scott Berry and Jonathan King. They're out there in lane 13 at the moment, heading towards goodness knows where. They've obviously found a fishing spot. That's just ridiculous. So out in front of us is the Union crew, a crack crew, this one. Dale Marr, Richard Moyer, Dominic Marnie and Valentine Frazos. They're going to come down 100 metres to go. And ladies and gentlemen, that is how you do it. They'll be sitting there at 28. The boat's running and doing the work. Inside from them, we come back to the Union crew with Paul, Matthew, Scott and Chaz. Nice effort from those gentlemen. It looks like Matt is sitting in the bow, just commanding proceedings. That's what club captains do. So we've got 50 metres to go. Cure have now rounded the safety boat. Through they go. Well done to the Union number 1 crew. Union number 2 are going to take second. Then we've got the composite crew, which someone must be foot steering. They're actually off on a bit of a tangent as well. So Brian in the back there, Andrew, Matt and Andrew Thompson doing a good job. And then it's the Wanaka crew, Max Paul and Shane Gibson, Tristan Hughes and Matt Rickard. And then just over there, heading towards Lake Tiao now, is the crew from Her Boating Club. Peter Midgley, he's head of safety here, so obviously didn't want to get in anybody else's road. So he's made sure of that. And they will finish tomorrow, I think. So that's the men's Masters Cox's quadruple sculls. We go back to the men's novice double sculls. Heat number 1, in lane number 1, Ashburton 3, William George and Lockie Oldham. Lane number 2, Cashmere High School 1, Timothy Henderson, Corey Lee. Lane number 3, Wairau 12, Cooper Murray, Ned Byron. Lane number 4, Otago 3, Quinn Breen and Nate Kosumanoi. And lane number 5 is St Bede's College 2, William Blackburn and Fletcher Franklin. Lane number 6 is Invercargill 1, Jackson Hutton and Ali Hamilton. Lane number 7 is Timaru 32, Yoka McIntosh and Miller Gaskin. Lane number 8 is Whakatipu 2, Max Bisilli and Finn Coddington. And lane number 9 is Cromwell 1, Jake Spittle, Bryn Sutherland. They're into 1,000 metres. There is 3, 4, 5. Crikey, lock yourselves in, folks. We've got 5 heats of the men's novice double sculls. This should be interesting. 1 and 2 go through to the A final. 3 and 4 through to the B final. Invercargill, I think. Invercargill leading this one down from Timaru. I don't think that there is an Otago crew there, or they're getting very close to each other. So just down the inside, you've got Ashburton just in front of the umpire's boat. To the right of them is Cashmere High School. Then we go just outside of them to Wairo, and it is Otago 3 that are not there. So we go out to, I think there might have been the crew that had a bit of a whoopsie down in front of us. Meanwhile, Cure Boating Club Masters have made it back onto the right side of Lake Ruataniwha. St Bede's College is sitting in behind Invercargill, doing a good job leading this down. So out from Invercargill, we go to Timaru, ahead of St Bede's. That's your 1, 2, 3 battling for spots. Then we go outside of them to Whakatipu, right across to the Ashburton crew, back inside to Cashmere, then Wairo, and then on the outside to Cromwell, who hold it out of there. So 1 and 2 go through to the A final. Second heat of that women's intermediate Cox quadruple sculls. Dunstan won that in a time of 8:02, quite impressive. Starting to head up towards lunchtime, team. So plenty of choices here if you haven't bought your own lunch. Plenty of coffee carts down there. We've got Erina down there, waterside. We've got the coffee, the cafe shop, the Rose shop's got coffee around there. You can get your bacon buddies around the corner. Then you can finish that off with an ice cream. The Rose shop's got plenty of goodies out there. They had nice buttery scones earlier on this morning. I saw those there. But if you have bought your own lunch, please do make sure that you are in charge of taking away whatever rubbish you've brought with you. Do your bit to keep things nice and tidy, as you can see out here. And those of you in the second segment a bit further down towards the 250 might notice the new irrigation sprinklers sitting down there. So that will green up nicely for the later regattas to come. Invercargill doing a good job out here though. Jackson Hutton, Ali Hamilton, coached by Nigel Jack, and the very experienced Ian Hamilton. He'll be happy with this. They're 3 boat lengths now ahead of St Bede's College, and taking with them they are the crew from Timaru. So 1 and 2 through to the A final. St Bede's and Timaru. What have you got? One of you guys is going to go through the A final, one's going to go to the B final, so plenty to happen there. If we go outside to Whakatipu, pushing up into that 4th spot, back down to Ashburton in lane number 1. Just getting very close to each other are Ashburton and Cashmere High School down there, so good viewing for the spectators. Just outside of them is Wairo, then we've got the big gap because, of course, Otago aren't here. Then we go back to Cromwell out there in lane number 9, so good effort this from Invercargill. For a men's novice double sculls, they're looking very tidy. Look how clean their blade work is. Nice in at the catch, and they've got a good long stroke as they get through, and they're sitting there quite nicely, sitting there at 32, 120 metres to go for them. Sitting up nice and tall is the stroke man. And it is Timaru starting to crank up on the outside now. Just see they just clicked in. So the hands moved. Can St Bede's respond? Timaru have got second if they keep going like they are. St Bede's, you'll have to respond. Otherwise, Timaru are taking out. 100 metres to go for Timaru. No doubt about who's going to win it. It's going to be the Invercargill double. And Timaru just seem to have the run on their boat now over St Bede's. So St Bede's will go through to the B final, which will be pretty good for them too. On the outside, joining them will be Whakatipu. And then we're still with Ashburton down here, Cashmere, and just outside of Cashmere, Wairo, who are now being overtaken on the outside by Cromwell. So well done to Invercargill. Couple of hand slaps, they go through. Nice finish there and a good push in the last 100 metres there from Timaru to make that second spot clear, get themselves through to the A final, through to the B, and that'll be a good race for them tomorrow. St Bede's along with Whakatipu in this first heat of the men's novice double sculls. Nice finish on the outside from Cromwell. They'll push through nicely and they're fighting hard down here are Ashburton. Cashmere just inspecting those bow side boys in their lane. It's damn hard once you get yourself into the boys sometimes to get out of there, but they've done well, those gentlemen. 100 metres to go for them now, and it's a long way when you're a novice. 2K. 100 metres to go now for Wairo, doing a great job, these boys walking as they come down. William and Lockie from Ashburton look across. See, they're just trying to chase down Cromwell, and they're doing a pretty good job too as they come down to the line. Ashburton just pushing up on them all, just holding on does Cromwell. Well done, chaps. Kashmir coming now, then Wairo. That will be the first heat of the men's novice double sculls. Second heat underway. Men's novice double sculls, again looking for 1 and 2 to go through the A final, 3 and 4 through to the B final. I can tell you that in the men's masters coxless quadruple sculls, that first union crew went through in 3:38. They'll be pretty happy with that. Heat 2, men's novice double sculls. Lane 1, Targo Boys High School 1, B. Roy, Asher Knox. Lane 2, Kashmir High School number 4, McKinley Graham, Darby Fallett. Lane number 3, Whakatipu 4, Tyler Love and Rome Lawrence. And lane number 4 is Shirley Boys High School 1, Jack Gregory, Harrison Crute. Lane number 5 is Union 1, Zachary Dalton and Caleb Yates. Lane 6 is St Thomas's of Canterbury 2, Xavier Croucher and Tyson Arps. Lane number 7 is Dunstan Arm 2, Harry Farrell and Jack Letts. Lane number 8 is Timaru 41, Lachlan Strawn and Alfie Chapman. And lane number 9, Ashburton 1, George Robinson, David Ritchie. Just to give you a gauge, Invercargill have won that first heat in 8:08. Pretty even across the field as we look at them. Looks like a Timaru crew right on the outside, and you can see it's a Timaru crew racing under a club, but the gold blades tell you that it is probably Ron Carley. We come 2 across from them, and we can pick out the St Thomas's crew. Still a bit further back, it's Dunstan that is sitting up there quite nicely, Harry and Jack. So there's your 1 and 2, and then third in the middle of the field there will be Union. Then we come right across to get the fourth, which will be the second one in, which is Whakatipu. So those 4 crews well clear of the rest of them at this stage. Then we go back to Otago Boys, then Kashmir High School. Outside of Whakatipu is Shirley Boys High School number 1. Outside of Union is St Thomas's of Canterbury number 2. So sitting favourably now on the outside with the Timaru crew, Timaru, Union, Dunstan. There's not much between them, and Whakatipu. They can all change pretty quickly though. We'll see how they go. 10 seconds behind Invercargill, and that first heat was the Timaru crew. So 8:08, then 8:18. We'll see what this time comes up by. It's still great conditions, especially for the novices, and great to see the dogs that we've got down here, and great to see they're all on lead. So that is the only thing. We just make sure you got your dog on a lead, and then you can have as many as you like. Gold blades flashing for Timaru, still holding on that lead over the crew from Dunstan Arm. We come across to Union, and just starting to push ahead on them is that crew from Whakatipu. You can just see they've wound it up a little bit as they head into the last of those red boys. So it should start to get interesting now. Dunstan starting to wind up a wee bit outside as they try to push up on the Timaru crew. So the challenge for those novices is just to keep the run on the boat as they do wind up. 1 and 2 go through the A final. So Timaru responding to Dunstan. It's really Union in the middle that need to get going again to get back into that 4. Kashmir starting to come away with it in lane number 2, trying to push up and get themselves a spot. Things can change pretty quickly. Timaru holding on to it over Whakatipu, then Dunstan, and then the crew from Union. Union has a look across. The novices will all be told to keep their head in the boat, but sometimes it's just too much to get out and have a wee bit of a look. Look at the effort going on the outside there from Timaru. There's some real power trying to be driven out of that boat. They're working extremely hard. We come back into Whakatipu. Well, this is going to be a bit of fun. 2 of these lot are going through to the A final, and 2 are going to the B final. It's anyone's guess at this stage. They're going to run out of puff Timaru if they keep going like that, though, because Dunstan are cracking in on them. Union have decided they won't have a go as well. They need to get a little bit long, a wee bit short. Here comes Whakatipu. Whakatipu pushing up into 3rd. They're doing a really good job out there, Timaru. They're holding on to that 1st spot. Dunstan are coming at them. Here comes Whakatipu. Union are out there as well. Give them a cheer, boys and girls. They're working hard, these crews. They're holding on nicely as that crew from Timaru on the outside. They'll go through to the A final. Who's going to join them? Dunstan are holding 2nd. 3rd pushing up them now is Whakatipu coming firing right at that Dunstan crew. Union looks like they'll be through to the B final. Timaru are going to go through and take the A final. Second looks like it will go with Dunstan. Nice battle, gents, so well rode. Second goes Dunstan into the A final. Leading into the B final will be Whakatipu. Following them will be Union. Then we come down to Cashmere. Then we go to Shirley Boys High School. Cross on the outside to St Thomas of Canterbury number 2. Right out we go to Ashburton number 1. And then back down here in lane number 1. Working hard as well, Young Bede and Asher from Otago Boys High School number 1. Heat 3's underway. Let's have a, there should be some fun here too. Well, there's 3 lining up to get 2 spots. Here we go. Lane number 1, Timaru 30, Jarius Daya and Jaeger Sims. Jaeger Sims out of Geraldine High School. Nice to see them here again. Lane number 2 is Wanaka 2, William Person and Jack Jones. Lane number 3, Shirley Boys High School 2, Finn Clark, Toby Watson. Lane number 4 is Dunstan Arm number 1, Jedi Stewart and Tolly Rule. Lane number 5 is Otago 2, Cornelius van der Clinton and Felix Robbins. Lane number 6 is Whakatipu 1, Henry Hughes and Tom Reynard. Lane number 7 is Waido 11, Max Skian and Isaac Coleman. Lane number 8 is Otago Boys High School number 2, Hunter Wynnum and Theo Kindiak. And lane number 9 there is St Andrews College number 1, Jock Taggart and Frederick Kewen. So right out in the middle of the course, it's generally a dead giveaway if it's a yellow boat, which is Whakatipu, and it is. Then we go across from them to Wide Road. So those are your 1 and 2. In the middle is Dunstan. Then we come back down to the crew from Wanaka. And outside of Wanaka, Shirley Boys High School, further back to Otago. Back down in lane number 1 to the crew from Timaru number 30. Then we go right on the outside to, it looks like Otago Boys High School out there. And St Andrews. St Andrews a bit further back than Otago Boys High School. So it is Whakatipu. The battle will come in between Wairo and Dunstan for that second spot. So, oopsie daisy, they just missed a stroke here. Wairo, don't worry, it happens to everybody. They can keep going again, they'll be right. Just got to get settled down, gents, and get that run back on the boat. So Whakatipu can see that either side of them we come down into Wanaka are just eyeing their chances of getting through to the B final. If they fizz from there, they might get through to an A final. No, still waiting for a time the previous one. Whakatipu got this nicely under control though. Wairo have recovered nicely and just starting to move past Dunstan. Wanaka got some work to do. So Dunstan, are you going to respond? Jedi and Tully, who's going to make the move to try and track down that crew from Wairo who look like they might be shifting lanes? Yep, they've found a quicker lane. They've gone outside to the one that we weren't given, and they'll go a little bit quicker out there. So they're doing quite nicely. 100 metres to go. They're holding on to second nicely. They've got 2 boat links now ahead of Dunstan, and then it is Wanaka outside of that, back to Shirley Boys and the crew from Timaru. Down we come, though. This is heat number 3, and it will be taken out by Henry and Tom from Whakatipu. Congratulations, gents. They all go through the A final. Joining them will be Max and Isaac from Wairo, and then through to the B final will be Jedi and Tully from Dunstan, and joining them will be William and Jack from Wanaka. Completing the field, though, will be Shirley. Down here to Timaru 30, across on the outside to Otago Boys High School, back in the middle to Otago 2, and just right on the outside is St Andrews College number 1. That second heat, Timaru went through in a time of 8:47, so that first heat was a lot quicker than the 8:08. Heat 4, they threw 1,000 in the last half of the course for them. They'll be feeling it now. I'll be looking forward to the finish, I would think. Lane number 1, Invercargill 2, Oliver Payne, Oliver Deans. Lane number 2, Cashmere High School 2, Oliver Gardner, Isaiah Kwong. Lane number 3 is Whakatipu 3, Charlie Pagan, Henry Manser. Lane number 4 is Otago Boys High School 3, Jaden Clarkson, Charlie Swan. Lane number 5, Burnside High School number 1, Serafino Shin and Ben Smith. And then lane number 6, St Thomas of Canterbury 1, Seth Hanrahan, Harry Gould. Lane number 7 is St Bede's College 1, Arlo Franklin, Sawyer Jenkins. Lane number 8 is Wanaka 2, Wanaka 3 in fact, Finley Hughes, Travis Lee Cooper. And lane number 9 is Otago, Jacob McDonald and Jacob Moore. It's Wanaka that have got the wood on this field at this stage. 500 metres to go, and it is Wanaka out there, Burnside holding second. We go 2 across to the crew from St Bede's. In between those 2 I've just mentioned is St Thomas's. Then we come down to the inside lanes in Invercargill. Very little between them and Whakatipu. Behind Whakatipu is Otago Boys High School. Who are further back than Cashmere, so Cashmere got the advantage there. So they head down now with less than 500 metres to go now. So Wanaka still holding on from the Burnside crew. These two look to be well clear of the rest of them. So the challenge will need to come from St Bede's, and inside of St Bede's will be the crew from St Thomas's. So this is the last heat of, no, there's one more of the men's novice double sculls, and then we move into the preliminary for the women's senior single and the women's premier single. So they are underway already, those crews. Just takes a quick look across, does the stroke man for Wanaka. Got this under control. Looking at Burnside, they've probably got 4 lengths back to St Bede's, these two crews. So they've done the work. A nice run on the outside there for Wanaka. Oh, they're just taking it up a peg. Just as we were looking at them, they just moved up to 32. So through the middle of the Golden Boys they come. They've got about 150 metres to go. Burnside have done the same thing. They're all pretty clear and getting through to the A final, but they'll be looking on time and lanes. And this nice push starting to come through down here in lane number 1 from the crew from Invercargill to try and make sure that 4th spot, get themselves through to the B final. St Bede's will head through there in 3rd. Inside from St Bede's is St Thomas's. Just working hard again in there, and then we go to the Whakatipu crew. So a bit of a battle on for those B final spots. Nice drag race going on here between the Wanaka crew and Burnside. And look at them wind up. Goodness me, someone's given them the message. Serafino and Ben, they've just gone nuts. So they're going to try and chase down this Wanaka crew and get the first spot in this particular heat, which is heat number 4. Pretty even, these two crews. Look forward to that. But, oopsie daisy, you've got plenty of time to recover. Just make sure you finish. There we go, Burnside. Nicely done. No one knew any different. Second. Burnside takes second out. Through to the A final they go. And then it will be the crew from St Bede's holding on to 3rd to go through to the B final, along with Invercargill down here in lane number 1. Just enjoying these smooth conditions that we have here at Lake Ruataniwha. The teal blue water's starting to shine through as the sun starts to come out. Then we go across to St Thomas's and we're back to Whakatipu on the outside to Otago. Back inside to the crew from, looks like Cashmere weren't happy with their lane either. They've decided to go out there. And it's Otago finishing in behind them. Final heat for the men's novice double sculls, heat number 5. Got a scratching in lane number 4, so smaller field here. Still looking at 1 and 2 to go through the A final again, and 3 and 4 through to the B final. Lane number 2, Christ College 1, Jaden Ferrier and Alex Innes. Lane number 3, Timaru 31, Jock Fisher and Oliver Wilcox. Lane number 5, Selwyn Rowing. Number 1, Joe Creeker and Johannes Main. Lane number 6, Whakatipu 5, Ethan Patterson, Tommy Carlson. Lane number 7, St Bede's College 3, Hunter Nichols, Luke Peterson. Lane number 8, Ashburton 2, Luke Moffat and George Lash. And in lane number 9, it's Wanaka 1, Duncan Turner and Jasper Lambert. And they have got the lead. Quite nicely out there they have from St Bede's holding second. And we come right down in the inside lanes. And it looks like well, that looks like a Shirley Boys crew who aren't listed, so I'm sure someone knows about that. No, it's Timaru. My eyes deceive me. So it's Timaru, and they are well ahead actually of Christ College down there in lane number 1. So again, 1 and 2, it's looking like Wanaka and St Bede's holding on to this to go through the A final. So Pat McQuinn and Flynn Hutchison-Ray looking after the novices at St Bede's this year. Very experienced Pat McQuinn, has donated a lot of time to South Island and Avon rowing and school rowing. And so great to see him continuing on with these crews and getting these novices underway in their journey and career with rowing. So these guys will go through to an A final tomorrow, which all things going well. They've got about 350 metres to go to make sure that happens. So outside of them still Duncan and Jasper, coached by that whole Wanaka coaching team, holding on to first. Inside from them, of course, is St Bede's. Still looking across that crew from Timaru. They could put St Bede's under pressure if they start to go. Back from them, back there in lane number 1 is Christ College. Then we go right across to the crew from Ashburton, Luke and George. Coached by Justin Wall, our chief starter, Mary Hefford. And then in the middle of the course, it would be the crew from Whakatipu number 5, and just back from them is Selwyn Rowing 1. So looking pretty tidy out here is the Wanaka crew. No disadvantage at all being out there in lane number 9. It's pretty smooth travelling for them and for anybody else that's been rowing down there. And St Bede's is starting to make the most of their last 150 metres. You can see the power going on from that St Bede's crew. Just watch the bow surge with each of their drives. Just lifts out of the water a little bit as they get that boat moving closer and closer to the end. Pretty simple game, rowing, isn't it? Start at point A, get to point B, go as fast as you can. 100 metres to go for Wanaka. Oopsie daisy, just missed a stroke. Recovered nicely there, have Wanaka. St Bede's still holding on to that second spot. And a nice push still coming here from the crew from Timaru. They'll hold on to that third spot. It is between Ashburton now. Have moved nicely on the outside, starting to put some pressure on Christ College to see who takes his 4th spot out and through to the B final. No doubt about who's going to go through to the A. It will be the crew out here from Wanaka and St Bede's. Wanaka take the buzzer now. St Bede's will get it another 3 or 4 strokes, and holding on to third spot will be the crew from Timaru. Just going to be a question of 4th now. Ashburton look like they might have moved past Christ College, take that 4th spot and into the B final, so nice result for them. Meanwhile, race 64 is on its way, less than 1,000 metres to go, and some quality out here for us to have a look at. Great sculling ability here of the women's senior and women's premier singles. Lane number 2, Cashmere High School, O'Leary Clare. Lane number 3, Dunstanarm 2, Isla Westlake. Lane number 4, St Margaret's 1, Scout Fiskey. Lane number 5, Waihopo 1, Leela Jack. So those are the senior, women's senior scullers, and the 2 premier scullers outside of them. In lane number 7 is from Dunstanarm 1, Madison Neal. And in lane number 8 is Avon 1, which is Tegan Smith. So as they make their way down, O'Leary Clare, who had such great success at Mardi Cup last year, culminated in getting themselves picked for the New Zealand Juniors through that Cashmere program. Great thing for them to have achieved. So she's leading these crews down as a senior sculler. It is between her and Madison Neal, coached by Simon Smith. So Madison out there from Dunstan. And then we come second spot at the moment. It's being held by Isla Westlake. She had great success here in the novice, or not as a novice, but in the open category last regatta, which was Otago. I think she won the open sculls. And then we go back from her to Scout Fiskey from St Margaret's. And then it is across to Tegan Smith from Avon. It's a good season last year for Madison. She's one of our athletes on the national pathway. So she's in amongst all of that. And good effort here, though, as a senior sculler for O'Leary. Very strong. Just watch. This is the preliminary. When it comes to finals time tomorrow, she has got a cracking finish. So whether she brings it out today or not, we won't necessarily know. But maybe tomorrow we might see that. So good to see her still racing in the Cashmere High School colours. Across to Madison. Madison now starting to wind. She'll probably want to finish this on top. Second still is with Isla Westlake from Dunstanarm. Then we go to Lila Jack from Waihopo. Had a great season last year. She'll be able to kick on this year. Across we go to Tegan Smith from Avon. And then just back in the middle there is St Margaret's College Scout Fiskey. So these scullers loving the conditions. Just look how clean they are with their blade work. And just not rushing that recovery. Very smooth. Great effort here in front of us from O'Leary. And she will take this preliminary out. Madison will finish second. They'll come back and do it all again tomorrow, but with a bit more oomph Isla holding on to third there, just coming through 100 metres to go. And it will be Waihopai Lila Jack, coached by Danny Young out there in lane number 5, will go across to Tegan Smith from Avon. And then completing the field will be in there with the candy stripes is St Margaret Scout Fiskey. So that is the preliminary for the women's senior and premier single sculls here at the Canterbury Championships for 2026. Lane 2 here in the men's senior double sculls, they're preliminary as well. In lane number 1, it is Dunstan Arm 1, Josh Bartlett, Harrison Thode. Lane number 3 is Oamaru 22, Patrick Spillane and Logan Doherty. Lane number 4, St Thomas of Canterbury 1, Declan Ducey, Hunter Taylor. Lane number 5, Nelson 1, Flynn Mercer, Sam Johnson. My first call for Nelson today. Good to see them down here. They come a long way. Lane number 6, Avon 1, Sam Mones and Toby Tregeiga. Lane number 7 is Whakatipu 1, Max Davis and Ollie Watson. And lane number 8 out there is Dunstan Arm number 3, Oliver Hamilton and Angus Lowe. So some talented scullers out here too. So it looks like it's sitting there with Oamaru 22, which is Logan Doherty. He knows this lake well, does Logan. He spent a lot of time on it, just holding the lead over Dunstan. Outside of them we go to the Nelson crew, right across the far side of Dunstan Arm number 3, back inside from Whakatipu, then to Avon, and it will be back down to St Thomas of Canterbury. Looks like those chaps have got themselves just underway, doing what they need to get through to tomorrow. And if you're at home on the live stream, you've probably got some sandwiches and some lunch and you're ready to watch the next race. You can see the men's Club Cox's 4 is sitting there in the starting blocks, which means the men's Premier Double Sculls is already underway. It is 1,000 metres to go. So big thank you to Hannah down there in the second level, who's doing all the work with the live stream, making these pictures available to us. So I hope you're enjoying it wherever you're watching it, and enjoying their preliminary down here as Oamaru, Patrick and Logan getting through here. Just cranking up a little bit. They'll have finished with a boat length over Dunstan as they go through in this preliminary of the senior double sculls. Third will be Nelson, then we'll go across to Dunstan Arm number 3, and they will take this out back to the crew from Whakatipu, and then Avon, and it will be St Thomas of Canterbury completing the field. Men's Premier Double Sculls preliminary. This will be a cracker to watch tomorrow. Basically, we've got 5 Dunstan crews and there's an Avon one just to upset the commentators. But in lane number 3, Dunstan Arm 2, Matthew O'Meara and Henry Clatworthy. Lane number 4, Dunstan Arm 1, Harry Lightfoot and Charlie Manser. Lane number 5, Dunstan Arm 5, Matthew King and Hamish Yateman. Lane number 6, Avon 1, Peo O'Sullivan and Jimmy Middleditch. They should be easy to spot. They'll be in a different colour. Lane number 7 is Dunstan Arm 4, Lewis Mates and Sam Barnett. And lane number 8 will be Dunstan Arm number 3, Luke Brock, Finn Allison. So Dunstan Arm 2 look to be leading from Dunstan Arm 1. And Dunstan Arm 5 might be in front of them. Then Avon, and there's a Dunstan Armour that isn't there. So I think Dunstan Arm 3 aren't there for some reason. They might be scratched. Well, that would be the reason they're not there. Then we go out. So Dunstan Arm number 2 look like they're leading from Dunstan Arm 5. So Matthew and Henry ahead of Matthew and Hamish. In between them are Harry and Charlie from Dunstan Arm 1. Then we go across to Avon, Peo and Jimmy. And then just outside of them looks like it's Lewis and Sam from Dunstan Arm number 4 in lane 7. Maybe it is Luke and Finn from Dunstan Arm number 3 didn't make the field. So while they're doing that, I'll give you the men's Club Cox's 4 because they'll rattle down pretty quickly. That is preliminary though. And Avon number 4 is Cameron Abel, Joseph Ritchie, Jackson Evans and Didier Marks. Lane number 2, Canterbury 1, Liam Collins, Mark McDermott, Nat Ranoff and Noah Visser. Lane number 3 is Wairo 11, Hunter Marfell, Logan Flight, Zachary Jenkins, Aidan Bennett. Lane number 4 is Avon 3, William Thomas, Sam McAfee, George Wilson, Hugan Van Herel. Lane number 5, Oamaru 22, Jet Rogers, Stuart Ispister, Kobe Sol and Cooper Lynch. Lane number 6 is Avon 1, Noah Laqualak, Barney Evans, Ashton Corkery and Kobe Good. Lane number 7 is Avon 2, William Curry, Flynn Grace, George Kinder and Bruno Dooley. Lane number 8, Cure Boating Club 1, Dara Lynch, Yong Ul, Shada Luca and John Reedy. And lane number 9 is the school crew. Christchurch Boys High School number 1, Charlie Greenslade, Matthew Barnes, Ruben Fifield, Hugo Parnham, coached by Scott Shackleton, Tim Osmers. That is a preliminary for them, so they'll be looking to come through. Finishing off the men's double sculls in front of us, the Premiers just making their way through. Dunstanar number 2, Matthew O'Meara, Henry Clackworthy, making the most of their time on the water. They're going to lead down their number 5 crew of Matthew King and Hamish Yateman. Matthew King, ex-Cromwell. In between them, Harry Lightfoot and Charlie Manser, the double from ex-Whakatipu, doing the work there because Charlie had a great time at Marty last year. They're just going to finish ahead of Jimmy and Payo from Avon, who are just going to nudge out Lewis and Sam from Dunstanarm number 4. They'll come back and do it with much more gusto tomorrow. Nine crews all out there. Nice start there for Christchurch Boys High School number 1. They're out there in lane number 9 just leading these men's club coxes 4 preliminary rowers down. So they will be racing for lanes though, so they won't just want to row through. But they've got the lead at the moment, have Christchurch Boys High School. It looks like we come back to Wairo down there in lane number 3. Some good Marlborough names in there, Hunter Marfell, Clayton Lindstrom. So they're holding on to second just. Then we go across to the crew from Avon. That is Avon 1. Inside from them is Oamaru 22. Outside of Avon 1 is Avon number 2. Then we've got Canterbury 1 in the white and the red, just down there in lane number 2. And then back inside from them at Avon number 4, down there in lane number 1. In behind them to the last race for the morning will be the Women's Club Coxless pair. There are 2 heats of those about to make their way down the course. So still holding on, this is Christchurch Boys High School. Pretty standard rigging on their boat. Most of these boats look like they're pretty standardly rigged. Too much experimentation going on out there. Avon now pulled in front though. That last 50 metres just going ahead of the Wairo crew. So that's Avon 1, Noah Laqualic, Barney Evans, Ashton Corkery and Kobe Good. This is the Club Coxes 4. So just pulling into we want the middle lane where they already are for tomorrow. Head now of Wairo. Wairo tandem rigged there on the bow side. You can see that on their boat as they make their way through, holding on to that second position now and trying to put Avon under pressure. Outside of Avon number 1 is the number 2 crew. Still, Oamaru trying to push their way through them. Just on the inside of Oamaru still is Avon 3. Nice push still coming from Canterbury number 1 down there in lane number 2. But it sits with Avon. Avon over Wairo. These 2 crews having a crack at each other and just cranking it up now. It's that Avon number 1 crew. Just fresh off their, quite ironic really, fresh off their camp up on the Wairo River. Must have picked up some secrets, but Wairo now pushing ahead of them now too. These 2 crews well ahead of the rest of the pack. On the outside still was Christchurch Boys High School. Back down to Canterbury, back to Oamaru, Avon number 2, Avon number 3. Right across the other side there will be Cure Boating Club. And then down to Avon number 4 in lane 1. That's how they'll finish. And that's the preliminary done. Let's wait and see what happens tomorrow. Come back at Wairo have Avon, but Wairo will take it by half a canvas on the line. 3 boat links back to that crew from Christchurch Boys High. Avon 2, Canterbury ahead of Oamaru, back to Avon number 3. And the battle on the back of the field for the last remaining outside spot tomorrow is between Cure and Avon number 4. So another race or 2 for me, and then we'll come back into proceedings. This is the first heat, the Women's Club Coxless pair. Full field, 10 of them, looking right across the park there, aren't they? We're looking for 1, 2 and 3, plus the next fastest to go through the A final. So in lane 1, Dunstan Arm 1, Perry Stevenson, Ella Barnes. Lane 2, St Andrews College 3, Hadassah Timo and Xanthi Ward. Lane number 3, Rangiruru Girls School number 1, Phoebe Ensor and Maddie Young. Lane 4 is St Andrews College 1, Alana Brook and Lauren Bolton. Lane number 5 is Star Boating Club 22, Phoebe MacArthur and Ellie Palmer. Lane number 6 is Wairo 2, Daisy Lindstrom and Celia Spencer. Lane number 7 is Columba College 1, Nova Fiston and Anika Laser. Lane 8 is Avonside Girls High School number 1, Kate Orchard and Kate Burgess. And lane number 9 is St Margaret's College 3, Greer Cathro and Grace Edwards. Going to put my teeth back in. Lane number 10 is Avon 1, Emma Gardner and Olivia Studham. 1, 2 and 3 go through. There's not much in this. Oh, Rangiruru, maybe. Just in front, I think, as they come through into the last half of the course. Definitely it is with Rangiruru down there in lane number 3. Just watching Avon out there in lane number 10. It looks like Emma and Olivia might have the wood on this field now, though. Right on the outside, just sneaking past those two boats from the safety crew. And then Columba College number 1 look like they're right across in there as well. So Stapey is fairly even. Wairo just out inside of the crew from Columba. You can see them just to the right of the umpire's boat. And then we come across to Rangiruru. So those are the crews. So looking at 1, 2 and 3 to go through. So Avon holding on to it at this stage out there in lane number 10. We come back inside to Columba. Then it's Wairo. Those are your 3. Pushing up on them just down there, and it is Rangiruru. It looks like, I know they're still back there now in lane number 1, is Dunstan Arm. So we've got Avon. We've got the crew straight across them in the middle of the field. Columba, right next to them is the crew from Wairo. Then we go to Rangiruru. Those are the 4 that are shaping up. We're looking for 3 to go through, plus the next fastest. Just inside from Rangiruru is St Andrews College. A little bit further back from them is Star Boating Club. Then we go across to the very inside lane of Dunstan Arm. Then right across to St Margaret's. And that's how they're looking at this stage. So through they go with 500 metres to go. The second heat is underway. Will bring that to you as soon as we've finished here. So 1, 2 and 3 plus the next fastest through to the A final. 4, 5 and 6 plus the 2 next fastest through to the B final. I can tell you the men's club Coxless 4. Wairo took that out by about 3/4 of a second from Avon in a time of 6:49.57. So if they get water like this tomorrow, they'll be looking to go a little bit quicker. So still Avon holding on to this. Rangiruru have actually moved nicely since the 1,000. I thought they were leading them, but it was actually Avon on the outside. But they've now moved up past Columba, and inside from Columba still is Wairo. Starting to push on the inside of Rangiruru still is St Andrews College. Lane 1, look at Dunstan Arm coming down in there. That's Perry Stevenson and Ella Barnes. Lauren Gibbs got a plan for them, the coach, but still holding on nicely. Out there is Avon from Columba. Avon right out there in lane number 10. They couldn't be further across. It is Noah Fiston and Anika Laser from Columba holding on to second. We're still seeing this push start to continue to come from Phoebe and Maddie from Rangiruru. Their coach, Fee Patterson, running a strong program there. She'll have a plan for these two. Looking pretty tidy. Avon still holding on though from Columba back to Rangiruru. Then we look at the crew from Wairo just starting to fall back a little bit. Outside of them is the crew from Avonside Girls, Kate Orchard and Kate Burgess starting to push up alongside them as well. Then we come back inside from St Andrews College, it's Rangiruru to St Andrews College, back down to Dunstan. So the push is on, and it is still with Avon though. Avon under real pressure from Columba, and then Rangiruru. It's a nice run from Rangiruru continuing. If they hold up as it is, these 3 will go through and it'll be a battle for the next spot. So the best of the rest then becomes Wairo, outside to Avonside Girls, back inside to St Andrews, then to the crew from Dunstan, then Star Boating Club back to St Andrews number 1, and right on the outside is St Margaret's College. Well, they might be right moved into lane number 10. Back down though, 70 metres to go. Avon holding on to this from Columba. They'll go through to the A final along with Rangiruru, and it looks like the best race next will be for the fastest after that, which will be Wairo. They're holding on to 4th, finishing nicely. Then we go outside to Ooh, on the line there between Columba and Avon, but I think still was Columba over Avon and Rangiruru, then Wairau, just inside from Road to St Andrews, and across we go the outside then to the Avonside Girls crew finishing strongly. Dunstan down here and lane number 1, and then it'll be Star Boating Club, followed by St Andrews 3 and St Margaret's. Hand you over to Will, who'll bring you the second heat, and we will catch you all a little bit later on.
All right, heat 2 of the women's club Coxless pair coming down now. In lane 1, we have St Margaret's College number 1, Layla Elkington and Annabelle Glengarry. Lane 2, Union 1, Jamie Seddon and Lisa Manson. Lane 3, Otago 1, Maya Still and Brianna Patterson. Lane 4, Wairo 1, Paige Wentworth and Anna Heron. Lane 5, Columba College 2, Fennel Millen and Sarah Stevens. Lane 6, Ashburn 1, Georgia Scammell and Zara McGillan. Lane 7, Rangiruru 2, Georgia Stalker and Amelia Jones. Lane 8, St Andrews College 5, Olivia O'Connor and Chloe Lowe. And lane 9, it's Avon 4, Phoebe Burden and Kate Smith. So we're looking at first 3 through the A final, and I think we've got a pretty clear leader here. It's going to be the Wairo colours, so the green and white. We're looking at lane 4, Wairo 1, Paige Wentworth and Anna Heron, coached by Joe Binion. And then we'll probably be going outside to that Rangi crew, so that's Rangi number 2, Georgie Stalker and Amelia Jones. And then we might be looking on the inside for that third spot, and that's going to go to the White and Navy of Union number 1, Jamieson and Lisa Manson. But challenging on the outside also is St Andrews College number 5, Olivia Connor and Chloe Lowe, probably trying to get up for that top 3, if not maybe that next fastest position. But it's definitely Wairo out in front, probably sitting just about 2 lengths clear of that Rangi crew, and Union's definitely closing down on that Rangi crew, so definitely a race for second and third here. St Andrews trying to get up into the mix. I think they've just run out of runway there, coming into the last 120 metres, are they? So here comes Wairo, pretty dominant performance here. Then we're looking at Rangi and Union. I'd just give Rangi the lead by about half a length over that Union crew right now. So Union, Jamie Seddon and Lisa Manson trying to work up on that Rangiruru crew. I think Rangi's just pushing away. They've got that wine sorted out, and they're pushing out to Clearwater now over the Union crew. So we're looking at Wairo number 1 in first, Rangiruru number 2 in second, and then Union number 1 in third. Go back outside to St Andrews College, Ashburn number 1, inside to St Margaret's, Columba, and I think that's Avon rounding out the field there. Oh, and then there's Otago a bit further back. So that's heat 2. We've got one more heat to go. Time for that first heat. Columba got an 8:37.44, just a half a second over Avon number 1, Olivia Stubham and Emma Gardner, running in 8:37.82. So heat 3 coming down now. We're looking at Wairo number 3, Amelia Hardy and Trinity Rose Locke. Lane 2, Christchurch Girls High School number 1, Emerson Lowe and Abby McPherson. Lane 3, St Margaret's College number 2, Isabella Green and Sophia Cathro. Lane 4, St Andrews College 4, Katie Taggart and Sailor Hedgecock. Lane 5, Cashmere High School number 1, Lucy O'Connor and Marley Lloyd. Lane 6, Avon number 3, Julia Middleditch and Jessica Rankin. Lane 7, St Andrews College number 2, Charlotte Galvin and Lucia Apps. Lane 8, Rangiruru Girls School number 3, Amelia Wilk and Isabella Wilson. Lane 9 is Avon number 2, Kate Rowell and Sienna Godfrey Chatterton. And coming up to the final 500 metres now is the final heat of the women's club pair. We are looking at top 3 through the A final. I think that's the blue and white of St Andrews doing well out there. I'd say that's the St Andrews number 2 crew, Charlotte Galvin and Lucia Apps, coached by Marion Hardwick and Mitch White, currently leading the field near there, and they don't look challenged either. Maybe on the outside, Avon number 2. Oh, they could be in third. There's a crew inside of them that I think just might be leading them for that second place. And it's another Avon crew. That's Avon 3, Julia Middleditch and Jessica Rankin. So it's St Andrews' pretty dominant performance here, sitting about 4 or 5 lengths up over the rest of the field in this final heat. Again, we're looking at top 3 through the A final and then 1 next fastest position. Potentially challenging for that 4th spot might be St Andrews College number 4, but it's definitely St Andrews College number 2 up in front here in this final heat, just entering that last 300 metres now. They'll be looking to wind it up, and it looks to be pretty close between some of these inside crews for some of those minor placings there. But that top 3, I think St Andrews College number 4 just trying to challenge as well. I don't think they're going to quite catch this Avon crew on the inside, currently sitting in second, and then we're looking at Avon crew on the outside, who's actually just dropping back. So St Andrews College going with them as Cashmere. So we're looking at St Andrews College trying to get 2 of the top 3 placings here in the final heat. So St Andrews College number 4 just being challenged by Cashmere, and Avon on the outside just having a few rough strokes there. Avon on the outside, Avon number 2 is dropping back as St Andrews College number 2, Charlotte Galvin and Lucia Apps into the last 120 metres of the race. And Avon number 3, Julia Middleditch and Jessica Rankin have held their own in that second spot. And then looking at that 3rd spot, it's definitely going to be between Avon number 2 and St Andrews College number 4, Cashmere, just a bit off the pace and having a rough couple of strokes in that last one. So St Andrews College number 4, Katie Taggart and Sailor Hedgecock, they don't have they're not rating too high in that boat, and I think Avon on the outside's just starting to challenge, and they're starting to get up. It's it's a length in it. I've give the edge to St Andrews. St Andrews leading by a length. St Andrews number 2 just about to cross the line there. Avon number 3 leading the Avon number 2 crew and St Andrews College number 4. St Andrews College number 4 just need to watch the steering on that boat, and it's getting tight. It's getting to half a length. Avon is closing down on the St Andrews crew for the final placing in the A final. Can St Andrews hold on? It's a half a canvas. St Andrews College holds on over Avon number 2 for that final placing through to the A final for the women's club pair. St Margaret's and Christchurch Girls High School just in a bit of a battle, as well as Wairo, and then we've got Rangi Ruru number 3 rounding out the field for this one. Next up, we've got the women's novice Cox State. We're looking at 2 heats for this. First 5 through to A final for each. We're looking at Lane 2, St Andrews College number 1. Lane 3, Rangiru Girls School number 2. Lane 4, Christchurch Girls High School number 3. Lane 5, Cashmere High School number 1. Lane 6, Cure Boating Club number 1. Lane 7, St Margaret's College number 1. And Lane 8, Christchurch Girls High School number 2. So they'll be just in that third 500 now, and it seems to be kind of close. Again, those novice events, there's a lot more of a spread, and then the higher up you go in terms of age group and I guess level of rowing, the tighter the events tend to be. But this is novice rowing, so you tend to get more of a well-spread field here, just because there's so much you can improve on in between each race. So I'd say you're looking more on the inside there. That might be a Rangi crew there. And it's a yellow, white and blue boat of Rangi Ruru leading the field there in lane 3. I'm not sure by how much, but I'd say it's quite a bit. So this Rangi crew, we're looking at Anna Turner, Matilda Comet, Maddie Crozier, Rose O'Brien, Amelia Handyside, Billy McFarlane, Lavinia Roberts, Maya Tucker and Charlie Ward as the cocks, coached by Fee Patterson there. And they're doing pretty well. Wow, that's about 2 or 3 lengths, and then it's a battle all for the second and third spot. I'd say Cashmere's sitting in second as they come past the 500-metre mark. It's Cashmere in second. They've got about a length over St Margaret's, and just outside of them is Christchurch Girls High School number 2. They're in a real battle. Christchurch Girls High School currently being moved on by St Margaret's. St Margaret's is charging. It's Balball for that third place. Currently, I think St Margaret's is the one that's moving over Christchurch Girls High School number 2. So this Cashmere High School number 1 crew is Clara Mark, Sophia Hendricks, Pippa Reeves, Annabelle Dunder, Emily Muller, Trudy Levitt, Jessica Hill, Evie O'Driscoll, and Catalina Mary is the cocks. So they're sitting in second. They're just a length up over St Margaret's and Christchurch Girls High School number 2. So Christchurch Girls High School narrowly had the lead at the 500, but I think St Margaret's was the one that was moving past Christchurch Girls High School. So we see Rangi out in front. Pretty clear lead here. They won't need to do anything special in this final 250. Maybe just a chance to experience with winding in that final 250 metres, just trying to get as much distance as possible. Then you're going way back to Cashmere, and Cashmere in turn had the length over St Margaret's and Christchurch Girls High School. Looks like St Margaret's have moved over Christchurch Girls High School, but I think it is tight. So watch this final 200 metres between St Margaret's and Christchurch Girls High School. They'll both be through to the A final tomorrow, but these 4 crews are tight together. And then we're probably looking at Christchurch Girls High School number 1 a bit further back to take that final placing through the A final, but they're all going to be here on Sunday. Here comes Rangi, just a rough couple of strokes at the end there, probably just tiring up a bit, but they're sitting about 3 lengths up on Cashmere. Cashmere is in a battle, and I say Christchurch Girls High School have the lead over St Margaret's now for that 3rd spot, so it's actually Christchurch Girls High School. They've moved past St Margaret's, just sitting a canvas up, but St Margaret's coming back, and that battle has brought them closer to Cashmere. They're closing down on Cashmere. Cashmere trying to hold on to that clear water there, but it's Christchurch Girls High School just half a canvas up. St Margaret's moving, Balball for Balball. Let's see who gets over the line. St Margaret's, it might be St Margaret's just over Christchurch Girls High School. I'd give it to St Margaret's, but I'm going to wait for the results on that one. They'll both be through the A final tomorrow. Then Christchurch Girls High School number 1 will take that final placing into the A final. Time for heat number 3 of that club pair was an 8:30. And then 14 seconds back, that was by St Andrews, and then 14 seconds back off them was Avon number 3. Anyway, second heat of the women's novice cock state coming down now. We're looking again, first 5 through to A final, so there's going to be 2 of them that will miss out on the Sunday. We're looking at lane 2, Timaru number 1, lane 3, Columba College number 1, lane 4, Rangiru Girls School number 1, lane 5, Christchurch Girls High School number 1, lane 6, Oamaru 22, lane 7, St Margaret's College number 2, and lane 8 is Cromwell number 1. Okay, it's an even more clear leader this time. In heat number 2, we're looking at the yellow and black of Oamaru 22. We're looking at Pippa McMillan, Annabelle King, Kaya Rawson, Millie Patterson, Hunter McClay, Summer Brosnan, Matilda Eisbister, Grace Webster, and Greer Dixon as the Cox. So they are currently sitting in front. And then, actually, never mind, it's not as much in it as I thought. It's only a length, because Rangi Ruru's in there as well on the inside of them. So that's Rangi Ruru Girls School number 1. You're looking at Sophia Davidson, Poppy Moore, Georgie O'Neill, Sophie Murchison, Emily Carr, Alice Sharp, Eve Malone, Zara Pekowski, and Phoebe White is the Cox. And they are just sitting a length off this Oamaru crew. And you're probably going decent way back to Christchurch Girls High School number 1. And then an even greater gap back to Columba College on the inside. And outside of them is Cromwell number 1. That looks to be the 5 to progress through the A final at the moment. But here comes Oamaru, just trying to hold off from Rangi, trying to hold that length advantage. They're approaching the last 250. They've definitely got that drive sorted out. Looks nice and synced up, really accelerating the boat there. So good job from Oamaru here. As they come into that last 250, sprint begins, the wind begins. And I think they are starting to push away from this Rangi number 1 crew. And then we'll be looking back to Christchurch Girls High School number 1, made up of Zoe Dunning, Georgie Mathewson, Lily Banks, Ali Toshak, Polly Botherway, Tanisha Tainui, Stella Cameron, Gabby Burrows, and Lily Shackleton is the Cox. Oamaru through the last 100 metres now, and they're powering away. They've stepped it up from Rangi. They've walked away. It's now a length and a half over Rangi number 1. Rangi number 1 over and have 2 lengths over Christchurch Girls High School number 1, and then they probably have about 7 or maybe about 5 or 6 lengths over Columba. So pretty big margins here, and then we're going outside to Cromwell, and you can see those boys under 17/8s starting to catch up. So I'll call out those guys now. Lane 3, we have St Thomas of Canterbury number 1, Lane 4, St Bede's College number 1, Lane 5, Christ College number 1, at Lane 6, Christ College number 2, and Lane 7, St Andrews College number 1. They might be able to catch up to the novices if they hold on to this pace, but it is quite a battle. It is St Bede's out in front, and then outside of them is Christ College. So this is a similar matchup to the beginnings of under 16 last season, if I remember, for these guys. But it's St Bede's in front. St Bede's in front, just leading over Christ College. Oh, they might be able to catch up to these final novice crews. So watch St Bede's and Christ College battling out in front. They're just getting waked out a bit, I think, by the umpire boat. But here comes St Bede's. St Bede's charging Christ College, trying to go with them. Christ College getting some dirty water there, but so is Bede's. Bede's just, I'd say it's less than half a length. Christ College is charging at them. Christ College and St Bede's. St Bede's Cox is Matthew Casey. He'll be trying to watch that charge coming from Christ College. Christ College just down half a length, but they're closing. Let's see how many seats that is. It's 4 seats. 4 seats to St Bede's over Christ College. Christ College Cox. It is Max Durkin trying to get his boys up. I think St Bede's has just stolen a march, and they've opened up to 3/4 of a length. Now trying to move away to a length lead. So St Bede's, good last 250 there. Christ College just being hit by that wake pretty bad. So I think that might be a bit of an unfair disadvantage. I saw Christ College get waked out a bit in that last moment. Then a battle for that 3rd place. We're looking back to St Thomas and St Andrews College. I think St Thomas just have the lead, but it's not much. I'd give St Thomas it by just about a seat. A seat going to a canvas now. A canvas to St Thomas over St Andrews, and then we go back to Christ College number 2. So 7:47 was the time for that girls novice A, at least the heat 1. Next up, looks like we've got a bit of a gap to the men's Inti Cox 4. Lane 3, Oamaru number 1. Lane 4, St Thomas of Canterbury number 1. Lane 5, Wairo 11. Lane 6, Wakatipu number 1. Lane 7, Christchurch Boys High School number 1. And Lane 8 is St Andrews College number 1. So men's into 4 into the last 500 now. This is a prelim race. They'll all be in the A final tomorrow, but I'm seeing, I think that's the blue and black of Christchurch Boys as well as the yellow and black of Oamaru, and then just a bit further back is Wairo. So we're looking at those three at the moment. I'd currently give the edge to the Oamaru number 1 crew. We're looking at Cash Loudon, Isaac Fox, Jacob Rawback, Ike Newlands Carter, and Tempe Oliver is the Cox. And then outside of them on that Christchurch Boys High School number 1 crew, we're looking at John T. Mason, Brody Newfield, Albie Sampson, Flynn Nimmo, and Max Hawkes is the Cox. And I think Christchurch Boys High School might just be ahead of that Oamaru crew. So Christchurch Boys High School doing well there. I wonder, is that a tandem rig? No, they've just got that tandem rig there. So it's Christchurch Boys and Oamaru just in a bit of a battle for that first and second right now. Wairo sitting back comfortably in third, but the close race is up the front there, and I think it might be Oamaru just having a bit of a charge. They've definitely got their rating up a bit higher than Christchurch Boys. Christchurch Boys just looking a bit less clean on that recovery, but here we go into the last 120 metres of the race. I'd currently give it to Oamaru over Christchurch Boys High School, but it's looking close. Coxons will be eyeing each other up, and it's Christchurch Boys High School in first over Oamaru, so it's Christchurch Boys High School leading just by canvas over Oamaru. Oamaru trying to climb back in that final 100 metres. Can they track them down? It's Christchurch Boys High School still in front, and I think they're pushing away. I think Christchurch Boys High School stolen a march. So those boys, John T. Mason, Brody Newfield, Albie Sampson, Flynn Nimmo, and Max Hawkes have just got the lead by a canvas over Oamaru. Oamaru is going to take the second. Then we go back to Wairo. Wairo is made up of Tom Dunn, Blake Pitts, Blake Marfield, Ollie Sagers, and Patrick Gaines as the Cox. So Wairo takes the third, and then we're going back to St. Thomas and Wakatipu. Then St. Andrews just a bit further back on the outside. Next up, we're looking at 2 heats of the girls under 17 Coxed Quad. We're looking at lane 3, Marion College 2, lane 4, Burnside High School 2, lane 5, Wakatipu 1, lane 6, Timaru 11, lane 7, Otago Girls 1, and lane 8 is Cashmere High School number 1. So first 5 through the A final in the girls under 17 quad. Looks like we got some pretty clear leaders in this first heat for the girls under 17 quad. We'll be looking at Cashmere just on the outside there. So Cashmere High School number 1, Isla Anderson, Holly Gundry, Aurelia Lind, Zoe Perrin, and Ivy Omega is the Cox, and they're coached by Imogen Boxall. Then we'd probably be looking at second place as Otago Girls number 1 in the lane beside them. That's Jamie Stibb, Ali Ryan, Isla Marshall, Harriet Rowe, and Lara Cadman is the Cox, coached by Peter Mitchell and Ama Nicholson. So those are the first 2. And it's looking like pretty well separated field there. Maybe just a bit of a battle for that third place currently between Timaru and Wakatipu, and then taking that final place at the moment. It looks to be potentially Burnside there for that 5th and final place into the A final. So time for that Inti 4, the men's Inti 4 was a 7:29.89 for Christchurch Boys High School. And then Oamaru was a 7:31.14. So that's about a second and a quarter there. So Cashmere High School powering away into the last 100, looking clean in this under-17 quad. Otago Girls High School just a bit behind them, and then I'd currently give the edge to Wakatipu over Timaru currently for that third spot. But it is pretty close, and then you're looking back to Burnside for that fifth, and then we'll be going back to Marion College rounding out the field. Here comes Cashmere charging through. They're going to easily take out Heat 1 of the girls under 17 quad. Just 3 or 4 lengths behind them is Otago Girls High School. Otago Girls number 1 sitting in second, and then Wakatipu and Timaru in a tight battle here currently. I think it's Timaru just a bowel over Wakatipu, but Timaru is the one moving away as it goes to a canvas. Timaru a canvas over Wakatipu. Does Wakatipu have anything left in the tank? I don't think they do. It's going to be Timaru taking the third over Wakatipu. Then Burnside will round out the field for that final spot in the A final for the girls under 17 quad. Heat 2 coming down now. We're looking at lane 3, Wakatipu number 2, lane 4, Wanaka number 1, lane 5, Oamaru 22, lane 6, Burnside High School number 1, lane 7, Wakatipu number 3, and lane 8, Marion College number 1. Pretty clear leaders here in Heat 2 of the girls under 17 quad. Just trying to see the colours there. I think that's Burnside actually. So Burnside High School number 1, Lucy Gibson, Melissa Irvin, Amy Muncaster, Harriet Gorman, and Evie Nathan is the cocks. So they're doing very well, this Burnside High School crew. They are absolutely dominating the rest of the competition. Again, the next 4 crews will also make it through the A final. But Burnside's really putting out a good performance here. Then we're looking at Oamaru currently sitting in second, and then probably back to Wakatipu and Marion College. And then sitting in fifth would be Wakatipu number 3. But here comes Burnside. They're through the final 100, really charging home. They've got their rating up and they're attacking it early. So this Burnside High School number 1 crew is coached by Christina Blackford and Rob Meets. And they are sitting about, I want to say maybe 6 lengths clear over Oamaru, maybe even more. This Oamaru crew, Oamaru 22, made up of Emily Wainwright, Indig Jones Hogan, Bridget Spittle, Tessa Wright, and Isla Capley is the cocks. And they are just holding off this Wakatipu crew to the inside of them, as well as Marion College. And then just a bit further back will be Wakatipu number 3. And then Wanaka number 1 will round out the field in heat number 2. So great racing there in the under 17 quad. Next up, we got 2 heats of the boys under 15 double. So we're looking at lane 1, Shirley Boys High School number 1, Callum Harris and Luca Hartley. Lane 2, Otago 1, Mackley Adams and Archie McDonald. Lane 3, Wanaka number 1, Duncan Turner and Jasper Lambert. Lane 4, Burnside High School number 1, Sean Gilman and Ben Smith. Lane 5, St Thomas of Canterbury number 1, Ryder Horgan and Jackson Marshall. Lane 6 is Cromwell number 1, Jake Spittle and Bryn Sutherland. Lane 7 is Union number 1, Peter Neuenhuizen and Conrad Hurst. Lane 8 is Selwyn Rowing, Mason Jessup and Hugo Johnson. Lane 9 is Timaru 31, George Neal and Alex Belitho. And lane 10 is Timaru 41, Lachlan Strawn and Alfie Chapman. So first heat of that girls under 17 quad went through at a time of 7:51. Alright boys, under 15 double heating up here in the last 500 now. We're looking at first 5 through to A final, so have a watch out to the middle of the field because those are the places that really matter during Saturday heats. But at the moment it's Burnside again leading the field. We're looking at lane 4, Burnside High School number 1, Sean Gilman and Ben Smith, coached by Christina Blackford. So Burnside's having a pretty good performance on the sculling side of things. Outside of them, currently sitting in that second spot, probably, I think that's Union colours, so Peter Neuenhuizen and Conrad Hurst, coached by Lisa Manson. And then on the inside, big battle on the inside between these two crews. You're looking at Shirley Boys and Otago. So Shirley Boys made up of Callum Harris and Luca Hartley, and then Otago one made up of Mackley Adams and Archie McDonald. So big battle on the inside. Those are your first 4. Currently looking at that 5th and final position to the A final. Probably looking at Selwyn and Wanaka. So Selwyn and Wanaka, that's the current battle at the moment. I'd currently it's tight. It's tight for that 5th and final position. I'd currently give the edge to Wanaka at the moment, the yellow and black. So that's who you're looking at. Burnside through the last 100 metres. They're dominating, and then Shirley Boys have rolled over Otago on the inside, currently challenging for that second spot as well. Union's holding on to that second spot at the moment. Wanaka, a lot of battling with a couple of strokes there, and we've got Selwyn trying to move up into that 5th position. Can Selwyn catch up? I'd give the edge to Wanaka at the moment. Shirley Boys really pushing away, trying to charge up on Union. Burnside's over the line, but we got Union there. Union's really attacked it on the rate. They're not saving any energy for tomorrow here. Here comes Shirley Boys, just maybe a length and a quarter back. Then they've got about a length and 3/4 back to Otago. And then we'll be looking at Selwyn and Wanaka. I currently give the edge to Selwyn now. Selwyn just half a length over Wanaka. So this Selwyn crew is made up of Mason Jessup and Hugo Johnson, coached by Adam Jenkin. They're just going to take it out by a length for that 5th and final position for the A final. Then we're going inside to Wanaka. Then we'll be looking at St. Thomas and Timaru. To Timaru Cruise and Cromwell. So that's heat number 1 of 2. Heat number 2, we're looking at, again, first 5 through to A final. Lane 1, Timaru 30. Ben Murray and Idris Huda. Lane 2, St. Thomas of Canterbury, number 2, Siali Tungavaka and Max Hay. Lane 3 is Otago, number 2, Lucas Raymond and Forbes McKay. Lane 4, Wanaka, number 2, Finlay Hughes and Jack Jones. Lane 5 is Wairo 11, Gus Hoban and Max Campbell. Lane 6 is Dunsnam, number 1, Harry Farrell and Kiowa O'Neill. Lane 7 is Wakatipu, number 1, Oliver Glover and Angus Brown. Lane 8 is Shirley Boys High School, number 2, Louis Bevan and Lockie Soper. Then lane number 9 is Wakatipu, number 2, Tommy Carlson and Charlie Pagan. So they're just coming to that third 500 now, so we'll watch them as they go through. Right, final heat of the boys under 15 double sculls coming through now. Time for that Burnside crew was a 7:49.79. Then we'll be looking at Union at an 8:04.93. Anyways, coming through now, it looks like I was going to say a pretty dominant performance, but there's a crew just on the inside who's doing well as well. So we're looking at Wakatipu on the outside there. That is lane 7. So lane 7 is Wakatipu, number 1, Oliver Glover and Angus Brown, coached by Brent Jarvis. And then currently sitting in second, right on the inside, we'll look at lane number 1, Timaru 30, Ben Murray and Idris Huda. That's your 1-2. Again, we're looking at the first 5 though, and also doing well is Dunsnam, number 1, Harry Farrell and Kiowa O'Neill. And then probably 4th and 5th is Wanaka and Otago. So Wanaka and Otago holding on to the 4th and 5th. And they're sitting pretty clear of the rest of the field. So I think we've got a pretty clear A final lineup here. But Otago number 2 is closing down on Wanaka number 2. So Otago number 2 made up of Lucas Raymond and Forbes McKay, coached by Mike Hill and Will Sweetman. Then Wanaka number 2 is made up of Finlay Hughes and Jack Jones. So Wanaka holding on to it at the moment, but Wakatipu has just crossed the line. So that's Oliver Glover and Angus Brown. And then we've got Timaru 30 across the line now. So that's your 1-2 in the final heat. And they're pretty wrapped about that. Dunsnam sitting in 3rd. Harry Farrell and Kiowa O'Neill just holding about a 4-length lead over Wanaka, who in turn have about a 1.5 length lead over Otago. Alright, next up we've got the women's intermediate Cox 4, just one race of this. Lane 1, Oamaru 22, Lane 2, Wairo number 1, Lane 3, Timaru 11, Lane 4, Avonside Girls High School number 1, Lane 5, Christchurch Girls High School number 1, Lane 6, Avon number 2, Lane 7, Rangiru Girls School number 1, Lane 8, Avon number 1, Lane 9, Timaru 20, and Lane 10 is Oamaru 23, and they're just probably in that third 500 now. Looks to be a pretty well spread field here. Leading the field in the women's intermediate Cox 4. I want to say it's Avon number 1, but they're in a rangy boat. So it's Isabel Williamson, Minette Prinsloo, Zara Ford, Isabella Galvin, and Annabelle Wynne-Williams as the Cox of that Avon crew. Maybe just being challenged on the inside by... That's a green one. Avonside Girls High School number 1. So we're looking at Emily Coetzee, Kira Knighton, Ruby Clark, Maya Jones, and Brooke Sykes as the Cox. Those are the two I'd say, and I'd say it is still Avon, leading just by about a length and a half over Avonside Girls High School. And then we're probably looking at that third spot, maybe right on the inside, to Oamaru 22 in a battle with Timaru and Wairo, as well as Rangi in the middle there. Don't write off Rangi number 1. That's Addie Cortha, Isabel Carnahan, Zoe Clements, Miller Wilkie, and Penelope Sutton as the Cox. But it's currently Avon leading the field here, and they're really holding on to the finish there. I don't think they've got their rating up. I don't think they're attacking this last 250 as much as they want to or need to. Avonside Girls High School number 1 just slowly catching up. I don't think they're worried. This is a prelim. Yeah, really holding on to that finish is that Avon crew. Avonside Girls High School just rating a bit higher, and they're closing down. Will Avon hold on to Clearwater? They might just. Those two pretty clear over the rest of the field. In third, definitely is that Rangiru Girls School number 1 crew. And then we're probably going to Wairo number 1 in 4th, and Oamaru 22 in 5th. So those two in a battle right now. Oamaru just maybe starting to walk over Wairo, or is it the other way around? I think it's just Wairo actually moving past Oamaru on the inside there. So Wairo just half a length up over Oamaru. Then we'll be going back to Timaru and Oamaru on the outside. Then back to Avon number 2, Christchurch Girls High School, and Timaru 20 will round out the field there. So girls under 15 double, we're looking at 3 heats of this. Again, first 3 through to A final and 1 next fastest. We're looking at lane 1, Otago Girls number 1, Margot Milne and May Lowry. Lane 2, Wakatipu number 1, Sienna Reid and Evie Clark. Lane 3, Burnside High School number 1, Helena Mohammed and Nyasa Putani. Lane 4, Timaru 2, Paige Leary and Paris McRae. Lane 5, Timaru 41, Mia Sutherland and Olivia Bartlett. Lane 6, Cromwell number 1, Paige McEldenny and Zara Dickey. Lane 7, Wairo number 2, Julie McKay and Lena Bailey. Lane 8, Union number 1, Macy Rochford and Emily Gilmore. And Lane 9 is North End number 1, Marley Hoare and Olivia Williams. Time for that NT 4 was an 8:24.72 by Avon number 1. Then 8:28 was from that Avonside Girls High School crew. Anyway, now we've got the girls under 15 double coming down, and we are looking at a top 3 position here to go through to the A final. And I think we're looking at Union number 1 on the outside, Macy Rochford and Emily Gilmore performing well. But just inside as well, that might be Wakatipu. Wakatipu number 1, Sienna Reid and Evie Clark as well performing all right. Third spot's a bit tougher to tell. I'd say maybe looking at Wairo number 2, or even on the inside there. Actually, no, there's a crew that I've missed here that's quite out in front. That is North End number 1, so Union's actually in that third spot. So we're looking at North End number 1, Wakatipu and Union. So it's actually a bit more clear of a top 3 than I thought. So North End number 1 performing well. That's Marley Hoare and Olivia Williams. And then we're looking at Wakatipu. So let's see what Wakatipu can do. Can they close down on this North End crew? I think there's a bit more of a gap than I thought. That's about a length in it. So we're looking at North End number 1, Wakatipu, coming through the 100-metre boy line now is Union. And then looking at the 4th spot that's lane 4, that's Timaru 2. So Timaru 2 currently sitting in 4th. Then we're going back to Wairo number 2 in 5th. So North End number 1's going to take out the first heat of the girls under 15 double. Then we're going back to Wakatipu, out to Union. Then 4th and 5th are going to be Timaru and Wairo. I'll hand over to Frank now, and he's going to take you through the next hour or so, starting off with Heat 2 of the girls under 15 double.
Kia ora koutou, Frank. I'm back here in the hot seat. Oh, it's quite hot. Girls under 15 double sculls, heat 2, progression 1, 2, 3, and 1. The next nearest fastest to the A final. So we've got in lane 2, Ashburton 2, Elsie Gretchen, Selwyn 1, Ruby and Zoe, North End 2, India and Isabel, Timaru 12, Emma and Pippa, Marion College, Jordis and Suna, Timaru 1, Annie, Annie and Justine, and Kashmir 1 on the far side, Brooke and Pippa. And as they see that coming up to, looks like the 750 here. There's a bit of a line going on. There's no, from what I can tell this angle, no clear leader. It looks like to me that possibly in lane 1, Ashburton, or lane 2 actually, Ashburton 2, Elise Gill and Gretchen Ross, coached by Justin Wall and Mary Hefford, probably maybe have a little bit, or maybe half or boat length over North End, just on the inside of them. But then on the far side, we've got this Kashmir crew, and I've noticed the races today that Kashmir have been doing quite well. Brooke Haley and Pippa Reeves, coached by Abby Higgins. They could actually be in that potential first spot there. So it looks like to me that we've got 3 reasonably clear leaders at the moment. There'll be Kashmir 1, Ashburton 2, and that would be North End 2, India Garden and Isabella Frost, coached by Georgia Cornane and Jazz McIntosh, are the 3 contenders to get that 1, 2 and 3 slot for the A final in Heat 2 of the girls under 15 double sculls. But it certainly looks like that Ashburton here, they're coming up, they're about to come through the, hit the 250 mark, 250 to go mark. Just see if I can pick who's, oh no, they're definitely ahead of that Kashmir crew on the far side. Just see when they hit the yellow boys here. So we've got Ashburton hitting the yellow boys, and about now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it looks like they've possibly got 5 strokes over that North End crew, so they're better boat ahead, and they've also, that 250 must have been the signal for the Ashburton crew, because they've definitely picked up the rate. So of the Kashmir crew on the far side, which might be slightly ahead now of this North End crew coming there in lane 4. Oh no, they're not actually. No, sorry, I take that back. They're just behind them. So as you can see, coming up near the podium now, we've got Ashburton 2, Elise and Gretchen. They've got a good, comfortable position here. Unless something goes wrong, they should be able to hold off this other crew, which at least about a boat and maybe 2 boat lengths behind them. Then this is to the North End crew of India and Isabella, who then have a similar distance back to the Kashmir crew on the far side, Brooke and Pippa. So that looks like that's going to be our 1, 2, 3 to the A final here. Ashburton's finishing off really strongly here. Quite a nice row in the novices, bit of skying of the oars, that's pretty common. This grade, as I just see the Ashburton crew about to cross the line now, fantastic. Closely followed, 2 boat lengths back to this North End 2, and then on the far side we've got Kashmir. Check, it is Kashmir. Of Brooke and Pippa coming to take that 3rd slot, and then you'll hear the buzzer in a second for them. They've got probably about 5 or 6 boat lengths back on the next crew coming through. Timaru, Emma Johnson and Pippa Raymond, coached by Dean Milne, this crew also has about 3 or 4 boat lengths back to the next 2 crews coming through there. Timaru 1 and North End must be the other North End crew. Oh, no, it can't be North End. What am I talking about? It's Marion College there. Jordis and Suna. So that's almost wrapped up that race here. There is just a crew here just coming through at the back. They've got a little bit further to go. C3, Selwyn rowing, Ruby Anderson, Zoe Livingston, coached by Nikisha Jarvis. They're just coming up to the 100 metres to go now. Almost done there. Keep it up there, crew. Right, so while they're coming through to tidy up that race, we've got the final heat, the girls of the under 15 double sculls. Remember, 1, 2 and 3 and the next fastest go through to the A final, 4, 5, 6, and the second next fastest go through to the B. This other crew, other boats are coming through. There must be around about it looks like the 750 mark at the moment. Right, in lane 2, North End 3, Jess and Ava. Timaru 11, Lauren and Sophie. Cromwell 2, Penelope and Bella. Timaru 3, Caitlin and Xanthia. In D5, in lane 5. Whakatipu 2, Meland and Sophie. And Whakatipu 3, Miller and Gwen. Timaru 20, Paige and Hayley on lane 8. And in lane 9, rounding out this heat is Wairoa 1, Lucy Simmons, Zoe Goodsir. Go down from Nelson there in the lovely green. And I think that the lovely green might be in the lead. Yes, it certainly looks like to me that the Wairoa crew on the far side are actually in first place at the moment. And I think in Timaru 11 there, Lauren Crawford and Sophie Burton, coached by Dean Milner, there in second. And they've got quite a lot of clear water back to the next crew, which I think could be Timaru 20, Paige Ward and Hayley Tairua. So it'll be nice for Timaru if they get these through. That's 2 they'll get through to the A final if nothing changes. Oh, I'm not so sure about that because that is a yellow boat. No. So I'll take that back. So the third position here, that's a Whakatipu boat. Golden Whakatipu. Can't actually tell. I think it's Whakatipu. Whakatipu 2, assuming if the rankings follows, it is Whakatipu 2 of Melan, Matua Carissa and Sophie Coulston, coached by Annabelle Ronald there. I think that's who's in the third slot at the moment. There are quite some distances between these crews. As you can see at the far side, Wairoa are coming up to the 100 metres. That Timaru crew aren't that far behind them, but maybe a boat length. Let's see, I'll just see who's going to come through the 250 first. My binoculars aren't wide enough. Actually, that's not Wairoa, that's Timaru 20. That's Paige Ward and Hayley Tairua on the far side. So it's actually 2 Timaru crews in first and second. Definitely. Oh, I take that back. Sorry for those that thought that Wairoa, thanks to me, were in the lead. No, they're not. It's the 2 Timaru crews that have got a complete dominance over the other ones, which then goes back to Whakatipu 2, I think. Yep, Whakatipu 2 are in third place. So at the moment, we've got Timaru 20 in lane 8, Paige Ward and Hayley Tairua, who are probably about 5-6 strokes near. They'll be finishing across the line. Coming up strongly in the inside there is the Timaru 11 crew. Love these numbering. 20. Lauren Crawford and Sophie Burton, coached by Dean Milner, are going to take second place. And you're about to hear the buzzer shortly. And then coming into third place, yes, there's the Whakatipu crew. There's a North End crew that may threaten them. That Whakatipu crew, Whakatipu 2, Millen and Sophia, they haven't really picked up their rating, but there's a I was going to say North End crew. Yeah, it is a North End crew. It'll be Jess and Ava are actually coming down here quite quick, but I don't think they're going to have enough space to catch up on them. They are moving a little bit faster on. The Whakatipu crew's responded. They've looked across. They've probably seen there's a possible threat. You never know, but now they're okay. They're probably about 3 strokes away from finishing the line, and they'll get the third spot. So we've got 2 Timaru crews and a Whakatipu crew that have made it through, straight through to the A final of the girls under 15 doubles sculls. And that was North End you heard coming across through there in 4th place. Meanwhile, we've got 1, 2, 3 crews to come through, and there is a far crew there that are in danger. That's the Wairoa crew, sorry, are in danger of being flanked, which means they would probably need to take them off to the course. And that can happen if they're going to get caught by another boat race. Then they'll move them over outside the lanes, but they still, as long as they can still continue to row down the outside and finish, and it's counted. So I'm just going to move on because we've got the boys under 16 Cox quads, and they're cooning down here, quickly going through this. 10 boats in this event. Cashmere, lane 1, Cashmere 1, Charlie, James, Thomas and Lucas, Matthew Stewart, Cox. St Andrews 2, Seth, Toby, Jess, Georgia, Samuel, Terry the Cox. Whakatipu 1, ZB, Phineas, Ruben, Flynn, Jesse, Glover the Cox. Otago Boys 1, Hunter, George, Charlie, Angus, Connor, Sinclair the Cox. Christchurch Boys 2, Tim, Thomas, Ethan, Nick and Carter Williams is the Cox. Shirley Boys 1, Callum, Fergus, Zach, Sam, Maxwell, Wilson the Cox. Cure 1, Marcus, Fletcher, Tommy, Xavier and Patrick Berry the Cox. St Beeds 1, Oliver, Jay, William, Eddie and Cody Clark of the Cox. Otago 1, Artie, Gus, Archie, Ollie, Matthew Hall is the Cox. And Christchurch Boys 1, Ben, Mason, Mark, Ben and Callan Faulkner is the Cox. And by the time I got through all that, you can already see them. They've hit the 250 mark already. And it looks like this boat here, there's a Timaru crew, another Timaru crew. No, it can't be Timaru. E3, sorry, not Timaru. Whakatipu 1 here. Can't see it. Whakatipu 1 here are in a good position here. They are being challenged on the far side by that Otago. Is it at that Otago 1 crew? But they are holding them out. They're only about half a boat length separates between them. In the meantime, we've got this Kashmir crew flying down the outside here. This is a 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 to the A final. So those ones are all guaranteed the A final. The Kashmir crew are flying down. They almost might take second place. Oh, just about did. Just about pipped that Otago crew on the far side as we see St Beeds College come through in the 4th slot. And who's going to get the 5th? Who's going to get the 5th? It's a battle on now. They're between Otago Boys and Cure 1, and I think that I was just looking away at that second, and I think it's Cure 1. It's got the 5th spot. So those are the top 5 that will go through the A final. The rest go to the B final. That was the boys under 16 Cox Quads Heat 1, and that's interesting. So the next boats, they're not that way. They're miles away. Looks like there might have been a delay starting in the second race there. Let's just wait till the thing comes up and see. Right, I just got the call, had it all explained to me. So race 84, there was a halt to that for some reason. That's the boys under 16 Cox Quadruple Sculls Heat 2. So what we see coming down the track now is 85. Then there's going to race 86, and they'll race 84 again, and then 87. So the sequence of racing is 85, 86, 84, and 87. So I better put that sheet over there, otherwise I'll forget it. Right, so that means it's the... Well, that explains why Rowett's showing the men's premier Coxless Pier is coming down there. And they're Avon crews. We've got 8 Avon crews. And so let's start. Lane 2, Avon. All Avon. 5, Toby Robinson. 3, Harry Galvane. 4, Josh Syme. 7, Charlie Poulter. 6, Bede Guerrera. 8, George Young. Avon 2 in lane 8, Henry Kirk, and Avon 1 in lane 9, Sam Wilson. This is the race that's coming down now, the men's premier Coxed Pier. If we can just see how that race 46 went, if I can find my mouse. Can't see, it's still checking. Okay. Yes, so in race 46, that was the one that had a close. Oh no, it's race. Oh my, that's that way. That's not useful. That my thing's not updated. Here we go. Race 84. I want race 83. Oh, can't see the results up for that at the moment. Rightio, let's move on anyway. Technology, eh? Men's Premier Coxless pairs, they've gone through the 1,000 at the moment. And at this stage, we're looking at who's at, we won't need to name the club, that's easy enough. I wonder if there's a lot of joshing goes on in the club rooms between who's going to win these events. I just realised I only named the stroke in each of these boats. That was nice of me, wasn't it? So quickly I'll whip through it again just to get it right this time. Lane 2, Avon 5. That's Toby and William. Then it's Harry and Ted. Then it's Josh and Fergus. Then it's Charlie and Luke. Then it's Bede and Ben. Then it's George and Jake. Then it's Henry and Matthew. And it's Sam and Scott Shackleton on the far side. In Avon 1. Man, Avon 1 Isn't in the lead there. It looks to me like it could be Avon 2. Henry Kirk and Matthew Glenn. Henry Kirk and Matthew Glenn that are in the key position at the moment. Like, to be honest, a lot of these boats are actually quite close together. In fact, I'd say that Avon 1, Sam Wilson and Scott Shackleton are contending very closely with their Avon 2 compatriots. Then maybe across, it could be lane 3 there. Avon 3, Harry Galvin and Ted Main in the third slot at the moment. Or it could be Avon 7 in lane 5, Charlie Poulter and Luke Tompkins. But I think at the moment, at this stage, it's Avon 2 and 1 over in lane 8 and 9 that are battling for the first and second position. I'm going to keep an eye on them, see when they hit the 250 mark, because they're not that far off it now. I reckon they've picked up the rate, the Avon 1 crew on the far side, trying to pull back on the Avon 2 who've responded to them. In the meantime, it does look clear in the middle that Avon 3 and Avon 7. Sorry, Avon 6 are in the battling for third position, but Avon 2 got the wood over Avon 1 at the moment. Not that by much. Avon 2's just hit the yellows now, and Avon 1 has just hit the yellows. So that would probably be, they may be half a boat over each other. And they're coming down, and you can see they know it. They're picking it up. Both crews are battling it out. The rating's gone up, and they're both responding well. Avon 2's responding very strongly to their attack from Avon 1 there. In the meantime, we've still got this Avon 3 and Avon 6 battling for third. That looks like it's possibly Avon 3. And they're coming down very quickly. But Avon 2 is just did a little bit more. They're just pulling a little bit away. No, actually, they're remaining pretty steady now, neck and neck. They've got a canvas over Avon 1, and these guys are throwing it at it. They can feel the pressure from each other. Avon, neither of them are changing position by the look of it. So it definitely seems like Avon 2. Henry and Matthew are going to come across first, followed by Avon 1. And in the meantime, we've got for third place, that's been taken by Avon 3, Harry and Ted Main, who overtook the Avon 6 crew in lane 6. So that was race 85, the Avon Men's Premier Coxless Pier Oars, renamed because there's only Avon in it. And you can see the last boat coming through now. So a lot of those boats are pretty close to each other. And then after them, it's the men's senior Coxless pairs. There's 5 in this event. Wairoa 11. Zachary Jenkins and Aidan Bennett. Christ College 2, Joshua Brown and Jack James. Christ College 4, Lewis Fogarty and Max Osmers. Christ College 1, Toby Adams and Henry Jones. And then St Thomas of Canterbury 1, James Loader and Ben Morrison over there in the far lane 7. Now this race is spread out a little bit more than the other one. It would seem to me that Christ College 1 is in the dominant position at the moment, and Wairoa 11 perhaps just maybe half a canvas behind them here on the inside lane. Then we go back to Christ College, St Thomas of Canterbury on the far lane, who look like they're neck and neck with Christ College 4. Lewis and Max there in the middle of the course. And then we drop back to the... I'll get my Christ Colleges mixed up. Sorry, Christ College's 4 is dropped back, so next to Christ College 2 there. Yes, Christ College 2 and St Thomas of Canterbury 2 are pretty close to each other. Meanwhile, it's Wairoa and Christ 1. who's going to hit the yellow? So Wara coming up to the yellow, and they've gone through. So Wara have just gone through, just ahead, probably by canvas, maybe half, over the Christ College 1 crew. Who are coming down. So let's see. Wara have picked it up. The rating has gone up a little. Nice smooth strokes there. The Christ College crew don't look like, oh yes they have. I can just see more drive. The rating hasn't gone up. It just looks like there's a bit more pressure coming through. They're holding those knees down. They're pushing the boat, pushing it away. Pushing the stretcher away, I mean. As they're racing here. But Wara crew have got, they're on top of them at the moment. They're obvious, they can see them. It looks like they're holding them off. In fact, they're getting faster, to be honest. The Christ College 1 looked like, ooh, they may have spent. Actually, they look like they're dropping off there. It's as Wairoa come through to power off to a very nice, quick finish. They've actually shifted it out. It's going to be maybe 4 boat lengths over the Christ College crew. It does look like they've dropped down, but in the meantime, we've got the second Christ College crew, Christ 2. At the moment, are over top of St Thomas of Canterbury, and they're also finishing very strongly as well. Coming through nice and cleanly. They'll come through to first, and then we'll have St Thomas of Canterbury and back to them Christ College 4. But meanwhile, coming down the track is now race 84, the boys under 16 Cox quadruple sculls heat 2. So let's see, I won't name the crews. I don't have time. Do I have time? No. There's 10 in this race here. Let's see, all right, let's go through it quickly. Lane 1, Whakatapu 2, Kato Baxter, Tom, Honray and Harrison Atwood as the Cox. Christ 2, Tom, Sage, Cody, Charlie and Jeffrey Bergen as the Cox. Timaru 30, Murphy, Baxter, Sterling, Joss and Ned Brown as the Cox. Christ boys, Bryn, Billy, Ryder, Ben and Cooper Dean as the Cox. Nelson 1, Raphael, Matioa, Luca and Harrison Roberts and Harry Brooker as the Cox. Shirley boys 2, William, Jack, Kieran, Ethan, Cooper Carey as the Cox. Selwyn 1, Matt, Crusoe, Henry, Dylan and Hayley Menzies as the Cox. St Andrews 1, Cooper, Jake, Oscar, Fletcher, George, Rankin as the Cox. Targa boys 2, Lucas, Sam, Will, Digby and Hunter Ruxton as Cox, and in lane 10 on the far side, St Bede's College 2, Lennox, Jack, Rurier, Conrad, and Theodore Gilson as the Cox. And they're not off the pace at the moment, it would seem to me. Looks like it's lane 5, looks like it's a Nelson crew. In the middle there. Yes, it is the Nelson crew there. Maybe, actually they're very close to this. It's Nelson crew and possibly Timaru crew. Let's see who's going to cross first. They're very close to each other at this stage. I think Nelson's got a canvas of them. They're just coming up to the yellow boys now, and it seems to me that, no, Timaru crossed first. So Timaru may just be in front of Nelson there. This looks like there's going to be a battle for this first and second spot. Remember, first and second and third go through, but in the meantime, we've got Whakatipu 2 coming down there. Kato Nakazawa, I'm assuming he's a stroke there. He's probably given the word. Coxon has. Well, he may have as well. They're pushing hard. In the meantime, we've got this Nelson Timaru crew are over top of the Nelson crew. And in the meantime, they'll be watching that Whakatipu crew, and I don't think positions will change. The Whakatipu crew just don't have quite enough space to get through there, and the Timaru crew are rowing very sweetly. They've really put it down. Now, here we go. The Nelson crew have responded to them, but the Timaru crew continue to pull away. I think they're going to finish by a boat length at the end of this. The Whakatipu crew are coming down very quickly in the Nelson crew, and they'll finish just a boat length behind as well. So that's the 1, 2, 3. Timaru, Nelson and Whakatipu. And then quickly coming in here in lane 2 was Christ College 2 to the 4th slot. And over the far side we've got lane 10, St Bede's College coming through in 5. So those are the 5 that go through. So going backwards, we've got St Bede's, Christ, Whakatipu, Nelson and Timaru. They're the 5 boats that are going to go through, and then of course to the A final, and the rest go straight through to the B final. You're hearing the last of the boats. That was the boys under 16 Cox quadruple sculls. Some of these are probably very much, I would say, will be novices. The crew there, the Timaru 30 crew are coming through, putting all their effort into it, even though they're off the pace. That's really cool. And there's another crew rowing very nicely here, actually. That would be F7. That's Selwyn rowing. And they're going to finish with style. That's always good. Right, let's quickly move on because now we're on to race 87. So now we're on race 87. The Women's Premier Coxless 4. And we have all Christchurch clubs in this one. There are 6 boats in it. Lane 1, Avon 3, Tyler, Brooke, Sasha and Isabel. St Margaret's 1, Fleur, Josie, Bronnie and Izzy. Avon 1, Coco, Phoebe, Amy and Georgia. Rangiru 1, Phoebe, Alice, Tallulah and Maddie. Avon 4, Sam, Imogen, Alki and Sadie. Avon 2, Lily, tongue-tied already. Lily, Emily, Jessica and Harriet Williams over on the far side, who actually look like they're in the lead. This is the Avon 2 crew. They look like they're behind probably the Avon 1 crew there. Avon 1 crew, so it's got Avon, and I think Avon 3. So it seems that the Avon crews are dominating the Women's Premier Coxless 4. I'm thinking with Rangiru and St Margaret's will be girls. They're probably not actually Premier grades. They're possibly rowing up a grade or 2. It's good practice to compete. Inspire too. These Premier women from Avon are making it look very easy. Avon 1 there. Coco Flood, Phoebe Collier, Amy Leeson and Georgia Bethel. Better run a bit short actually. Although they are being challenged by Avon 2. Avon 2 are pushing at them. They're pushing at them. Avon 1's hit the 100 metres first. So they're ahead by just about like canvas and a half. Avon 2 are actually coming back at them. They are really pushing it. Avon 1 have responded though. These 2 crews are putting clear water, very clear water, probably 6 boat lengths back to the next crew, the Avon 3 crew on the inside lane here. But Avon 1 is holding off the Avon 2 crew over on the far side, and they'll take it by 3/4 of a boat. Take it to the stroke seat. Avon 3 coming through now, and then we've got a close. So what's happening with the schoolgirls here? We've got a St Margaret's crew there. They're challenging. They're over top of the other Avon crew on the far side, and the Rangiru crew are coming through in the middle. So nice strong finish there from the Avon St Margaret's girls there in the Women's Premier Coxless 4, race 87. As we rock on, we've got alrighty, race 88 and 89 of the Women's Under 19 Coxed 4s. And this, excuse me, there are six entries in each race. The progression is 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 to the final, and the rest eliminated. So 5 out of the 6 will make it through and the rest will be eliminated. And in this race we've got in lane 3 to 8, Rangiru, Jessica, Ashley, Isabel, Kate and Charlie Ward as the Cox. Columba College, Ruby, Charlie, Sarah, Sophie and Pippa Curie as the Cox. Rangiru 1, Sophia, Lucy, Charlotte and Amelia. Phoebe White is the Cox. Star 21, Gabriella, Mia, Lena and Sylvia with Lucy Bell as the Cox. And then we've got on the last 2 lanes, St Andrews 3, Charlotte, Lucy, Olivia and Xanthia with Violet Sigley as the Cox. And Christchurch Girls 1, Emerson, Abby, Guria, Summer and Georgetta Heller is the Cox. And it looks like they're coming up to the 750 mark. Right, right now, just got a quick message here. Could Michelle Millen please come to the Secretary's office to collect your bag? Michelle Millen, if you could come to the Secretary's office, you can collect your bag. And just a reminder, old property has been given away in the Secretary's office, so come and take a look. So Michelle, you don't want your bag to end up in old property, so come to the Secretary's office to collect it. Right, where are we at now? Not yet at the 250 though. Some boats are coming up pretty. This is a very spread out field as well. I must say it does make it easier for commentating. It looks like the colours of Rangiru there in the lead. So who was that? That must have been Rangiru 1. Sophie Harris, Lucy Horton, Charlotte Gorman, Amelia Jones, Cox by Phoebe White, and their coach Fee Patterson. Very clear water over the number two over the far side there, Christchurch Girls High School. Emerson Lowe, Abby McPherson, Greer Bowman and Summer Smith. And the coxswain, Georgetta Heller. She's probably looking across, can't see any boats, so that means that she knows they're in second place, not the last. Let's see, what's this Rangiru crew to hit the 250 and then up to... Looking very strong, they're in a good spot there. Meanwhile, thirds gets more interesting. We've got a St Margaret's crew there, and it must be the Star crew, is it? Yes, the blue hoops. Those two are battling out for third position. Remember, the first 5 get through anyway, so it's not so bad. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here. Anyhow, the front 5 are way ahead of the far crew, which is the second Rangiru crew. Or maybe they're late to the course because they're actually rowing. No, hold on, what am I doing? It's not the second Rangiru crew. Who the heck is it? Bit of confusion here as we see the Rangiru 1 are heading up to the finish line now. You can see now they've got heaps of distance over the next crew. At least about 7 boat lengths over the... it is over the Christchurch Girls High School crew. And then we come, so they should come through in second place. Well done, Rangiru 1. It was a good, dominant, clear race, running very nicely here. Christchurch Girls knows they've got this in the bag for second place. They all know they can get 5 through. But then it's good to try and get the better lanes by getting a better time. We've got Rangiru Girls 3, Jessica Skinner, Ashley Brooks, Isabel Wilson, Kate Oliver and Charlie Wards, the Cox coming through to take the third slot, which they managed to do over the Star Boating Club crew of Gabriella Saunders, Mia Barr, Lena Waswell, Sylvia Lucas and Lucy Bell as their Cox. So those 4 are definitely through, and so is this other boat here, as you can see coming up now, which is the St Andrews College crew. So that must be... is it St Andrews College? Check that. Yes, it is. So it must be the Columba College crew that are over there on the far side. And they're outside the course, so I suspect that maybe they were late to the start or something like that. They certainly would be flanked. They don't... So they're outside the course. So I'm not sure what went on there. But next, meanwhile, the second heat's coming down. It's come down quick. So in lane 1, Kashmir 1, Zoe, Millie, Aliere, Charlotte, and Iva McCary is the Cox. St Andrews 1, Alana, Sire, Charlotte, a sailor, I should say, Charlotte, Lauren, Emily DeJour is the Cox. St Andrews 2, Katie, Chloe, Hadassy, Lucia, and Sienna Curry is the Cox. Rangiru 2, Georgia, Tyler, Chloe, Amelia, and Charlie White is the Cox. And Margaret's 1, Mackenzie, Isabel, Grace, Annabelle, and Prue Glenn Glary is the Cox. And in the far lane, lane 8, Wairo, and Paige, Anna, Daisy, Celia, and Molly Hoban is the Cox. And it looks like there's a very clear leader here, all out on their own. That would be the green. That would be the Wairo there in lane 8. Paige Wentworth, Anna Hurham, Daisy Lindstrom, Celia Spencer, Molly Hoban's a Cox. The coach is Joe Binion. Out there, I'm assuming, I don't know where that rowing club is, but other than it's in the Melbourne region, they probably train on the Wairo River. That would make sense, but they are being challenged on the inside here. That would be... the Kashmir Girls, Kashmir High School, Zoe Clark, Miller Brooks, Illyri Clare, Charlotte Clatworthy, and Ivy Omahi. Okay, I would like someone to tell me to spell that properly. Omahiga, I'll say that. Coach Imogen Boxall. So the battle's going on for 1 and 2. You want the good times, you want the good lanes. And also sending a clear message, but this Kashmir crew are rowing through very nicely. I think they've rowed through the Wairau crew on the far side. It can be difficult when you're so far apart and you're trying to see the other crew. They're coming through nicely here. Wairau are responding now. They've seen it. They're rowing strong. But it does look like they're not going to get it. No. So well done. Looks like Kashmir High School are coming through very strongly. They've actually put it out to a boat length as they cross the line ahead of Wairau 1. Those two are through. And the next ones coming through from them will be St Andrews College coming through into 3rd, followed by St Andrews College 2 and 4th, and Rangiru Girls 2 in 5th. So those are the crews that will all go through to the A final, and unfortunately it looks like the St Margaret's crew here will be eliminated back there in lane 7. And that was the girls under 19 Coxed 4. And we just see now that the St Margaret's crew rowing across the line there to close off that race. Right. Oh, we've got 8s coming down. Must be around about the 1,000 metre mark now. There are 10 in this race. Right. Girls under 16 Coxed 8, our preliminary race. Rightio. In lane, I'll quickly go through the names. So in lane 1, Christchurch Girls 2, Sophie, Izzy, Lily, Amelia, Laura Grace, Olive, Emily, Millie, Lily Shackleton as a Cox. North End 1, Sophie, Amelia, Olive, Amelia, Isla, Ruby, Isla, Claudia, Sophie Palmer the Cox. Rangiruru 1, Eddie, Isabel, Amelia, Millie, Bo, Jasmine, Zoe, Penelope Sutton the Cox. Lane 4, St Andrews 1, Tyler Scarlett, Anne, Rebecca, Lucy, Georgia, Ivy, and Tahilia Christie. Oh, Georgia Elwood is the Cox. We're going to lose count on all this. Right, in the middle there we've got Whakatipu 1. Jess, Andy, Ariana, Amy, Posey, Xanthia, Annie, Mimi, and Bella Norton as the Cox. And Margaret's 1, Greer, Grace, Ella, Talia, Grace, Alex, Eliza, Isabel, and Lucy Shallard as the Cox. Margaret's 2, Olivia, Tessa, Elizabeth, India, Audrina, Lila, Sophie, Frankie, and Clementine Forbes as the Cox. Wairoa 1, Kate, Poppy, Casey, Maggie, Maisie, Ruby, Emma, Charlie, Hayley Sutherland as the Cox. Christchurch Girls 2 in lane 9. Christchurch Girls 1, in lane 9. Alice, Phoebe, Chloe, Mia, Sophie, Zara, Polly, Sophie, Greta, Brookshire as the Cox. And in lane 10, it's Columba College 1. Hazel, Stella, Trelise, Liv, Devon, Lucy, Charlotte, Isla, and Chloe Bryan is the Cox. And how are they doing? Well, they're not in front. It looks to me like the boats that could be in front could be Christchurch Girls High School 2 here in lane 1. Look like they're in a good position. And I think it could be St Margaret's there, also in a good position. Yes, it is. Recognise those colours, those boats. Nice, makes it a lot easier. So this is Christchurch Girls and St Margaret's 1, battling for the first play. Oh, battling for first at the moment. And then it's reasonably spread in the next 3 ones. Oh, good, cool, jeepers. So it could be Wairoa, could be near Wairoa. Christchurch Girls 1 and Columba College on the far side. They're really possibly in an 8 now, almost out of contention for that first slot, but they could get the second and third between those 3 crews and also the Rangiruru crew in lane 3. In the meantime here, it looks like to me it's the Christchurch Girls High School. We've got the wood over the St Margaret's crew at the moment. They're going to come up to the 250. I'll see how they come through. But over the far side, it looks like Wairoa over Christchurch Girls 1 and then Columba College for that second and third and fourth place. And definitely so, Christchurch Girls have just gone through. Christchurch Girls 2 have just gone through the Yellow Boys, and St Margaret's aren't there yet. So it does look like the Christchurch Girls crew here at number 2. They've maybe got half a boat. Oh, actually from here it looks like they might now have a boat length over the St Margaret's crew. They've definitely put the foot down. Oh yes, they've just gone up a good couple of gears this time. The word on the coach, the 250 would have been the mark, and the St Margaret's crew responding. They're not rating as fast. The Christchurch Girls is rating faster, and the boat's actually moving faster because they're not always correlated. And then we've got a Rangiruru crew coming through. I think it's Rangiruru crew now in third slot. They've moved up nicely to third spot. This is Rangiruru 1. Between them and Wairoa for that third spot. So in the meantime, we've got Christchurch Girls High School coming through very strongly, very nicely to get through. They'll be through in about 3 strokes to take the win. followed by St Margaret's College 1 there in lane 6. You'll hear the beat for them shortly afterwards, but you can tell they are at least 3 boat lengths back now. In the meantime, Wairoa 1 have put the foot down. Oh, here we go. So there's a battle going on. Rangiru, they're both going for it now, and I think Rangiru 1 may have pipped ahead. Yes, I think they've gone ahead now. At least they've walked to, they're up to at least a canvas ahead. Maybe number 2 seat. Maybe number 2, yes. And coming through now, we've got Rangiru, and it's 1, 2, number 3 seat. They pulled ahead over Wairoa to number 3 seat. And then over the far side, we've got Christchurch Girls 1 comes through in 4th. And in the middle lane here, the beep you heard was for St Andrew's College. St Margaret's Wairoa. So they came through very quickly there. I'm now going to move on because the next boat is the Prem, and it's coming down really quick. So the next race is the men's club coxless quadruple sculls. No, it's Prem, sorry, it's club. In this race, there are 7 crews. In lane 2, Dunstan Arms 2, Jacob, Jack, Brennan, Max. Nelson 1, Harry, George, Ryan, Ollie. Otago Boys 1, Tom, Ollie, Jude, Jackson. Oamaru 22, Ralph, Stewart, Cooper and Patrick. Lane 6, Canterbury 1, Noah, Liam, Sam and Tim. Avon 1, William, Flynn, Sam and Henry. And on the far side, Dunstan Arms 1, Luca, Jed, Ben and Dylan action. And I would say it's the Dunstan crew of Luca, Jed, Ben and Dylan who are in the lead at the moment, maybe by half a boat length over the Canterbury 1 crew, Noah, Liam, Sam and Chapman. Tim Chapman. Then we will go back to 3rd position with inside lane there. Could be Otago Boys. Could be Nelson 1, Harry, George, Ryan and Ollie. Could be anywhere between them and Oamaru, Ralph, Stewart and Cooper and Patrick at the moment for the 3rd position. But at the stage I can see Dunstan Arm are pulling their way now. They're going to hit that 250 first. They're just coming through. Bang, they're gone through. And Canterbury 1 is just slightly behind them, but Dunstan now pulling away. Both crews have picked up the pace there, as have this Nelson crew. Nelson crew pulled themselves ahead into 3rd. They're going to watch that inside Dunstan crew are coming down very quickly, but in the meantime, it looks like the far side Dunstan Arms 1 are holding off Canterbury 1. Although Canterbury 1 are moving, it's going to be a bit of a little ding-dong. You all know they've got about 3/4 of a boat length over the Canterbury crew, but the Canterbury crew are now picking them off. They're walking them up, and I can see they're up to the number 2 position now. They are coming down quick. I just think they're going to run out of wool. They're up to they're holding them off. Dunstan held them off to number 3. Canterbury are coming through now. In the meantime, Nelson came through like a rocket. They're going to bring through and take the 3rd slot. With Oamaru coming through in 4th, the 2nd Dunstan Arms crew, Otago Boys, and then Avon will finish this event off. Now, event 92 is the boys under 15 cock state, and it just looks like it's only just gone on the way. Well, it looks like it's only made it to the island so far. That'll give me a chance to go through all the names. I'm going to sneeze. Right, so in this event there are 5 boats. 5 boats, boys under 15. Probably a bit of novices stuff. They're all schools by the look of it. Right. We've got all Christchurch schools. Let's see. Christ College, St Andrews, Shirley Boys, St Thomas of Canterbury and Shirley Boys have got 2 crews in there. Rightio. Lane 3, Christ College 1. Otto, Justin, Freddie, Leo, Jono, Marcus, Olin, Jack, Billy Shield is their Cox coach, Andrew Taylor. St Andrews 1, Jock, Frederick, Toby, Lewis, Harry, Isaac, Guy, Charlie and Ashton. Cody is the Cox. So the coaches of Will Cameron. Shirley Boys 1 in the middle there. Toby, Connor, Jack, Louis, Johan, Lockie, Ryder with lost count. Here we go. Luca, and Vadim Fricker is the Cox coach, Phoebe Burden and Tegan Smith. Lane 6 is Thomas 1. Flynn, Tyson, Ciali, I think it's Ciali. Sonny, Jackson, Max, Toby, Ryder, Sam, McGuigan, McGuigan is the Cox. Coaches Brillia Pearson and Zoe Sullivan. And on the outside lane, Shirley Boys 2, Finn, Ben, Charlie, Alfred, Liam, Harrison, Callum, George and Cooper Curry is the Cox with coaches Hamish McIntosh and Tegan Smith. St Thomas of Canterbury. St Thomas of Canterbury there, are they? It does look like St Thomas of Canterbury there. They've got a good lead over the other boats. Probably about 3 boat lengths at this stage as they come up to the 1,000. Well, that was really interesting. I did some really great commentating there. Probably the best I've ever done. And I had the mic off. I hope you enjoyed the silence. Call that commentary recovery for you. Unreal. Righto, now I've actually will commentate a race again. Anyway, right, this is the Women's Masters Single Sculls. We've got 10 in this race. Wanaka 2, Marley O'Keefe, Wanaka 1, Victoria Shoot, Union 2, Kathy Nguyenhuisen, Invercargill 1, Grant McKenzie, he's an adaptive rower, male adaptive rower, Cure 1, Sophie Bidwell, Wanaka 3, Belinda Ryan, Union 1, Kirsty Mahoney, Union 3, Leon Nola, Timaru 1, Alison Kirkwood, and Ashburton 1. Charlotte Cox on the far side. So you've probably been told this already, but in Masters races, we're graded in different ages. So we have handicap starts. So in this race, the far lanes there, Timaru 1, Ashburton 1, Alison and Charlotte would have been on go. Then followed behind them, 7 seconds later, would have followed Leonie Nola from Union. And then there's a bit of a gap back to 12 seconds, back to the D grade, and then 17 to the C. And then Marley Keither in lane 1, she'd have started 22 seconds behind that first rower. This is, of course, to allow for age, but it doesn't always end up that way. Theoretically, they should finish roughly at the same time, but that's just not what happens. And at the moment, it does look like that the Timaru, Alison Kirkwood, is in the lead there over in lane 9. And just inside her, Ashburton 1, Charlotte Cox, and then I would think we're going back to maybe Kirsty Mahoney in Union there. Money. Kirsty Mahoney is back there in third. And inside lane, so the inside lane with the younger rowers, they started the inside lane with the youngest, the A grades, out to the F grades. So they've got, as I said, that 22 seconds to make up, but of course they're younger and fitter. They're all, let's see, they're 28 compared to 63 on the far side. So the 63 have Wiley Cunning, and the youngest have fitness.
Speak for yourself.
So in the meantime, it does look like that Alison from Timaru there is holding off the two boats outside her, Ashburton and Union. So they were the ones that all those three kind of went away roughly together, and they've maintained that distance. So in lane 3, we've got Kathy. I was talking to her just earlier on. I learned some interesting things about her as a novice rower, formerly from Southland. Not that she rode down there. She's next in line, 4th place there, but she's probably leading her grade, is she? Yes, she is, grade C. There's quite a bit of clear water back from those early. This shows that at 7 and 12 seconds, the next tranche of rowers coming through behind these first 3 is actually can make quite a difference. But yep, Timaru there, Alison Kirkwood looking really strong. She has been challenged by the Union rower there. And Kirsty's challenging, and Kirsty looks like she might roll over her. I think she is. She looks like she's got a stronger finish now. Stronger finish. She's reaching out long. She's pulling herself past. She's up to rating. Unfortunately, Charlotte doesn't look like she's moved up her rating, and I can see that now that Kirsty is coming through, and she's going to take this event in first, followed by Alison Kirkwood from Timaru, and then coming back to the 3rd place is most likely going to be Charlotte Cox from Ashburton, although coming down the inside lane here, Kathy from Union 3 is hooning down there very quickly. She came through very quickly, probably just needed another 100 metres or maybe less than 17 seconds start to come through into 3rd spot. And that was, who was that? Colours 2, yep. Wanaka 1, it's just Wanaka 1 and 2 are coming through now, and the very last buzzer will be Grant McKenzie, the adaptive rower from Invercargill. Oh no, I lied, sorry, there's still more coming through. Grant will be very pleased with his race. He's a very enthusiastic, young, fit man. Just as your technique is still being worked on. We're coming back to Q here, Sophie Bidwell, and then on the far side we've got Q8, that's Union 3, Leone, who will finish up this race. And I'm just going to hand it over to him because we're getting to the 1,000 metre mark for the next race. Now, I will see.
Thank you, Frank. We're going to have a wee discussion, Frank, you and I, about the bare feet policy here in the office. Oh, geez, she's a bit high in here, tell you what. And just looking at these Masters races out here, a lot of the Masters that you'll see rowing out here, a lot of them have started as parents, which is a fantastic thing. Although I did see on social media today, there is a regatta running in the North Island at the moment, and there was a mixed Masters double entered, which was Michael Brake and Emma Twigg. So that'd rip your night if you turned up to one of those and they lined up next to you, wouldn't it? See, those couple of Olympic rowers decided to get into Masters instead of a couple of mums and dads. Right, thank you, Frank. An hour of me, and then we'll be back to Will. This is the men's novice Cox quadruple sculls. I don't know that they're actually all there. There's supposed to be 9 crews out there. But let's go with who is there. It looks like Whakatipu, lane number 6, Rome Lawrence, Henry Hughes, Oliver Glover and Angus Brown, Harrison Atwood, the Cox. We're looking for 1, 2 and 3 plus the next fastest to go through to the final. So it's Whakatipu leading out there at this stage. Right next alongside them is the Wanaka crew, Finley Hughes, Travis Lee, Cooper, Jasper Lambert, Jack Jones, Zoe Melville is the Cox. Then we're coming back into lane 2 in Invercargill. Oliver Payne, Oliver Deans, Jackson Hutton, Ali Hamilton and Luke Hamilton is the Cox. Those are your 3 at this stage. They look like they might go through. Then we're looking to the next fastest, and now that's up to a few. So Timaru Composite are down there in lane number 1. That's between Timaru St Bede's College 4, Billy Ryan, Connor Smitty, Lachlan Strawn and Alfie Chapman with Hugo Robertson, the Cox. They're currently sitting 4th. We go across to a St Bede's, full St Bede's crew in lane 4. Angus Taylor, Kingy Nixon, Archie Mates, Jack Logerson and Lewis Mortel. They would be sitting there next to the best probably. We go right across to the other side to Union Composite, that looks like. Union, Avon and Timaru, Jaeger Sims, Daniel Glasson, Zachary Dalton and Caleb Yates. But it is all out in the middle of the course there with the crew from Whakatipu, and right alongside them is Wanaka. Way back further in between those guys would be the Ashburton crew, Luke Moffat, David Ritchie, George Robinson and George Lash with Eve Marshall, the Cox. So we're with Whakatipu. They're holding first. Second is Wanaka and then Invercargill. So those are the 3 that look like they will head on through. Then we're looking for the next fastest and 4, 5 and 6 to go through to the final for the B final that is. And so Ashburton outside of them to that Union Composite. Down into lane 1, the Timaru Composite, across to St Bede's, and then just in front of the umpire boat, making its way down the course, is the crew from Cashmere High School, Arush Siwak, Isaiah Kwong, Flynn Plew and Samuel Foster with Regan Kelly, the Cox. That's that. 100 metres to go now for the crew from Whakatipu, coached by Brent Jarvis and John Morrison. Race 96, nearly up to Hundies. Sun's starting to peek through team, so don't forget you'll need to put a bit of sunscreen on if you haven't already and keep that water up. Don't get caught out here. So this is the first heat coming to conclusion. Through to the final will go Whakatipu. Joining them will be Wanaka and then Invercargill, and then we're looking for next fastest, which will come out of this Timaru Composite. Ashburton have now moved past the Union Composite on the outside, and then we go back to St Bede's and that crew from Cashmere High School making their way through. We go back to heat number 2, which is now into 750 metres to go. Looks like they've all turned up for that one, so that's good. Lane 1, Wairo 11, Cooper Murray, William Horan, Max Gahan, Isaac Coleman and Harry McKendry. Lane 2, St Bede's College 1, Arlo Franklin, Sawyer Jenkins, William Blackman, Fletcher Franklin and Seth Knights is the Cox. Lane number 3 is Otago 2, Jacob McDonald, Toby Ellis, Falls Mackay, Travis Winterbottom and Ethan Shirley the Cox. And lane 4, Christ College number 1, Alex Innes, George Grigg, Ollie Reardon Pollitt and Gus Matheson with Charlie Saunders, the Cox. In lane number 5, Oamaru 22, Ari Edward Smith, Jade McMurtry, Isaac Cox, Cash Loudon and Tempe Oliver as the Cox. Lane 6, Timaru 30, Oliver Wilcox, Jock Fisher, Miller Gaskin, Joachim McIntosh and Caitlin Stark as the Cox. Whakatipu number 2 out there in lane number 7, that's Tommy Carlson, Henry Mansa, Max Balseeley, Finn Connington and Izzy Carr is the Cox. Togo Boys High School number 2 are in lane 8, Isaac Bain, Luca Jury, Eli Hellier, Hunter Windmill and Jackson Templeton, the Cox, and completing the field out there will be in the maroon and gold. Cashmere High School number 1, lane 9, Darby Fowler, Timothy Anderson, Corey Lee, Henrik De Gastro Pelvin, and Catalina Mahari is the Cox. It's all coming out of lane 1 by the look of that, which is Waido, right next to them St Bede's College. So not much between those two crews. We'll then go across to the crew from Christ College, putting a good showing down in there. Then we go right on the outside, just sitting. Well, they're right in the middle, aren't they, Timaru? So it's pretty close here. 1, 2, 3 to go through. So we're looking at that crew from Wairo across to St Bede's, then Christ College, then Timaru. Those are the 4 fighting for 3. It's Christ College that will upset that apple cart, given half a chance. Oamaru 22 outside Christ College. We go across then to Whakatipu on the outside to Cashmere High School, and there in lane number 9. Back into Otago Boys High School number 2, just probably a wee bit further behind them. And then right back we would go to Otago 2. Just waiting for a time. Kirsty Marnie, 4:29 in the Women's Masters Single Sculls. Weather must have cleared up, but Barron's out, having a bit of a poke round. So you're allowed an ice cream now if you had your lunch, team, and you put all your rubbish away. So coffees are still there. Head back, see Mr. Whippy. There's still plenty of pizzas on the go. Erin has got the coffee cart going. We've got the roast shop going with plenty in there, as well as the coffee cart. So fun for the whole family. Some beads have pushed in the last 250, now half a boat length over Wairo. Still battling away hard on the outside there is Timaru. They would be 3rd. Christ College 4th. 3 boat lengths back on the outside of Christ College to Oamaru. Another 2 boat lengths back from them across to Whakatipu. Then we go right, still on the outside to Cashmere High School. Back inside to Otago Boys. And then just further back down in lane number 3 is Otago 2. See the red cap showing out. See if we can get a time for that first one. We can. Whakatipu went through in 7:40. So we'll keep an eye on this one, see how they go. Still spectacular conditions, aren't they? Look how wonderful it is for sculling out there. Minimal splash from these crews. Novices, so they're a very tidy effort for them, and they'll be enjoying the conditions out there. Wairo hunting down St Bede's. On the outside, it is Timaru. Back inside to Christ College. Don't think they'll change any different than that. 120 metres to go now for St Bede's. They come across the Red Boys. Hundies to go. And heading on down to their final tomorrow, the men's novice Cox quadruple sculls. This is the second heat. There's a third one underway. Just through the ducks now comes Wairo. And looks like the Marlborough boys' blades on their oars. Down to the buzzer now comes St Bede's. Nice and tidy for them. They'll be happy with that. Pat McQuinn and Flynn Hutchison, Ray, the coaches. Wairo across the line they go. Well done to them getting through there too, with Chris Godsall and Clayton Lindstrom, the coaches, and then Timaru going through into the final as well. We have to wait and see now for Christ College how they go. And then we've got about 100 metres back to that crew from Oamaru. A couple of boat lengths back from them will be Whakatipu, and then it'll be Cashmere, Otago, and Otago Boys and Otago. Don't forget, team, if you do have some missing items that you've got, lost property that you think might still be here, pop into the Secretary's office. There might still be some left. As I look across the green, we don't see much rubbish. That's fantastic. Thank you, team. Keep that up. Men's novice Cox quadruple sculls through 500 metres past Alcatraz they come, making their way down. We're looking for 3 more to go through to that final. Let's see who's going to be battling for that. In lane 2, Dunstan Arm 1, Jack Letts, Harry Farrell, Jedi Stewart, Tully Rule and Grace Wardell is the Cox. Lane number 3, Cromwell Composite. This is Cromwell and Wanaka joining forces. Duncan Turner, William Pearson, Jake Spittle and Bryn Sutherland with Eva Settle the Cox. Lane number 4 will be Christ College 2, Benedict Van Wolfling, Oscar Cutler, Guy Boissard and Sam Pilbrow with Jeffrey Bergen the Cox. Lane number 5, Selwyn Rowing. Number 1, Joe Creeker, Mason Jessup, Johannes Main and Max Eberhard with Troy Eberhard the Cox. Sure Max likes being told what to do by his brother. In lane number 6, Otago 1, Cornelius van der Klunden, Felix Robbins, Mackley Adams and William Colley with Jacob Moore the Cox. Lane number 7 is St Bees College 2, Samuel Fahey, Hunter Nichols, Luke Peterson, Darcy Franklin with Lockie Manson the Cox. Lane 8, Otago Boys High School 1B, Roy, Jaden Clarkson, Charlie Swan, Asher Knox and Theo Kindiak the Cox. And then lane 9, Timaru 31, George Neal, Darius Dahlia, Alex Balithero, Ben Murray and Ashley Chard is the Cox. Pretty even. Heading towards 1,000. If you haven't been for a wander down to the 1,000 to watch these crews come through, go down and have a look. And that looks like lane 1. I've got this at this stage. Dunstan Arm, coached by Natalie Wilson and Leon Morris, just leading them through as they come through the 1,000. You'll see that on the live stream. We've had some great numbers watching the live stream today, so I hope you guys are enjoying yourselves. Just about a cup of tea time and a biscuit. Watch the rest of the racing for the day. Cross into lane number 9, Timaru 31 probably holding second. Then we would come back into lane 2, Cromwell Composite. So they make their way over the 1,000. Then we're looking at lane 3, Christ College, then Selwyn Rowing, probably across then to Otago 1. St Bede's right next to Otago 1, probably about half a boat length back. And then further back from the rest of the field then would be Otago Boys High School as they come through that 1,000. So Dunstan holding a boat length over the rest of the field. Into the last 1,000 they come. Girls under 17 double sculls have launched themselves out of the start. And just running a little bit behind time by my reckoning. We are probably about 10 minutes behind. So due to go through to 6 o'clock tonight, which is a bit different. And they'll do their best to make that up as much as they can. A couple of incidents, of course, some races to be moved around. So that's probably part of the reason. Well done to the Otago boys completing that race there in the men's novice Cox quadruple sculls. Well done, gentlemen. Heat 3 continues to make its way down. It still is with Dunstan. Not too much movement in the rest of it. I'm just watching St Bees and Otago having a crack at each other in the middle, just to the right of the umpire's boat as they come down. And right on the outside there, you can see Timaru 31 still holding pretty strong. So Timaru 31 alongside, ahead of St Bees now, drawing alongside Otago 1. They're still chasing down Dunstan. Then we come back inside from those crews to Cromwell Composite and Christ College and Selwyn Rowing. It's really just Otago Boys High 1 that are out of it at this stage. 1, 2 and 3 plus the next fastest to go to the A final. St Bede's winning the previous race in 7:30, 5 seconds ahead of Wairo. So a lot of these schools coming off camps at various places over the summer break, starting to get their combinations nailed down. They'll be back here in 2 weeks' time, as we all will, for the South Island Rowing Championships. And they'll build towards their regional secondary school regattas and then South Island secondary schools here 6th, 7th and 8th of March. About 3 weeks later, we will have Māori here again at Ruataniwha. Dunstan Arm building nicely with them on the outside. Timaru flanking the field now and is still going ahead of them just a wee bit is the Otago crew over St Bede's. See those red caps, the Otago crew. They've got the blue and the white verticals. Probably got half a boat length on St Bede's now. So St Bede's want to get themselves through on placings purely. They'll need to start to wind. Wee bit of time to go now. They're coming up towards 300 metres to go. Dunstan still holding on to this. Otago just closing that gap, as is Timaru. So they're starting to close back up again. Will St Bede's join in with the fun? Back next from them, inside from Dunstan Arm, will be the composite crew from Cromwell. Cromwell Wanaka. They've just been ticking away there nicely. So you can see the 2 Wanaka boys sitting in 2 and 3 seat. 1 and 4 seat for Cromwell. And that's actually the only boat in the field that's got a stern-seated coxswain. You can see him sitting up there proud as punch with his composite crew. That's Eva, actually. Eva Settle. She's coxing. Everybody else has got the coxswain sitting in the bow. So Dunstan still holding on to this lead over Otago and then Timaru. So St Bede's will need to move, otherwise they'll be waiting on time. Down we go, 150 metres to go now. They head towards those red boys. The last line of red boys says 100 metres to go. And this is Jack, Harry, Jedi, Tully and Grace from Dunstan Arm. They've controlled this nicely from the 1,000. Otago still pushing in there nicely. Cornelius, Felix, Mackley, William and Jacob holding on to second just over the Timaru crew. That Timaru crew of George, Darius, Alex, Ben and Ashley And can St Bees with Samuel, Hunter, Luke and Darcy with Lockie upset the apple cart? Lockie, you're going to have to give them a bit of a talking to. They're starting to pull back in Otago now though. St Bees just lining up alongside Otago, putting some wheels into them. Otago have to go back again. Dunstan have got this under control out in front here in lane number 2. They'll take this out and go through the final. And now Otago coming again to perhaps pick up second off Timaru. Oh, nice wee battle out there. It's Dunstan that goes through. It's going to be on the line. It will still be Otago just over the Timaru crew. Beads will be waiting on time to go through. Then we come back to the Cromwell and Wanaka Composite. Just outside of them is Christ College. We go into the middle, of course, for Selwyn Rowing. Right on the outside in lane number 8 is Otago Boys High School number 1. Nice finish, team. Wait and see what happens on time. Meanwhile, girls under 17s are making their way down the course in Heat 1 of the double sculls for them. In lane number 1, Whakatipu 1, Caitlin Purdue and Caitlin Roberts. Lane number 2 is Wairau 1, Libby Pitts and Amelia Hardy. Lane number 3, Cashmere High School 1, Lucy O'Connor and Marley Lloyd. Lane 4 is Burnside High School 1, Melissa Irvine and Amy Muncaster. And lane number 5 is Oamaru 23, Emily Wainwright and Tessa Wright. Marion College number 2 is sitting there in lane 6, Annabelle Carter and Jenna Brennan. Lane number 7, Waihopai 1, Amelia Duffel and Olive Rutledge. Lane number 8, Timaru 1, Rachel Roberts, Terry Lee Guilford. Lane 9, Timaru 11, Jasmine Payne, Kate Caird. Lane number 10, Ashburton 2, Georgia Scammell. You'll be out there on your bike, Scam. And Zara McGillan. Lane number 10, they are in. Pretty handily placed to that Ashburton crew. They'll be racing one of the Carrots. And then, but right out in the middle there, or sort of in the middle, we call it lane 4. Burnside, coached by Christina and Rob, handily placed. Had a cracker of a week, haven't they? They're putting all this into practice. Just inside from them would be Cashmere. And then it is Ashburton right alongside Timaru. That's another Craighead crew out there in the green boat. So that's the 4 of them lining up. So progression here, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 through to the A final. Rest goes through to the B final. So looking pretty good here for Burnside. Also looking good for Ashburton, for Timaru, and then we'll come back inside to Cashmere down there in lane 3. Who's going to pick up that 5th spot? Lane number 1, look at them, Whakatipu, Caitlin and Caitlin. The Caitlins are on their way down in lane number 1, so that's the 5. There's actually about 3 boat lengths back to the rest of the field from there. Very impressive this from Melissa and Amy. Loving these conditions. Through the last of the Red Boys, they come into 250 metres to go. Just waiting to see what comes from the rest of the pack. So it looks like it's inside of Cashmere to Whakatipu. Then we're looking at Marion. Outside of them is Waihopai. Then back to Oamaru. Just outside of Waihopai is Timaru 1 as opposed to Timaru 11. Which is just doing quite nicely up against that crew from Ashburton. So nice effort here, ladies, coming through for Burnside. These will be the first qualifiers, the under 17 double sculls. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 through the A final tomorrow. The rest are going through to the B final. And not slacking up on the rating, just sticking to the program. Just winding a little bit as they come through the last 100 metres are Burnside. Cashmere now have just pushed ahead of Ashburton. Ashburton just ahead of Timaru. Then back inside to Whakatipu. Pretty clear your 5 going through the A final here. 50 metres to go for Burnside. 100 metres now for Ashburton. 100 metres now for Cashmere. So Ashburton have pushed right up alongside that Timaru crew. So that'll help as far as lanes go. It means we have a full field of 10 in the final tomorrow too, which is pretty impressive. And Cashmere just gaining Ashburton. Ashburton takes second. Cashmere will be third. 4th will go to Timaru. 5th will go to Whakatipu. The rest through the B final is Marion, Waihopai, Oamaru, and across on the outside to Timaru. We go to heat number 2. They are within about 500 metres to go. Lane number 1 is Burnside High School number 2, Courtney Capon and Olivia Blackmore-Mann. Lane number 2 is Avonside Girls High School number 1, Kate Orchard and Kate Burgess. Lane number 3 is St Andrews College 1, Sophia Lalagaias and Nina Freya. There is a scratching in lane number 4, which would have been Ashburton. Lane number 5, Timaru 41, Mia Sutherland, Maisie Jane Chapman. Lane 6 is Marion College 1, Peyton Moss, Sophie Davis. G'day to you, Dylan. Lane number 7 is Invercargill 1, Trinity Duncan, Tiziana Mazana Chiturian. And in lane number 8 is a Oamaru 22, Indig Jones Horgan, Bridget Spittle. And lane number 9 is Timaru 11, Leah Newlove and Skylar Seymour. It's all with Marion out there, I think, in the middle. Peyton and Sophie doing well here. Tony, you'll be happy with that too. We go right across on the outside to Oamaru. Then we come back into lane 1, Burnside again, looking to have another crew through to the final. Just inside of them is Avonside Girls, and alongside them St Andrews College. So there's your 5. The push will come in the middle from Invercargill, who look to upset those crews, Trinity and Tiziana. Then we go right into the middle of the course, and it is the crew from Timaru, Mia and Maisie. And right across on the outside, Timaru 11. They'll be the ones that will be heading through to the B final. So looking pretty good here for Burnside to get another crew through this in the second heat. Outside to Oamaru, back inside to Marion, Avonside and St Andrews. Those are your 5 from this particular heat. By the look of it, I can't see that changing. Unless Invercargill put on the afterburners. And then we go back to Timaru 41. Golden Blades of Ron Carley. Meanwhile, we've got the boys under 17 Cox Quadruple Skulls screaming their way down the course. I'll give you those crews. This doesn't look like it's going to change. So very little here between Oamaru and Burnside. They'll both go through along with Marion, also with Avonside and also with St Andrews. They're through to the A final. B final for Invercargill, back to Timaru 41 and across to Timaru 12. That's the girls under 17 double skulls. They come down and take the line now. Big scramble at the end, but I think it's going to be Oamaru. Hold on. Oh, yeah, I think by a bow ball over Burnside just on the line. Marion 3rd, Avonside 4th. Boys under 17 Cox Quadruple Skulls. They are rattling along. Look at them, here they come now. St Thomas of Canterbury 1 are in lane 2. Lane 3 is Cashmere High School number 1. Lane 4 is Burnside High School number 1. We go to Christ College number 2 out there in lane number 5. Lane number 6 is Shirley Boys High School 1. Lane number 7 is Timaru 31. Lane number 8 is St Andrews College 2. And then it's St Bede's College number 2 on the outside. It is in the middle of the course. Lane number 5, Christ College, Alex Richards, Freddie Parfitt, Matthew Vance, Thomas Richmond and Jono Simpson. They seem to have the lead. We come back to St Thomas of Canterbury in lane 2. Luke Sweeney, Liam Jessup, Harry Gallagher, Lucas Dowling and Jack Dunn. The Cox, they would be sitting second right alongside Cashmere, Cameron Taylor, Lucas Sutherland, Thomas Clare, Jacob Haley and Matthew Stewart as the Cox. That's 1, 2 and 3. We're looking for 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 to go through the final. So sitting in 4th out there is lane number 6 is Shirley Boys, Silas Freeman, Chris Brignall, Ruben Saggers, Dominica Fricka and James Watson. And then we go to St Bede's out there in lane number 9, Connor Thwaites, Brody Clements, Harrison Sewell, Ryan Atwood and Cody Clark. Those are your 5 and they're pretty clear going through, aren't they? Then we come back to, must be another Shirley Boys crew in there. No, it's the Burnside crew in there. So that's Lucas Cochran, Sean Gilman, Thomas Carey, Riley McMorrin, Felix Rowe, the Cox. And then outside of them we go to Timaru 31, Parker, Baxter, Sterling and Harry with Charlie the Cox. But no doubt about who's going to take this one out. It's right in front of us now. Well done to Christ College. They're looking pretty clean and tidy in the under 17 Cox Quadruple Skulls first heat. They come down to take the buzzer any time or about now. Shirley Boys will finish second, then Cashmere, then St Thomas is across to St Bede's. Then it's that Burnside crew. We go across to Timaru, and on the outside there after them will be St Andrews College, which is Oliver, Isaac, George, Bart and Sienna Curry. And then it looks like there might have been a crew who didn't quite make the start who are having a wee look down lane number 12. Second heat's underway though, boys under 17 Cox Quadruple Skulls. Lane 2, St Bede's College 1. Isaac Guerra, Cooper Tickety 1, Dent and Ryan Gardner. Matthew Casey is the Cox. Lane number 3, St Andrews College 1. Hugo Miller, Bell, Noah Hunter, George Barclay, Cameron Sharp, George Rankin, the Cox. Lane 4, Timaru 30, Louis O'Sullivan, Cooper Gordon, Tim Bartlett, George Talbot, Ned Brown, the Cox. Expect them to be leading. I'm pretty sure they are. Then we have lane number 5, Wido 11, Paddy Girling, Jesse Englefield, Blake Marfell, Matthew McLeod and Elijah Flight is the Cox. Lane number 6 is the crew from Otago 1, Artie Sweetman, Gus Carr, Archie Gordon, Ollie O'Connell and Matthew Hall, the Cox. Then we go to Cashmere High School number 2, which is Sammy Lyons, Jack McDonald, Cooper Laird, Charlie Fallett, Ivy Omar is the Cox. And then it is the second place at the moment, I think, which would be Whakatipu. Just have a wee looky out there. It is Whakatipu. That's Louis Dela Cruz, Mike Perry, Liam Feely, Ollie Watson, Jesse Glover as the Cox. Then Christ College number 1 is out there in lane 9. Charlie Syme, George Haddon, Arthur Brown, Alex Lascelles and Gabriel Bevan. So 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 are going to go through to the final. It is Timaru, it is Whakatipu, it's St Bede's, St Andrews. Now, Christ College 1 on the outside have got a chance in here, as do Otago number 1. Close between those crews. That's 6 of them. Then we've got to have a look at Wairo. See what they're going to do out there. They've got some pushing to do. They're just ahead of Cashmere. Boys under 16 Cox State follows these crews down. Start to make some time up now, the starters. So can we get a time for the first one? Burnside went through in the under 17 sculls in a, oh that's handy, it's just off the screen. They finished and it was a good time. So boys under 17 Cox quadruple sculls, second heat, 150 metres to go. Still here with this Timaru crew. They'll be favourites for the final. I would think Whakatipu doing a pretty good job out there in second. Then there is a boat length back to St Andrews. Right on the outside to Christ College. They've moved nicely in the last 100 metres for them ahead of the Otago crew and St Bede's. So one of these crews is going to miss out that I've just mentioned. So St Bede's have probably got the work to do. They've got time to do it. Then we go back to Wairo across to Cashmere. But still with the Timaru crew, they've just started to get a bit more of a wriggle on with 100 metres to go now. Same for Whakatipu now. 2 boat lengths. We go back on the outside to Christ College, pushing nicely still, bringing that St Andrews crew with them. And it is Christ College, St Bede's have moved nicely past Otago now. Very even between those 2 crews. One of them's going to go straight through. The other's going to be waiting on time. The rest will be in the B final. Down to the final they come now, and taking the buzzer will be Timaru. Then it will be Whakatipu. Then it's going to be St Andrews. Then it's Christ College. And now it's between Otago and St Bede's. Otago have pushed again now. They've gone out to a canvas. They'll take the automatic slot. St Bede's will be waiting on time. Then we go 2 boat lengths back to Wairo across to Cashmere in the boys under 17 Cox quadruple sculls. Boys under 16 Cox State. Here we go. Lane number 2, Christchurch Boys High School number 1. Flynn Nimmo, Johnny Mason, Ryder Townsend, Mason Tucker, Brody Newfield, Albie Sampson, Lockie Honeywell, Ben Skilton, Kieran Faulkner is the Cox. Lane number 3, St Bede's College 1. Eddie Robertson, Jack Hannum, Jay Anderson, Rory Wright, Lennox Laurie, William Arlett, Oliver Chun, Conrad Van Herel, Theo Gilson is the Cox. Lane number 4, St Andrews College number 1. Seth Overcomer, Jake Triplow, Jake Gilbert, Cooper Rogers, Jesse Saunders, Toby Moore, Oscar Wilson, George Leving, Samuel Terry is the Cox. Lane number 5, Christchurch Boys High School number 2. Ben Thistleton, Ben Williamson, Billy Mason, Cooper Swale, Thomas Scott, Nick Dampier Crossley, Mark Bauman, Bryn Flowerday and Max Hawes is the Hawks is the Cox. Lane number 6, Shirley Boys High School number 1. Jack Gibson, Fergus Walsh, William Thiel, Kieran Clark, Callum Skilton, Sam Harmon, Ethan Danielson, Charlie Maddock, Maxwell Wilson is the Cox. Lane number 7, Whakatipu number 1. Kaito Nakazawa, Zebi Jarvis, Flynn Webber, Tom Reynard, Ruben Davis, Phineas Thomas, Baxter King and Henry Monier and Ballon Notton as the Cox. Lane number 8, Otago Boys High School number 1. George Murray, Digby Sutton, Will Chittick, Sam Glover, B Perkins, Hunter Knox, Angus Colley, Charlie Anderson, Connor Sinclair as the Cox. Completing the field out there in lane number 9. Christ College number 1. Johnny Leeson, Ollie Wells, Leo Ackland, Sage Chatter, Robbie Rowans, Tom Wilson, Charlie Wilson, Joshua Padiucci and Charlie Saunders as the Cox. This is the preliminary. They'll all come back and do it again tomorrow. It's coming out of lane number 2, which is Christchurch Boys High School. Right alongside them, the red and black are St Bede's. Then we go right across on the outside to Christ College. You can see the black blades just dipping in and out of a lovely looking lake or Tanafa this afternoon. We come back to Whakatipu in the gold. Then we would be, oh, looks like Shirley Boys High. Just inside from them would be Christ College. Not Christ College, Christchurch Boys, I think. And then we go to Otago Boys High. So racing for lanes really as they come down here. We drag race on the inside between St Bede's and Christchurch Boys High School number 1. I think they are being led down though by Christ College out there in lane number 9. Golden 8 of Whakatipu right in the middle of the course. And on their right shoulder is Otago Boys High School number 1, who would be ahead of the crew from Shirley Boys and probably even Stevens with Christchurch Boys High School number 2. Last back there would be St Andrews College. $6:56 the time for the second heat of the boys under 17 Cox quadruple sculls. This is the boys under 16 Cox 8, the preliminary you'll see in front of you. Then we've got the women's intermediate single sculls. They're just in through probably about 300 metres right now, making their way down. Looking for 1 and 2 out of that to go through. I'll give you those fields very shortly, but we'll just check on, we know what's happening out here. So it is still with Christchurch Boys and St Bede's. They've been joined together since the 1000, these two crews. I know it's a preliminary, but you tell that to under 16-year-old boys. Christ on the outside, to Christ College, these three. Then Whakatipu still. So daylight between the leading three crews. They'll still want to take out bragging rights. It looks like it might be between these two crews on the inside, Christchurch Boys and St Bede's. Christ College is trying to sneak on, do their thing on the outside. The Cox doesn't look across at each other. St Bede's Cox is having a wee look across there as Theodore. At his compatriot or his competitor, Kieran Faulkner, but they're well under control, these two, and they might be dead even between all three of them. Let's go the Red Boys. St Bede's just now with Christ College. Christ College is sneaking across on the outside now. It's only the preliminary, but who's going to come out on top? Christ College is winding up a wee bit on the outside. St Bede's have tried to go again. They've got now ahead of Christchurch Boys. They've done enough to get ahead of Christ College. They're coming down the line now, another couple of strokes. They've just pushed ahead of Christ College now by maybe a bow ball. They'll come down and take out the preliminary. Second, Christ College. Third to Christchurch Boys. Then we'll go back about 3 boat lengths to Whakatipu, a couple of boat lengths back to Otago, back to Christchurch Boys High, number 2, then St Andrews, and completing this field will be Shirley Boys High School. This should be a cracker tomorrow if it's going to be like that. Mark that down on your day sheet with your multicoloured highlighters, mums and dads. That should be good. Heat 1 of the Women's Intermediate Single Sculls. Lane number 1, Avon 2, Nina Mackay. Lane 2 is Avonside Girls High School 1, Gabby Chapman. Lane 3 is North End 1, Claudia Shaw. Lane number 4 is Union 3, Inez Peters Bush. Lane 5 is Burnside High School, Julia Mitchell. Lane 6, Otago Girls number 1, Mila Hall. And lane number 7 is Timaru 20, Hayley Tairoa. Lane number 8 is Timaru 11, Ella Inch. Lane number 9 is Whakatipu number 2. This is the intermediate single sculls heading up towards the 1,000 metre mark. Second heat's been let go as well. It's all Hayley Tairoa out there in lane 7, coached by our recent New Year's honoree, Brian Smith. He's also got a flash new Ford Ranger. I saw that on social media, so he's had a Christmas. Lane number 1, Avon 2, Nina Mackay, probably holding second just over Gabby Chapman from Avonside Girls, then right out in the middle. It's like Otago Girls, actually. Burnside just a wee bit further back, Julia Mitchell. And Union number 3, Inez just back there as well. So they're into the last 1,000 and just making their way down. We're looking for 1 and 2 to go through to the A final. 3 and 4 will go through to the B final as the sun streams its way across. So do make sure, if you haven't done already, get that sunscreen on. So Hayley's got a very handy lead. She'll be watching on her right-hand side, Liberty Hyde from Whakatipu number 2. What she probably can't see is right across here in lane number 1 to Nina Mackay from Avon, and then right next to her is Gabby Chapman from Avonside. Not much between Otago Girls, Mila Hall, and across to Timaru 11, then Ella Inch. So they'll start to close up as they get closer, maybe, but looking for 1 or 2. So it's going to be a matter of who will go through at this stage. With Hayley, there's 350, maybe 400 metres to go, and she's well clear of the rest of the field. Very impressive, this from her, coached by Brian, as I mentioned. We go down to lane 1, and would be the next, the best still, Nina Mackay. Maybe in the middle of the course, so I think there's a good effort here continuing to come from Mila Hall from Otago Girls. And she'll look across and she'll see Ella Inch from Timaru 11 coming into view. And then right on the outside, still in that yellow boat, coached by Jimmy Cabinet, Liberty Hyde from Whakatipu number 2. So starting to close up for that second spot. That's where the interest will be for us. I can just tell you that the intermediate single sculls for women, that heat number 2 is just approaching the 1,000 metre mark. And in there, you've got lane 1, Otago Girls number 2, Kira Nicholson. Lane 2 is Timaru 41, Brooke Taylor. Lane 3, Burnside High School number 3, Hannah Watson. Lane 4, Invercargill 2, Piper Marshall. Lane number 5, Columba College 1, Lucy Earle. Lane number 6 is Marion College 2, Ava Thomas. Lane number 7, Timaru 22, Tilly Sykes. And lane 8 is Whakatipu 1, Caitlin Julian. Lane number 9 is Union 4, Pagan Hay. So they're heading towards the 1,000 metre mark. And into the second half of the course they come. So we're getting a little bit closer. Let's have a look at heat number 1. Just continues to drive away from everybody else, does Hayley out here for Timaru 20. She's only got 150 metres to go now, and she's well under control. Looks like a wee Sunday row, conserving some energy for tomorrow. Look how clean she is. There's no splash. Nice long stroke. So we go on the outside now and see where the rest is coming from. It's Whakatipu and Otago Girls. So those are the two. They've moved ahead now of Avon and Avonside Girls. Then we go back to Burnside, then it's North End, then it's Union. So that's where we're looking at it. So no doubt about who's going to go through. She's into her last 100 and she's down into the low 20s now, probably about 25. Just getting herself to the finish. And she's well clear of the two kayakers out in the middle of the lake. They're facing the wrong way anyway. So another 3 or 4 strokes here for Hayley. Congratulations to her through to the final she goes. Looking like seconds being held on the outside now by Liberty from Whakatipu. She comes up to 100 metres to go now. So a bit of work here to come from Otago Girls. Is she going to go again? Let's wait and see what Mila Hall can do. She'll need to wind a wee bit if she wants to get past Whakatipu. And she's just starting to put a bit more pressure on now. She's got a wee bit of a gap to overcome. These ones are well clear of Avon and Wairau. But it's 1 and 2 that go through. She's got a bit of a crank there now from Otago Girls. So she left it too late. Whakatipu might just have this to finish second. I think she will. Then she'll be waiting to see if she can go through. Yep, she goes. Whakatipu will take second now. Third is Otago Girls. So well done to Liberty from Whakatipu. Just down here in lane number 1 will be Avon. Number 2, Nina Mackay. She will take the other spot in the B final. And then we go out to Ella Inch. Back we come down here to Gabby Chapman. In the middle of the field to Julia Mitchell. And then back here to Claudia Shaw. Just completing the field will be Inez down here in lane number 4 for Union number 3. As that happens, the rest of the heat number 2 is approaching and leading the charge quite convincingly out in the middle of the course. I got this right. Lane number 5, Lucy Earle, orange cap from Columba. Then we'll go across from her to Whakatipu, Caitlin Julian. So these are the two well clear of the rest. The next best challenge. Oh, she's not actually too far off. Down there in lane number 1. That's Otago Girls 2, Kira Nicholson. So Kira Nicholson and Caitlin Julian are battling for that second spot to go through to the intermediate single sculls A final. No doubt about who's leading this down. Lucy Earle. The orange Columba cap. So very clean sculling coming out of that crew. And then we go right back. So let's have a look at the rest of the crews. We go back to Invercargill, will be currently sitting 4th across to Marion College. Then we go right on the outside to Union, back inside to Timaru. Burnside further across from there, just sitting in behind the other Timaru crew. Timaru 41, then Otago Girls number 2. She's doing pretty well down here in lane number 1. So no doubt about who's going to take this one out. There would be 70 metres to go for Lucy. In lane number 5, plenty of length on that stroke, and it is the pushes coming here in lane number 1 from Kira Nicholson. So it's between Kira and on the outside Caitlin Julian in lane 8. Kira's got looks like she's got a slightly longer stroke as she's coming into the last part. Just winding up a wee bit out there as Caitlin trying to get her stroke numbers through so she can get up on it, but it looks like the run on the boat's coming from lane 1. So Columba have finished to take it through. They're going to be very easy, even as they come down the line though. That's a photo. Well, of course it's a photo, it's what they take, but I think it's going to be very close between Kira and Caitlin from Whakatipu to go through. One will go through the A final, the other one will go through the B final, and joining her there will be Piper Marshall from Invercargill down here in lane number 4, and then we'll be finishing with Ava Thomas from Marion College. Across we go to Timaru 22, Tilly Sykes. Then it will be Pagan Hay from Union 4. Back we come down to Timaru 41, Brooke Taylor, and just inside of her will be Hannah Watson. 5 heats of this women's intermediate single sculls. So the third heat is heading into the last part of the race for them. In lane number 1, Avon 3, Zara Abaskaya. Lane number 2 is a Dunstan Arm number 2, Maria Thiessen Shrems. Lane number 3 is a Targo Girls 3, Margaret Longdell. Lane number 4 is Wanaka 1, Eliana Hay. Lane number 5 is Wairo 2, Michelle Ponder West. And lane number 6, Union 2, Billy Rochford. Lane 7 is Timaru 21, Emerson Ward. Lane 8 is Timaru 12, Greta Murray. And lane 9 is Columba College 2, Livy Campbell. So with Timaru 12, Greta Murray. Just, I think we come right. There's very much, it's pretty close between her and Dunstan, which is Maria Teresa. She might just have the wood, actually, I think, over on Greta. Then it is Columba. Livy Campbell, who partnered earlier on today with Lucy Earle, the previous winner. They had a good double together earlier on. Then we go back into the middle of the course, I think would be the way to go. And that is Wairo number 2, Michelle Ponder West. So 1 and 2 to go through. So looking like Dunstan at this stage, along with Timaru 12. Then it's going to be between Columba, Wairo, and right in the middle there, looks like Union 2, Billy Rochford. She's in the mix. Then Zara from Avon down there in lane 1, and we'll come across to Otago Girls number 3. And then we're going further back to Wanaka. Oh, not that far back here, and that's the next race. Up to the red boys becomes Dunstan. Mia Teresa, coached by Lauren Gibb. Clearly in front here now, just taking through with her Greta Murray from lane 8. Timaru 12. These will be the 2 that go through to the A final, and this in heat 3 of the women's intermediate single sculls. Lucy Earle's time, I can tell you, was 9 minutes 32. So plenty in the tank for tomorrow. These are your 2. So third, let's see where third's going to go through to the A final. It is going to be to the B final, rather. It'll be Livy Campbell, I think, along with Wairo's Michelle Ponder West. She's getting into the mix down here in lane number 1, Zara, but I think she might have left it a wee bit too late. And then it will be across to Timaru 23, back to Union 2, and then we'll call it for Otago Girls number 3. There's your third, Livy Campbell. Over she goes, and Michelle from Wairo 2 taking that 4th spot. Heat 4. About 500 metres to go for them in lane number 1, Marion College 1, Freya Burgess. Lane number 2, Timaru 1, Emma Gardner. Lane number 3 is Otago Girls High School, Tony Haraki. Then we go to Ashburton 1, Gretchen Ross. In lane number 4, looks like she's doing pretty well out there. Then we go to Star Boating Club, Charlie Twig. Then we go to Natalie Walsh from Canterbury 1. And then well out in front, just into the yellow boys now, Isla Westlake. She did well in this pre-Christmas with the Otago Champs. We've got a scratching in lane number 5, and it's St Margaret's College. Katie Pascoe is out there in lane 9. So all over this is Isla Westlake. She's had a pretty impressive introduction to rowing, a very talented sports lady in her own right, and she is about half a kilometre clear of everybody else, it would look like. Not quite, that's silly, 100 metres I would say. Then we go back into the middle of the course. It looks like it's Natalie Walsh from Canterbury. Again, though, we're looking for 1 and 2 to go through, so there's a real battle on here for that second spot. Coming into it now is Katie Pascoe from St Margaret's. Across to that Natalie from Canterbury and Gretchen Ross from Ashburton. So those 3 ladies very close, battling for 1 spot. One of them's going to go to the A final. The other 2 are going to go to the B final, I would say. Then we go back to Star Boating Club, which is Charlie Twig, and then back on the inside it's the 3 Marion College, Otago Girls 4 and Timaru 1. So congratulations to Isla, good tall sculler. She's come down to take the buzzer now and cleans up in this heat number 4 of the women's intermediate single sculls. And then the race within the race continues. So where's it coming from? It's in the middle of the course. Natalie's got that second spot at this stage. She's pretty handily placed as Katie Pascoe out there in lane 9 for St Margaret's. And Gretchen just probably battling a wee bit to get up into that mix. But she's at least going to go through to the B final. 6 lengths back to Star Boating Club. This is Heat 4. Heat 5 is in the last 1,000 metres of their race. So plenty of women's intermediate single scullers. And Natalie will move clear, take that second spot. Through to the B final will go St Margaret's Katie Pascoe. Along with her will be Gretchen from Ashburton. And finishing after that is Star Boating Club, Otago Girls, North End and Timaru. That's Heat 4 of the women's intermediate single sculls. Heat 5 has 500 metres to go. Nice little battle going on here at the end of the field for this between North End, Otago Girls and Timaru. It'll be a nice race within a race, enjoying the conditions. Otago, you just need to keep going. Keep going. Yes, you know, that's... Marion went past. That's what you got to do. You got to keep on going. Heat 5, lane number 2, North End 2, Emma Basketville. Lane number 3 is Whakatipu 3 is Pippa Julian. Lane number 4, Union 1, Felicity Wright. Lane number 5, Timaru 21, Madison Berry Rankin. Lane number 6, Avonside Girls High School 2, Caitlin Thwaites. Lane 7 is Invercargill 1, Millie Hackett. Lane 8 is Burnside High School number 2, Olivia Blackmore Mann. And lane number 9 is Avon 1, Isabella Galvin. So first shout out today to Hugh and Ava, no doubt enjoying this. Anna, sorry, enjoying this. And let's look out there. Lane 3, Union 1, Felicity Wright, looking very good. And it's Isabella out there in lane number 9 doing a good job too. So those two looking like they might go through to the final, the A final. Back inside from them, it is Invercargill, Millie Hackett. So she'll head to the B final at this stage. And it is down inside North End's Emma Baskerville. We'll get that B final spot too, because there's a bit of a gap back to Whakatipu number 3, Pippa Julian. Then we go across to Timaru and to Avonside Girls. So Timaru, Madison Berry Rankin, Avonside Girls, Caitlin Thwaites. And I think there might have been a scratching. I can't see the Burnside sculler out there. A 100 metres to go for Felicity, coached by Connor Freyer. So Union doing well today with their junior scullers. And the more experienced scullers having a good day out as well. Into her last 50 metres she comes now. This is the last heat of the women's intermediate single sculls. Previous heat, Isla Westlake went through an 8:48. One of the quicker times, but they're all pretty comfortable. It'll be all on tomorrow. Down she comes now. 2 more strokes to take the buzzer. Congratulations to Felicity Wright. Going through to the final of the women's intermediate single sculls. She takes 1 slot. Isabella Galvin will take the 2nd spot out there in lane 9 through to the A final. Then through to the B final will be Invercargill's Millie Hackett. And just down here in lane number 2 will be Emma Baskerville from North End. Finishing just behind her then will be Whakatipu 3. Then we go across to Timaru 21 and Avonside Girls number 2. Race 109, the women's novice Coxed 4. We've got 2 heats of this. Let's give you the field for the first heat. Lane number 1, Avonside Girls High School number 1, Grace Orchard, Logan Bell, Bridie Hand, Eve Rees and Emily Ash is the Cox. In lane 2, Union 1, Emily Halliday, Alana Newsom, Macy Rochford, Annalise Bowden and Jemima Nola is the Cox. Lane number 3 is Timaru 11, Sylvie Campbell, Penny Bell, Scarlett Moyer, Pippa Raymond and Amelia Murdoch is the Cox. Rangiruru Girls School number 3 are in lane 4 with Emily Carr, Rose O'Brien, Sasha Flutie Alice Sharp and Isabella Burns, the Cox. And lane number 5, Christchurch Girls High School number 2, Polly Botherway, Tanisha Tainui, Stella Cameron and Gabby Burrows with Lily Shackleton, the Cox. Lane number 6 is Oamaru 22, Hunter McClay, Brosnan, Matilda Isbister, Grace Webster and Greer Dixon as the Cox. Lane number 7, St Margaret's College number 1, Gabrielle Grace Parkinson, Georgia Hope Person, Nina Cunningham, Kiva Campbell and Paige Roberts. Columba College number 2 and lane number 8, that's Toya Zogby, Ava Peters, Oswald, Sophia Hannigan Johnson, Lucy McKenzie, Pippa Carey is the Cox. Lane number 9 is Rangiruru Girls School number 4, Anna Turner, Matilda Coma, Pip Mackay, Sophie Murchison, Rose Chapman is the Cox. Cashmere High School number 1 are out there in lane 10, Olivia Herford, Zoe Ross, Sophie Hendricks, Clara Marks and Catalina Mahari is right out in the middle. You can see the golden row suits of Oamaru leading them down. Christchurch Girls High School number 2 just on the inside of them. We're looking for 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 to go through to the A final. So most of them will go through. So it's Oamaru handily placed, 2 boat lengths in front of Christchurch Girls High School number 2. Then we come back to Union number 1 who just tucked in behind Avonside Girls. Good showing here from Avonside Girls. Then you go across to Rangiruru Girls School number 3. Right on the outside to Rangiruru Girls School number 4. And just waiting to see where the Cashmere crew is. I can't quite... Oh, they're in a different lane. No, they're not there. Well done, Em. That still is Oamaru, and it still is Oamaru leading Christchurch Girls High School, and it is then back to Avonside Girls in lane 1. Then it is to Rangiruru Girls School number 3. Then it is Rangiruru number 4 on the outside. Back inside from them to St Margaret's and Columba College. So a nice little battle emerging. The other one that's in there too is Timaru 11. Just going to see which one of these 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 go through. The rest will be to the B final. So Greer Dixon, the Cox, has got this Oamaru crew well under control. She won't see the distance because she's sitting in the bow. But she'll be enjoying the ride. Christchurch Girls just creeping up on them. And a nice row coming through from Avonside Girls. Emily Ash, the Cox. Great for them to get themselves through this Novice Cox 4 final tomorrow. 2 Rangiruru crews in the mix, along with St Margaret's and Columba right next to them. So St Margaret's just squeezing in themselves in front of the 2 Rangiruru crews. So one of those Rangi crews might be going through to the B final. No doubt about which ones are going to the A final at the moment. 250 to go now for Oamaru. 250 to go now for Christchurch Girls High School number 2. Third, and comfortably third, is Avonside Girls. You can just see the blue sunglasses of Avonside Girls Cox, Emily Ash, just flickering. Looks like she's got a police siren on board. She's chasing them down. The glinting of the blue glasses in the sunlight as they hold on to third. So the battle royal is, look at them right across now. We're looking for these 4 crews. 2 of them are going to miss out. So Union are alongside Rangiruru number 3, who are alongside St Margaret's, who are alongside Rangiruru number 4. We'll watch them with interest as they come into the last 250 metres. 2 of them are going through. Who's going to miss out? Let's wait and see. And behind them is Columba and further back to Timaru number 11. No doubt about what's happening down the other end. Oamaru have got 4 boat lengths on Christchurch Girls High School number 2, and then 100 metres to go now for Avonside. So that's a given, those 3. Let's take a look at what's happening with the rest of it. So Union now, a great effort from this Union crew, sitting ahead of Rangiruru and St Margaret's. Further back now is the Rangiruru number 4 crew. So it's now going to be 2 of them will go through. Is Union going to pip over the top of the 2 big Christchurch schools? So Rangiruru and St Margaret's, their Novice Cox 4, Heat 1, 100 metres to go for all 3 of them. Union are holding on to their advantage as third now goes to Avonside. Have Union got 4th? Get down there, Union, give them a shout. They'll need this. St Margaret's holding on to 4th, maybe over Union. They've drawn right alongside them. And it looks like it might be Rangiruru that misses out. So 4th is still holding with Union. Union have now got a bow ball in front of St Margaret's in this Novi. So it is going to be Union. They'll pick up the 4th slot through to the A final. They'll take St Margaret's with them. Rangiruru number 3 just dips out, goes through to the B final along with Rangiruru number 4 and Columba and Timaru. They'll still have some crews in the final, Rangiruru, I think, because it looks like the number 1 crew is busy leading down the second heat. Let's give you the full field, though. In lane 1, Rangiruru Girls School number 2, Eve Malone, Billy McFarlane, Lavina Roberts, Zara Pekaski, Lily Frost, the Cox. Lane number 2, Rangiruru Girls School number 1, Sophia Davidson, Poppy Mall, Amelia Handyside, Mia Tucker, and Charlie White, the Cox. Lane 3 is Cashmere High School number 2, Trudy Levitt, Brooke Haley, Annabelle Duda, Emily Mueller, and Zoe Perrin, the Cox. And lane number 4, Columba College 1, Mia North, Avissa Isles, Pippa Brown, Emily North, Chloe Byrne the Cox. St Margaret's College number 2, lane 5, Prue Glengarry, Honor Todd Hunter, Daisy Coops, Sophia Daly and Lucia Charland as the Cox. Star Boating Club number 21, lane 6, Chloe Waitai, Abby Westra, Carrie Phillips, Alexandra McEwen and Coco Jackson as the Cox. Lane number 7, St Andrews College 1, Alex Hyler, Lucy Sider, Zoe Stronach, Isla Sullivan, Tabitha Ferreira is the Cox. To Oamaru 23 in lane 8, Charlie Burnett, Millie Patterson, Kaya Rawson, Leah Coford and Georgia Guy as the Cox. Lane number 9, Timaru 1, Isabel Atkinson, Annie Burnside, Madison Cooper, Charlie Cooper, Matilda England as the Cox. And out there in lane number 10, right in the mix too, is Christchurch Girls High School number 1, Zoe Dunning, Eli Toshak, Annabelle Thornton and Florence Adamson, Livy Abley as the Cox. Under control here in lane number 2 is Rangiruru number 1. We go out then to Oamaru 23. On the outside of them, Christchurch Girls High School number 1. Back inside to Rangiruru Girls School number 2. And then back across the other side again to get Timaru number 1. So those are your 5 crews probably that are looking to get through. It's a Cashmere number 2 down there in lane 3 that could sneak into it. Then we go back from them to Columba College number 1, Star Boating Club, St Margaret's, and across to St Andrews College number 1, just a little bit further back in lane 7. So Oamaru won the previous heat in 8:28. Got a good chance of getting their second crew through here. Rangiruru are well in control of this, the number 1 crew, as they head up towards the Golden Boys. They've got 7 boat lengths, I would suggest, on their number 2 crew. Very even across to, no, probably 3 boat lengths back now. 2 boat lengths back now to Oamaru, I would say. Then we go on the outside of Christchurch Girls High School. Squeezed in between them is Timaru 1. Cashmere putting that Timaru crew under pressure though. Looking to pick up that 5th qualifying spot. That's where the battle might come. Have they got a run on? What has their Cox Zoe Perrin got under control for them? Abby Higgins will be giving them some instructions. She'll have to enact them, will Zoe. They're making their way down into the last 250 metres of their race. So they've got some work to do. Back at this end, 100 metres to go now. Well done to Sophia, Poppy, Amelia, Mia and Charlie. Expertly coached again by Fee Patterson. Standard rigging on that boat as it comes down. They'll take out the second heat of the women's novice Cox 4. Second will go to their number 2 crew, Eve, Billy, Lavina, Zara and Lily. Then we'll have Oamaru, number 23, Charlie, Millie, Kaya, Leah and Georgia. And that is very close on the outside between those 2 boats, isn't it? Look at what's happening out there. It is Christchurch Girls High School, Zoe, Eli, Annabelle, Florence and Liv having a real do with Timaru number 1, Isabel, Annie, Madison and Charlie, with Matilda, England, the Cox, trying to get the last bit out of her crew if she can. So we've got 1 through 2, 3, 4, 5. Those are the 5 that will go through to the A final. So through to the B final it'll be for Cashmere, Columba, and on the outside to the crew from Star Boating Club, back to St Margaret's. And there's a couple of crews going down the outside, might have missed the start. Looks like a single sculler that might have missed the start, and a 4 that might have missed the start, making their way back down the outside of the course. That's the women's novice Cox 4. The men's intermediate double sculls are rattling down. They've got 500 metres to go. Lane number 1 is Whakatipu number 1, Leah Major, Cameron Hall. Lane number 2, Timaru 31, Charlie Cooper, Josh Sadler. Lane number 3, Selwyn Rowing 2, Crusoe, Craig Head Marshall and Adam Jenkin. Lane number 4, Wairo 11, Tom Dunn, Ollie Saggers. Lane number 5 is St Thomas of Canterbury 1, Charlie Smith, Nicholas Marston. Lane number 6, Tiger Boys High School 1, Lucas Nichol, Jack McCaskill. Lane number 7, Cashmere High School 1, Daniel O'Keefe, Cameron Taylor. Lane number 8, Avon 3, Serafino Shin and Daniel Gasson, and lane number 9 is Nelson 1, Harry Booker and Cooper Nichols. They won't quite catch these other crews, but Timaru 31 look like they're doing pretty handily. So looking for 1, 2 and 3 plus the next fastest to go through. So it's Timaru, just inside of Timaru, Whakatipu, right across to Nelson, back inside to Wairo, across to Cashmere. That's where it's coming from. Then we go right back to basically everybody else, which is Selwyn, across to St Thomas's. Just on the outside of St Thomas's is the crew from Otago Boys. And then we go further back from them to Burnside, who weren't listed to be in here. So I hope they're having fun, or they just joined in. Nice and tidy here from Charlie and Josh, though, from Timaru 31. 100 metres to go from them, and swinging nicely in this men's intermediate double sculls. Whakatipu just holding on, though, but nice run coming through from Wairoi. Look at Tom and Ali winding up, and then Nelson on the outside. So you've got some work to do, Whakatipu. There's 3 slots here. Well, 3 boats looking to get 2 slots. Cashmere trying to push them, but they'll miss out and go through to, unless they're next fastest, of course. Timaru are going to go through, and then past the safety boat goes Nelson. Wairoi have stopped. They've got the buzzer wrong, and then snuck through right on the inside there will be Whakatipu. Oh, exactly. That's how it happens. 1, 2, and 3. I think they might have missed Wairoi. They snuck right through on the inside, Whakatipu. They kept on rowing. They heard the wrong buzzer. So I think that will show that it is first went to the crew from Timaru, then Whakatipu, then Nelson, then Wairoi. We'll see what the status, the cameras say. Then Cashmere, then we come down to Selwyn, across to Otago Boys, back inside to St Thomas's, and then the Burnside crew out there in lane number 8. Oh, racing under the Avon colours, of course. So that's Burnside Racing as Avon. That was Avon 3, so well done to them. Heat number 2. Heat number 2 will be brought to you by Will Tavendale, who's just arrived up here from his afternoon sleep. But he's got plenty of time because they're only at the 1,000 now. I'll read them out from him. It'll make it easy for him. So heat number 2, lane number 1, Nelson 3, Rafael Ardelis Heller and Matteo Ardelis Heller. Lane number 2 is Wanaka 1, Mackenzie Hay and Alex Peterson. Lane number 3 is Burnside High School number 1, Lucas Cochran and Mitch Cowan. Lane number 4 is Avon 2, Henry Robertson and Harvey Cross. Lane number 5 is Dunstan Arm 1, Boston Irving Dowling and Aidan O'Doherty. Lane number 6 is Shirley Boys High School 1, Liam Savage and Nirvana Garrity. Lane number 7 is Oamaru 22, Jacob Rawbach and Ike Newlands Carter. Lane number 8 is Christchurch Boys High School number 2, Tim Boswell, Ethan Horgan. And completing this field, lane number 9, Union 1, Valentine Frasios and Blake Waterhouse. I'll leave you with Will and catch you in about an hour.
All right, so heat 2 of the men's NT double sculls coming down now. We're looking at first 3 through to A final plus 1 next fastest, and we've got a pretty clear leader out here. It's going to be the yellow and black Oamaru 22. We're looking at Jacob Rawback and Ike Newlands Carter. I've called their name a few times today. They've been doing pretty well so far. Top 3 finishes across the board, and they're approaching that last 350 metres, and they're just trying to put as much distance as they can from this Dunstan Arm crew right there. I think that's Dunstan Arm number 1, Boston Irving Dowling and Aidan O'Doherty, coached by Natalie Wilson and Leon Morris. So we'll have to see what Dunstan Arm can do, and then probably looking for that 3rd spot. Might be a bit closer, maybe potentially on the inside there, that Nelson crew, as well as potentially Union right on the outside. So a bit of a battle between lane 1 and lane 9. Probably give it to Union at this point. Union 1, you look at Valentin Frenzels and Blake Waterhouse, but Oamaru's pretty dominant performance here, and they're not giving any leeway. They've got that rating up and they're attacking early. They've shortened up the rating here So if you look at Oamaru, they've got a really short stroke and they're just trying to get as much strokes per minute as they can. Really quick with that leg drive there, and they're just trying to put as much distance as they can between them and Dunstnarm number one. Dunstnarm number one in turn have plenty of distance over Nelson and Union. So watch the battle for third. You look at the final place into the A final here. It's going to be between Nelson and Union. Nelson just a bit lower on the rate. They're definitely not rating as high as that Oamaru or Dunstnarm crew. Union as well, probably a bit lower on the rate as well. I think I'd give the advantage to Union, but it's pretty close. It's about half a length in it, I'd say. Half a length in it. What can Nelson do? Nelson really needs to pick up. Nelson number 3 made up of Rafael Aldos-Hiller and Matteo Aldos-Hiller. So that might be a brother combination there. Cousins, I don't know. Union starting to drop back on the outside as Nelson starts to take a charge there. Nelson's charging. I think Nelson might have just stolen the final place into the A final from this heat off of Union, so Nelson gets the final placing through. Then you go to Union, back to Burnside, Wanaka, Christchurch boys, and Avon will round out the heat. Next up, we're looking at Heat 3. So we got Lane 2, Selwyn Rowing 1, Fergus Johnson and Samuel Lindors. Lane 3, Burnside High School 2, Felix Rowe and Tyler Rogers. Lane 4, Nelson 2, Luca Marfil and Harrison Roberts. Lane 5, Cashmere High School 2, Sammy Linz and Isaiah Benz Pryor. Lane 6, St Thomas of Canterbury 2, Noah Fidel and Jacob Henderson. Lane 7, Cromwell 1, Jack Spriggs and Stian Langvik. Lane 8, Dunstnarm 2, Harper Rule and Kiowa O'Neill. Lane 9, Timaru 30, Bradley Champion and Stacey Mills. Again, looking for that top 3. And I think first place is definitely well away with it at the moment. Definitely through the last 500 metres. I want to say that might be Cromwell actually. So Cromwell, look at Jack Spriggs and Stian Langvik, and then probably on the inside as well. Contending there is the colours of Selwyn. So some of the sleeper pick schools for the doubles. In the sculling grade, you're looking at Cromwell, Selwyn, and also maybe Nelson there in the middle, trying to get up for a top 3 placing. But I think that is Cromwell. Time for that second heat was 7:32 from that crew from Oamaru. Yep, so that's definitely Cromwell there. So Cromwell putting in a really good performance here. Nelson trying to climb a bit of distance up on that Selwyn crew in the middle there. Selwyn made up of Fergus Johnson and Samuel Lindors, coached by Adam Jenkins. Trying to push away from this Nelson crew. Those in turn just trying to push them away from the other crews, trying to get into an A final. Burnside there is currently sitting in 4th, trying to get that next fastest position. Burnside's got their rating up. Selwyn and Nelson are just sitting a little bit lower on the rate, as are Cromwell. Cromwell just kind of cruising to the finish line. They haven't gone off the gas, but they're certainly not increasing their rate too much more after that. So Selwyn's pushed past Nelson, so you're looking at Cromwell first, Selwyn second, and Nelson third. Those will be your places into the A final. Then you're going back to Burnside and Cashmere, St Thomas and Dunstnarm. Got some fast races up next. We've got the men's Premier Coxus Quad. Lane 2, Nelson 1. Lane 3, Dunstnarm 3. Lane 4, Dunstnarm 1. Lane 5, Avon 1. Lane 6, Avon 2. Lane 7, Dunstnarm 4. Lane 8, Dunstnarm 2. And Lane 9 is Avon 3. So this is Coxless events. Let's just see who's charging up the front there. I think it's the crew from Dunstnarm Dunstanam on the inside there. I think that's Dunstanam number 1. You look at Harry Lightfoot, Charlie Manson, Matthew O'Meara, and Henry Clatworthy, coached by Simon Smith. So there's only one heat of this, so they're all through the final tomorrow. Also on the inside, I think that inside Dunstanam crew might be putting up a good performance as well, trying to roll over their number 1 crew. So you look at Dunstanam number 3, Angus Lowe, Josh Bartlett, Matthew King, and Hamish Yeatman trying to get up for that top 3 placing. Then I want to say maybe even number 2, Charlie Poulter, Joshua Clark, Luke Tompkins, and Logan Freshwater also trying to get up. So this isn't exactly what I expected here. Reading this off, I think it's just a length that Dunstanam number 3 is behind their number 1 crew. Number 1 crew certainly starting to charge now, and watch that Dunstanam number 2 crew on the outside. Lewis Meats, Sam Barnett, Luke Brock, and Finn Ellison as well. The 2 Avon crews tied together. Avon 1 made up of George Johnson, Ben Allen, Paris Sullivan, and Jimmy Middleditch. But certainly Dunstanam number 1 in front, leading by a length over their number 3 crew. Then you go back to the 2 Avon crews and outside to Dunstanam number 2 as well. Dunstanam number 2 trying to get up for a top 3 placing here. I think Avon number 1's rolling over their number 2 crew just by half a length now. Half a length to Avon number 1 trying to get for that 3rd spot. But currently sitting in 3rd is Dunstanam number 2. Dunstanam number 1's leading by just a length over their number 3 crew. Then go back to their number 2 crews, who's now closing down. Just a canvas between the number 2 and number 3 Dunstanam crews. Avon's falling back now, so it's going to be Dunstanam 1, 2, 3. Then we go to Avon number 1 and Avon number 2, falling back to Dunstanam number 4, inside to Nelson and outside to Avon number 3. It's a very quick race, that Prem quad. Heat 3, Cromwell Road, a 6:43, so just slightly slower than the heat before it. Next up, you've got the men's under-19 Coxed quadruple sculls. You're looking at Lane 1, Christchurch Boys High School number 1, Lane 2, Oamaru 22, Lane 3, Otago Boys High number 1, Lane 4, Wakatipu number 1, Lane 5, St Thomas of Canterbury number 1, Lane 6, Christ College number 1, Lane 7, Christ College number 2, Lane 8, Shirley Boys High School number 1, and Lane 9 is Otago number 1. times for that men's Prem Coxless quad was a 6:19.43 for Dunstan number 1, and then 6:22 for the number 2 crew and 6:24 for the number 3 crew. Next up, the under 19 quad just approaching the 500 meter mark now. In front, it looks to be the boys from Wakatipu, lane 4. You're looking at Finn Henderson, Liam Faley, Max Davis, Ollie Watson, and Jesse Glover as the Cox, coached by John Morrison and Jasper Crawford. They're leading the field there. This is a prelim race. They're all through to the final tomorrow, and then there might be Christ College running in their Impact 4 and a quad rig. So that's quite interesting. You don't see that every day. So there's Christ College, and I'd currently say they're actually sitting in second right now. So Christ College, more of a sweeping school, but they're doing well on the sculling side of things. But look at outside of them, because in the blue and the white, that's Otago number 1, Alexander Hatchell, Gus Carr, Ethan Shirley, Ashton McNee, and Matthew Hall as the Cox. They're performing well out there as well. And also then you'd probably be looking at the inside to Oamaru and Christchurch Boys High School number 1 as well performing, but it does seem to be the battle up front. Seems to be Wakatipu leading by just a length and a quarter over Christ College and Otago in a bit of a battle. So watch the battle between Christ College number 1 made up of Jack James, Seb Gray, Toby Adams, Henry Jones, and Gabriel Bevan as the Cox. Really having a go at the sculling side of things. They won't be able to catch Wakatipu yet. Wakatipu just a bit too strong for them at this stage. We'll have to see what they do at the later regattas, but Wakatipu through the 100 now. Then we've got Otago and Christ through now, so it's head-to-head between Christ College and Otago. I'd currently give the head to Otago. Otago's moving right now on the outside, so let's see who's got the better wind at the end of the day. It's Balball for Balball. Otago moving. Otago's got the wind. Can Christ College come back? Otago's got half a canvas now, moving to a full canvas. Can Christ College come back? They are. Oh, I think Christ College might have got it just by the swing of the Balball. I'd give that to Christ over Otago. Then you're going inside to Oamaru, Christchurch Boys High School, and Otago Boys High. Christ College number 2. St. Thomas and Shirley Boys High School round out the field there. So Wakatipu got the win in that one. Then you're looking at Christ College number 1 and Otago. Okay, this next race is quite different. We've got the women's Prem double and the women's senior double combined. So lanes 1 to 5 are Prem doubles. We've got lane 1, Dunsnam 2, Olivia Pybinger and Millie Scott. Lane 2, Dunsnam number 3, Olivia Key and Emma Spittle. Lane 3, Tegan Smith and Sadie Mason from Avon. Lane 4, Dunsnam number 1, Madison Neal and Bella Breen. Lane 5, Avon 2, Abby Higgins and Thea Murdy. And then we go to the senior doubles for lanes 7 to 10. Lane 7, Cashmere High School 1, Charlotte Clatworthy and Aleri Clare. Lane 8, Dunsnam number 2, Isla Nicholson and Maggie Hepburn. Lane 9, Cashmere High School number 2, Zoe Clark and Millie Brooks. And then lane 10 is Cashmere High School number 3, Aurelia Lind and Regan Kelly. So it was actually Otago that got it over Christ College by just 0.2 of a second. Must have looked at it wrong when I was aligning it, so it will be Otago that got it. Wakatipu rowing a 6:57, so definitely not the fastest conditions out on the water today. Sub 7, something to say about that. So those doubles just approaching the 500 metre mark there, and you're looking at the inside to lane number 1, Olivia Pybinger and Millie Scott, and there's another Dunsnam crew as well. I want to say Dunsnam number 1, Madison Neal and Bella Breen. Those two doubles are currently in a battle, and nobody else is matching them. Probably going back about 3 or 4 lengths to Dunsnam number 3, Olivia Key and Emma Spittle. And then you're going away back from them as well. So it's the 3 Dunsnam crews that are really putting up a performance here. Then you'll probably be going to, might not be Avon 1 actually. All the Avon crews just sitting maybe a bit further back to see what happens there. So it's definitely between Dunsnam number 2 and Dunsnam number 1. Olivia Pybinger and Millie Scott on the inside. In lane 4, you've got Madison Neal and Bella Breen in the middle of the field. And nobody's challenging those two. They're having their own internal battle. Then you're going back to Dunsnam number 3, Olivia Key and Emma Spittle on an island fighting by themselves. Then probably, there might be Cashmere High School number 1, Charlotte Clatworthy and Larry Clare battling with Avon number 1, Tegan Smith and Sadie Mason for that 4th place. But right now what we're seeing is a sea of green, yellow and blue into the last 250. Who's going to be the next one to join them? I'm going to say it's going to be Avon 1 there in the middle of the field. So Tegan Smith and Sadie Mason currently fighting for that 4th spot with Cashmere. But we go back to the fighters on the inside. We're looking in the Dunsnam number 2, I think, currently have the lead Olivia Pybinger and Millie Scott. But here comes lane number 4, Madison Neal and Bella Breen. So it's 2 on the inside, 1 in the middle. So we're looking at, on the inside, Dunsnam crew, I think, have the lead by just about 3/4 of a length, maybe pushing out to a full length. But I think Dunsnam number 1's moving now in the middle. Dunsnam number 1 trying to have a good last-minute charge here. I think they're going to run out of one runway. It's going to be Dunsnam number 2, Olivia Pybinger, Millie Scott winning just by Clearwater over Dunsnam number 1. Then we go to Dunsnam number 3, Olivia Key and Emma Spittle. Going back to Avon number 1, Cashmere. 2 Cashmere crews actually, then Avon number 2 and Dunsnam number 2. Next up we have the men's club coxless pair. We're looking at 2 heats of this, so first 5 through to A final. We're looking at lane 1, St Bede's College number 1, James Franken and Carter Connolly. Lane 2, Wairo 13, Paddy Gilling and Hunter Marfell. Lane 3, Timaru 30, Cooper Gordon and Tim Bartlett. Lane 4, Wairo 12, Jess Inglefield and Matthew McLeod. Lane 5, Shirley Boys High School 1, Silas Freeman and AJ Jordan. Lane 6, Avon number 1, Barney Evans and Noah LeQuellic. Lane 7, St Andrews College number 3, George Barclay and Cameron Sharp. Lane 8, St Andrews College number 4, Oliver O'Brien and Logan Scott. Lane 9, Christchurch Boys High School number 1, Charlie Greenslade and Hugo Parnham. And then lane number 10, Avon number 2, Kobe Good and Ashton Corkery. Probably got the tallest combined height out of everyone on the water today. So we'll have to see what Ashton and Kobe do. But I think we're going to Avon in the middle in these early stages. Avon number, I've just crossed off the race. Avon number 1, Barney Evans and Noah LeQuellic currently leading the field there. Time for that, the senior doubles would be first, would go to Cashmere number 1, Larry Clare and Charlotte Clatworthy with a time of 8:03.37. Okay, so it does look to be Avon number 1, Barney Evans and Noah LeQuellic in the middle of the field, leading the pack here. Then we're probably looking at Christchurch Boys High School 1, Charlie Greenslade and Hugo Parnham, coached by Scott Shackleton and Tim Osmers. Then probably outside to Avon number 2, Kobe Good and Ashton Corkery. And maybe also Don't write off those boys from Timaru on the inside there. Timaru 30, you look at Cooper Gordon and Tim Bartlett, coached by Brian Smith and Mac Brown. But I don't think anyone's challenging Avon number 1, Barney Evans and Noah Lequellic. They're having a go at it here, and they're doing a pretty good job. We're looking at first 5 through to A finals. So at the moment, it's looking like the 2 Avon crews, Christchurch Boys High School, Timaru, and potentially on the inside, 2 St. Bede's or maybe even St. Andrews College, 3 on the outside there. But here comes Avon number 1. Pretty dominant performance here. I'd say they're leading by about 3 lengths over Christchurch Boys High School. I think Timaru's getting up for it as well. So watch Timaru. They're moving on the inside. Cooper Gordon and Tim Bartlett are trying to have a go for the second place here, and I think they might be doing it. I think they just might be rolling over Christchurch Boys High School. St. Bede's trying to move on Avon number 2. Avon number 1 is really stretching out here, but Christchurch Boys High School are under the pressure from this Timaru crew. It's the 2 schoolboys crews fighting off for 2nd and 3rd, and I'd currently give the edge to Timaru. What can Christchurch Boys do? They've both got their ratings up. They're both really attacking it now. In the final 50 metres of this race, it's Timaru or Christchurch Boys. It's going to be Balball for Balball over the line. I don't want to call it this time. I think it might be Timaru. Timaru by half a length over the line, over Christchurch Boys High School. St. Bede's get the 4th over the line, going back to Avon number 2. Then we're looking at St. Andrews, Wairo, Shirley Boys, and St. Andrews College number 4. So that's the first heat done. Again, just need to get yourself top 5 to give yourself a chance for tomorrow in these club pairs. So we're looking at Lane 1, Cure Boating Club 1, Darrell Lynch, John Reedy. Lane 2, St. Andrews College 1, Targ Maloney and Oliver Barker. Lane 3, Wairo 11, Jack Taylor and Aidan Bennett. Lane 4, Avon number 3, Bruno Dooley and Hugo Van Herel. Lane 5, Avon number 4, Joseph Ritchie and Ollie Taylor. Lane 6, St. Andrews College number 2, Noah Hunter and Hugo Miller-Bell. Lane 7 is Canterbury number 1, Oliver Ellis and Nate Renoff. Lane 8 is Burnside High School number 1, Sean Gilman and Riley McMorrin. Lane 9 is St. Thomas of Canterbury, Cairo Horgan and Kaiden Barrow. So they'll just be, I think they're just past the K now, so we'll catch them as they come through. All right, seems like there's one crew leading by a country mile in the second heat of the club, men's club pair, and it looks to be the Wairo pair. We're looking at Jack Taylor and Aidan Bennett, coached by Clayton Lindstrom and Grant Morgan. Don't see anyone challenging them again, but we're looking for a top 5. This Wairo pair looking really good. I think we're looking outside to potentially Canterbury and St. Thomas, as well as Avon is on the middle. So that Avon crew is Bruno Dooley and Hugo Van Herel. That's Avon number 3. And then going to the outside, you're looking at St. Thomas number 1 and Canterbury number 1. So tight battles all around. Last 250 for this Wairo crew. Second place, I think, will be Avon number 3, Bruno Dooley and Hugo Van Herel. St. Andrews also trying to get up for a top 5 place here. There's 2 St. Andrews crews actually battling for that 5th and final place into the A final. So a bit of internal competition. St. Andrews College 1 is Targ Maloney and Oliver Barker. Number 2 is Noah Hunter and Hugo Miller-Bell. Avon number 3 crew just looks like it's cruising. Oh, no, never mind. It's not cruising. We got Canterbury as well. Canterbury number 1, Oliver Ellis and Nate Rainoff trying to get into a top 3 position here. St Thomas of Canterbury number 1 is also challenging. They're currently sitting in 4th, but I think St Andrews in the middle might be rolling over them. So St Andrews College number 2 trying to push past St Thomas as well as St Andrews on the inside as well. But Wairo 11, Jack Taylor and Aiden Bennett has absolutely smoked the competition. Then we're going back to Avon 3, just about 5 or 6 cents back to Avon 3, and now we get a clear look at some of these minor placings. We got Canterbury currently sitting in 3rd. Then we're looking at the 2 St Andrews crews, and I think they're both pushing past St Thomas, and they're actually both pushing up on Canterbury now. So it's going to be Canterbury that takes the 3rd. Then we're looking at St Andrews College number 2. Then I think we're looking at, might just be St Thomas over St Andrews College number 1 for that 5th and final spot into the A final. Then going inside to Cure, Avon number 4 and Burnside will round out the club pairs. Next up, we have the women's club Coxed 4 combined with the women's club Coxless 4. So we're looking at lane 1 to 5 is the Cox 4s. We're looking at lane 1, St Andrews College number 1. Lane 2, Christchurch Girls High School number 1. Lane 3, Wairo number 1. Lane 4, St Andrews College number 2. Lane 5, St Andrews College number 3. Then we go the Coxless 4s. We're looking at Lane 6, Avon number 1. Lane 7, Dunstanarm number 1. Lane 8, Avon 2. Lane 9, Dunstanarm 2. And Lane 10, Ashburton 1. It looks like there's a pretty close battle between that Avon crew in the middle and Dunstanarm there, and then you'll be going back to Avon number 2 and Ashburton number 1. So I think that Avon number 1 crew made up of Kate Ryle, Sienna Godfrey Chatterton, Emma Gardner and Olivia Studham, and then Dunstanarm number 1 made up of Amy Patterson, Ella Barnes, Neva Doherty and Lucy Clark. And I currently give the lead to Dunstanarm at this point, but there's definitely 2 battles going on, because on the inside is your Coxed 4s, and then on the outside you've got your Coxless 4s. So currently winning the battle for the Cox 4s, you'll be looking at Wairo. So Wairo number 1 made up of Trinity, Rose Locke, Anna Heron, Ella Barnes, Celia Spencer and Molly Hoban is the Cox. Then you'll be going inside to St Andrews College number 1, but let's go to the front. Let's go to the Coxless 4s. And there's Dunstanarm number 1 leading it by over Avon number 1 by just about a length. A length to Dunstanarm number 1 over Avon number 1. Then you'll be going back about 2 lengths to Avon number 2. And then when you'd go right outside to Ashburton. But I think Avon number 1 just closing down on Dunstanarm a wee bit. They're not going to catch them on time. Dunstanarm looking pretty clean. They know they've got enough room, they know they've got enough runway, and it's just going to be a length over the line to Dunstanarm over Avon number 1. And you're going about 2.5 lengths back to Avon number 2. Now to the Cox 4s, you're looking at Wairo number 1, currently sitting about 2 lengths in front. Then you're going to St Andrews College number 1, who in turn have about 2 or 3 lengths over St Andrews College number 2, who in turn have about 3 or 4 lengths over St Andrews College number 3. Then we go back to Christchurch Girls High School, who will round out the field. All right, girls under 17, Cox 4 coming down. This is just a prelim race, so they'll all be through the final tomorrow. You're looking at lane 2, Oamaru 22, lane 3, Selwyn Rowing 1, lane 4, Christchurch Girls High School 1, lane 5, Ringaroo Girls School 2, lane 6, Startup Boating Club 21, and lane 7, Star Boating Club 22. Lane 8 is Christchurch Girls High School number 2, and lane 9 is Ringaroo Girls School number 1. Looking for the leaders here. I think we've got a bit of a battle on the outside between Christchurch Girls High School and Ringaroo. Look to lane 8 and lane 9. I think I'd give it to Christchurch Girls High School at the moment, but it's pretty far from where I'm sitting. Then you're probably, after that, looking to maybe Christchurch Girls High School number 2 and then Star Boating Club. So that's Christchurch Girls High School number 1 on the inside there. So I'd currently give the edge to St Margaret's, not St Margaret's, Christchurch Girls High School number 2. Lola Grace Wood, Sophie Keane, Lily Irving, Millie Parsons, and Savrit Marley is the Cox. Then Ringaroo is Mania Shed, Toya Shed, Chloe Malone, Olivia Long, and Charlie Ward is the Cox. And I think Christchurch Girls High School have just pushed away there. And I think also putting some pressure on Ringy is Christchurch Girls High School number 1. Let's see if they can get a 1-2 here potentially. What does Ringy have to say to that? Can they make a last-minute charge? I think Christchurch Girls High School number 2 is pushing out to Clearwater. And I think their number 1 crews decide to challenge them. Try and take the glory, try and take the internal glory off their number 2 crew. So Christchurch Girls High School number 1 made up of Amelie Scraminger, Olive Cooper, Emily Scherer, Sophia Robertson, and Greta Brookenshire is the Cox. Through the 100-metre mark now is Christchurch Girls High School number 2, then Christchurch Girls High School number 1, then Rangi. So it is Christchurch Girls High School 1-2 at the moment. Rangi just sitting about a canvas away from Christchurch Girls High School number 1 on the inside there. But Christchurch Girls High School number 2 have a pretty good performance, and they are rating very high at the moment. So not afraid to give it gas on that recovery. Christchurch Girls High School number 1 will take Rangi for the second, and then Rangi will take the third, back to Star Boating Club, then to Rangi, then to Oamaru on the inside, then Star Boating Club will round it out. All right, boys, under 17 single coming down now. We'll look at 3 heats of this. First 3 through to A final plus 1 of the next fastest. Lane 1, Cashmere High School number 3, Jack McDonald. Lane 2, St Andrews College number 1, Fletcher Cairns. Lane 4, St Bede's College number 2, Connor Thwaites. Lane 5, Wakatipu number 4, Mike Perry. Lane 6, Selwyn Rowing number 1, Fergus Johnson. Lane 7, Burnside High School number 1, Thomas Carey. Lane 8, Shirley Boys High School number 3, Chris Brignall. Lane 9, Ashburn number 1, Caleb Armstrong. And lane 10, St Thomas of Canterbury number 1, Luke Sweeney. So they're just in that final 500, about to enter the last 250 now. And I'm seeing Burnside colours, so the green and white of Burnside. Burnside's doing very well at the moment. We're looking at Thomas Carey, who has really opened up over the rest of the field. He doesn't look too challenged. He won't need to take that rating up too high. Let's see what he does here in that second spot. We're looking at Wakatipu in the middle. Wakatipu number 4, Mike Perry. So it's Mike Perry and Thomas Carey at the moment sitting at the 1-2. Then we probably are going to the outside, which is an Ashburton rower followed by a rower from St Thomas. So Ashburton, you're looking at Caleb Armstrong trying to get his place into the A final. So we've got a pretty clear 1, 2, 3. It's going to be Thomas from Burnside, Mike Perry from Wakatipu, and Caleb Armstrong from Ashburton number 1. So Thomas just about to enter that last 100 metres there. He's sitting about 3 or 4 lengths up over the rower from Wakatipu, which is Mike Perry. Mike Perry just trying to hold off Caleb Armstrong from Ashburton. Next best, you'll probably be looking at St Thomas of Canterbury, Luke Sweeney, and then you'll be going quite a bit back to Shirley Boys High School number 3, Chris Brignall. But here comes the rower from Burnside. Great performance, just sitting about 3 lengths clear of Mike Perry, and I think Mike Perry's rowing in a winner's boat there. Then you're going back to Caleb Armstrong, and that's going to be your 1, 2, 3 who will make it through the A final on Sunday. Then we're looking at Luke Sweeney, rower inside Cashmere, Jack McDonald, and then Chris Brignall from Shirley Boys, and Connor Thwaites from St Bede's. Is that twice? No, I think that's Selwyn, Fergus Johnson rounding up. No, it will be Fletcher Cairns rounding out the field there from St Andrews. Heat 2 coming down now of the boys under 17 single. Lane 1, St Bede's College number 3, Ryan Atwood. Lane 2, Cashmere High School number 1, Jacob Haley. Lane 3, Wanaka number 2, Mackenzie Hay. Lane 4, Invercargill 2, Jackson Hutton. Lane 5, Timaru 30, Parker Anderson. Lane 6, Wakatipu number 2, Finn Henderson. Lane 7, Shirley Boys High School number 1, Dominico Freaker. Lane 8, Otago number 2, Ollie O'Connell. Lane 9, Burnside High School number 2, Lucas Cochran. And lane 10 is Selwyn Rowing number 3, Henry Bass. So heat number 2 is well into that last 250, and we're looking to the inside. That's a Cashmere rower there. That is Jacob Haley currently leading the field, and then we're looking at a battle for that 2nd and 3rd spot, but I don't think anyone's touching these two. On the outside, you're looking at the yellow and blue of Shirley Boys and the blue and white of Otago. So Dominico Freaker and Ollie O'Connell is currently battling for 2nd at the moment, but Cashmere through the last 100 now. So we're looking at Shirley Boys and Otago battling at the moment. I give the edge to Otago. I think Otago's just pushed to clear water, and these two aren't very far away from that Cashmere rower. So Jacob Haley needs to watch out as Dominico Freaka and Ollie O'Connell are coming after him. I think he'll be all right in the meantime, but it will be a race tomorrow, and they'll all be through the A final. So there goes Cashmere, followed by Otago, then Shirley Boys. Then we're looking at Timaru in the middle, as well as Wakatipu. Then on the inside to St. Bede's, and just a bit further back to Burnside. Right, heat 3 coming down now. Lane 1, St. Bede's College number 1, Harrison Seal. Lane 2, Wakatipu number 3, Louis Dela Cruz. Lane 3, North End number 1, Harry Lyons. Lane 4, Invercargill 1, Ali Hamilton. Lane 5, Wanaka 1, Alex Penderson. Lane 6, Timaru 32, George Talbot. Lane 7, Shirley Boys High School number 2, Ruben Sagers. Lane 8, Cashmere High School number 2, Cooper Laird. And Lane 9 is Selwyn Rowing number 2, Dylan Eberhard. That is the colours of Timaru leading it here. So George Talbot, pretty good performance. He has actually smoked the rest of the competition from Heat 3. Looking to join him in the A final. You're probably looking to the inside row of Wakatipu there. So that is Louis Dela Cruz. Then maybe also to Shirley Boys again. So Shirley Boys, high school number 2, Ruben Sagers, currently sitting in 3rd. I don't think anyone's challenging them just yet. Maybe on the inside, St. Bede's, Harrison Seal, if he can get up for it. But the Timaru row is absolutely dominating out there. George Talbot, what a performance. So George Talbot just sitting about 8 lengths clear maybe of the row from Wakatipu. Wakatipu definitely in a bit of a battle though, as the row from Shirley's really picked up some speed on his boat. So Wakatipu needs to watch out for that. I think Shirley Boys might have just left it too little too late, but here they come anyway. They're challenging for that 3rd spot. So Shirley, Ruben Sagers is really powering it on here, and I think he's just caught up a wee bit, but I think that Wakatipu row's stepped it up. Louis Dela Cruz, then inside to Harrison Seal, then probably looking to, it might be Invercargill there. I'm trying to see the colours. Yeah, that's Invercargill there, then Cashmere, and then outside of Cashmere is Selwyn, back inside to North End number 1. There's camping on site for self-contained campers and caravans. South Island Rowing is offering a limited number of camping spots for self-contained motorhomes and caravans for regattas at $30 per night for 2 people. Those interested, please register at the Secretary's office. Girls under 15-8 coming down. This is a prelim race, and we've got lane 4, St Margaret's College number 1, lane 5, Christchurch Girls High School number 1, lane 6, Christchurch Girls High School number 2, and lane 7 is Rangiruru Girls School number 1. And it is Rangi again leading the field here, as they typically do in these younger events. So it's Rangi over Christchurch Girls High School number 1, I think. Then we'd probably be going to St Margaret and Christchurch Girls High number 2. So Rangi made up of Alice Johnston, Poppy Moore, Georgie O'Neill, Billy McFarlane, Pip McKay, Sophie Murchison, Sophia Davidson, Mia Tucker, and Isabella Burns is the Cox. And they are just sitting maybe just about a length and a half clear of Christchurch Girls High School 1. So not too much in it for under 15 rowing. Christchurch Girls High School 1 made up of Juno Tiller, Lola Vasilialis, Chloe Pollock, Florence Adamson, Lily Banks, Ali Toshak, Zoe Dunning, Georgie Mathewson, and Holly Jensen as the Cox. But here comes Rangi, Christchurch Girls High School 1 through the 100-metre mark now, followed by St Margaret's shortly after. But here comes Rangi, just sitting maybe a length and a quarter, length and a half clear over Christchurch Girls High School, who are sitting about 2 lengths clear of St Margaret's, who in turn are sitting about 2.5 lengths clear of Christchurch Girls. Coming down now, we have the first heat of the women's intermediate double sculls. We've got 3 heats of this. We're looking at lane 1, Avon 4, Bridget Moore and Zara Bisikira. Lane 2 is Invercargill 2, Evie Randall and Piper Marshall. Lane 3 is Wakatipu number 3, Posey Manser and Annie Clark. Lane 4 is Avon number 3, Isabel Williamson and Minette Prinsloo. Lane 5 is Dunstanam number 1, Maria Theresa Shrems and Gemma Mead. Lane 6 is Timaru 41, Olivia Bartlett and Sophia Bukowski. Lane 7 is Otago Girls number 1, Jamie Stibb and Harriet Rowe. Lane 8 is Avonside Girls High School 1, Kira Knighton and Gabby Chapman. Lane 9 is Burnside High School number 1, Lucy Gibson and Harriet Gorman. And lane 10 is Omaru 22, Bella Tashini and Sky Frank. Looks to be Dunstan in the middle there. Then maybe on the outside we are looking at first 3 to Burnside, and then Otago Girls, I want to say Otago Girls 1 maybe, and it doesn't look like anyone's challenging those 3. But our wait looks to be at Dunstanam number 1, Maria Theresa Shrems and Gemma Mead, just sitting about 2 or 3 lengths up on Burnside. who are sitting about 5 lengths up on Otago Girls, made up of Jamie Stibb and Harriet Rowe. Yeah, that is Otago Girls there. And then looking at 4th will be Wakatipu 3, Poisey Mansa and Annie Clark, just sitting in that 4th spot. But you got a pretty clear 1, 2, 3. It seems like all these guys deserve to go through to the A final tomorrow. Dunstanarm just pedaling out, having their last few strokes. Really nice length coming from that Dunstanarm crew. Nice hang at the front. And they're just going to win by about 3 lengths over Burnside, and then Burnside probably just about 4 or 5 lengths back to Otago Girls. Then we're looking at Wakatipu number 3, Poisey Mansa and Annie Clark. And then to Avonside Girls High School, number 1, Kira Knighton and Gabby Chapman for the 5th, inside to Invercargill. Actually, it seems like there's a bit of a battle between Avonside Girls High School and Invercargill, so I'll hold my tongue on that. And then on the inside there, Avon number 4, also doing well. All right, Heat 2 coming down now. Looking at Lane 1, Dunstanarm number 3, Finn Jacker, Bailey Thomas. Lane 2, Avon number 1, Zara Ford and Isabella Galvin. Lane 3, Union number 2, Miller Kojic, Heyman and Christy Lee Jackson. Lane 4, Wakatipu number 2, Eve Burr and Gemma Wood. Lane 5 is Wairo number 1, Isla Nur and Hannah Sleuter. Lane 6 is Cashmere High School number 1, Holly Gundry and Isla Anderson. Lane 7 is North End number 1, Sophie Gray and Ruby Anderson. Lane 8 is Timaru 11, Ella Inch and Ella Metcalf. Lane 9 is Burnside High School number 2, Miranda Yuan and Julia Mitchell. And then lane 10 is Columba College number 1, Ruby Hefford and Charlie Smith. Again, looking at first 3 through to A final here. Cashmere looks to be in the mix, as well as Columba and Timaru. Catch them as they come a bit closer, I reckon. So it is Oamaru through the last 250 now. Columba as well contending on the outside, going back to Timaru, and then also look to Avon on the inside to potentially get up for a top 3 here. I think it might be Avon and Timaru. That might be where the battle could be at for that top 3 placing. Timaru definitely in the lead though by about a length, but Cashmere, a really good performance here, just sitting about 5 or 6 lengths clear. Can't complain about that. They've got their rating up, they're attacking it. There's no faking it here in the women's Inti double sculls. Columba maybe just being tracked down by Timaru a bit. Timaru might just be walking past Columba, and we'll have to see what Avon gets up to, because Avon might just be able to push past Columba as well. It's a bit of a disadvantage though sometimes being away from the competition like Avon is at the moment, because it's kind of hard to align yourself compared to where Timaru's got Columba directly to the right of them, and so Columba and Timaru will be able to push off each other. They've been doing a pretty good job here holding their own. Let's just see who gets up here, because I'm not quite sure. I think Columba's just holding on by half a length over Timaru, but Avon's definitely climbing on the inside, so watch out. Avon could get up here for a top 3 placing. I think they're just going to run out of runway. It's about 3/4 of a length, maybe just about a full length actually to Timaru over Avon. So there's your 1, 2, 3 in heat number 2 of the women's NT double. All right, heat 3 coming down now. You'll look at lane 1, Union number 1, Emily Gilmore and Felicity Wright. Lane 2, Wakatipu number 4, Andy Clark and Mimi Blundell. Lane 3, Timaru 20, Emerson Ward and Zara Rawcliffe. Lane 4, Dunsnam number 2, Liesl Tolson and Elisa Wilson. Lane 5, Avon number 2, Amy Schlozewski and Nina McKay. Lane 6 is Canterbury number 1, Natalie Walsh and Lily Davidson. Lane 7 is Wakatipu number 1, Ella Day and Lucia Summerfield. Lane 8 is Invercargill number 1, Madison Dyack and Mila Sheehan. And then lane number 9 is Otago Girls number 2, Isla Marshall and Ali Ryan. So let's see how well spread this heat is. This is the final heat of the women's NT double sculls. We'll look at first 3 through the A final, and I think on the outside Columba's, no, that's not Columba, that is Otago Girls number 2, Isla Marshall and Ali Ryan doing well on one of the outside lanes. Then probably look into the middle as well, that's Canterbury there, and then Dunstanarm inside of them. So Canterbury, Dunstanarm, and also don't write off Wakatipu on the outside. We are looking at the top 3 placings here, so I would currently give it to Otago Girls number 2 as the leaders. Then we'd go to Canterbury, made up of Natalie Walsh and Lily Davidson. Then Dunsnam number 2, Liesl Tolson and Elisa Wilson. Then probably Wakatipu, just a brief outside chance that we'll have to really move in this last 250 though. That is Wakatipu number 1, made up of Ella Day and Lucia Summerfield. But really pushing away now is Otago Girls number 2, trying to get as much distance as they can from Canterbury. But to be honest, I think Canterbury might have just closed up a bit there. I don't think they'll catch Otago Girls too. That could be a good race to watch tomorrow. And Dunsnam as well, really moving, and also moving through the ranks on the inside in lane 1 is Union number 1, Emily Gilmore and Felicity Wright. Just trying to push past Dunsnam. Let's see what they can do here, because they are closing. They're definitely closing. So watch Union and Dunsnam. That could be the battle at the moment. Union has to really move, though, and I think Dunsnam has now responded. Dunsnam just seeing 3/4 of a length clear over Union, and Union just one rough stroke there. That could be the difference there. So Canterbury and Otago Girls are through. So is Dunsnam, and then we've got Union then sitting in 4th. Then Wakatipu number 1, back to Wakatipu number 4, then to Timaru 20, then we go back to Avon and Invercargill. Alright, that will probably be my final race of the day. I'll hand over to Ian and he'll take you through the next session.
Thanks, Will. Good sessions from you today, and great to have you on the mic, especially bringing that experience from the coxswain's perspective. We move on to the mixed masters double sculls, 2 divisions. Goodness me. They're not quite underway yet, so they're just bringing them up into line, I think, as we head into the last couple of hours. So normally this would be the last hour of a normal regatta like this, but given the numbers, we're heading through to 6 o'clock today, which is a wee bit unheard of without delays. Look at this mixed masters double sculls. There are 10 crews in this first division. In lane 1 will be Timaru 2. Good to see some masters coming in from Timaru. This is Ben Morgan and Fiona Norris. They have got an A rating. They're on a 9-second penalty. Lane number 2, Union 2, Lisa Manson and Valentine Frajols. They are B rating. They'll be on an 8-second handicap. Lane number 3, Union 7, Armadine Frajols and Richard Moyer. They're on their C rated, so they're on 4 seconds. As are, oh, it's a love boat. It's Matt and Kathy Neuhazen. They're on from Union 6 and lane number 4 on 4 seconds. Pure Boating Club, lane 5, Kelly Laverley and Scott Berry, C. They're on 4 seconds as well. As are Shane Gibson, Marley O'Keefe from Wanaka 1. They're in lane 6. Another love boat, Matt and Kath Sutherland. Union 4, they're in lane 7. They're on go, as Amanda Richards and Scott Ingalls from Union 3 in lane number 8. Lane number 9, Kirsty and Don Marnie. Lane number D. Lane number 9, they're on a D go as well, as Peter Midgley and Florencia Carliana from Cure Boating Club. Cure, of course, Peter Midgley, our big safety manager here, has a lot to do with Cure and South Island Rowing. Recently recognised by both South Island Rowing and New Zealand Rowing for his contribution. So it looks pretty spectacular looking down there towards the 1,000. The second division lining up behind them as well. And this race was due to go at 3:58, so they've caught up some time, have the starters. Just take a bit of time to have a look around you, make sure there's no rubbish hanging around, team. Whatever you bought and we want you to take away. And the announcement might have come up before. There was a phone and a wallet handed in. Camping on site for self-contained campers and caravans. South Island Rowing is offering a limited number of campsites for self-contained motorhomes and caravans for regattas at $30 a night for 2 persons. There's a deal. Go and register your interest at the Secretary's office. So with South Island Rowing Championships coming up and later the South Island Secondary Schools Championships, we are moving into camping. So South Island Rowing is offering a limited number of campsites. If you've got a self-contained motorhome or caravan and you're interested at $30 a night for 2 peoples, go and register your interest at the Secretary's office. Not quite sure what the hold-up is down there. I do know that there was a one of these crews went down with 2 bow-sided oars, so they had to turn one upside down, and they got that changed over when they got to the 1,000. I think it would have been much better entertainment for all of us if they'd raced like that. Just lining themselves up. So on go will be in lane 10 across from the left. Cure Boating Club, Union 1, Union 3 and Union 4. And they're underway. So those crews have now let go. If you look right on the right-hand side as you're looking down the course, you'll see the dark purple shirts of the Cure Boating Club. That is Peter Midgley and Florencia inside of them, and you can expect them to probably win this with Kirsty and Don Marnie. They'll be in front pretty quickly, I think, just inside for them, Amanda and Scott from Union, and then Matt and Kath also on go. Now, after 4 seconds, you'll see that lane 6, which is Wanaka, lane 5, which is Cure number 2, and Union 6 and Union 7, they'll be underway now, and they are. And then just waiting a little bit longer is the young'uns, Lisa and Valentine from Union 2, and Timaru 2, which is Ben and Fiona. So the Masters grades continue to be popular. Having 2 divisions here at Canterbury Champs for mixed Masters is a pretty good turnout. And just look down the course, you can see those 2 Union crews. Union 1, Kirsty and Dom, and Scott and Amanda doing pretty well out there already. So the rest of the crew is trying to get underway. It is Union number 6 and lane 4. They're on their way, and everyone's underway now. So Timaru 2 down there in lane 1, which is Ben and Fiona on their way down, and Union 2 just inside them in lane number 2, which is Lisa and Valentine, and Richard and Armadine are just inside them. So still is with Kirsty and Dom, very experienced rowers, these 2, out there in lane 9, and we'd be very surprised if they're not first across the line. Scott and Amanda doing well to keep along with them, as Matt and Kath And then we go back probably into the next best is probably Union 2, Lisa and Valentine probably catching up with them. Just inside back from them is Armadine and Richard from Union. Then we go a little bit further across to Wanaka, Shane and Marley. So they're just 2 over from the umpire's boat. Right in front of the umpire's boat, as you're looking down the course, you can see Cure number 2, Kelly Laverley and Scott Berry. So they're just lining up in the second division behind them, Mixed Masters Doubles, Division 2. In lane 3 there will be Timaru 1, Owen Payne and Alison Kirkwood. Lane number 4, Cure Boating Club 1, Sophia Bidwell and Mool Arndt. Lane number 5, Union 5, Paul Izzet and Deb Heimers Ross. Lane number 6, Awa Roa Boating Composite number 1. Good to see Susan Townsend in that. She is the one who hands out all the medals for every regatta we have here. So she's had her arm twisted by Frank Dean, who she's rowing with, and our fellow commentator, to have a row out there, and then they managed to draw lane 6, so that was good. Lane number 8 is Wendy Duggan and Andrew Thompson from Union. Lane number 8 is Union 8 and lane 7. Lane number 8 in Invercargill 1, Judy Dwyer and Ian Hamilton from Invercargill, and Wanaka 2 out there in H. Max Paulin and Elizabeth Ritchie, Wanaka 2, so they'll be underway pretty shortly. You can see out in front of you this fantastically flat water. You can see the golden empacker of Kirsty and Dom Marnie from Union in lane number 9 just gliding its way through those golden buoys. Sticking with them though is Amanda and Scott. They're holding second. We come back inside to the Timaru crew, Ben and Fiona. So they're working hard to try and chase down the Union double. Inside of them is Lisa and Valentine starting to crank up there. So they've got a good clip going on, those 4 crews. And I actually thought that Dom and Kirsty might be a wee bit further ahead than what they are now. So they're under a little bit of pressure on the inside here from the Timaruvians, if that's such a term. Here come Union number 2 inside. So they hit the red boys now. So Kirsty and Dom have hit them now. And here comes Timaru and Union 2. This is close for a Masters mixed doubles. Back inside we come to Amanda and Scott. So Kirsty and Dom, they normally sit the other way around. I wonder if that's had some impact. Oh, there'll be a debrief, you can guarantee that. But coming back down here into lane number 1 is Timaru. Timaru trying to put some pressure on them. It is with Union number 2 in lane 2, getting really close to them. But they're going to hold on just Will the Marnies, and they go over the line. Oh, they've got it, but only by a bow. Good finish. Lisa and Valentine down there in lane number 2, and then Timaru. We go across to Scott and Amanda from Union number 3. We're back down here to Union 7, Armadine and Richard. Then we go to the Wanaka double with Shane and Marley. On the outside again to Matt and Kath, putting in a great exhibition out there. They'll be pretty happy with that. And then we're back to the Norhazens. Inside from there to Kelly and Scott from Cure Boating Club number 2. And then just on the outside there will be in lane number 10 completing the field, Cure Boating Club number 3, the Right Honourable Peter Midgley and Florencia Carliana. We look back down the course, we can see that Div 2's underway. So who started first there? Oh, there's all sorts of handicaps in there. Timaru got to wait 28 seconds before they go. And they've done that and they're underway. So I'm right out there in lane number 9, Max and Elizabeth. We won't tell you what age they are, but they're an H rating. So fantastic to see them out there. Just inside of them is the G-rated Invercargill double. And they're underway as well, just being overtaken now by Union, I think, Wendy and Andrew Thompson. Right next to them is the Aotearoa Boat Composite. So that's Frank and Suzanne, and then Paul and Deb Heimers Ross. They're very experienced, and Paul just back from a bit of a knee injury. Talked to him yesterday. They're doing their thing. And then we go back to, I think the Cure Club is out there. They've got the second Cure crew. They have. And then we come back to Timaru. So sitting down there, and they've been let go now, is the men's novice coxed 8. So as we get the mixed masters coming through, I'll just start to give you the fields for the men's novice coxed 8 because they're underway and they'll get through pretty quick. Lane number 2, Cashmere High School number 1, Flynn Drew, Darby Fallett, Oliver Gardner, Samuel Forster, Corey Lee, Timothy Henderson, McKinley Graham, Henrique De Castro, Palvin, Matthew Stewart as the Cox. Lane number 3, St Bede's College number 2, Angus Taylor, Kingy Nixon, Lewis Mortel, Archie Mates, Louis Yates, Billy Ryan, Comma Smitty, Jack Laugerson, Lucky Manson as the Cox. Lane number 4 is Otago number 1, Nate Kosamoe, Toby Ellis, Forbes Mackay, Travis Winterbourne, Cornelius van der Kluit, Felix Robbins, Mackley Adams, William Colley, Matthew Hall as the Cox. Lane number 5 is Wairo 11, Halika Swaidandahana, Finley Mertens, Nico Bailey, Cooper Murray, William Hurren, Ned Barron, Max Galen, Isaac Coleman, Patrick Gaines as the Cox. Lane number 6, Christ College number 1, George Wood, Guy Bassan, Benedict Van Wolfkin, Oscar Cutler, George Grigg, Sam Bilbao, Ollie Reardon, Pollock, Gus Matheson as the Cox. No, he's not. Charlie Saunders as the Cox. That would have been a surprise for Gus. Lane number 7, St Bede's College number 1, Samuel Fahey, Hunter Nichols, Darcy Franken, Sawyer Jenkins, Arlo Franklin, Luke Peterson, Jason, William Blackburn, Fletcher Franklin, Seth Knights as the Cox. Lane number 8 is Whakatipu 1, Charlie Pagan, Tyler Love, Ether Patterson, Henry Mansa, Max Balsali, Finn Collington, Henry Roos, Rome Lawrence and Harrison Atwood as the Cox. Christ College number 2 are out there in lane number 9. Otto Ackland, Leo Beck, Freddie Gorman, Olin Spence, Corbin Donaldson, Justin Liu, Nicholas Barr, Jaden Ferrier, Jeffrey Bergen. So you novice parents, you can get out there with your highlighters and your day sheet. They're on their way. Back down here though in the Mixed Masters double sculls, and it's coming out of the crew from, well, it might be the Aotearoa crew. No, it's Timaru. Owen and Allison doing a good job here in lane number 3. Look like they've got this pretty well under control. From Union 5, Deb and Paul. Right next to them is Frank and Suzanne. Then we have got Wendy and Andrew. The outside there is Wanaka 2, Max Paul and Elizabeth Ritchie. It looks like it'll be the Timaru double, and I'm sure their coach Christine Moffat will be pretty happy with that. I must find out what those colours that Alison are wearing are. Across we go to Union from them. Paul and Deb under control. They'll hold second in this. Then it looks like it's a battle for third between Union 8 and Aotearoa. Then we'll come back to Cure Boning Club number 2, Sophia and Mull. And then on the outside, Max and Elizabeth from Wanaka. Continuing to tick it over and down. They come to take the line, Timaru. Well done. They'll be pretty happy with that. Good effort. And that will complete, once they've got over the rest of them over the line, Division 2 of the Mixed Masters double sculls. So Deb and Paul about to take the buzzer. There they go, over the line. Congratulations. Andrew and Wendy now doing that. And then Frank and Suzanne. Suzanne will be happy to have finished that. Here comes Cure across the line, Sophia and Mull. And just the double from Wanaka to finish. They've done well out there. They'll be happy to finish. That means Novice Double A, means Novice Cox State on its way down. This is a preliminary, so they'll all be back to do it again tomorrow. St Bede's and Christ College leading them down. So Christ College got the advantage over St Bede's. Cashmere down in lane 1, pretty handy showing for them. They are racing for lanes. You can see Otago would be probably next, then Waido. Then we go right across outside of St Bede's to Whakatipu, then just a bit further back from them would be Christ College. So this is the men's Novice Cox State, the preliminary. St Bede's 2 just a little bit further back. That's them just in front of the umpire's boat, so you can see. In fact, look like they might have an Otago chap in there by the look of it. So Christ College holding the lead. Charlie Saunders, the Cox. And just tucked in behind them is St Bede's, number 1. Then it's Cashmere. Then it is Wairoa. Then we come back inside from them to Otago. Then it is St Bede's, number 2. Then it's Whakatipu and Christ College, number 2. That's the way they are. Next race to go will be the boys under 15 Cox Quadruple Sculls. Still running about 10 minutes behind. They've just got underway, so not too bad now. I'll be taking you through to 5 o'clock, and then Frank will come and do the last hour on this first day of Canterbury Rowing Championships for 2026. Our thanks again to Meridian for their strong support of this event, and it's been great to have them helping us here in the South Island for many years in what is the Meridian Rowing Centre here. Big shout out too to all the volunteers. A lot of new volunteers helping out, and we know you've all got your own volunteers within your own clubs and schools that make it work. And working nicely for Christ College it is, looking pretty comfortable. Serene display of sweeping as they make their way through those last lot of golden boys heading towards 100 metres to go. They'll be keen to see how they go tomorrow. Quite big boys for novices, sitting up nice and proud. And St Bede's hanging with them, and then there's daylight. So we'd probably have 4 or 5 boat links back to Cashmere, to Wairo, then we go, they're very even, those 2 crews, then we come back to Otago, back inside to the St Bede's number 2 crew, across on the outside to Whakatipu, and back to Christ College number 2. Both stand. Oh, just a half stroke there from the stroke in Christ College, but they've recovered nicely and they'll just get over the line very comfortably, out to about 8 seats Through they go. They'll be in the middle of the course tomorrow. Right next to them, though, will be St. Bede's. And then on the other side of them will probably be Wairo and Cashmere having a bit of a ding-dong down here. Not much between these two crews. Wairo having a look across. So Patrick gains the Cox, just making sure his crew do what they need to do to hold that posse. Looks straight back at him, does Matthew Stewart, the Cox for Cashmere. And Wairo have done it nicely. They finished third. Fourth will be Cashmere. And it will be fifth to Otago. And it is a Shirley boy sitting there in two-seat for St. B. So a little bit of a composite crew there in the number 2 crew getting themselves into the middle of the field. They'll be flanked on the outside by Whakatipu and Christ College number 2. Under 15, Cox Quadruple Skulls is underway. Heat 1, Lane 2. Shirley Boys High School number 1. Finn Clark, Alfred Gabrielson, George McElroy, Toby Watson, Maxwell Wilson is the Cox. Lane number 3, Wairo 11. Harris Spencer, Sam Shenfield, Ollie Saggers, Logan Planthaber and Dion Crafer is the Cox. Lane number 4, Selwyn rowing 1. Matt Gorbachoki and Joe Creeker, Max Eberhardt, Hugo Johnson and Troy Eberhardt the Cox. Lane number 5, Shirley Boys High number 2, second of their crews in this one. Connor Howard, Charlie Poole, Johan Merva, Ben Lyons and Vadim Fricker. Lane number 6, St Andrews College number 1. Freddie Allen, Archie Foster, Louis Cameron, Louis Cooper, Harry Kempthorne and Georgia Elwood as the Cox. Lane number 7, Otago Boys High School number 1, Luca Jury, Eli Hellier, Hunter Windmill, Theo Kandiak and Connor Sinclair is the Cox. Lane number 8, Cashmere High School number 1, Osh Sawak, Isaiah Kwong, William Orchard and Isaiah Benz Pryor with Jacob Haley as the Cox. Lane number 9 is Otago 1, Jacob Moore, Quinn Breen, Jacob McDonald and Lewis Raymond. Archie Donald is the Cox. This is a heat number 1 of what will be 2 heats. We're looking for 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 to go through to the final. And it is Wairo, which will be Marlborough Boys College. Rowing under those Wairo Cub colours. They are well in front in this particular heat. They would have 4 boat lengths, I would think, over the next crew, which would be on the inside of them Shirley Boys High School number 1. Then we'll go to Selwyn. Then we'll go to Shirley Boys number 2. Then we will go to St Andrews College. Cashmere and Otago. That's what it looks like. So 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 to go through. So 3 crews are going to miss out. Just a bit further back off the pace. Looks like it might be the St Andrews crew actually. So definitely no doubt about who's in front. Wairo. Quite commanding. Within 500 metres to go now are Wairo, and they've extended that lead out to 6 boat lengths from Shirley Boys High School on the inside of them. That's the number 1 crew for Shirley Boys. Selwyn will be pretty happy with their showing. Adam Jenkin the Cox. Troy Eberhard, Sachi Adams the coach. Troy Eberhard is the Cox. Then we go to Shirley Boys number 2. So those 4 crews looking quite likely to go through. The 5th spot's going to come out of Otago Boys High, Cashmere or Otago number 1. So ears up team, an FPOS card has been handed into the Secretary's office. There is no name on it, but it's in a black pouch. So if you keep yours in a black pouch and you're checking your pocket now, guess where it is? Pop into the Secretary's office and pick that up. They're well clear for an under 15 crew in this race, aren't they, Wairo? This is very good from Harris, Sam, Ollie and Logan. Dion's got them well under control, coxing, and he won't be able to see that they've got about 6 boat lengths on Selwyn now moving into second past Shirley Boys. Shirley Boys number 2 would be next. It's still going outside to Otago Boys High, then Cashmere. It looks like Otago 1 might have had a little bit of a whoops. And St Andrews have, oh, it looks like St Andrews have moved lanes. Or maybe they've got a mechanical issue and they've gone to the outside, but they're still on the course, and that's good. Less than 100 metres to go now for the crew from Wairau. They'll be pretty happy with this. Through to their A final they go. So they're the first ones through, and they are well clear, over 100 metres clear of Selwyn, moving nicely into second now over Shirley Boys number 1. Shirley Boys number 1, Max Williams, the Cox, looks across. You can see where they are. Well done to Wairau. You've completed. You're through. Selwyn now with 100 metres to go, and then it is to Shirley number 1. Doing his best to get his words here. Max is putting his hand over his mic. Maybe there's a bit of interference. Shirley number 2 coming into it now. They will finish 4th, and 5th spot will go to Otago Boys High School. Kashmir just finishing back a bit. They will go through as eliminated, as will Otago and St Andrews, who have moved to the outer of the field. That's the first heat, the boys under 15 Cox quadruple sculls. The second heat is just into the second 1,000 now. In lane number 2, Ashburton 1, George Robinson, William George, Luke Moffat, George Lash, and Eve Marshall, the Cox. Shirley Boys High School number 3 are in lane 3. That's Jackson, Lilly, Campbell, Williamson, Caden Seymour, Ryder Smith, and Cooper Curry. Timaru 30 are in lane 4. George Neal, Alex Butterthrow, Ben Murray, Idris Hudat, and Charlie Dwyer. Christ College 1 in lane 5. Jono Irving, Marcus Fogarty, Jack Boissard, Alex Innes, and Billy Shield as the Cox. St Thomas' of Canterbury are in lane 6. They are, in fact, it's them well out in front, is it? No, it's the next crew. St Thomas of Canterbury, Harry Gould, Xavier Croucher, Seth Hanrahan, Flynn Hansford, and Jack Clark. The leaders in this one are in lane number 7, Whakatipu 1, Baker Schmitz, Oliver Glover, Angus Brown, Finn Webber, and Jesse Glover. Then we go to Union number 1, Zachary Dalton, Caleb Yates, Peter Neuhausen, and Conrad Hurst with Eden Petey, the Cox. And back out there in lane number 9, still within the mix though, is Oamaru 1, Ari Edward Smith, Jaden McMurtry, Isaac Fox, Cash Loudon, and Georgia Guy is the Cox. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 will go through. Timaru 30 currently holding second. So they're okay. And it looks like Oamaru are okay, and Union are okay. Right down then to Ashburton are within the mix. They've just got to make sure they fight off Shirley Boys High School number 3 are inside of them, and across to Christ College. That's where it's at. And then right across to, no, that's them. So this is pretty impressive from Whakatipu. Familiar golden boat as they scull their way down. They would be 5 boat lengths clear of the rest of the field, and that next best coming through is Timaru 30 down there in lane number 4, coached by Brian Smith and Luke Todd. And a big good afternoon to you, Fred Strawn. Nice to see you down there on the deck. I hope Kelvin's not bothering you and is giving you some useful information. And hopefully you can see what's going on and understand the racing. Great to see you here. Happy New Year to you. Whakatipu continue to lead. They've got a 5 boat length lead over Timaru number 30. We go outside into lane 9. It's Oamaru 1. They've got half a boat length over Union. We come right across to lane number 1. It's Ashburton 1. They're in lane 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 to go through. That's them. There's a boat length back to Shirley Boys High School number 3. Timaru 30, Christ College. As they come up now, Whakatipu got 150 metres to go, and I think the next beast back would be 500 metres to go, which will be St Thomas of Canterbury, who look to have come to a bit of a standstill. So maybe just boiling the billy, cup of tea, get themselves sorted away back again. They might actually have some mechanical issues with the bow. I'll sort that out. Oh, they're underway again. Good stuff. Through 100 metres now is Whakatipu, Baker, Oliver, Angus, Flynn, and Jesse Glover, coached by Brent Jarvis and John Morrison. They'll take this one out. Boys under 15 Cox quadruple sculls. 150 metres to go now for Timaru 30. Oamaru have moved well clear of Union now, and Ashburton now have got the wood on the rest of the field to take that 5th spot, and so eliminated. Oops, a bit of a couple of false strokes there in the Christ College crew. It's a long way at under 15s to get through 2,000 metres, so they've done a good job to get here. Even to get on the water is a pretty good job. Girls under 16, Cox 4 is underway. Heat number 1 is through 500 metres. They're approaching the 1,000. Just watch the conclusion of this second heat. First heat of the women's intermediate double sculls, that was Kashmir. They won that. That was at 8:30. It's an old result coming through. So second there for Timaru, and coming up to take third is Oamaru. And then forthcoming is the Union crew. You can see the Union crew with those blue blades and the white tips. Ashburton with their carrot on the bow, making their way through. They'll be happy with that. Into the A final they go. So those are the 5 crews. Eliminated then, of course, is Christ, Shirley Boys and St Thomas's. Girls under 16, Cox 4, into the last 1,000 they start now. Lane number 2, Christchurch Girls High School number 1, Alice Bradshaw, War, Phoebe Colley, Sophie Kerr, Sophie Cleve, Savrit Marley, the Cox. Lane number 3, Rangiruru Girls School number 2, Anna Turner, Isabel Carnahan, A.D. Cathaway, Amila Wilkie and Lily Frost is the Cox. Lane number 4, St Margaret's College number 1, Oliver Beecroft, Tessa Corcoran, Elizabeth Cooper, India Doolan and Clementine Forbes is the Cox. Lane number 5, Timaru 1, Justina Courage, Paige Ellery, Paris McRae, Charlie Cooper and Matilda England is the Cox. Lane number 6 is Waido 42, that'll be Marlborough Girls College of course. Emma Isles, Maggie Clark, Daisy Lindstrom, Charlie Bennett and Molly Hoban is the Cox. Lane number 7, Columba College 1, Isla Petty, Devon Skivington, Hazel McRae, Charlotte Scott and Pippa Carey is the Cox. And lane number 8 is St Andrews College 2, Tyler Darling, Lily Parry, Ivy Castles, Scarlett Bailey and Violet Sigley is the Cox. We're looking for 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 to go through. So 2 are going to dip out, which is a little bit brutal. Waido leading them down, so it probably won't be them. And we go outside of them to Columba. So Waido now have got about 400 metres to go. They would have 3 boat lengths over the crew on the outside of them, which is Columba College. Swing straight back again on the inside of Waido, and you get the 3rd place getters, which would be Timaru, number 1. So those are those 3. Then we come back down to lane number 2, which is Christchurch Girls High School number 1. And inside from them is Rangiruru Girls School number 2. They'll be about another boat length back. So those are your 5. The ones that are struggling a little bit out the back there would be St Andrews College number 2. Out there in lane number 8. And I think there's a scratching in there too. Actually, they're not all there. Then we go further back to St Margaret's. Waido winning the previous race in 7:43. It was pretty good. That was Heat, one of the boys under 15 Cox Quadruple Sculls 2 races ago. So the sun continues to stream through, and it would be just through the last 3 boys into the Golden Boys. Very shortly comes this Waido crew. In the girls under 16 Cox 4, they've got a 4 boat length lead, and it's just a bit of a concertina effect starting to come into play here. Columba College, right next to them is Timaru number 1 over there in lane number 5. Then we come across to Christchurch Girls High School in lane number 2. Very even between those 3 crews for 2nd, 3rd and 4th, and the 5th place getter is Rangiruru number 2, and they are another 2 boat lengths back from those crews I've just mentioned, and they're well clear of the chasing pack. So those are the 5 that will go through from this first heat into the under 16 Cox 4 for ladies tomorrow. Heat number 2 just coming up to the 1,000 metre mark. So sweeping serenely are the ladies from Waido as they come through the last of the Golden Boys. 100 metres to go. Looking very connected. Getting right out on the rigger, nice long stroke, and nice to see the golden colours on that boat as they make their way through, looking a bit flash. And not letting up, so sticking to plan. Being kept under control by Molly Hoban, the Cox, and their coaches Joe Benian and Jessica Bennett will be pretty happy with that. They come in now to take the buzzer and win this first heat by around 80 metres from Columba, who have got a boat length and a half on Timaru, who have then got about half a boat length on Christchurch Girls, and then we will go 4 boat lengths back to Rangiruru number 2, and completing the field about 150 metres to go for St Andrews College and Christchurch Girls High School 1. Only 1 crew to miss out in heat number 2, though. They're on their way. They have got 500 to go. Lane 3, Rangiruru Girls School number 1, Zoe Clements, Jasmine Collins, Bo Collier, Zoe Fahey and Rose Chapman is the Cox. They're currently, this is pretty even across the board. Right on the outside, lane 8, we're probably leading. Wairo 32, Kate Young, Poppy Fernandez, Maisie Shenfield, Ruby Lindstrom, and Hayley Sutherland. And then we go into the middle of the course, and it's St Andrews. You can see the white St Andrews cross and the blue blaze. That's St Andrews College number 1. Ruby Buis, Georgie McGrath, Anna Lewis, Talia Christie, and Lily Prophet. Those are your 1, 2, and 3. Then we come back and we have a look just behind in lane number 3. It is lane number 4, Timor 11, Amy de Ruyter, Juliet Griffin, Heidi Harper, Mackenzie Raymond, and Daisy Campbell. So they would be, that's the Timaru crew, would be 3 to 4 boat lengths back from Rangiruru, and then they've got another 3 to 4 boat lengths themselves over Columba College number 2, Zoe Wallace, Stella Ingalls, Talise Mitchell, India Scott, and Chloe Byrne. So only 6 crews in this. No, only 5 crews in this. So the crew that's not there, it looks like it's Avonside Girls, who were to be in lane 7. So they're scratched, which means the 5 crews you see in front of you will all go through to tomorrow's final of the girls under 16 Coxed 4. So they probably drew the slightly easier heat, but you've still got to row it, and that's what they're doing. Wairo, 150 to go, have got a boat length on Rangiruru. St Andrews just creeping in. They're still third, probably 3/4 of a boat length back from Rangiruru, and then these crews have got another 5 to 6 boat lengths back on the crew from Timaru 11 out of Craighead, and then we give it the same distance back again to Columba College. $50 metres to go now for Wairo in the second heat. The girls under 16 Coxed 4. Another couple of strokes, they'll come down and take the buzzer. There they go. They've taken the buzzer now, and another 7 strokes, I would guess, for Rangiruru. It was 7 too. Yeah, she's happy. Hands are in the air. Good to see that. Well done to you, Rose Chapman, sticking your hands up. You're through to the final. And then joining them, of course, is right next to them St Andrews, as will the crew from Timaru, and as will the crew from Columba. Women's Novice Cox Quadruple Sculls, race 135. Wow. Lane 1, Avonside Girls High School number 1, Grace Orchard, Bridie Hand, Logan Bell, Eve Rees, and Emily Ash. Lane 2, St Andrews College 1, Maddie Harding, Saskia Fitzgerald, Zoe Stronach, Isabella Fainine, and Tabitha Ferreira the Cox. Lane 3, Waihopai 1, Brooke Bartlett, Amelia Duffield, Isabel Moore, Olive Rutledge, Indy Rogers is the Cox. Lane number 4, Cure Boating Club 2, Ashley Abernathy, Jacqueline King, Molly McGregor, and Evie Moilata with Dylan Leverley the Cox. Lane number 5 is Wairo 1, Lena Bailey, Julie Mackay, Georgina Musgrove, Laura Anderson, Annabelle Ray is the Cox. Lane number 6, North End 2, Serene Williams, Bella Harwood, Lucinda McNally, Abby McEvan, and Taylor Nutting is the Cox. And lane number 7, it's Timaru 20, Hannah Thorpe, Zara Rawcliffe, Paige Ward, Xanthi Nelson, and Sophie Scarlett is the Cox. Lane number 8, Marion College 1, Claudia Kraisneem, Jennings, Amelia Kelly, Jordis Kramer, and Lexi Factory House is the Cox. Lane number 9, Christchurch Girls High School 1, Ava Bryant, Isla McGregor, Chloe Wally, Bea Simpson Bannister, and Liv Abley is the Cox. Big field, this all 10 in it, as there is for the second heat. This is Columba College number 2 out there in lane 10. Millie Garside, Pippa Brown, Ava Peters, Oswald, Alicia O'Connor, Charlie Smith. There is 1, 2, and 3 to go through to the A final along with the next fastest. Wairo leading them down out of lane 5. Oh, it's pretty even across from there. We're talking Timaru. And just 2 across from Timaru would be Christchurch Girls High School. Back in behind them is Marion, but on the outside is Columba College number 2, pretty handily placed. This might be quite a close finish. Down there in lane 1, Avonside Girls High School right in there as well. Then we go back to Waihopai, Cure Boating Club, and then a bit further back to St Andrews College number 1. So 1, 2, and 3, plus the next fastest through to the A final. 4, 5, and 6, plus the 2 next fastest through to the B final. So you really want to be 1, 2, or 3 to make sure of it. Up to 500 metres to go now. And it's looking pretty even out there between Columba College, across to Wairo. Between those two, then we come back to Avonside Girls. Across we go to Timaru. Then we go back across another 2 lanes to Christchurch Girls. and back in between those two would be Marion, and then back across again we go to, looks like Cure Boating Club just ahead of Waihopai, and further back to St Andrews College. So looking like Wairo have got a boat length and a bit over Columba, who are second. Maybe. Just watching Avonside girls continuing to move down here. Emily Ash, the Cox, has got this crew on a pretty tight leash. She's trying to sneak them through without the others seeing them, and they might have moved into second now over Columba. So it's Avonside just in behind the Wairo crew. Those are the two. Across we go to Columba. Looking inside now at the crew from Waihopai coming into the mix as well. This will be a good finish right across into Timaru 20. So it's still Wairo, but it's the chasing pack that are fighting for these other spots to go straight through. So Wairo are now into the Golden Boys for the last time. Working hard, those ladies in there. Well under control from Annabelle Ray, the Cox. They're trying to stay connected right from those fingertips right through to the foot plate. Get as much purchase as they can out of every stroke, and we're still coming at them as Avonside. Wairo holding on to it. Columba on the outside holding second, but maybe under real pressure from Avonside girls. Then Waihopai and Timaru trying to sneak through on them. They'll have to make a move now, those last two crews, Waihopai and Timaru, if they want to get up on there. It's looking very much like Wairo. They've got this under control. It's very hard to tell who's second or third between Columba and Avonside. They'll all go through at this rate. They're just starting to pull away from Timaru and Waihopai. Then we have two boat links back to Marion. Outside of Marion, we go to Christchurch Girls High School. We come right back across to the crew from Cure Boating Club. Then it is Marion, North End number 2. Then a lot further back to the St Andrews crew. 50 metres to go now for Wairo. They've worked hard in the women's novice Cox quadruple sculls first heat. They've done this nicely though. Second is Columba, and pushing up on this crew from Avonside Girls. They need to keep pushing as Timaru. As Timaru coming right at Avonside Girls, try and take their last spot off them. Second goes to Columba. They're holding on Avonside. They'll take the qualifying spot to go right through. Waiting on time will be the crew from Timaru. Then we come back down to Waihopai. Across we go to the crew from Marion, outside of them Christchurch Girls High School. Then we've got 5 boat lengths back to North End, just alongside of them Cure Boating Club, and just back down here in lane number 2, St Andrews College. So there'll be a couple of crews here sweating on time. Second heat's on its way. Another field of 10, lane number 1, Timaru 11, Sylvie Campbell, Genevieve Wiggins, Scarlett Moyer and Evie Arthur, India Payne the Cox. Lane number 2, Cashmere High School 2, Olivia Herford, Laura Padgett, Sophie Hendricks, Clara Marks, Catalina Mahari is the Cox. Lane number 3, Cromwell 1, Penelope Stark, Eloise Hunter, Misha Tomlinson, Annabelle Nicol, Paige McEldowney is the Cox. Lane number 4, Selwyn Rowing Club number 1, Isabel Greer, Pippa Tyra, Olivia Kershaw, Meredith Dunbar and Indy Hobson is the Cox. Lane number 5, Whakatipu 1, Sophie Clauston, Sienna Reid, Evie Clark, Pippa Julian, Sophia Brown is the Cox. Lane number 6 is Columba College number 1, Sophia Hannigan Johnson, Lucy McKenzie, Maya North, Emily North and Livy Campbell is the Cox. In lane number 7 it's North End 1, Zoe Clearcorn, Harper Herricks, Annabelle Webster, Isabel Frost, Bryn Ellison is the Cox. Lane number 8, Tiger Girls 1, Nakia Smith, Eva Gardner, Dexia Grant and Ella Glover with Ruby Merriam in the Cox. Lane number 9 is Oamaru 23, Charlie Burnett, Pippa McMillan, Millie Patterson, Annabelle King and Isla Capely as the Cox. Burnside High School number 1 are out there in lane number 10. Isabel Heap, Nisa Butani, Miriam Lemon and Emerald Lou with Evie Nathan the Cox. They're spread across. North End leading them down. You'll be happy with that, Fred. North End are leading by the look of it for across to Whakatipu. Inside from Whakatipu to Selwyn. We go right across on the outside to Oamaru. Remember, we want 1, 2 and 3 to go through to the A final. So Selwyn pushing up to get a spot in that A final with 500 metres to go. Then we go across to Columba College, outside to Burnside. Back we come just to the right of the umpire's boat. Looks like it might be... Where's Whakatipu? Right in the mix, aren't they? So they're all sorted. So Whakatipu and North End are the 2 that are leading, and Oamaru. Those are the 3 that are looking likely. So it's Selwyn trying to push up on Whakatipu to take that spot. Then we go back to Columba. Then we go back to Otago Girls. On the outside to Oamaru 23. Back inside to lane number 1, which is Timaru 11. Then we can see Kashmir just in there with the maroon and gold, sitting about a boat length back from Timaru across to Cromwell 1, who just a little bit further back. On the first calls for me for Cromwell today, so good to see them out there. North End, though, still holding off the challenge on the right from Oamaru. They've got a boat length on them, a couple of boat lengths back to Whakatipu. These three look like they've got it clear going through. This is the second heat of the Women's Novice Cox Quadruple Sculls. There is one more heat to come. Then we've got 2 boat lengths back from these three to the chasing field. So pretty clear who's going through from this particular heat as they glide into the last of the Golden Boys. Selwyn now about 3 boat lengths back from getting into that automatic qualification. They'll be worrying about time or waiting on time. Oamaru pushing up on North End. Both these crews moving away from Whakatipu, just chasing hard. 100 metres to go now for North End. So good to see Bryn, Allison, Coxing them through. They'll to finish here be good. They'll be in the middle of the field tomorrow based on time. 100 metres to go now for Whakatipu. They're a boat length back for Oamaru. These three well clear of the rest of the field by about 4 to 5 boat lengths. It's Columba and then it's Selwyn. Columba moving up on Selwyn, go right on the outside to Burnside. They've pushed through. They'll be looking to secure a spot in that B final. We come back into the middle to Columba College. Back down into lane 1 is Timaru, who would be 3 boat lengths back. Then we go to Kashmir, and out the back from Kashmir would be the Cromwell crew. So across now to take third is Whakatipu. That's heat number 2. Women's Novice Cox Quadruple Sculls. And still not a breath of wind out there. Selwyn over to take 4th. There goes Columba taking 5th. Burnside will be 6th. So it's Otago Girls that have just finished there in 5th. Burnside 6th. It'll be 7th for Columba. Back down here to Timaru, then Kashmir, then the crew from Cromwell. So heat 3, 750 metres to go for them. Lane number 1, Ashburton 1, Sienna Hart, Elise Gill, Georgia Gill, Sasami Kozami, and Kate Shepherd is the Cox. Lane number 2, Kashmir High School 1, Zoe Ross, Jessica Hill, Emily Muller, Evie O'Driscoll, and Ivy Omar is the Cox. Lane number 3, Star Boating Club 21, Chloe Waitai, Abby Westraat, Carice Phillips, Alexandra McKeown. I've called those names a few times today. They're busy. Matilda Piner is the Cox. Lane number 4, Union 1, Emily Halliday, Alana Newsom, Annalise Bowden, Macy Rochford, and Jemima Nola is the Cox. Lane number 5, Oamaru 22, Summer Brosnan, Hunter McClay, Matilda Isbister, Grace Webster, and Greer Dixon is the Cox. Lane number 6, Whakatipu 2, Isabella Thompson, Mila Matua Korisa, Ruby Weber, and Gwyn Baldwin, with Mila Walker the Cox. Lane number 7 is Invercargill number 1, Keely Templeton, Katie Gray, Lola Dean, Georgia Webster, Ave Valoa Jack is the Cox. Timaru 1 are in lane 8. Isabel Atkinson, Rachel Roberts, Madison Cooper, Terry Guilford, and Annie Burnside coxing. Completing this field of 9, Cure Boating Club 1, Daisy Morrow, Meg Dunn, Neem McLean, Macy Wellsby, and Sophie Rattray is the Cox. Again, we're looking for 1, 2, and 3 to go through. You can see the familiar golden row suits with the black cross across the back of them, right in the middle of the field, leading them down. That's Oamaru. They've got 2 boat links on Kashmir and the gold and maroon down there in lane number 2. Being expertly guided down the course by Ivy Omar. We get into lane number 1, which would be our Ashburton, and they would be 3rd. Right across on the outside, though, is Cure Boating Club. You can see the purple colours of them. Good showing for them. Just inside of Cure is Timaru. Then we go to Whakatipu. Then we go just back from them to Invercargill. Back we go to Star Boating Club, who are just tucked in behind Union. So no doubt about who's leading this one down. They've got 300 metres to go. That is the crew from Oamaru, launching out of the sheds on our far right. So they've got this one sorted. They've got about a boat length on the crew from Kashmir, and then we would go back to lane 1, Ashburton 1. Those are the 3 looking to go through. Real pressure for Ashburton is going to come out of the middle of the course, which will be the Whakatipu crew. Just across from them, the outside Cure Boating Club, pretty handy place too. Nice little drag race coming in for this 3rd spot, no doubt about what's happening. The 2 golden crews in the Golden Boys. Less than 250 to go for them. They're well under control. Nice and clean. Look at those sharp catches. Just like a freshly dunked tea bag. Straight in and out. And away they go, tapping out. Nice recovery. And back into it again. Sending those boats as quickly as they can and efficiently as they can down to the finish. That's what's happening with Oamaru. They've got 100 metres to go. Through the Red Boys they go now. Cashmere following them. Those two crews then would be 6 boat lengths back to the next to the rest, which is Ashburton. They've moved ahead of Cure. Ashburton holding on to this third qualifying spot. It's then on time for the rest of them. You'll have to check row it tonight, team. Cure Boating Club are looking like 4th. 5th is looking like Whakatipu. 6th is looking like Timaru 1. Then it will be the crew from Invercargill. Then we've got 3 boat lengths back to Union and another 2 boat lengths back to Star Boating Club. There goes Oamaru over the line now. Cashmere about to come through and take the buzzer. And then they will finish as we called it. So Ashburton holding on nicely here. Cure having a real dab at them, but I don't think they're going to catch them. They're looking across the Cure crew are. Keep your heads in the boat, ladies. A little bit more purchase, but they're going to take it out to a seat on the line to secure that automatic spot, Ashburton. Cure will finish 4th clearly. 5th will be Whakatipu, continuing to work hard. Then Timaru, not stopping these crews. And then lane 7 comes through, which is Invercargill. And then it will be the crew down here from Union and Star Boating Club. Men's intermediate single sculls are through in front of us. Here they come. Are they all there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, they might be. Lane number 1, Dunstan Arm 3, Boston Irving Dowling. Lane number 2, Cashmere High School number 4, Cameron Taylor. Lane number 3, Timaru 1, Jaeger Sims out of Geraldine High School. Lane number 4, Wairo 13, Blake Marfell. Lane number 5, Otago 1, Ethan Shirley. Lane number 6, St Thomas and Canterbury 2, Hunter Taylor. Whakatipu 1 are in lane 7, Cameron Hall. Lane 8 is Christchurch Boys High School number 4, Nick Dampier Crossley. And lane number 9, Cromwell 2, Jack Spriggs. 1 and 2, plus the 2 next fastest through to the A final. That's a little bit brutal. Wairo and Otago leading them down. So Otago has the advantage. That's Ethan Shirley, coached by Mike Hill and Will Sweetman. So he would have 2 boat lengths on the left of him to Wairo. On the right of him is St Thomas's. Right next to him, Whakatipu, that's Cameron Hall. Just about eyeballing each other, those two. Then we go across to, oh, there's not much in it for him either. Hang on a minute. There's some rogues out there. I'm not quite sure who is out there in lane number 9. He's from Cromwell, I can tell you that much. And he's not, oh, that'll be Jack Spriggs, but it looks like we've got another Wairo sculler further out there as well. So, not sure what's going on there. I'm going to take a guess. No, I'm not, because I don't have his name in front of me. So anyway, Wairo are out there in lane number 10. But it is in front of us with Oamaru, which to Otago, which is Ethan Shirley. He's still got the advantage over St Thomas's. Right on the outside, Jack Spriggs from Cromwell doing a great job. And the Wairo sculler on the outside. And so Wairo 13 is Blake Marfell in lane 4. Back inside from him is Cashmere. Timaru 1 is a lot further back than he is. Then we go back into Dunstan Arm, Boston Irving Dowling, and right across to St Thomas to Christchurch Boys High School, Nick Dampier Crossley. So it is a nice race here between Otago, Ethan, and Cromwell, Jack Spriggs. Ethan still has a boat length on Cromwell, Jack Spriggs. St Thomas is going with them. Remember, it's 1 and 2 to go through, plus the 2 next fastest. So is St Thomas is going to go here? That's Hunter Taylor. He needs to keep cracking. He wants to go through straight away. It looks like he's just trying to hold him off as Jack Spriggs from Cromwell. Sitting up nice and tall, isn't he? Look at that from Ethan Shirley. Head right up, very tall as he goes through his stroke. Has a wee glance across, says he's just done enough. He's going to get this by half a canvas over Cromwell. Extra push on the line. 3rd is going to go to the sculler from Wairo, who's right out there in lane number 10. My apologies, I don't have his name in front of me. And then it is St Thomas's, followed by Christchurch Boys High School. Whakatipu, sorry. And then down to Blake Marfell from Wairo. And then it will be lane number 2, Cashmere High School, Cameron Taylor. Down here in lane number 1 will be Dunstan Arms Boston Irving Dowling. He's got 50 metres to go, as is now Nick Dampier Crossley from Christchurch Boys High School across the other side. And just coming the last 100 hours, Jaeger Sims from Timaru. Heat number 2, lane 1, Cromwell 1, Stian Lungvik. Lane number 2, Timaru 30, Parker Anderson. Lane number 3, Kashmir High School 2, James Gebby. Lane number 4, Waihopai 1, Jason Rutledge. Lane number 5, Burnside High School number 2, Felix Rowe. Lane number 6, Avon 1, Harvey Cross. Lane number 7, St Thomas of Canterbury 1, Declan Ducey. Lane number 8, Union 1, Blake Waterhouse. Lane number 9, Whakatipu 2, Liam Major. Again, looking for 1 and 2 to go through. Declan Ducey from St Thomas of Canterbury must have an appointment, because he's well out in front of everybody else. Look at that, right out there in lane number 7, holding his own. The next best for him is coming out of Timaru 30, Parker Anderson in lane number 2. Well clear, these two. Then we go back into the middle of the course, and it is Felix from Burnside. So those are the 3. This is the second heat of the men's intermediate single sculls. So I'll bring this one through, and then the Right Honourable Frank Dean, who's had 3 races today and is a bit whiffy.
Had a shower. No, I had a shower. Just for you.
You had a shower?
Yeah.
Mm.
Shave as well. Everything.
You might want to go and have another one. Anyway,
Hang on, just ask.
what's happening out here? St Thomas of Canterbury, Declan Ducey, well leading here. Nice push, though, coming from Parker Anderson from Timaru. In the middle of the field, though, probably 3 boat lengths back, 4 boat lengths back is Felix Rowe from Burnside. Those 3 are well clear of the rest of the field. We go right across to Liam Major from Whakatipu, sitting out there in lane number 9. Then we come back into Waihopai, Jason Rutledge, sitting a little bit further back there in lane 4. Harvey Cross from Avon is just across from him. Then we go across to Blake Waterhouse from Union to be 3 boat lengths back, but he's just ahead of Stian from Cromwell, who's down here in lane number 1. So very easily here, he's done the job, has Declan Ducey, and going along through with him. Who's going to lead? He just seems to have more of a run on his boat in the last 250 metres, does Parker Anderson down here in lane number 2. Is he going to try and roll over the top of Declan? Is Declan going to be quite happy with what he is? Just a little bit of a breeze starting to filter across the course, but he's not giving up. Nice and long. Look how long Parker is in that stroke of his. He has a wee look across, and Declan says, I think I'm pretty happy with this. His bow's still surging through. He's still got a bow ball, but I think the runs with no. Parker's going to run him down. Parker's going to take it on the line, I'm going to say. He has. So he's taken this spot out, and the number 1 spot. Number 2 goes to Declan. Nice friendly wave across there. It will be Felix from Burnside who will finish 3rd. Then we'll come back to Jason Rutledge from Waihopai. Cross on the outside to Liam Major from Whakatipu. Back into Harvey Cross from Avon. Then we'll come down to Stian Lugvig from Cromwell. And then it will be Union number 1 across there in lane 8, which is Blake Waterhouse. That's it from me today. Frank Dean will take you through the rest of the races. We'll see you all tomorrow. Have a lovely evening. Don't forget to take your rubbish with you.
Rightio, welcome back everyone for the final stint of the day. We're not too badly off on time. I think we're about 10 minutes behind at the moment. This is Heat 3 of the men's intermediate single sculls coming down here. In lane 1, we've got Tommy Baldwin from Cure. Burnside 3, Tyler Rogers. Dunstan Arm 2, Harper Rule. St Thomas of Canterbury 3, Liam Jessup. Otago 3, Ashton McNee. Wairau 11, Blake Pitts. Kashmir 1, Danny O'Keefe in lane 7 there, and then rounding out with Nelson 1, Luca Marfell, and at far side, Otago Boys High 1, Jack McCaskill. And it looks like at this moment in lane 1 to, it's, what lane is that? As you can see, they're all coming in front of you now, so we definitely have a leader here, which is St Thomas to Canterbury there. He looks like he's got a good stroke also over the Otago there. Otago 3, Ashton McNeil, and then Ashton McNeil's looking across there. He's looking across at Wairua 11, who's in the 3rd place. And then there's a good lot of clear water, probably about 9 boat lengths back to the Dunstan boat. But in the meantime, we've got St Thomas of Canterbury here. Liam Jessup is coached by Jack Wizzle and Paddy Dowling. He's got a very confident finish here. He's rowing nice and long. He's not rating too high. I think he knows he's got it, and yet he continues to pull away. Each stroke he takes, he moves a little further from the Otago row. He's also actually looking very nice, and as you can hear the buzzer now, that's Liam Jessup from St Thomas of Canterbury, followed by Ashton McNee, Otago 3, and the Wairau chap, Blake Pitts, had dropped back a bit into 3rd place. As I said, there's probably about nearly 10 boat lengths back to Dunstan Arms. This would be Dunstan Arms 2, Harper Rule. So let's see, the 1 and 2 definitely go through. So the Wairau guy missed out on an automatic progression to Heat 3, so it depends if he's the second, if he's the second next. Oh, yeah. So he's one of the 2 next fastest, then he'll head through to the final. It was Dunstan Arms you heard just coming through, and now we've got J8. Nelson 1, Luca Marfell, coached by Tony Crosby, has just crossed the line then, and he will be 10 next fastest going to the B final. Also, it's all on time now, so we're not sure who will go through there, but if it was a fast race and boats being pulled through, then that could be those guys. Righto, let's check it on. Race 141, the men's intermediate single sculls. I just turned my head to make sure I turned on the mic this time. It's very handy. It's the Heat 4 of the men's intermediate. Progression 1, 2, and 2 next fastest to the A final, and 10 next fastest to the B final. And K1, so lane 1, Selwyn Rowing, Samuel Lindors, Whakatipu 3, Ruben Davis, Dunstan Arms 1, Aidan O'Churty, Christchurch Boys 2, Toby Brook, Kashmir 3, Charlie Follett, Shirley Boys 1, Zach Brockhulls, Nelson 2, Cooper Nichols, and then lane 8 and 9, Burnside 1, Mitch Cowan, and Otago 2, Gus Carr. And it looks like on the far side there, that looks like the car of the boat. It's Otago, I'd say. Yes, it is. Otago 2, Gus Carr is in the lead, not by much, possibly over this inside boat here. That's, I think, a Whakatipu. That's Ruben Davis. So Otago 2, or Gus Carr has a slight lead over Ruben Davis. We'll just check when they come to the 100. And then we go back. So those 2 guys are vying. At this stage, they're looking confident they'll get through the A final. They're dragging along these other boats behind them. Who have we got here? That's Dunstan Arms in 3rd place at the moment. Aidan O'Churty. But over on the far side, but in this inside lane here, we've got Whakatipu, Ruben Davis. He's making a move on Gus Carr on the far side, and I think he might just be in front of him now, probably by a half a boat length. He's not rating high, but he's getting good connection and push through the water. Nice long strokes. The boat's running very nicely. Actually, that's a red boat. That looks like a Mardi Cup boat. Mardi Cup 1 boat. Whakatipu have a couple of those, I believe. Yes, Whakatipu came through very nicely. Oh, on the inside here, we've got the Dunstan Arm boys having a go. See if he can get the number 2 position. Oh, he just missed out. So Luca wrong one. Aidan O'Churty just missed out on getting through, straight through the A final, but that was reasonably quick times. That might help him. Warriors are catching up now. The boats are coming down thick and fast. Race 142, 143, 144 are the men's club double scull heats. Heat 1 is the progression for all of these is 1, 2, first, second, third, and first next fastest are through to the A final. 4, 5, and 6, and the second next fastest through the B final. Excuse me. Righto in lane 1, Otago Boys High. Ollie and Jackson. Lane 2, Canterbury 1. Sam and Tim. Nelson, Ryan and Ollie. Dunstan Arms 2, Luca and Jed. Christchurch Boys 1, Seth and Will. St Andrews 1, Tug and Oliver. Avon 2 in lane 7 there, Jack and then Jack. And then Dunstan Arms 4, Brennan, Jack. And then Oamaru 23, Jacob and Patrick Spillard over on the far side, who looks like is it Jacob and Patrick, or is that the Dunstan colours? No, that looks like the Oamaru colours there on the far side are in the one of the pole position here at the moment. And then on the inside lane 2, we've got Canterbury 1 of Sam Clark and Tim Chapman. I'm just looking up the field. I can see the next heat progressing down right behind them, then wait at reaching the 1,000, and then the next one's down at the island. So we're going to probably just skip through the first few and then flick on to the next ones. In the meantime, who's going to get first and second? Is it going to be Jacob and Patrick, or Sam and Tim? And I think Jacob and Sam and Tim have hit the 100 first. So Sam and Tim here in lane 2, Sam Clark and Tim Chapman, they're in the position to take the first place in the Heat 1 of the men's club double scull. And then over the far side, Oamaru 23, Jacob Rohrbach and Patrick Spillard, coached by Oamaru coaches. Very nice style running through. And third spot here, the third spot will be this Nelson crew. Ryan Fintloff and Ollie Hawkins are coming through in clear third. Fourth and fifth have been fought out by Dunstan and, what's that, 6? That's St Andrews College there. St Andrews College coming through there and to take the fourth, followed by Dunstan. I'm going to quickly move on because the next race is already at the 750. This is the Heat 2 men's club double sculls, race 143. 8 in the event. Wairo 11, Logan and Zachary. Canterbury 2, Mark and Noah. Whakatipu 1, Liam and Ollie. Cure 1, Shay and Shuang Yu. Avon 1, Jamie and Samuel. Oamaru 22, Ralph and Cooper. Dunstan Arm 1 in lane 8, Ben and Dylan. And in the outside lane, Ashburton 1, Geordie and Caleb. And on so it looks like Dunstan Arm 1, Ben Thomas, Dylan Acton, coached by Lauren Gibb there in the lead. In the yes, they've got a good clear distance to the next boat. It's probably about 4 or 5 lengths. So they'll be looking through to get to the A final cleanly. But the second spots, second and third, might be a bit more interesting because inside of them we've got Oamaru 22 in lane 7, Ralph Henderson and Cooper Lynch, coached by the Oamaru coaches. They are possibly in second, but they're not so far away from then. That would be an Ashburton crew over the far side. Geordie McGillan, Caleb Armstrong, coaches Justin Wall and Mary Heford. They're probably back in that third spot. Oh, but we've got some challenging coming on the inside here. We've got, that would be Whakatipu 1, I would say. Is it? Yep. Whakatipu 1 of Liam Feely and Ollie Watson. They're pulling themselves through into that third position. Over on the far side, Ashburton are getting knocked back a bit. They've probably dropped back into fourth or fifth slot where we've got, but meanwhile we've got Liam and Ollie putting the gas on. They're wanting to take down these Dunstan Arms crew. Their fellow, sorry, not the Dunstan Arms crew, that is the Oamaru crew. They want to take down the Oamaru crew. They are moving on them very quickly. The Dunstan Arm crew are well up in front. They're going to cross the line very shortly. You'll hear the buzzer. They're doing really well. Oh, but I can see that Oamaru have responded. They're also putting the pedal to the metal, as they say. In the meantime, we've got in lane 2, we've got Canterbury 2 have come through very quickly. They're coming through very quickly. They're after Whakatipu. They're going to try and get that third slot, but I'm afraid they're not. In the meantime, Whakatipu have gone over top of Oamaru, who had just made it through in front of Canterbury 2. So Mark and Noah have missed out direct to the A final, but you know, with a fast finish like that, they might have a good time and make it through as one of the first next fastest. And then we come back to, I think it's St Thomas, is it? No, come back to Cure and Avon 1, Jamie Soper and Samuel Edwards. And I'll keep moving on to the next race because they're just pumping them through now. It's race 3 of the men's club double sculls. 7 in this event. Rightio, lane 2, Dunstan Arms 3, Jacob Harrison and Max Smith. Nelson 2, Harry and George. Oamaru 24, Stuart and Jet. St Andrews College 2, Isaac and George in the middle there. In lane 6, Shirley Boys 1, Logan and Aiden. Whakatipu 2, Finn and Mike on lane 7. And lane 8, Otago Boys 2, Jude and Leo Gardner. And that's the second last boat crossing the line. Avon about to cross shortly, and that will be the end of race 143. But 144 are coming down now, and they're coming thick and fast. On the inside lane here, we've got Dunstan Arms 3. Dunstan Arms 3, Jacob Harrison, Max Smith, Coach Lauren Gibb. They're looking okay, but they're not in a safe position yet because that Whakatipu crew on the far side, Whakatipu crew, Finn Henderson, Mike Perry, coaches John Morrison and Jasper Crawford, they're looking pretty handy into that second slot. They might even be able to make a move. I can see that Dunstan Arms have already crossed the 250 boys, so they're ahead of them. And then just inside Dunstan Arm, we've got Nelson 2, Harry Brooker and George Maloney. So they are potentially the third. Them and Whakatipu might be fighting it out for the second slot because I can just see now that Dunstan Arms 3, they've upped their rating. They're actually getting a little more push through. Their boat is running very nicely. You can just see it rolling through the water there. Nice. Coming forward in the recovery. The boat is moving away very sweetly. They'll be happy with that. Lauren will be happy with that. Nelson are also responding well. The Whakatipu boys don't appear to have responded. Their rating maybe not up a little, but they're definitely getting a more push through, but they're not coming through. These Nelson boys are coming through very nicely. Harry and George there, they're going to take the second spot. And I think if Whakatipu just got to be a little bit careful here because back to them is Shirley Boys there in lane 6. Logan Skelton, Aidan Daly are having a go at them. And I think they've got a bit too many boat lengths back, probably about 4 actually. They've just dropped off a little. So that was Nelson, you hear coming through, and then Whakatipu will make up the third boat in the men's club double sculls. And the rest will be depending on the first fastest time. That's the third boat in through to the A final. Third boat through to the A final. Excuse me. And with one boat just to come through at the very end, there's still a little while away. 9-3, that would be, who was that? That would be St Andrew's College here of Isaac and George. The thing with the club is that you can get quite a different as an age and experience here, so you get quite a mix of younger rowers, and these look like a couple of younger rowers, these club boys. Yes, they are definitely a couple of younger rowers up against some of the more seasoned and experienced rowers. But they must have done well because they're in the club. In the club. Oh, it's almost like a joke. Right. Race 145, 146, 147. Now it's the women's club double sculls. Man, they might have had to bring a lot of boats to do these races back to back. They're coming up to, I think, the 750 here. You can see them spread. Oh, wow, that was well done again, eh? I had my commentary turned on this time, and meanwhile, in the last 2 races, the batteries died in my pack that's clipped to my waist, and I didn't see that light because I'm not looking at that, so sorry about that, everyone. Right, so this is the end of race 145, the Women's Club Doubles. No, what are we doing? No, we've had that one. This is race 146, the Women's Club Double Sculls coming through now. You can just see that Union 2 of Kirsty and Lisa have taken this event out. In the inside lane here, we've got Avon 1 of Courtney and Julie are going to get that second slot. And then over the far side, it will be Canterbury 2 of Meredith and Lily are going to get the third slot, closely followed by the Otago crew of Maya and Brianna, who will be relying on the fastest time if they want to get through into the A final. Rightio, so now we're going down to 147, and I can hear myself outside. I need to listen to myself more. Although that's not what some people would say. Rightio, this race here coming down now is heading just after the 750 mark. We've got 9 in this event. Timberi 13, Leah and Skylar. Marion College 1, Addie and Olive, Otago 1, Otago Girls 1, Kira and Sienna, both Nicholsons, perhaps the sisters. Invercargill 1, Trinity and Tiziana. Colombo College 1 there in lane 5. Fenella and Sarah. Waihopai 1, Mia Brown and Lila Jack in lane 6. Dunstan Arms 2, Amy and Emma in lane 7. And lane 8 and 9, Union 1, Ruby Bella Ferguson, Ashburton 1, Isla Moffat. And it looks like over the far side there, that crew over the far side, and it's a gold boat, so that would be, it's the 2 gold boats. Whakatipu we have gold boats, and Ashburton, that would be Ashburton 1. Isla Moffat and Tegan Marriott are currently in first place, but they're actually not that far ahead of the next boat. Oh, they are over in the far lane there, but they're not that far ahead. Although maybe a reasonable couple of, yes, about a boat length over Dunstan Arms. That's Dunstan Arms 2 of Amy and Amy Patterson and Emma Bryant. Coach Lauren Gibb. They got that second slot. Now third. Who's going to take the third slot? In the middle of them there, in those middle of those 2 far boats, we've got Union 1, Ruby Bella Ferguson and Jamie Seddon, coached by Connor for her. They look like the clean, comfortable 3. In the meantime, I can see that the Waihopai crew there and the Waihopai and Colombo College inside them are putting on a bit of a burst. They're trying to bring these other crew, pull these other boats down. As well as this inside lane here, as you can see there, we've got Otago girls of Kieran and Sienna Nicholson are actually rowing through very quickly. They're going to have to do a little bit more work if they want to get that first position over that Union 1 crew, but they are steaming down. And in the meantime, we've just seen the Dunstan crew about to cross, probably in front of Whakatipu. Oh, yes, I think they did. And the Otago girls going to do it. The Nicholson's going to... No, they just missed out on taking out Rubiella Ferguson and Jamie Seddon to make that third position direct through to the A final. But there were quite a few boats near the end there. That might have been quite a fast race. It could give them the chance to be one of the next fastest. Rightio, so that's the end of the Women's Club Double Sculls. The next race is 148, the Men's Premier Coxed 8. I'm just going to go through the boats. I'm not going to go through the names in the moment. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 boats in this event. In the inside lane, we've got Dunstan Arms 2, and I see some very experienced rowers there. Of course, these are Prems, Harry Lightfoot, Charlie Mensa, Matthew O'Meary, Henry Clatworthy, Coach Simon Smith. And then we've got Avon 3 in lane 3, Christchurch Boys High School 1 in lane 4, another Avon crew in lane 5. Hey, that's Avon 1 in lane 6, another Dunstan Arm crew, Dunstan 1, and then in lane 7, Avon 2. And it's the middle of the race that's leading this, and that looks like an Avon crew. In fact, it looks like the 2 Avon crews. Avon 1 and Avon 2 that might be in the lead there, and even Avon 3, I'm guessing, yeah, that's my maths. Avon 3 up against the Dunstan Arms 1 crew at this stage, although the Dunstan Arms 2 crew, I think, are actually slightly ahead of the Dunstan Arm 1 crew. And I wouldn't count out Christchurch Boys High School right there in the middle. So there's 4 boats there battling for the third slot at the moment. In the meanwhile, we've got this Avon 1 crew just nicely ahead of the rest. That's Sam Wilson, Scott Shackleton, Josh Syme, Fergus Johnston, Bede Guerra, Ted Main, Harry Galvin, Matthew Glenn, and Eliza O'Meara is the Cox. Someone really needs to tell me how to say that name properly. Quite a dominant position in the 8 here. They're at least a boat length over the other 8. They're looking very nice. And we'd expect this from Prems, wouldn't we? We'd expect to be nice boats. Oh, hold on a minute. Oh, that Dunstan crew on the inside, that's actually, that's why there's only 4 names. That's actually a quad. So the quad there, the Dunstan Premier men's quad in the earlier are racing up against the 8s, and actually they're doing okay. They're probably in 3rd spot at the moment. In the meantime, this Avon 1 crew are coming through, lengthening out. Look at that. Look at the power of that. That boat's running. Woof. Timing's pretty good. You should expect this, and they're just going for it now. Someone's added nitro to the petrol. They are moving quickly through the water. Avon 2 there on the far side. Toby Robinson, Joshua Clark, Peo Sutherland, Ben Allen, George Johnson, Willie McIntosh, Charlie Poulter, and Luke Tompkins, coaxed by Annabelle Wynne Williams, are coming through. They're probably, you can just heard the buzzer of the first boat, Avon boat there. This is the second Avon boat coming through. In the meantime, Avon 3 are then coming through trying to take it off Avon 2. They're not going to do it. And the Dunstan Arm crews are coming through quickly. In fact, the Dunstan Arm quad is going to get the 4th position, followed by the Dunstan Arms 1, 8, and then Christchurch Boys High. So Avon 1 dominated that race quite well, and it was a bit closer at the back end. And I don't have any more sheets. Right, just excuse me a minute. I'm just going to shoot downstairs because I don't have any more sheets for the next races. Right, back in business, race 149. It's the Women's Premier Cock States coming down. There are 4 in this event. No, there's 5, and we've got 3 Avon crews, Avon 3, Avon 2, and Avon 1 on the inside. Then Christchurch Girls High School, and then Dunstan Arms 1 on the far side. Oh, it looks like the Christchurch boat pulled out of it because I can only see 3 Avon boats now and the Dunstan Arms 1 boat. And you could probably have good odds that it's an Avon boat in the front, and it is. It's Avon 1 there in lane 5. Back to Avon 2 and Dunstan Arms are looking like they're in pretty similar positions. Oh no, I think maybe Dunstan Arms there in second spot. Avon 2 in third, and Avon 3 are back a little bit in fourth. But the Avon 1, not maybe as dominant as the men's Avon 1 crew was over the other crews, but they are, I'd say, at least a boat and a length and a bit over the other 2 boats, the Avon 2 and Dunstan Arms. They're pushing us along. So Avon 1, Lily Grant, Emily Ryle, Amy Leeson, Harriet Williams, Phoebe Collier, Georgia Bethel, Jessica Tavendale, Coco Flood, and Timothy Heritage is the Cox. Nice blade work, and see the flash of the blades are looking good. Looks like, oh, is that a... Things that... Does look like someone's rowing a little short there, but they are maintaining it. These are Prems. They're holding off this Dunstan crew, and they're holding off the other Avon crew quite easily. They've got a length over the Dunstan crew. I'm interested to see if this Avon 2 crew can get past this Dunstan Arms crew. If... Tyler, Isabella, Abby, Tegan, Elke, Sadie, Sasha, Brooke, Isabella, Hope, Murray is the Cox, can actually roll over top of this Dunstan crew of Millie, Maggie, Olivia, Ella, Olivia, Emma, Bella, Ruby, and Fred Phillips is the Cox. And I think they have, it looks like, in the meantime, we can see that Avon 1, the women's premier crew, have just dug it in and moving away very quickly. Oh, I see, yes, they've got a bit of a tandem rig thing going on there by the look of it. And they're just reaching out, good length. The boat getting good connection with the water, getting those knees down, pushing the boat through. In the meantime, Avon 2 have come through over top of Dunstan. They're also picking it up and they're pulling themselves away as well. The boats, both these boats are running really, really well. And then we'll come back to Avon 3 here. So that was Avon 1, Avon 2, and Dunstan Arms 1. Right. Another 8 races. Oh, yes, of course, we end the rates. So there's 2 more events to go. This is race 150, men's under 19 Cox State coming down the track. But it looks like everyone's back in time now. The boat's coming down. So who have we got in this? We've got, 7 votes. 8 boats. Christ College 1. Christchurch Boys High School 1. St Andrew College 1. St Thomas Canterbury 1. St Bede's 1. Christ College 3. Timaru 30 and Christ College 2. Looking like to me that Christ College 1 here in the middle lane, and then we're going over to, is that St Thomas of Canterbury there, I think? Yes, St Thomas, hold on, what am I saying? St Thomas of Canterbury there, no, so it must be St Bede's College are out there in the middle. They're in a good position as well. I'm just going to check that. Yep, St Bede's. So we've got St Bede's, Christ College 1 are in the pole positions at the moment, battling it out. We'll just see when they get to the 250 if I can pick who actually is in front of the other. And then over the far side, we've got Christ College 2 putting a good fist of it as well to hold on, try and hold on to that 3rd spot and maybe make a challenge on the 2nd, depending on how these other 2 boats go. No, it's St Andrews. Whoa, we've had some positional changes with some of these boats by the look of it. We have indeed. So they're not coming down quite according to schedule, right? We do know that's St Bede's boat because they're the only St Bede's boat wearing the St Bede's colours. So they're in the lead just at the moment inside a Christ College boat here, which I would pretty certain would be the Christ College 1. And over the far side, it's actually a St Andrews crew that are coming through into 3rd place. Oh, Timaru, gosh. Timaru coming through into 3rd place. And at the moment now can Christ College 1 pull back St Bede's because they are flying down. Both of them are flying down. And I think St Bede, Christ College 1 here have got a much better run on their boat. They're definitely chewing away at St Bede's. In fact, they've just pipped them now and they're moving ahead. They're now canvas ahead, and St Christ College have just beautifully rowed over top of St Bede's, although they'll be thrilled with that. I'm sure their coach, it's not mentioned here, will be very, very happy. St Bede's didn't quite hold it until the end, and then we've got St Andrews over the far side. Coming through now is the 2nd St Andrews crew. Back to St Thomas's, and then over on the far side it's another Christ College. Rightio, folks, so we're coming up to the last race of the day, the women's under 19 Cox States. So just a reminder, I see a lot of people heading away at the moment. Don't forget to take all your rubbish with you. Everything, like I've just noticed I know it's not the boat park, but I even noticed that down here there's gel packs and things that people have dropped. You shouldn't be doing that. Make sure you pick up and take your rubbish, tape, anything, plasters and that. Let's try and keep this environment nice and pristine. And if the cafe and that are still open, or the ice cream man's still there, it might be time to have a quick snack because you don't know how long dinner's going to be. And after a long hot day in the sun, we all don't want to be a bit grumpy with each other. As we look down at the women's under 19 Cox States coming up to the 1,000, it looks like a pretty straight line actually. But we've got 9 in this event. So in lane 1, we've got St Margaret's College 1. Then we've got St Margaret's College 2. Then we've got the Rangiruru Girls in 1, St Margaret's 3, Kashmir 1, Rangiruru 3, St Andrews 1, St Andrews 2, and Rangiruru 2. on lane 9. And right at this moment, it's almost, from this angle, a nice line across. So this could be anyone's. I wonder if I can just see if the camera can, just having a look at the camera at the 1,000. Oh no, it could be that over on the far side there, Rangiruru 2 would be in the lead. I would expect Rangiruru 1 here in lane 3 to be in front. But they should be coming through now. Yeah, oh yes. Right, the calendar's line, here we go, the 1,000-metre mark. So over on the far side, it's definitely the boat over on the far side there, and I couldn't tell which one. Maybe it's St Andrews College. Yeah, could be actually St Andrews College too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They're all there. There'll be St Andrews College 2 potentially in front. Outside of them, Rangiruru 2. Definitely see that one of these St Margaret's, there's St Margaret's crew and another Rangiruru boat are up in the play at the moment. The inside lane in St Margaret's, one boat looks like it's a bit further back, and so does St Margaret's 2. Then we've got the Rangiruru 1. This is working from the back, but yes, at this stage it does seem like on the far side there. There's not St Andrews colours. It's a Kashmir. Sometimes they do naughty things like shift what lane they're in, which is very tricky if people are late arriving. In fact, I would almost say it's Christchurch Girls. Well, there we go, we'll find out when I can see a number. Does look like a Christchurch Girls crew over on the far side are in the lead, yet they're not on my list, so we'll just have to guess that's the colours there if I'm picking those colours correctly. But just inside then is the Rangiruru crew. You'll be able to see them now as they're already coming past the spectators. There are that far side crew are the ones that have got it at the moment, but there are other, first, second and third slot, there are 3 crews in contention at the moment. We've got Rangiruru 1, beside them St Margaret's 3, and then just over further that'll be another Rangiruru, yes, another Rangiruru crew, Rangiruru 3. I can't see any St Andrews crews in this race. Oh yes I can, sorry, no they're back a bit. Yes, so there is. I've got 9 entries there. There is a 10th entry, and that looks like, as I said, that's Christchurch Girls High School over on the far side. Late entry, and they've earned their spot by the look of this because they're rowing quite well. They've got a boat length over the rest. The boat length over Rangiruru 3 here in lane 6. Oh, sorry, Rangiruru 2 in lane 9. Rangiruru 2 in lane 9. Then back to... Oh gosh, this is quick. St Margaret's 3 and Rangiruru 1. I can hear the crowd already cheering because the 2 Rangirurus and Rangiruru 1 and 2 and St Margaret's 3 are battling it out here for that second and third slot, and they look like they're overtaking this Christchurch Girls High School team. I think they're not going to beat them. No, they're not, because they're about to cross the line now. But the 2 inside lanes of St Margaret's 4. St Margaret's 3 and Rangiruru 2 came through to take second and third, followed by Rangiruru Girls 3, which did really well, but they didn't quite hold it at the very end and got pipped. See the rest of the crews coming through now. So well done, Christchurch Girls, for not even being on my sheet and winning. Okay, so that's the last event of the day. So you know to go to Row It to check the scores. Just a reminder, as I said, if a spectator's there, make sure you pick up all the rubbish that you or your offspring have dropped and take it out of the park. Please don't leave it lying around. That's everything, tape, gel packs, whatever. And also, if there's anything's still open, make sure you grab a bite to eat just to fuel yourself up until you get home. Eat well and rest well, and we'll see you tomorrow. Look at me. Is that Clive down there?